so please don't think that this is a given. There's no in-game chat from when qualifying begins until all cars have finished the race, so please do not use that in-game chat. Please keep that clear. There's no discussing incidents in a public forum, and no using the in-game chat box. Please do not talk incidents in Discord either. Penalties will be applied to drivers if they break this rule. Just another thing to add to that as well, any direct messages to any of the admin team will not be answered. If you have a problem with an incident, use the appeal form, but any direct messages will not be answered, so please do not be messaging the admin team. Full server rules are available in the rules channel, and make sure you have fully understood these and give them a quick read if you haven't already. That's it from me. If you do any questions, I will be answering my DMs for the next 10 minutes, so please feel free to ask. But if not, enjoy the Brickyard, start your engines, and let's get going. Thanks, guys.
Space one.
Cool. I fucking hate doing that.
You could have done that. You could have driven round and done it. Wet sun and driven round.
I just don't like.
I thought you were doing it in the pit stop.
We did, but then
Alex we did, but then I couldn't alt tab out to go to Discord. It was just stuck on my game.
Right.
So I then had to swap Nick back into the car.
When do we have to leave the server?
Probably sometime around now, actually.
Yeah, I'm already out. So just need somebody else can obviously stay in with Alex.
You want to stay in?
No, you can stay in, mate. You stay in case there is an issue to begin with. I might not be the best person to sort it.
Someone's getting out on a set of dries.
Alex.
Yep.
Do we want to get some pressures and get you set up, sorted, ready for?
Yes.
So, because it's going to be midday-ish, isn't it? Well,
let me know when your stream's live as well, Alex. I can.
My stream is live. My stream is live.
Say pad 1.
Yep.
Well, they said the month
liters.
of May at Indianapolis couldn't get any better. Well,
yes, because you're going to run map 8.
Welcome everyone to the second running of the ONID 24 hours of Indy. We are live at very sunny at the moment, Indianapolis.
I'm going to use tire set 1.
Yeah. No,
in the
US. It doesn't matter which tire set we
24
use,
hours
as long
of Indy,
as
the second running after we did it in August
make a
last
note
year.
of it, which I'll do.
Moved it forward just a touch in the year.
Which one's been
it was a little bit warm last year in August, so the end of May seemed like the best time, and like I said, May is synonymous with this place anyway. My name's Adam D, and I'll be bringing you the start of the 25 hours worth of streaming, because we've got qualifying to bring you as well. And then I'm going to be joined by the one and only Mr. Stephen Bain this morning.
Good morning, Adam.
Good morning. It's lovely to be reunited in a comments box with you, good sir.
It's been a little bit of a while, has it? Would it have been this race last year?
I can't be that long. Sure, I mean, it could well be, yes. But no, always good to have Stevie in the comms box, adding a little bit of colour to what's going on. And if you ask what is going on, Stevie, just take us through the format for today.
So we are going to have the qualifying session. It's 30 minutes long, and any driver can set a lap time. However, the fastest driver in your team has to start the race. So once we jump into the race, we're going to have 24 hours of driving, as titled obviously, and the only regulations are that every driver must do at least one stint. I don't think any one driver can do more than 11 hours, I believe, which it would be mad to do anyway. And you have a stint timer which is set for 75 minutes, so you have to pit within
that Porsche
75
that's out
minutes
on dry tyres
of driving, but most cars will only
I'll be right
do
back.
around about that on
So
fuel anyway.
the Ferrari.
Weather
that's
conditions.
changed
The
from
Mercedes
last year,
is
isn't
on
it,
wets.
that it's a 75-minute stint timer instead of 65 minutes. I mean, what does that mean for strategy?
So it opens it up a little bit more because you can eke out, if you manage to fuel save a little bit and make it to the 75-minute mark, you can cut a pit stop off the end of your race. So it just opens it up for everyone. It might shake up when people are going to start pitting, rather than just seeing everyone pit pretty much on the hour every hour. It allows you, if you have an instant, you get damage, you can then stretch out the remaining stints and hopefully claw back a pit stop as well. So it's going to be interesting, but it's going to be tough on the tyres if it's dry for the full 75 minutes.
And that's the other big change from last year is the limited tyre sets, right?
Yeah, 20 tyre sets in the dry. You're obviously unlimited on wet tyre sets, but that is including qualifying as well. So a lot of these drivers aren't going to be constantly out for the 30 minutes in qualifying because they want to preserve their tyres for the race. At the moment, it's looking like you're going to have to do a minimum of 21 stints in the race to get to the end. So you're going to, if it stays dry the whole time, which I don't think will be the case, but you're going to have to double stint a set of tyres.
And how are these tyres lasting around here? Because you've done some driving, you are actually driving in this race as well. How are the tyres coping with Indy? Because there are some tough corners on the tyres here.
I think it depends who's driving. If you're asking me, then it's not good. I've ended up. I didn't think graining was a thing after there was a hot fix after excessive graining they found after the new 1.9 update. I didn't think graining was a thing anymore because it didn't seem to matter what you did, you couldn't get it to show any graining until I was doing practice the other night, and I managed to get within 16 laps. So yeah, the left-hand side of your tyres get quite hot around here with the fast turns on the banking. It's going to be tough on them.
Well, let's take a look at what the weather's actually like live in the server. We're going to switch over to what it looks like in the pits right now. Now, as you said, a lot of people electing to just save their tyres for qualifying and the race. But you can see a nice lineup of cars there, and it is a little bit grayer than our intro scenes were showing.
Yeah, the first, so there's two practice sessions. The second was just for the driver briefing, which is why there's no cars out just now. But the first practice session was very wet.
Was it?
Pretty much,
wow.
Yeah, it was full rain. Whereas this one looks a lot more dry. So it's going to be mixed. Been in the practice server a few times, which was set up for the same weather conditions as this. And it was on and off. There was rain. You might have had rain for 30 minutes, then dry for an hour, and then rain for an hour. So it's going to shake up a lot of strategies, and it's going to make my life very difficult being in the comms booth and driving at the same time.
Well, we shall keep an eye on just how difficult your life gets over the next 24.5-ish hours, something like that. But let's just check in on stream chat because there's loads of folk here already this morning. So Trinket the Tass is here with I think he wins the title of the most O's in the word go. I mean, Hiker got close, but yeah, I think he wins. Cucumber Bush here as always. Lam Attack, let's go. Only 2 O's in that one. That's disappointing. Never mind. Habibo 24, Ben 22. I don't know who that is.
Let's get
Raging
ready.
Psycho is hyped. Hiker with his O's is better.
Well, yeah, he's got
stronger. That was me.
Yeah, he's got yellow
And
sidewall.
I slipped up on the amount of O's. Surely.
So yellow
that's
sidewall
not
is
enough.
wet, isn't it? And dries.
Hiker saying it's a rare briefing from Johnny.
Yeah, so
Greg
the Porsche.
saying it's sounding relatively professional. I don't know whether to take that as a
I do
compliment
quite
or
like that
people
Ferrari
normally
livery.
do.
That Porsche doesn't. Is
Bo
that even a legal
here,
livery? Do you
Kev's here
have to have
saying hi
numbers
to
and
Ben,
stuff on it?
as always. Tim Bob is
The
here.
numbers should
Bo
auto
is
do.
enjoying a
But it's not got a
barbecue in the
number on it.
sun for the best 24 hour this week.
You can't edit it so
Rolling
it doesn't
Thunder's
have
here,
like
let's
the
do it, he
in-game.
says, and then he says, "Hi Ben." Why is
It's
everyone
not got
saying
any
hi to
numbers
Ben
or any
and not me and
sponsor
Trevor
logos or
anymore?
anything.
I don't know whether Ben said that live on stream,
I
but he
did.
said,
Hello.
"Oh, he did." Hi Ben.
Hello.
Right.
So do
Hi,
you want
Ben.
to tell everyone what you're doing in the background?
Alright, so
Well,
it should
we're
tick
part
when
of Team
they
Basement.
cross
Me and
the
Johnny,
line.
race
Yep.
control and
Numbers.
stream today. So if you need us, we're busy. We're busy today. So yeah, we're just making sure everything's working.
Right.
Look,
It is
um,
dry
that,
and it's
Agree.
bad.
Alright, it will just
as
air
we
them.
kind of anticipated.
It's sunny. It looks like it's sunny in the qualifying part. I've got an
How
idea
has
for
someone
next
already
year's
set a
race.
lap?
Go on.
We're gonna put.
Or is it
That's
just-
that's still the times from
in
the
the basement, so
free
that
practice.
we can
Yeah.
at any point. We'll stream it on ONID twice, and at any point during the 24, we can
Yeah,
dive in.
why
and
is
see what
that
you and
still
Johnny are doing.
there?
How about that?
I don't know.
Oh, that's strange.
It's not really
Does
testing
that
itself.
fit with the
It says he's took the
does that
chicken
fit
as
with
well.
Twitch
hasn't
terms and conditions?
I'm not sure
Probably not.
the amount of smoking and
he?
swearing.
So what, you're going to go
probably
out with
doesn't-
about 10-15 minutes to go?
No, no, I'll
okay,
go out.
finishing off
I'll go
with
out in
the
20
stream
minutes.
chat, Miss Mo
Just in case I have to do 2 runs.
Is the F1 substitute
Yeah,
is
that's true.
on? Yeah, it is, and no doubt more action in this as well. Jaros with a let's go. I'm impressed by the amount of T's and S's in that one. Oh, it's 2 G's as well. Well done, that man. Johnny Earl is here, and no, we don't accept that kind of talk around here, Mr. Earl. And Solzex.
That was a lot
and
different because not
Yarrow
everyone's flooding out the
very-
pitch straight away, are they?
Yeah,
One
there's
beginning
some,
with Y is
there's some
here.
fuck nuggets, but there seems to be.
Tamanga 84.
People are
Yeah,
waiting for
there's-
space, but there
there's
seems to be
loads of
sensible
you here.
people as well.
So
But yeah,
great
going
to see,
out and getting a
hopefully
clear
you'll
lap
be
isn't
with us
a
through
crazy idea
the
either.
entire 24 and a bit hours.
Mm,
Surely,
I
why not?
wouldn't on a fast track.
Yeah, but it's not going to get.
It's not going to grip up.
No,
in
no,
10
no,
minutes.
No, because people aren't doing tons of
laps
laps and there's not
in the little
hundreds
hours,
of cars here, so
when
we get a little better, but
it's,
not
I think Team Basement are taking
ridiculously better.
comms control. It might go a little bit off the rails, but hopefully it's going to be good.
Something like 4 AM, I think we're on.
Yeah, it's
Johnny's
gonna be,
looking at me like.
So has
"Can't
anyone
wait for
quick
4
gone
AM
out?
stint."
Tell Johnny to come and say hello.
Shepard
Can you
maybe
shout
Bane?
into your
Shepard
mic
Bane
and
will
say
be
hello?
alright.
He can shout into this microphone and say hello. Here you go.
I do think their racing stronger livery looks really
Good
good
morning, Johnny. How are you?
on that Merc. I think that looks really
You
good.
ready and
Just work
raring to
on
go?
it.
Sounds good. Well, Johnny's
Ben
here.
does a good job on
Ben's
the
here.
liveries.
They're in the
He
background.
yeah, he
Team
does.
Basement, doing all of the important stuff. We've got Steve
Have you
in the
watched any
comms
of
box,
Jimmy
we've got
Broadbent's,
me here
like
as
lives
well.
or it lately?
I reckon
videos of his
now is
missus
the
in?
best time to take a
Yeah, I've seen his
They're a bit
vlogs.
They're a bit shit. They're
So
just
we have
like
got a nice
giggly,
track
fucking
guide, that has been put together.
stupid messes.
So we're going to bring that up and
He's
take you
he's doing
through
quite a
the
bit with his like time attack, isn't he? With basic
Yeah.
Ollie. Seen a couple of them.
Well, he's done some
So let's
builds
take a
on.
walk around
Because
the
he's got another
Indianapolis
channel and he's
Motor
got some like proper
Speedway.
builds of.
You
Yeah.
can see here
Where they're
it's,
building the
not
Supra,
quite
but
the
I
same
don't know
as
if
the
it'll be
track
able to
that
sit
they
on
used to
it.
use in Formula 1. Turn 1 is a 90-degree right, and then you sweep through that first sector before coming out onto the middle straight there, which is longer than it looks in that picture.
Where did Bane just
And then a
disappear
nice
to?
sweeping section through turn 10 before you get into a fiddly little
Am I just being blind?
90-degree
It,
right at turn
P6,
13,
Andy
and then a
Thorpe's in the
tricky
car.
corner in turn
instead.
14.
Ah, okay,
It is
okay.
incredibly
Yeah.
important because that determines how much speed.
Yes,
you
there
can
won't be as
all
quick
the way
benefit
down
putting
to
him in.
turn 1.
Yeah, it's a tough track in places as
And yes, and
in
Yellowneck's
turn
gone in
7
the
as well.
the
Another
Merc.
really.
It's not
crucial
really,
one
yeah,
to
it's
get
only
right onto that back
updated
straight, 'cause as
the
you say,
driver.
It's longer than you
once it's
think.
gone across
Once
the
they've
line.
cro- yeah. Yellowneck's still quick-minded, eh?
Oh no, Yellowneck is
As well.
out.
It is,
He might be
yes,
quicker.
as long as you don't just
Shepard.
launch across
Not-
the
well,
tracks,
not much
like
different,
we
really.
did last year,
Probably
honestly.
around the same pace, I
But
think.
we're
Yeah.
watching Peter O'Brien here for Extra
Oh,
Life
Hearn's
Evil
out there at the
Nature
minute.
team. Nice to see some different teams, different drivers popping up in the
He'll be
24
quick.
this year as
That'd
well.
be a good idea. Good thing to see what a
And,
benchmark
that's
time.
quite a nicely
Yeah.
liveried Ferrari there that we're looking at.
Yeah, it's it's lovely, and it's red. It's the right colour for a Ferrari.
Absolutely furious!
So these drivers put
Oh,
their first
boys.
time on the board
Fucking hell.
as Peter is going to come across the line, and it jumps up into
Where have we
the
still got?
provisional.
A good chunk of time left before we get green.
So-
You held
I
that
know,
so
I know,
beautifully.
well, it's still like
137.1,
40
is
40
the
minutes?
time to beat then, and it seems to be quite
Probably
a
around
few
about,
rounds,
by the
so,
time you've done
the version
yeah,
1.9
good half 12.
update, bringing the Ferraris up to speed with a new car. I suppose it's not surprising to see quite a few of them. It's a lovely car to drive.
Yeah, but they do chew their tyres. At least at the very start of the update, they were chewing their tyres quite a lot. So
Sounds about
Yeah,
37-1
it's
in
going
a
to be
minute.
interesting to see if their pace drops off towards
not
the
bad
end of the
time.
75-minute stints.
Start with.
Now,
As
an
we're seeing.
Can't we
existing-
Not
existing
can't we
too
go
shabby.
out
benefited
and just
from the 1.9
use a
update. Seems
set
to
of
be
wets?
the AMG, so
You can.
ONID Racing car number 9
point they've
have
qualified.
picked that, and they go within half a second of pole. Interesting there, you've got a group
We're going to
of
go out in about
3
4 or 5
cars,
minutes.
second, third, and fourth,
Okay.
that are separated by 50 thousandths of a second. I think we're going.
Oh, there's
to
an old
get
Ferrari
some
488.
close times, right?
Oh, it's been a
As
crash.
we see an incident in qualifying.
Oh, oh yeah, I've just seen that
Very
on the stream.
Interested as
Not good, is it?
it
No.
looked like they were maybe coming back on.
I'd
after
imagine the 488
missing
is
the
still pretty
corner,
quick
but,
round here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
although
I
they-
thought it felt pretty
we had a
good
little
when we
bit of an
tried it.
incident in practice as well. Some drivers game froze, which I guess is the equivalent of a mechanical failure in real life racing.
Yeah.
And there's not an awful lot you can do at that stage other than.
Oh yeah, that
hopefully you
Porsche
can
hasn't
end
got
up
any
on the
number
back, so
on
it
the
could
side.
have
Well, it's
been
a
something like
S7.
Yeah, I
that.
thought.
Oh,
the
what that
Alps
Mercedes?
but-
Mercedes
We
doesn't.
encourage everyone to stop.
Which-
the
which
count,
Mer?
because right now
Blue-
we have
the
a
one on
racing
mainstream
stronger
now.
car on the front row.
I never knew.
Black-
Oh yeah, I never realised the
Of,
racing stronger
O'Brien.
ones didn't have it.
And
Oh
we'll
yeah.
see what Petter Jelinek puts in this time around. Another team picking up the AMG, and it looks good in the racing stronger light blue. As
He's got a couple of
Rutsalainen
decent
goes
commentators.
second,
So,
immediately
Adam.
knocked off by
Right.
Is Adam
Brodowski, who
on
goes
it? Oh,
second
nice.
in
Yeah.
a Porsche, and Jelinek drops it there. As we get a Diplex Kestrel with
37
our first
flat.
follow of the stream. Thank you very much for that. And we must talk about Johnny Earl's bits because he threw 100 of them at us, and we're very grateful for that.
It's the first time I've been grateful for John Earl throwing his bits at me, but
Doc Smith 89 is now following, by the way. So if you are joining us for the very first time and you haven't followed ONID Racing before, then hit that follow button and we'll give you a shout out
Don't
if we manage to
particularly like
catch
that
your
merc.
name
It looks a bit.
as you do it.
Don't like the blue.
Now, Ben was whispering in
I
my
quite
ear
like the
something
racing stronger
bad.
liveries.
Was it my mention of Johnny Earl's bits or was something else going on?
That Porsche looks pretty good. I'll give him that.
When are we going out? What time?
2.5 minutes.
Oh, so 20 minutes to go, yeah?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Yeah, that only Porsche.
Now,
looks pretty
this is a
nice,
peachy
with the
livery,
Yankee
right?
Doodle flag on it.
Yeah.
it's very fitting, isn't it? As they've ended up not having enough tyre resistance going around that corner.
Going with the stream snipes early doors. There seem to be quite a few Lamborghinis in here as well. Is that faring better than it seemed to when 1.9 first came out?
So it's what have we got?
Lamborghini's
We've
had
got a bit
few
of a
updates since,
Ferrari
1.9
Porsche.
came out. It's had its weight reduced. It's
So
also
I am
had
actually
Mainly
right.
for
There is a little bit. There is a mix.
Yeah, it's mainly for
at least what
Ferrari
I found
Porsche with
is
a
the base
few
setups
Porsche,
and the
Ferrari,
Lamborghini
Lambo, Merc.
Link
Aren't that good?
Lexus.
Cheers,
And
Pepper,
then a
mate.
little
Good
bit
to have
on
you
the slower
back.
Side, and if you tune it right, get the setup
Is he
right,
back though?
you can go
Is this
quite
the
a lot
one?
quicker, and it's
He finished school now, he said, didn't he? So,
to be the fastest car in the game at the moment around most tracks.
Wow.
I don't know about here. Here's a little bit of a different track, as we saw. I think last year the Ferrari was the old Ferrari was on top in qualifying, and I don't think you would pick the Ferrari at many tracks. So a little bit of a different track here. Maybe suits some other cars better than other tracks. But
Deary me.
yeah, and it looks good. The Lamborghini always
Right,
looks good.
I might start rolling down pit lane in a
That's
minute,
another
just
final
because it's
Yeah,
such a
yeah.
long.
we're looking
You
at
gotta
Marco
find.
Bodowski here.
Wait, you
Currently
want?
second, just a tenth or so off.
If
of
you
pole.
wait
Car
until
45,
that
that's
45
the EU Racing by TMR.
Is into just
entry.
getting into the breaking
Just
point.
a
You might
reminder,
drop
your
into that
commentary
gap
team is
between
me,
the
Adam
45
D,
and the
and
17.
Stevie Bain alongside me.
Where?
We are getting
Yeah, go
treated to
now.
some
I think that'll put you
beautiful
about into that
liveries
gap.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm glad. I know when I jumped in earlier in the week, there wasn't that many liveries uploaded, but I did a little sync before this, and it looked like there was a lot more. So it's good to see everyone's put the effort in as well, getting these liveries up and
Such a
running
long
with a
pit
few
lane.
special or one-off ones for this race too.
Yeah, there certainly is. It's absolutely fantastic to see. I'm just checking in on stream chat again because Ash Coupland Sim Racing, welcome, hello, by the way. Ferrari
I think a lot of
CEO
teams might just wait to do the one run at the end.
No stint
Yeah.
timer there, so was able to do.
You're not
80
taking
minutes
tons of
time
life
and
out
no
of the tyre,
tyre
and we are.
issues, so that's
We are
interesting.
doing the
10
shortest
second
So
race
if you
penalty
go, you should
for
be
car
get on it and
488,
you're all right.
causing a collision.
Guys, a penalty
We've
already.
not even reached the race. There you go, and that's also your first indication that you will see
Nice.
the penalties
That worked
pop
quite
up
well,
on
didn't it?
screen.
Yeah,
So
I think a
you
lot of
can
people will be
actually
coming to
see
the
a
end of
little
their
bit more
first
of what's
runs,
going
anyways.
on. Great work by Ben and Team
Yeah,
Basement to
they've
make
done
all of that
3, 4,
happen.
5 laps.
Just try and
Doc Smith says
not
that
go
tonight's
super
tonight
hard
gonna
on
be a
your
rough
warm-up
one,
lap.
or it'll be
Just
fun.
if
Who
we've got to
knows?
use them in the race, let's
Scotty
try
IO
and
1205 is now following
keep
as
them in
well.
the best shape possible.
Clompty says
Yeah,
Singapore
it'd be
Lambo's
fine.
really fast now. It seems that way. Golaka McDuck. Alexis in the wild. Yeah, we'll go find that one in a minute. Souls X God says something just wrong.
We can keep these
Walker is
ones till
Smexy.
later on.
Enduro Dad's here. Hello,
Yeah.
Enduro Dad.
When it's
Harry
cooler.
QRT is
So,
here.
do we want to make it?
Let's have a look
Oh
at
no,
the
it does it
QRT one.
automatically.
Can we have
Doesn't it?
No.
I'll
flick
put
to
a,
that one, Ben?
No, but
As
are you
and when,
definitely
you
on?
can find car
dry
I'm
step
on.
two.
Yeah,
I'm on
you're
dry
you're
one.
You're on
I'm on dry one.
This is
Oh,
the
it's
Ace
saying to me
Raceworks
you're on dry
part
two.
of,
Yeah,
I'm
no,
on
you
dry
can't-
one.
You cannot rely on what
and the
you
QRT
what the,
card
okay.
is
the
condensed,
non-driver
so,
sees.
Yeah,
Okay.
difficult to look at. Oh, there we go. Yes, yes, and I do love.
Are you putting a
the
note on
American
the
flag
thing?
Yes.
Do you want me to
scheme.
do
Good
it?
I've
job.
done it.
Okay, cool.
Good luck.
Cheers.
And the cams were orange as gold, and it looked good in every single colour.
May the juice be with you. Any comments on that?
Orange juice, maybe.
Yes. That makes sense. Yeah, there we go. It's great to see so many of you in the stream chat this
Ooh,
morning.
that's slippy.
Obviously, I won't get to every single message in there, but really great to have you all with us for this one. And it's only qualifying. We've got 17 minutes of qualifying left to go. As Von Ammenstein goes 13th with that Ferrari. We've got 17 teams with a time on the board so far, so plenty still to set the time. And in fact, there's a right bunch of cars that haven't even taken to the track yet. Now, given the lower number of tyre sets, do you think that some of the really fast guys are going to wait for the track to rubber in a bit more before even venturing out?
You're on stream. Give a
Yeah,
flash.
something I was going to ask Ben is what the track status is at the moment, because we saw on the practice server it was green, it was fast. It didn't go up
Nice.
too many times, although it did see it this morning. So it might
Flash
be that
now.
the track's still sitting at fast. and
No.
we're waiting for
Oh,
like
you
an
child.
optimum time to hit out. So,
You can get
Yeah, that's exactly
penalties
right.
for unnecessary
it's gonna be a
flashing. I'm
fast
not
track.
risking anything.
So a lot of the teams will probably be just waiting to see if it beds in a little bit before going out. So that's probably why we've only seen about half the cars actually doing laps so far.
the only problem with that is you need the cars to be out on track to get it to optimum.
Yes,
So,
the old F1 problem.
yeah.
I
although
remember those old F1 qualifying sessions where you would just sit and watch an empty track for the first 30 minutes before finally somebody goes out on track. It used to be the Minardis would go out first and they'd start to bed the track. I'm showing my age now.
Minardi, what's that? Everyone's
Exactly,
saying.
yeah. Ah, dear. I'm an old man now. Broken Bones Sim Racing, Jeremy Swanson here in the 777. Another AMG. So we've got a good mixture of AMGs and Ferraris and Porsches and Lamborghinis I think there's a couple of other cars out there. So there is an Aston. There is a Lexus as well that we mentioned earlier. So there's a couple of other cars, but very heavily dominated by the Ferraris, the AMGs, and the Lambos these days. Broken Bones picking up the AMG, and this 777 car currently 6th on the grid. But wouldn't take much of an improvement to jump up quite a fair way. Alex Shahabi's put his first time in of the session and has gone 4th. So a nice solid time in the 55 Porsche. We saw it briefly, the Connexus Motorsport car. But here comes Swanson into that final tricky sector. And will now take this left-hander where it's absolutely crucial to get the best launch possible out of there. Let's see what kind of time he does. We've had Pritchard jump up into 2nd as well in the number 3 Lambo, but it's Streege on pole at the moment. Swanson, though,
you there,
6th,
Alex?
so a small improvement.
Alex,
moves him up 1 place, Stevie.
is anybody there?
Yeah, what you were
I'm
saying
here.
about the cars
Yeah.
as well.
Oh,
it's-
you had a
Yeah.
massive.
Can
You
you hear
went
me?
straight on through the car park
I'm
then.
surprised that the old Endurance King, the Aston Martin V8 Vantage,
I don't like it when that happens.
there's not that many of them. There's only, I think I've only seen 2.
Yeah, I think there's 2. We have got a wild Bentley as well. Look, Van der Katspeek is driving a Bentley as well.
Yeah,
so it'd be interesting
Alex,
to see how
is your
they get on.
stream stopped
Now,
as well?
The Lexus entry.
Oh,
It's
am I
back,
right now?
it's back now, yeah, but it froze.
Erisophelion right now, so car 23. And I'm assuming that it's banking on some wet weather at some point because that Lexus is OP in the wet.
Yeah, and that team will definitely be hoping that it rains. And
It was weird because you went straight on into a car
guaranteed to
park
rain,
and
I
then
think.
you just carried on accelerating through the car park.
So that they're gonna have that team's definitely gonna have pace in that section. So interesting to see. Might struggle a little bit in qualifying, but
right.
we'll move
Good job.
through the
Brack's
race.
fairly
We're
empty and
looking
spaced
at
out at the
the
minute, so we can
Sim
probably get you out in
Houses
clean
car,
air again.
Greg Prescott.
Do you want to
well,
wait?
I
do
don't
we
know
want to
why
do
with
it?
this
Do we want to
morning,
do another run?
But a little bit of a funny story about
Depends what you feel like you've got. This-
I think you could sit there till maybe
didn't quite understand it.
This
go
three
out with
ten-
6 minutes to
Do
go.
tell.
There is
So
3
this
tenths of the
team
car in
didn't
front of
exist
you.
4 hours ago because as
There's only a
Greg was
tenth
checking
to
on his phone,
the quite
he
closely pack
managed
behind
to
you,
remove
but
the whole team off SGP.
it depends what you
And
feel, whether
then
you
went
feel
into
you can
panic
go
mode
quick
and was
or
having
not.
to wake all the drivers
What
up
you-
so
how
they
much
could
you think you've got in the
re-add
tank.
themselves into the new team and get back into the race. And I think
Who's
it
out on
was
track
all
now?
good, apart
Um,
from one driver who obviously
It's,
had
it's, only, there's only about 6 cars on track at the minute,
but
mate.
They are all back in the team now.
I
and
would-
they're all,
it's
I'm gonna
looks
see
like it's
what I'm
about
gonna
to
see.
get
I'm gonna
busy.
see what
It's,
I'm
definitely
gonna
a
see
new
what
one
Matt
for
High
the
does
excuses book,
first.
Why don't you get ready for a
before the
run
race.
with a fresh set of
Do
tyres
we want to name
and then
and
just
shame
wait
the,
till maybe
the
like
Iranian driver?
5 minutes, 6 minutes to go,
I think
and then potentially
I
go?
think we can name and shame.
But you put fuel in for one quick run then.
Of course, it had to be.
Yeah.
It's all
Fine.
ready. It's all ready to go. I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting to see what Matt High does. Because if Matt High does a similar time to me over the next few minutes, then there's probably not much in it in track evolution.
Now.
The track doesn't feel great,
No.
if I'm honest. It feels slippy. So
right now and improves the time by a couple
It's
of
good.
tenths.
It's a
Doesn't
strong time at the
quite,
top there, 36.2 in
sneak
these
ahead
conditions.
of Rath Knight.
You're quicker than what Hearns.
Picking up on Matt
What,
High
you're
here, who is
8 tenths
driving
quicker than Hearn, which
the
is
Fry Guys
a bit surprising. He's a bit slow.
165 entry. So Fry Guys, as per usual, in a Porsche, and High on that first lap time. Now, Stevie, you've driven for this team. Do we expect them to be competitive?
Yeah, both of the teams. I know that the Fry guys have been doing practice sessions, team practice sessions on Tuesday nights with each other for the last 4 or 5 weeks, I think. And not driving this car in the 95 car. I know
Should I go for a
Sasha
poo?
King, who,
alright.
believe it or not, drives with a
What a guy.
D27, which is scotch taped to the desk, along with the standard clamps. And
So
she has been
car
setting some
488
pretty
has got a
incredible times.
10-second penalty for stopping
So
on the racing
I
line
think
in
they're in with
qualifying.
a very good chance
Doesn't
of
fucking bode well, does it?
scoring high in this race.
Sasha is one of those drivers who's just got faster and faster and faster and faster of late. Imagine what happens
Similar
if you
time
put
to
her
you there,
into
isn't it, first lap?
a more up-to-date wheel.
Oh,
on an
he's
actual
super
wheel.
late on the
Or
brakes, so
maybe
yeah.
the secret is
gone
the
deep
Scotch
there.
tape. Maybe that's what's doing it.
He's got lower bias. He's
It
got
could-
48.
I know the scotch tape definitely is she claims it as a sponsor almost. So, but yeah, it's some pace that she's got for obviously not having the
Those
mad
3 teams at the
setups
top
that
are
you can
quick.
get these days. But it just shows that it doesn't matter what
Yeah.
you have in sim racing. You could start. You
Quick
can even be in a
paddlers, innit?
controller like I know one of our guys, Matt Wilmot, drives on controller and he still manages to drive AC as quick as the rest of us.
Yeah, he really does. We very briefly saw Kenko Motorsports white Ferrari. And
35.9, fucking hell, that is rapid.
And fully caffeinated for this race. I don't know whether they were meant to have some kind of Kenko livery or whether
that
it's
was a rookie
a
move. Just
main
watch
thing,
that
but,
crash.
yes, I'm sure they are going to be firing on all
Is it
cylinders.
someone backing up
all the
trying
way
to
through
create
this
space?
race.
So
We've got
he was right up the
24
chuff of the black
times
Lexus.
on
So in the
board
last
right
corner,
now.
he backed up, but there was a white Ferrari
This is
coming
Kieran
on.
Sharp,
It looked like to
still
be on a
sat in
quick
the
lap.
pits. Coming out
And he just
now.
turned across the front
the
of
Sim
them.
Racing
As they
Collective.
dived up
Now,
the inside, he just turned across the
Am I
front of
right
them.
in remembering
Just
that
sort
these
of blocked
guys
them
won
from going.
last year?
Yes, I think they did. It was very close between them and Pulse, and maybe
Right,
one
busy
other,
now.
I can't quite remember. I'll have to look up.
Oh, sorry, Pulse won. Pulse won. That's right. We did have a team with a I think, if I remember rightly.
It's up to you.
Pulse won,
if you think you got time in you,
TSRC.
I wouldn't go yet. If you're gonna
there
go
or
again, I wouldn't go yet.
I am on stream right now. Hello.
Oh, hello.
you've only got a couple of minutes.
Last year, but TSRC
To make sure you get all the laps in.
podium from memory, but they also won our 12 hours of Misano.
That was it.
Yeah.
So yeah, we know they're going to be quick.
Yeah. So TSRC will be quick. These guys will be quick because
Have
they always are.
what number is?
Interesting to see the
There
Pulse
they are.
livery
Dixon.
on a,
52.
They've not gone out
yeah,
yet.
looks
They've not gone
really
out.
Good actually. Chris Larson and Remnant MSL. We can expect them to be pretty.
Interesting.
rapid
Yeah,
as
what's
well.
99
I'd
going to
expect
do?
Team
I'm going to
Shahabi,
keep
the
an eye on.
Texas
I'll sit on board
Motorsport
with them.
car to be
It'll have leave
up
us
there. We've
18
already
sets
talked about Fry Guys
unused,
as
wouldn't
well.
it?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's not like you've
Yeah.
done a full
We
stint
still
on them,
don't
and we
really
can roll
know
these out later in the night
what
when
the
it's
form book
cooler.
is saying,
Yeah.
because
Uh,
with 8 minutes of qualifying left, we've still got.
And we are only doing.
I'm gonna do one more
teams,
run
set
now.
teams,
Don't
Yeah.
go
set
yet.
at a
I'm gonna
time,
go on
so,
tire set 2. Well, no, I want
we
to
really
be able to
don't
fit more
know
laps
who
in,
is
so I want to
Yeah.
go.
out there in terms
But I'm
of
gonna get you in a
pace, and here is
space.
Sasha King, and could be a
So
dark horse
when can you see the
for
99?
pole. Stevie, it's that time. You're gonna have to
When that
predict
gets
who's
to
gonna
the-
be on pole today.
In fact, just get ready to go, and I'll tell you when to go.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough as Sasha jumps right up.
Well, I
the
didn't think I'm
second,
gonna fit in any
straight
space
away on
there.
the first
You
lap.
are.
I'm gonna
If
be
you
waiting
go
like a minute.
now-
I'm gonna be waiting like a
I did
minute.
Get that right.
Go
and,
now.
said that they were going to be quick,
It's-
but
if you go now,
think
you'll get
Paul-
in the space between the
it's going to
99.
be difficult to look past Pulse. I've been in this practice server with them a few times, and my name's not been very close to theirs on the standings. Put it that way.
Matt High's obviously gone a lot quicker, hasn't he? Yeah, he's
36
so-
one.
I'm going to
Okay.
go with Pulse for pole, but I'm going
I wonder if the track's ramped up a little bit then.
Oh yeah, we haven't got there yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
just
408
pole.
Ferrari's gone done
I'm gonna
36
write this
too
on
as
my
well.
little whiteboard. So Stevie Bain says.
There you go.
Pulse.
Go.
Ben, prediction for pole, please.
Pulse. I'm boring.
Fucking hell, that's twice.
You are
That's twice
gonna
we've
need-
got out in decent air.
So I'm going to need to go for something different, I think. So, ooh, look at the other Fry Guys entry, just jumped up to second there. My guess.
So
is-
Larson,
I'm gonna
Dixon
go
and all
with
them.
the
Oh, Larson's
95
out. Mile,
Fry Guys,
Dixon's still sat in
the car
pit
that we're
lane.
looking at right now. I
I
think
wonder if
they
they're
might
going
just,
to... Oh, you're not
pull
allowed
a
to. You've
pole
got to
out
qualify, haven't you?
of the bag.
You won't want to start at the
Can you
back.
ask
You're gonna
Johnny
cost
who
yourself too
he
much.
predicts for pole?
You will. You'll lose far too much time.
Yes.
versus
Oh, yeah.
doing
Yeah,
one run
I'm not
on a set
disagreeing. Not disagreeing at all.
TSRC.
Ooh, TSRC from.
If you want to back
John.
off a little bit more, just to give you some more
Okay,
room to that
so,
climb.
He should be alright.
10
Yeah.
Because
That's the same one.
Kieran Sharp's really
That's
quick.
the same one.
That's
Okay,
the same one.
right.
I
Just
know him,
reminding people,
so-
if you joined us late.
Sorry.
I shouldn't close him.
Yeah, so
Yeah, they're the
we
ones that
haven't seen
won
on
the Misano
stream, I
race,
think,
Nick.
Okay,
we
fair enough.
probably saw
They're not gonna hold
the,
you up,
the
are they?
tail end of it earlier on.
They also,
Yeah,
it was Kieran
408,
Sharp
which
who
is
won the
this guy here,
Laguna
Harry
race
Brooks, Drive
that
to
we
Survive.
hosted.
They've
In the
actually
Nissan.
got a 10
Yeah.
second
And
freeze
they finished
penalty
second at
before the race is even
Suzuka.
done.
Who's that? Is that
And they
the,
finished
the
4th
stewarding
here
team's
last
working
year.
hard
what team
even
is it?
before the
Thingy?
race
TS, it's what
TSRC.
Yeah, they
TSRC,
used to be-
what used to
and
be
it's
OTO.
great that we've got
OTO, yeah.
live
I can't believe
streaming all the
OTO 's
way
gone.
through the 24 hours.
But it's not.
Yeah, and look
thought it
how
had gone.
close it is at the top.
It's
at the moment.
it's
So the top
kind of
5
gone, but it's not because
drivers
TSRC are
are
just a
separated
continuation of
by
it.
Yeah, but they've
half a
changed the
tenth.
name.
That's
Oh
it's,
my God.
and the top top 3, sorry, are less than 100 between them.
We are just going to bring up a replay of what caused the penalty for
Car
488.
4AA got a penalty.
Thank you, Ben, for digging that out. But as you say, that is pretty staggering how close things are out at the front. So this is the 488 car. So I think slowing down before building their lap, and then okay. So I'm assuming that the white car behind was on a hot lap. The 488 was building to start a hot lap, and then didn't want the white car to take track position, so moved across.
Yeah, or just didn't quite realise that the white car was there, and was in the mindset of right, let's get a lap in, turned in, didn't realise, and turned into them. I don't think it was. I would have hoped it wasn't. I don't want you to pass kind of thing.
Yeah, my wording made that sound quite deliberate. Not what I intended, but yeah, well reworded. Thank you, Stevie. So let's just take a look at those times out front. So Dionysus.
Feel any better or not?
Lambo.
It did, but I just lost all the time in the last sector.
Indy
you're
car, like it, and you can see they are out front with a 135.990, but don't have any of the fastest sectors at all. But it is so close. You got 5 thousandths back to the 88 AMG, and then another 2 thousandths back to the 95 Lambo, and then another 10 thousandths back to the 165 Porsche, and then only another few thousandths back to the number 3 Lambo. This is ridiculously tight at the front, and I think this is building up towards what will be a great race. But we still haven't seen times from Pulse, and TSRC have only slipped into 8th so far. So I think there is more to come in this qualifying session. It'll be very interesting to see what Pulse do. Sasha King moves to the point. Hello, that would be my prediction. 135.890 goes a full 10th clear at the front, and that's looking like domination compared to the rest of the time splits between the top guys.
Yeah, definitely. And it was interesting to see as well when Ben had the full standings up, the different lap numbers that everyone had done. So I saw a few 12 laps in Pulse at the minute. They're only on their second lap if it counts the out lap. And that looked a little bit too much a cut there, but
decent effort, mate. Well,
I know you can cut that corner a lot.
Quite a bit.
I wonder if they invalidated that one. We'll find out because I think this is their
can't
first
see
flying lap.
Hold on, I'm still going for another one.
Somebody's been through the polystyrene marker boards on the outside there. Jordan Watson then coming through the penultimate corner. The line that he took there suggests to me that maybe he's building to try again on this lap. That looked like a preparation line more than anything, but yep, so that was invalidated. So we spotted that big cut, and it did make all the difference.
Yeah, with the new update as well, it seems like tyres aren't quite up to pressure within one lap as well. You kind of need to do an out lap plus another lap before you get them up. Obviously, you can adjust the pressures before you go out, which I'm not skilled enough to do, which is why I just do 2 laps instead. But it could be that they were almost writing off the first flying lap anyway, and to get the tyres up to pressure. But it looks like the gap has come down. Oh, as we've just had an incredibly fast time in.
135.425 from Parek in the Lamborghini. That's the 690 car. We're following Lasse Strieg at the moment. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong, so if there is a correction on that, please let me know. Improvement moves to just over a quarter of a second behind Parek. back up into second place. Right, Jordan Watson for Pulse. Now
effort, mate.
on the first flying lap, so we're right into the business end.
I go for one more?
Qualifying.
Or no?
Yeah, I'll
This
push
is
on if you want.
Up
one
to
of the
you.
Feeling
favourites
okay.
for pole.
You think
Jordan
you got more in
Watson
you?
coming through into the final
again.
sector now, and we'll see where this Pulse car slots on their first timed lap. What kind of lap time are we expecting here, Stevie, do you think?
Well, I think Pole's going to dip into the 34s. I've got a feeling that they're going to just squeeze into it. Because we'll see Watson cross the line and doesn't get Pole.
No.
At the moment.
So Watson's going to have to do it all again on this lap. So at the moment,
Yeah, good effort.
690.
Yeah,
Lamborghini
I felt it
is
not
on
not
pole,
gaining any time in those
1:35,
first few corners. I thought there was no
45.
point in burning the tyre.
Jordan Watson
Yeah.
for
Did
pole
you-
Good job, mate.
in
Put that on the
AMG.
spreadsheet, Martin.
Sasha King, the first of the Fry guys.
That was set
entries,
2, wasn't it? You went up.
is just under half a second off
Set-
the pole, and we're picking
Yeah,
up
you
on
did
her
as well.
right now in that 95 Zebra liveried car. Dionysus is 5th, High 6th, Shahabi 7th, Pritchard 8th.
What
Sharp
number is
9th,
the
Larson
Pulse
10th,
Lambo?
Badowski
52,
11th,
they're in
O'Brien
second.
Oh,
12th,
okay.
Brooks 13th,
Because it was
Jackpot
Dixon in the car.
14th.
And
Routes
And
alignment
Watson's
is
gone out, he's
15th,
quicker.
Clayton is
35-4.
16th, Van der Steeg is
Seeing that.
17th, Modan 18th, Jelinek 19th, and Van
That's
der
a
Katspeek is 20th.
Pacey time,
We'll
that
bring
is.
you the full order before the race starts.
there's only like
we
3,
are
but then
right
there's a
in
big
the
jump
dying
in there.
embers
Well,
of
you
those
look
qualifying
top
sessions.
16 's
Keep
covered by a
watching
second.
That timing tower. Streak has finished.
They're so close.
qualifying
They're so
in the
close.
pits. The checkered flag tells you that they have.
I'm
completed
happy
their
because I'm
final
around where
time,
Matt High is,
so it
and we're
won't be
normally
hard for them.
similar.
Larson
So
running
that's
out a little
that's
bit
fine.
wide onto the grass.
Yeah, you're ahead of,
as, they
TSRC.
head out onto,
Yeah, and to be fair, that's probably
over
normally
the
around.
final corner.
That's
So
normally around the gap I
coming
am
into
to
that
Watson.
final sector. Sharp has finished his lap as
But
well.
Larson's ahead, behind
Only
you.
9th for TSRC, so work to be done in the race for them.
Might not be now. I
Larson,
don't know.
though, is now coming out of the final corner. And I'm
Hardly
guessing
any of the
that,
fucking
it's a
cars
good
have numbers on
improvement because then following it.
Not all. Yeah, no, some of them don't.
So what?
I'd have thought that'd have been a.
Oh, Watson got super close in the end.
Round racing.
Thought that'd have been a thing that you got to at least have
Still on
a
pole.
proper number on
It's
your
a
car.
suspiciously pulse-like livery, that one. Watson will not take pole. 57 thousandths the gap to Parek.
So I had a
Remember,
thought
the
for the
Streak,
race start.
Watson and King having completed their final laps. Parek
It would probably be
looking
worth
good for pole
running map
in
8
pink,
for
yellow,
the first
and
couple of
black.
laps,
Cute and round racing Lamborghini
just to give you,
coming towards the line on their
make sure
Yeah.
final
Yes.
you're
qualifying
not
lap.
disadvantaging ourselves.
No, it
Ugh,
wasn't.
that was
They
weird.
hold that pole time.
Ooh,
and qualifying's
yes.
done and dusted. Parek takes
Nice.
pole. So
Nah.
every single one of us.
Oh, these
is
are. Oh,
wrong.
fuck. What do we go on?
As usual.
What's it? I can't see the forecast.
Time form.
Wet.
It's wet, but it's
we've
light
just
rain.
had an update from
Yeah, but
Ben.
it's
I don't
wet.
know if that
The
was
track
live on
is-
stream,
track is
but
starting
the
to wet.
start
Well.
of the race, it's raining.
You don't want to burn us. We said
Oh
this,
my
didn't we? We don't want to be burning the slicks.
So wet at Indy. Ben, how wet?
I think for safety, especially at the
Um,
start, I would go wet.
I'd say like
I was quicker on dries when it was damp when I was doing the testing.
Yeah, but it's not damp.
The trouble is,
Yeah, but it will literally be damp within like 4 laps.
yeah, but right,
Hi,
it's not
Astro.
always, it's not always one line of rain. Isn't always one line of rain. It's a range of rain, and we don't know where it's sitting in that.
necessarily want it to be raining at the
Same
start,
with the
but,
track.
it'll make it fun for
If you go to the
stewards.
outside camera, how much
Johnny's
puddles
swearing
out
at
there
me.
is there?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's have a
John's
look
just
round.
joined us. I think you know Ben's just tried to blame Kunos and their algorithms, but I would suggest that everyone else jumps.
I think
Doesn't
that looks
look-
pretty wet.
I don't know.
It's raining pretty hard.
100% my fault.
Yeah, and don't forget, we're now sitting here for another 10 minutes of rain on the track with
no
no
cars.
cars going around it.
Don't be a hero, Shahabi.
No,
Alright, we'll start on wets. We'll start on wets
Yeah,
then.
there's a bigger downside.
Just to say,
Isn't there?
It's wet. Bye.
It might not be the quickest, but it's the most risk-averse strategy.
This is ACC Astro.
Ooh, I'm ready.
A little bit different to what I normally do.
Oh, that's not very good.
That was the
Right, let me reload.
Oh.
It
Oh.
stops.
What's up?
What?
They're making their announcement.
As you can see on
Oh,
screen,
no.
we are announcing the ONID GT team.
No,
World
ignore it.
Cup. So Stevie, you're here, I know, and we've had a great.
They're not. It's not. It's doing something else at the minute.
Kind of championship on a Tuesday.
So we
night.
want wet pressures for
so far
track
this
temper
season.
32.
I kind
Yeah,
of wanted
so
to keep it
23-1.
a fixed
Are we going for full wet
bonus, should we say,
pressures?
on a Tuesday night. So we're announcing the GT.
These are the damp ones. These are.
These are the alright. Okay,
sign-ups
that's
are
fine.
open now.
Yeah, I think it'd be a bit
Live
super
on the
suicide to go
GP
for
for
wet.
anyone who wants to go and sign up.
23-1.
But I
Yep.
thought I'd just give you
24-6.
guys quite a nice little format to these, and it might turn
Yep.
some people off. It might turn
22-0.
people on to racing. Giggity.
So low.
Yes.
And the
Yep.
basic format is
23-4.
basically,
You're probably
there
going to have to
is
try and work it
two
hard on the
classes.
outlap.
Each
Unlike we
season
normally
every
do on a
there'll always be
set of wets.
GT3 class, and
Yeah,
this season there's
okay.
going to be a GT4 class as well.
And your first lap probably going to be a bit
18
sketchy, but it'll come
spots,
to you.
14 GT4
Yes.
spots, 32
Um,
groups,
Alright, to
fuel.
and each team has
Fuel,
to
I
comprise
would-
2 drivers.
I would go with 96
There
litres.
is they are all 60-minute races.
96
with
Yeah.
a
for
mandatory
the
pit
hour
window,
15,
where you have
Yeah,
to change
just-
driver.
just in case.
Yeah.
But the slightly different
Okay.
thing with the pit window is it's going to be 12 minutes long.
Oh,
with the
dearie
first
me.
6 minutes being for the GT3 drivers, and then the second 6 minutes being for GT4
Why is the start of an
drivers. So very
enduro
similar to
more
what we're doing in
stressful
GT Cup and
than a normal
British
league
GT
race?
and things like that. And you have
The
to
stressful
drive
league ones when you
within
have
your
like
6-minute
3
window.
minutes to sort your tyre
Also,
pressures
there
out.
is going to be
Yeah.
5 sets of tyres available.
Make a judgment. Well, actually, it's not. It's like 2.5 because you have to click.
There's also going to be live stewarding as well. And you think my stewarding is
I've
going to be
just
bad for
put
the next
in.
24
I've
hours. You've got
seen a
me
couple of
stewarding the whole
links
championship.
for the streams.
There's
so
of
I'm just putting
course
them
going
in
to be a
the
bit of
info
variable weather.
tab.
But the one thing that's really exciting, I got a kind of bit of feedback from the guys that are doing the team cup at the minute, was that we're actually going to bring in success penalties. So the success penalties are basically going to be if you win in your class, say round 1, in round 2 you're going to get a 15-second penalty added to your pit stop, and if you finish second you get 10-second penalty. If you finish third you get 5 seconds, etc., and so on and so forth. To actually kind of equal the field out a little
Steve's
bit.
sending us a good look.
But yeah, I'm really excited for it. I think it's going to be cracking.
I
Yeah,
might go
it's
for a
going to be
nervous
good.
wee
The team
before we
championship
start.
at the moment has been really good fun. Everyone's been enjoying it. It's thrown some interesting racing in as well, with the different abilities. of
Yeah,
drivers and
I'm
things.
gonna go
So
for.
You got
I'm
7
looking forward
minutes.
to it as well.
Yeah,
and,
I'm gonna go for a
I'll
wee as
definitely
well.
have to try and find a
So,
way
I can be right back.
to go and sign a
Yep.
team up before
Enjoy.
everything.
Yeah, well, like I said, sign-ups are open right now, so you can head over to our SGP page, get your team signed up. Minimum of 2 drivers, 60-minute races, success penalties, and split pit windows. What more could you want? And there's some great tracks in there as well. Thrown some absolute great tracks in there. So we've got Watkins Glen as round 1, and we've got Imola, Paul Ricard, Bathurst, Donington Park, and then we're going to finish at Kyle Army.
Oh, what a cracker. That sounds good.
Absolutely awful. Can I get in on this announcement hype then?
Oh, go.
So there's
Have
another
you got another
announcement.
badly sized?
Yeah, I
target
have
artwork
actually,
for
because
it?
it will
Okay.
come up horribly sized, so I do apologise. But so we've been working with Gamers Apparel.
Have you
who
put your
are
stream up,
a
Joe?
Custom.
Yes, mate, my stream's running.
Like clothing.
Have you put a link to it?
I put it in the chat, mate. Yep.
Designers, to come up with something in addition to Adam's lovely stuff that he puts up on the sim stuff. You can thank John for this one, because obviously I chatted with John, because Fry Guys have some nice tops and things through there, so I've got myself one of those. But so we've got our own ones. So if I drop this on here, you can have a look at what we're flogging. Oh wait, well, there you go. There you go. Doesn't it look lovely?
They
They
are
look
peachy.
nice.
They are very, I know it's very speedy right now, but we've just had confirmation that everything's going up as we anticipated. So at some point during the race, we'll be sharing this, so you can get in on it and get some nice stuffs.
I love that top. I do like the soft shell jacket as well.
Yeah, I think me and Johnny are just buying everything, aren't we? Pretty much.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the fact that Sean's just said he's going to join the Suez ONID team if they're the team shirts. So that's in writing now, Sean.
Yeah,
You're in trouble.
thank you very much.
Yo, yo, yo.
I'll talk to the
Here we
guys.
go.
We'll get that short sorted.
I quite like those owner joggers.
They're nice. I like the
Also
I like the
them
top.
joggers as well. I'm also
I might
liking
get a
the
pair of
fact
black
that they
ones.
do Adam sizes as well. That's great.
We need to get
Yeah,
some
you're one of
collectors
them-
ones.
You're one of them grubby
Like
people that wears
heifer
joggers, isn't you?
Heifer size.
Yeah, I fucking hate
Right,
wearing
so,
jeans.
we'll
Not gonna
leave
lie,
you to it, you
fucking hate
two.
it.
I always feel really
Thanks, a big
scruffy
thanks
in
from
joggers.
me and Johnny.
Oh,
for
I don't
everyone's help
care.
on today
Rather look
and
like a
taking
fucking
part.
chav
Really
and be
looking forward to getting
comfortable.
going. Thanks to Adam and Stevie for starting and doing a lot
And
of
you do
well,
it
racing
so
from
well.
Stevie, but also having a friend on today.
Thanks.
You know, it needs enemies and you got a friend like Nick.
Big thanks to everyone behind
Yeah,
the
innit?
scenes making this work. Yeah, you'll hear me on and off on stream, and me and Johnny at 4 AM, I think. So
Hell yeah.
hell yeah.
Just before Johnny goes, because he doesn't know about.
Have they
this,
said the
but,
announcement yet?
There's going to
No.
be a giveaway in my next.
Or is the announcement their new
There was
their
the
new range?
There was the range, and there was also a Tuesday night.
We are going to
Team
be
series.
giving away an exclusive 24 hours.
Oh
of
right, okay.
t-shirt
I do the. I'm
live on
pretty sure they.
stream. So you can
That's the
catch
GT.
them
Isn't that
both.
the GT3 team
And,
series?
they will be put up for sale
Yeah.
this afternoon as well. So if you want to grab,
I think they're doing 3s and 4s. I was only half listening.
T-shirts as well, you can do, but mainly it's being created for the giveaway, which we will do in my next commentary stint, which
Oh, dearie me.
I think this evening. Can't remember. But yeah, basically you need to just tune into the whole 24 hours and then you've got a chance of winning.
Oh, one last thing.
What time's the Nürburgring start? 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Subs as well.
Oh, yeah, and
Long time.
I have
Sorry we
no
missed it,
idea.
Bo. We've been busy in announcement, but thank you. A long term, well, one of nearly OG, isn't it, Bo?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. So one of our resident OGs. Thank you very much, Bo.
There's also create a command request that's came in. So
Oh no, I'll have a look at that. What's that one?
it's not too bad.
Okay, I'll have a look at it. We'll get that sorted when it's a bit quieter.
Did we end up with any soundboarding?
The
type
volume
effect,
on their
by
stream
the way,
is
John?
really quiet.
Yeah,
no,
I did
no,
think
no,
that.
No, please.
I've had to
Go
turn
on,
my
go on.
TV right
Do
up.
your first one.
No, it's fine for me.
Which one shall I do? Which one shall I do?
Is it bad that I'm tired already?
Yeah, I woke up a bit early and I was like, no, go back to sleep. Just have another hour in bed. I just couldn't.
We've got a lot.
I said to Claire, I was like, if I'm not awake by sort of
do they
9ish, wake
all
me up.
happen to
And
be
I woke
me?
up after 7.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
I
pretty
think so.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't help it.
Wow. Wow.
I'm gonna get so confused at what's live and what's not.
So if
The
this,
thing is, you'll probably hear some of those live. You can imagine.
So this
me at
weather
some
looks
point
like
there
it's
being
in
overtaken
at the
me
minute,
going,
it's not
wow.
it's not changed at all in the 10 minutes we've sat
Although
here.
if you do need to
Yeah.
nip away,
So it's just
if I open
Go
up
for
the
as long as
soundboard,
we
I
can
fill
until
in.
the weather changes or whatever.
There is a really special one for
What
Yeah.
time does
someone from a
N24
certain
start?
community turns up as well.
That's what I just said.
Two
It's like 2
glass
o'clock, I
that.
think. Literally
Fucking
just asked that. You said there's live timing for this.
Yes.
Yeah, Pip.
Yeah, links in
There's
the
a-
indie chat for us.
That
Yeah.
was when that was when my foot was broken.
In our indie chat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah, perfect. Thank you.
You can, when it loads up, you can
Oh,
click
right,
on
right, we'll leave you to it.
sort of like the car number and stuff, and then it pops it onto
Oh,
the
good. Right, we can
the
have fun
little
with
bit
this.
to the right hand side, so you
all
can see
day.
stint
Right, we'll
lengths
leave you
and see
alone.
when
Cheers,
people
guys.
visit.
Everyone, we hope you
We'll
enjoy
try to
it.
go
Ah,
to a
okay.
parade and do bollocks as well. Just keep.
Good,
Fucking
right,
no.
okay, here we go then.
I've
So
created
we're
an account
about
'cause it
to,
gives you a slightly
get
different-
going
Oh, have
with,
you?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
it's
free
cool.
account.
That's the first time I've seen the
Yeah,
track.
a free
And that
account, but then
really
it's always
is
trying to get you
wet.
to.
So, Ben, can we
It's
bring up
fine.
the entire grid so that I can just run through the entire order? There we go. So,
Right.
Pep,
So,
is on
just
pole,
one last thought
So,
as well.
90
35,
not
When
just
the
to
weather
make
changes.
sure.
Yeah, right,
96
yeah.
Watson with
litres,
the Pulse 10
yeah.
with
wet
the
tyres.
52 car is
Yes.
second, Street
Cool.
third.
Had twos. Yeah.
King was fourth.
Yep.
Dionysus
Not Pablo,
was
Joe.
fifth. High sixth. Shahabi seventh. Pritchard eighth. Sharp ninth.
If we all
Wilson
try and,
10th,
when you're in the
Rossi
server, try
11th,
and keep an eye on
O'Brien
if you're not
12th,
driving when the
Brooks
weather
13th,
changes and
Yeah.
Gaspar
sort of mark
14th,
in your
Ralph
head
Ryan
the time at the
15th,
top.
Beton
Then we know when the
was
rain's gonna hit.
16th, then
That's always helpful.
Jelinek in the first of the race.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're doing-
many
17th,
poos.
Van der Steeg,
Many,
18th,
many
Molan,
poos.
19th, Hearn,
Nick, as you're in the
20th,
server, do you want to
in
whiz up and down the
23rd
field and see what
is
tyres people
Swanson,
are
then
on
it's
for a bit of info?
Davies in
Yep.
23rd,
By the looks of it, people are on
24th,
wets next to me.
Abbas,
Yeah, in front of
Right.
you they are.
So
Thorpe, Gamble
Wet,
26,
wet,
Barnard
wet,
27,
Which way are you going, though?
28,
From pole all the way back.
Alright.
Everyone. Oh, ooh. The 16 Aston,
29th.
the number 42 Aston
I'll
is
work on that
16th
one.
on wet
Von
slicks.
Amenstein is 30th. White's 31st.
Betton's driving.
Prescott 32nd. Aphelion 33rd.
And also
Guthrie
the
34th. With
Pulse
no
Ferrari
from
54
the
is on
75
slicks.
Lambo. That Lexus starting at the back of the grid will be very, very encouraged by the weather conditions, Stevie.
That track is pretty wet now, isn't it?
Everyone else is on wets, so there's two cars on.
The first tactic.
I think it would have been a bit of a struggle these first few laps.
They wouldn't have been
slicks, wouldn't it?
That's what I mean by that. But yeah.
I just don't think it's worth the risk of burning slicks at the minute.
Mate, I forgot you could drive through cars in this, and I just,
You just shit
mate, I was just, oh my god, he's just wiped someone the fuck out.
Gotta be fair, a little bit of, oh fuck!
Here my arsehole just falling all over the floor.
Their formation lap. I mean, this is,
It doesn't matter, I know it, and I even went, oh fuck!
Question of,
Do you have your TC or ABS up, Alex?
it's not
No.
It's not
Okay.
On the line
Okay.
kind of thing.
Are you
It's definite
Going to run
full
map
wets
8
here.
at all? Or are you going to keep
But
map
they're
4?
gonna
I
be
think I'll
trying to get
probably
some
just
temps
keep
in,
map
but also at
4,
the
to
same
be
time
honest.
trying to work out where
I don't
the-
think
found-
it's as much bearing in the wet, does it?
No,
And I
thought-
felt, to be fair, I felt like map 8 was a little bit Larry in quali. It feels a little bit Larry on throttle from being used to map
the Mercs
4.
are quite good
Yeah.
in the wet.
They should.
Not sure how the Porsche
They should have the same
is.
throttle curve.
The Lambos.
But yeah, I don't know, maybe it's just a
something with
subliminal
it,
thing
iffy.
or whatever,
Okay,
like
I've not
subconscious
personally
thing,
driven
yeah.
the Lambo in the wet
subconscious,
yet.
yeah.
Astons, well, no, the Astons are always, they're pretty good in any conditions as well. And the Bentley, you've driven the Bentley probably more, is it? All right in the wet? No. Okay.
Doesn't get on with me. But anyway, we are starting to line up now. Bo Lambert's tipping £25. Big man.
Thank you. Jesus
Oh, you got
Christ.
some decent pressure in
What a
those.
legend, Bo. That's big.
they're not
time.
too bad.
So thank you very much for that. And
Oh, dear.
and
Right,
constant
boys,
support of Oni.
here we go for 24 hours.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you very much.
24?
Cheers.
Oh, I didn't sign
Look,
up for
we are
this.
getting ready to go in what is now renamed the Bo
I'll
Lambert
give you some
24
quiet
Hours of Indy.
first few laps. Maybe
It's
a bit.
now our title sponsor by the looks of it. But,
Oh, look at these, the two
yeah,
Fry
so
Guys cars
these
can take them
guys
each other
are
out.
now heading onto the start-finish straight and getting ready to go. Let's see whether we can do turn 1 nice and cleanly. We are about to go racing. Watch that timer. It's about to start ticking down from 24 hours because here we go. For 24 hours of Indy, we are green and off we go then. The two pink and yellow Lambos out front, setting the pace. Watson looks like he's made a really good start, but look at that absolute field of cars heading down into T1. The AMG of Streak has made a good start and Pulse run out wide and drop into third.
You're a
There is
fucking
contact with
tit.
Streak in second. So we've got contact at the front between Pulse and the
Whoa,
AMG
people
that
just
we were
driving
talking
into
about
me
there
like.
as well. So Dionysus
Thought you got
for
around
the
it pretty well for a
Cracked
minute.
Racing team moves up into second. So it looks like those two cars have survived that. I don't think there'll be too much damage from it, but yeah, a tricky start to the race. The
Not
grip
sure what the
will
damage
be
is. I'll
low.
have a look in a
The
minute.
temperatures will be low. The guys will be finding their feet and trying to work out how they can get their car around this track as best as possible. But right now,
2.5.
it is Tarek out front in the pink Cute and Round Racing 690 Lamborghini. Stevie, a fairly clean start apart from that instant out front.
Yeah, just little touches which then Constantina up and more cars get involved, but it looks like everyone managed to get straightened out and going again before it caused too much issues. And yeah, what a lead Parek has got on this first lap. I mean, that's almost like, you know, the Max Verstappen lap 1 type lead. Is huge, but the
3 seconds clear as we see one of the Fry Guys
Watson
cars up
struggling
the
in that
inside
Lambo,
of
isn't he?
Jordan Watson, so that must be Matt High. And it looks to me like Pulsar just struggling a little bit in the early stage here as Elm
Oh, great start, is it?
0407 dropping the follow. Thank you for that.
It's fine.
Watson under pressure from Pritchard in the 3 Lambo here. So Pulse just struggling.
It's
to get
already
the lead
damp.
at this moment
Yeah, I
in
was
time.
gonna say
They were
track is damp.
second on the grid, only a couple of hundredths behind the pole guys. But that BBS car now looking to make a move, not quite close enough. Pulse later on the brakes, and they hold 6th place at this moment in time. But that was not the start we were expecting from Pulse.
No, don't think they'll have too much damage, so I think they'll be okay for the stint. They're not going to have to pit early, but it might hamper their lap times a little bit through the next however long it is, up to 75 minutes.
And of course, it might elongate their first stop
Just
time.
be
if they
sensible
do
on the
decide
straights
to
and
fix
try
the
and get off
damage
the
as
line
well.
and get
So,
some water on him.
Parkin is in chat and has obviously completely forgotten that this race lasts an entire 24 hours because he said it's theirs to lose from this position. Really? With 24 hours to go?
Yeah, he's I'm sure he's meant to be in the comms booth at some point, so I hope he reads up on what the race is.
Yeah. I hope he doesn't think that it's going to be over by like 2 o'clock this afternoon and has forgotten that he's in the comms box. It is 24 hours, this one.
Oh,
Streak, who was
fucking hell.
involved in that turn 2 incident with the Pulse car, right on the back of the Fry Guy's entry of Sasha King.
He
who's
seems to get
currently
insane drive
sat
out of that
third.
chicane.
So Lasser will be looking to move back up. The pace is there. Now, TSRC, who qualified in 9th, still sat in 9th, but right on the back of Alex Shahabi. So it's a Porsche battle. Now, was that I think we've got some cars looking already for the wetter part of the track. Even though it is still raining, they want to keep the temps there in their tyres. TSRC round the outside then, and that wasn't the soundboard, that was live. Kieran Sharp moves
Just
up
remember
to
23,
nice move.
55 minutes to
Yeah,
go.
lovely move around the outside. Got the run out of the last corner. Shahabi defended right to the inside, which forced Kieran around the outside, but he's managed to break later.
I need this
get
track
round
to
at
dry
low
up.
speed into turn 2, which then is in his favour.
Is that average
Really good
Sharpie
move, and
in
we'll
front?
see if
Yes.
Kieran can then pull up on the back.
I need
of Prince
these
Charles
tracks to
and
dry
see,
up.
but
My pressures
yeah,
aren't.
about that dry line.
Don't worry, they will do.
Definitely some
They will do
drivers
a bit.
moving over at the inside to try and cool the tyres because it is hot. I think it should
So
be
do the old
about
fucking Lambo
it's
boy.
33 degrees track temp. So the rain's not going to stay on there long, especially if it stops. It is still currently raining, as you can see from the TSRC's wiper.
Yeah, no wonder these
That was
guys are getting
car
such good
off
drive.
on
They've
the
probably got the
infield.
pressures better.
It was Pritchard. So Pritchard's had a moment in the broken bones.
I wouldn't
car,
run offline necessarily.
ran across the
No, I'm not.
infield, so drops down to 10th, make that 11th, as Pritchard drops another position there behind Larson. No, in fact, that's 12th, because that's O'Brien slipping through as well. So that's been a costly error for the Broken Bones sim racing car. I mean, Stevie, that's the other question is, what will these guys have done on the grid? Will they have gone, okay, quick, let's switch to a wet weather setup, or are they banking on the fact that this is a 24-hour race and more of it will be dry, so they will have a dry setup with
What
wet
is he-
tyres on? What's going to be best for them?
Bit of a
I
dive
think
from Larson
with
there.
the setups, at least what I've found is it doesn't make too big a difference between the wet and dry setups. So I think most of the teams will be going on their dry setup that they've been practicing
Don't stick your nose up
and,
there, man. Come on.
Going
I'm
for
gonna
that
say
even
there's
though it's
sensible
raining.
places
Throw a
in
set of
this.
wet tyres on it, put the brake bias backwards a little bit, and go
Use
out
23.
on that. But a lot of the teams might have set the car up previously just to have a bit more of a safer dry setup in case it does rain, as we're seeing.
Ah.
So we're seeing Routus Linen on the back of High Brooks, but they've got the 10-second penalty, which will come off when they go into the pit stop. It's a little bit like a 10-second penalty in F1, so you pull up the pit box, nothing gets done on the car for 10 seconds, then the tyres and fuel gets put in, driver change if that is the case, and then they'll pull out. So
We
we'll
are
see these
definitely the cork in the bottle
penalties
here.
pop up and then disappear again as drivers start going into the pits.
I think, did Ben just whisper in our ear that track has gone damp?
Yeah.
So even though the rain is still falling,
I'm struggling
amount
to
of
get the
cars
fucking
that are
car
thundering around
stopped.
here, and like you said, the temperatures as well mean that the track is evolving quite quickly. as we join Matt High here with looking back towards Jordan
Doesn't
Watson.
particularly
Now,
feel
the
great.
other thing to think about here, Stevie, is
Everyone
all
else
these
is looking
guys
for the
will
wet
have
line as well, mates.
sprint
It's not
times
just
and
you.
plans laid out for the entire 24. We've now got wet weather to start off with, which one is
Don't
good
forget
news
your
for them
pressures
because
are
they're
still a
saving
little
some
bit
tyres.
out, so
As we see
it's only
Larson
gonna
up the
come to you.
inside of Shahabi then for 8th place. It's not like those two have never raced each other before. Oh, there's a punt from behind. So Shahabi gets punted by O'Brien.
Can reverse.
And Pritchard makes up
I
some position. as a
I don't
result.
want to
We're
risk
still
moving.
recollecting that one in the background.
Oh, fuck.
Just returning. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say it's an awkward place. Shahabi was stuck there as well. He was stuck kind of pointing towards the racing line, so he's going to have to wait for a lot of
What's
drivers
the
to
damage?
come
Not your
through,
fault,
and,
mate, at all.
As we're seeing more door banging. Is this British Touring
What's the
cars?
damage?
Hold
It
on.
would appear that way.
Yeah.
I mean, just to clarify for anyone
19
watching
seconds.
how the stewarding works. Oh, there is more
Alright.
contact. This is
Ah!
epic battling, but
No, no, it's
you know,
fine.
these
Look,
kind of
long race.
conditions, it's so easy to make contact.
That's
We've
going to
now
be a
got
nailed
cars
on penalty.
3 wide coming out onto the back straight. So we'll talk about the stewarding in just a second because we're seeing 2 Aston Martins, a Ferrari and a Porsche.
Nick, can
going
you have
at
a
it,
look
and that's
what
the
number that
QRT
Ferrari
car
was?
up the inside there into
The one that hit us while we were
left-hand
past.
end of the back straight.
No, first one.
No, the
He's
first one that
now
turned
on the
us.
wrong line for the
Right,
next
okay.
corner, but then the inside for the next one, and takes that.
Because I want to make sure it's on the reporting.
beautifully. So, well done to the QRT car for making up a place there. Harry Brooks is still trying to chase down Reitzelainen.
Fuck's sake.
13th. Returning to the point about stewarding, there is an automated process to stewarding, Stevie, as well as the manual, isn't there?
Yeah, so any cars that kind of come into contact, so like that door banging that we saw, even if it's not, you know, it might just be a little bit of a door bang where nothing's really happened, it still gets flagged up on our instant sheet.
I don't know how much time this is causing us.
I was going to say, you feel it out for a lap or two.
And deem whether it is.
I was going to say, I don't know if we potentially use
But-
this to strategy
Have
advantage.
you- yeah, but Nick, have you got that number?
I'm just about to,
That's the
just watching the replay.
Lost. It's
2 seconds,
well done.
Ted. Stop and go penalty.
Why is it
Stop
so
go penalty. I
bad?
think it was a car 23.
23 for causing a lap 1 incident.
Oh, no, that's a
So
lap
that
1
is,
incident.
Erisophelion. It
Yeah,
picked
car
up
30.
a stop go 30 penalty straight away. Sorry, Stevie.
It's not recorded it then.
so not looking
Yeah,
great
I was just
for
looking
the
at it, I was
the
just
fight
doing a
back in the wet.
refresh to see if it-
But you'll need to record it and
Yeah,
report
an
it, Nick.
update. Looks like the ONID racing team, Andy
Uh,
Thorpe, has
there's
dropped down quite a lot
30
as
on
well. They're currently in 26th.
No, it's
But
not there,
the
Nick.
Enduro Dad Andy
Right,
in chat
okay,
saying
manual
it's gonna
report.
fight
You
back
want me
from
to do it?
last.
But you have to.
Must have
You're in
been,
the
uh,
server
an
to
incident
record
at
the.
the
Well, I
start
can
for
fill in the
them
form if you give me the info.
Oh,
that was
wow,
a-
was that a pulse car going across
right.
the
What
curve?
is the
That's
time
what
at the
it's
bottom
called,
of your
curve.
replay?
Yeah, it was.
Right, I'm
So
sorry.
that
Let me go back to replay.
is,
Yeah, you need to be in the
second
replay
pulse
for this.
AMS. I'm sure we'll try and pick up a replay of that at some point. But it seemed to make a mistake.
I don't know why the car just felt so bad at the beginning.
And it seems to me that he
We're
was
about
incredibly
a
lucky
PSI out.
not to collect multiple other cars in the process. Have these guys all forgotten that this is a 24-hour race? This is some crazy action
So,
at the
do
beginning.
you want... Right.
I was having some PTSD flashbacks there. To,
yes.
last time we were in the
22
commentary
minutes,
booth at that
25
corner.
seconds.
But luckily that
Yeah.
everyone got away
And
with
lap.
Hits at...
Adam
Yeah,
just
what
losing
lap
a
is
few
it?
places, so
That is lap.
yeah, as you can see, all the cars are going over to the wet hand. Wet
It says at
side
the
of
bottom where
track.
lap is.
I like that.
In the
wet
replay.
hand side
Oh,
of the
lap
track.
5,
I like
sorry.
that. Let's stick with that. It's the wet hand side.
Lap
Yeah,
5.
they all
We're
are.
55.
So,
What the number
I'm
of the
assuming
car?
that temps
30.
are going through the roof as well for these guys. But tyres are going to be tricky to manage right now.
Do you need a clip of the replay?
We're going to have
No.
Okay, cool.
we're going to have
No,
a
'cause
quick
you
look
need
back
to
at
do.
lap 1.
Can I come out of there, or do you
just a
still need
second.
me in here?
We will bring
I'm good.
other instance to you as and when we can. But it's quite
Right.
backlog of replays
Tenth.
to go through. So we're looking at what happened between these.
Just
second
take your time
place
and
cars. So Stieg up
picking your way
the
through.
inside, trying to take second place. Pulse run out wide, and then it looked very minimal, but there was contact there, and it will be interesting to see what the stewards decide from that one. and Chaos reigns supreme behind it.
Yeah, a lot of door banging, just obviously reacting to cars moving in front, slowing down in front, trying to avoid. But so it'll have thrown up a lot of incidents on the sheet, but it was such a light touch that started that, and it's almost unlucky. I would have said it was.
This is where we do need that webcam in the basement, because I can imagine there would actually be steam coming out of Johnny's ears at the minute. If we looked at the spreadsheet, there's going to be a lot of stuff on there, and he's just going to be going.
Nice move, mate. How does it feel? Does it feel really bad?
It feels like shite, if I'm honest. But I don't know whether that's because the pressures are completely out.
Streak, sorry. Those cars were the ones involved at turn 2. And Watson now getting back ahead of Strieg. So Watson was second on the grid. Remember, it was a Lamborghini front row. It is a Lamborghini 1-2 at the minute, because we've got Dionysus up in second. We're now picking up on Petr Jelinek in the 51 Racing Stronger car, looking good. Chasing down Beaton in 16th place, but Petr has recently made up a position up into 17th place and looking good. Or is actually he just lost a position to Davies? Yes, he has. Down to 18. So sorry, my bad.
Still looking good though.
Still looking good.
Petr's come on a lot recently as well. He's got a lot quicker. So be interesting to see if this is just a nice and calm start, get into the race. But towards the end of the stint, I can see Petr kind of reeling people back in.
That Lexus, by the way, is a lap down following their SG30. So Eris trying to recover things after that, but Jelinek sitting.
He's got us down for an
as
instant.
we rejoin our leader, who's now wait for it.
That was the great Porsche.
8 seconds
okay.
clear at the front. That cute and round car, car 690. 8 seconds clear of Dionysus.
There was nothing in that whole time period. It's a big blank.
What a first stint so far from these guys.
Yeah, do they know it's
just
a 24-hour race?
Lexus sheet's already been reported for Dicey driving.
Quite
Doesn't
as
look
hard,
great.
Yeah, it's incredible to see the pace that they've got.
I'd
I know
potentially
that
just hang fire because this could all go to shit at the first corner.
Talking of which, 2 secs, Ted. I don't know if you've seen a little red box pop up next to Jordan Watson's name. I think we're going to get the clarification from race control here. I'm assuming that this is regarding turn 2, lap 1. Jordan Watson has picked up a drive-through. So drive-through for the 52 Pulse Sim Sport car. So early drama for the 52 car. One of the favourites for the race overall. There we go. Drive-through penalty. Car 52, lap 1, causing an incident.
Nice, mate.
Stevie, was it?
It's fucking rude.
Great job.
I don't know. I think that one, obviously, it's taken this long to review it. I think because it had a lot of elements to it. But yeah, it's one of these. It was just the little bit of the nose up the inside, kind of vortex of danger type thing. So I'm not surprised, but I do know that it would have been a very tough one to steward. So they're going to have a bit of a fight back because a drive-through at this track will cost you.
Just don't understand why the
8 seconds.
pressures are so out.
It's a long old pit lane as they look.
It's really hard to replicate.
And they're going to make it stick. So I think Fry
The
guys
exact
saw that one
conditions,
coming.
because it's not like it's dry, which is sort of a very small window it can move in and be variable in. This has got a really big window, and I always struggled with getting wet, especially the damp ones. So
by Fry guys.
Yeah,
they're the worst.
If you battle,
I know. I
especially
think
with,
it's very.
domestic cars,
It's
not
more
that
luck
far
than
away
judgment
back.
if you hit
You're
it
just
right
gonna
with them.
push yourself
I
back
always
into
think.
them, so let it happen.
Oh, it's a
Right,
fucking
so-
clear dry line
Let
now,
it
isn't
go
there?
for another couple laps.
Well,
and
not
then they're
dry,
gonna
I wouldn't say it's
Dry
clear,
anyway.
but yeah,
You have
It's
to
a clear,
within
drier
laps,
line.
as
Yeah.
I may have found out last
I needed to be drier, really.
time.
So you're gonna have in the
And,
next at the end of this lap, you're probably gonna have the Pulse Lambo with
I
you.
miscounted. I had a
they've got a pit
2.4-hour race
for a
and I
drive-through.
didn't make the 15-minute mark.
It's another great
So
move,
you
mate.
miscounted.
Yes.
And all you had to count was 3.
Correct.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's good. Well done. Alex Shahab.
We are gonna lose a lot of
on
place,
recovery mission. Back up to 20
time in the pit stop.
now.
We will.
That's all right.
but,
Long race, mate.
That Porsche is certainly looking a little damaged as we look back from Swanson. Jay
I
Swanson.
still don't
not
think
Joe
it's worth
Swanson,
the rub
this is
with going with
Jeremy
slicks at the
Swanson
minute.
in
It just
777,
still looks a little bit too wet.
Just ahead of.
Well, the
Mo
Ferrari, I
who,
think you said
um,
behind that Pulse one was
had
the
that
cars on
rather,
slicks.
Yeah, and there was an
what's
Aston
the
as
word I'm
well.
looking for? Kamikaze moment a little while ago across the curbs in the second of the Pulse cars. But,
Right,
all
so
of these
that
guys
Lambo's
trying
got to be in at
recover
the
and
end of
move
this,
forward.
the next lap.
That, the 52 car, the other Pulse car. How
To be
much
fair,
can
you would
they
push it.
recover from that?
Yeah,
Because like you said,
That 54
48
Lambo,
seconds
54 Aston on
for a
slicks is
drive-through
proper struggling.
Really painful.
It is really painful, but we know they've got the pace in the dry from practice as well. So it's going to be tough, but they're going to be able to get it back.
Well, you're quicker than the Yellowneck
It's
and
going to
Hearn
be
in
tough
front
for
of
them.
you.
It's definitely going
By
to
a couple
happen
of
to them,
tenths that last
especially with
lap.
the pace that Cute and
Oh.
Round Racing have at the moment. But
Yeah, although the other thing that we haven't yet seen, right, is the other drivers in the teams. And just because Perec is incredibly fast out front, do we know that the teammates are just as fast or not? And that's one thing that we have to bear in mind is that the other drivers in the teams could make a huge difference to the outcome.
Yeah, this
yeah, I was just having a look. I know that it might be some of
automatic
the people that
detection
not
thing,
raced
it's
as
either
much
not
on,
working or there's not been an
SGP.
incident ever since.
Obviously, a one-off race.
we
a
had
lot of
ours.
people come over from other communities to do it. But Pulse on SGP are the highest ranked team in the race.
The pit wall with the timing playing up a bit, and they work on the same feed.
Oh, okay.
Shooting round racing, I don't even see. They are down 6,000. But
because that ranking is an average ranking of the drivers in the team, so I wonder if they've maybe got a driver that has no ranking as yet, because they've just joined SGP for this event or something. But yeah, we know that Pulse run in a lot of events. And here is the drive-through for Jordan Watson. So the time ebbing away here, and it'll be interesting to see where Jordan comes back out in the pack as cars flood.
I can't believe the start of this race.
14th at this stage, make that 15th. It's going to be
Well,
16th
if you think
right now.
over the balance of all of them,
Is there any
we're
more to
due for
come?
one of
Yeah, there's
these.
more coming here. So it's going to be
What do you mean?
17th, 18th.
We've normally had really good
19th,
starts. We normally keep out of trouble.
20th. See, I can
Whatnot.
count beyond 3.
Yeah.
It's very unusual for us to have any trouble
21.
at the start.
22. I think he's going to lose
Yeah.
these two as well. 24. Yeah. So might even drop these last couple. No, slipping out in front of Broken Bones. So 22nd now, Jordan Watson in the Pulse car. That is a fight back. That's going to be interesting to watch.
yeah, and obviously it doesn't matter. They've lost this. It's 45 seconds. I made a mistake earlier, so 3 seconds quicker. But it's not a clear track. They can't just go a second quicker than anyone else on a kind of hot lap stint, because they've got other cars they're going to have to overtake, and the other cars will be slower than their pace. As we're seeing,
I'll
Scott
be right back.
Pritchard with a lovely move down the
Cool.
inside of Chris Larson. Larson's still on the inside for the run onto the back straight. Is there room? And he's had to pull back in. So Larson managing to hold that one off for just now, although both of them running wide, and that's a place that you can easily get a track limit warning for.
The master of track limit warnings. Where are the danger zones here?
So 2 danger zones. That corner that we just saw. If you run out wide where the kind of track meets the oval, that can be quite bad for it. The other corner, once we get round to it, is the kind of one that you cut already.
I hope it's
that
not
we
one of
saw
these
Pulse
weird
cut
ones
in
where the weather's
qualifying.
got stuck.
It's the tight right-hander after the...
Yeah, well, hopefully not.
Once we get to it, I'll
24 hours of
I'll point
damp.
it out. But they're the 2 bad places. You'd have to be doing something a bit special to
Yellowneck.
track cut anywhere else, I would think.
That was too much curve.
So not the worst of tracks, as we're seeing a fair old battle here.
But we're also seeing. I think that's a penalty that's already being served, so ignore
Right,
that
so
one. But
Looks like it's
but I'm
working.
guessing there might be a penalty for car 8 coming. There is. It's a 10-second penalty. Yeah, the juice is not with you. 10-second penalty for car 8, causing a collision on.
So the car directly behind
So
you
Stuart's
is
doing a wonderful
Watson
job getting
after
through
their
the
drive-through.
list of penalties. That one doesn't need serving within 3 laps. That one is just taken in addition to.
He didn't look
their
particularly
first pit stop.
comfortable earlier.
But Stuart's doing a good job.
Yeah, and good to
See
see
what
they're
the pace
already
is.
on lap 10, which is they've
Was
obviously
there a
been catching
Watson
up
that
as
used to
we
run in
are
that
currently
46
on
when we did
lap-
World Tour?
I don't know because I can't see anything.
No.
Actually,
I don't think so.
I thought I had it on
Flirty
my
Pie,
I don't really remember.
Flirty Pie asks, "This is ACC, right?" Yes, it is. This is Assetto Corsa Competizione, which cannot be said without a dodgy accent. Weather forecast. Oh, I like this. Damp conditions remain for the next 30 minutes. So we can expect this weather to continue for at least the next 30 minutes. So in terms of for the drivers,
Well, me, that Merc's got some punch in a straight
at
line.
least that
Well, we have got like
means
19
that,
seconds of
they
aero
know
damage,
what's
mine.
happening,
Oh, yeah.
and they
That's
can sort
also
of begin
true.
to plan
Yeah,
around
we
that
will.
as we say thank you to
But it
PBA
leapt off the
Coco
corner.
for a follow.
Our top speed's going to be killed.
yeah, and it's going to be obviously it is
If
going
it's
to
anything like the old Porsches, when
for
you got
the next
damage, it
30
did kill
minutes.
the
But
straight
what
line speed.
level of damp? I'm not quite sure. Will it dry up a little bit more because it's going to be interesting to see if anyone.
Are us 3 closing in on that group ahead or not?
On slicks. I mean, I don't think they're going to at the moment, but the moment that kind of
The
the
timing's
weather dries
a
up
bit
again,
dodgy, but
you
you do
see
seem to
on the
be.
forecast that it's going to be dry.
Yeah, you ran quicker. You were 3/10 or
There's a
4/10 quicker
very
than the Aston.
kind of broad crossover point, it seems.
So I
between
do
wet
think
and
you
dry,
are.
So
I think
I'll
you're
keep
slightly
an eye on the
quicker.
gap.
it'll throw the strategies wide open when we get to it.
That's the
really
Aston on
will,
slicks.
If
Right.
that, because what we're not saying at the minute is that we know that the rain will stop in 30 minutes. We just know that it's going to be raining for at least the next 30 minutes. But if it were to stop around that time, it would be perfect because that's about the time that people would be starting to think of their first stops. Right. I see. I see why they were asking whether it's ACC. So being pointed. Ben's not here right now to fix it, but apparently our stream category says it's AMS2, which is not right. This is not AMS2. I love AMS2, but we're not going to be doing a 24-hour race in AMS2 anytime soon.
Can I change it? I think I might be able to change it.
Probably could
So
as
the
well, but
temperatures
I
are
don't
the
wanna
type
break it.
temperatures are hot, but the pressures still aren't
So
there.
we're now taking a look at Savvy Rathniker in the
No, the
Indy
tyre
IndyCar.
temps aren't crazy. They're sensible.
Beautiful livery.
They're a bit
on
warm. The
that
left
one
rear
on
is a
the
bit
car
warm,
100.
but it's
Look
not
how much
hot.
they're now pulling to the inside.
But the pressures still
to
aren't
cool
there.
these tyres
Correct,
down.
yeah.
Version
They're about
1.9.
PSI too low.
Did it bring much of a change to wet weather tyres?
No, not really. It's still the same pressures that we're hitting. I know the dry pressures they changed from your kind of optimum 27.2, 27.6.
I think you are catching that group, but now you're
27
in.
was the optimum in a broader range.
Hooked up behind these.
The wet tyres were already
You're
in pretty good
holding
range
about 6
between
seconds to it.
28 psi and 32 psi.
Yeah, just be aware.
So it hasn't been an awful lot.
Watson
of
is
change
about
there.
a second quicker a lap than you
and
behind.
Don't think I've noticed a big change in driving either.
Oh, most likely just let him go.
Yeah,
The
he
biggest
might
thing that I
open
noticed
the door in front of you.
is that if
Yep.
you do get
Yeah,
a
that's
slide
what I was
on, it's a
thinking
little
because he
bit
seemed
easier
quite
to catch,
aggressive.
with
He
the new
is.
suspension tweaks. And the other thing that came with the 1.9, not so much about tyre grip, etc., but it is a lot easier to recover from any contact. It doesn't seem to be like the track goes on to ice, as just seen a 20-second penalty pop up.
Where's that coming from?
For causing a collision on lap 12, so that's Matthew Gamble in ERA 296. Very scuffed on the side of that car as well.
We'll take the free
I'm
position though.
guessing that's related.
Yeah.
More than likely. Now I don't know which.
So that
car
Aston
the
that you're
Scrub
chasing
013
did a
is
44.2 the
part
last lap.
But
Yeah,
he
you
was
all
asking
were 3
in
tenths quicker than
chat, about
Not a lot,
who's
is
on
it?
wet tyres. The
It's still
answer
3
was
tenths though,
everyone is.
and you are potentially
And,
being held
he
a bit
replies,
by the
"Well,
Merc, I would say.
We're not. So it'd be interesting to know what car that is, and to see how they're getting on, and to take a look at the comparative lap times. He's in the Pulse rookie car.
Incredible!
Right. So Flirty Pie now with a follow. So thank you for that, Flirty. So yeah, I think I did see yellow tyre walls on that car, and the pace hasn't been bad, actually, has it? 20th place, holding on the track. Yes, had that moment earlier on, which is maybe now a little bit more understandable. But maybe on slick tyres at this moment in time.
Yeah, it's as I say, it's not too difficult to hold on.
I don't know whether it'd be better to
on the
pit or not.
drives,
I
but
don't know.
There's a point where it does become.
Yeah, no, I've been
when the
debating
track
that.
is wet, obviously, damp just now.
I'm glad you said that
When
because
it's wet,
I
then
don't know
it's
what we'd
silly
do
to
differently
drive.
because I still think it's
just
too
too
wet for
difficult, but I
slicks.
think you could.
No, I'd put wets
I
on,
mean,
but I'd adjust the pressures and
you
get
think
the
it is definitely
damage
wet,
sorted. I think it's
and
the
if it's not
damage which
going
is
to dry up,
killing me the
then
most.
Is the dries not just making it a bit more risky?
Can I
If you
chip
can
in
hold him
here?
behind,
I'm gonna
let's
chip
see
in
what
here.
pace you've got
please.
now.
I can vouch for the fact that on damp.
I don't think I was any quicker than Yellowneck.
Dry tyre
Do you know,
is
I
just
thought
as
you
No,
did a little bit.
I did catch him.
So,
I don't feel like I was
be a little bit quicker, depending on how damp it gets.
quicker to the point of
So,
being able to pull away.
We've done it before in an endurance race, so it's not a bad idea. I think it's more the tyre usage. You know, if it's suddenly dry for the next 20 hours or whatever, then you might have.
I mean,
an
that's
issue
had
with
some
the
look
tyre
at the back,
limits,
isn't it?
But it is, as long as it doesn't get wetter, then there's no reason that
Well, give it a couple of laps. See
Yeah,
what,
I was going to
see
say,
where we're at.
settle down and see if you can pull away from him. And I'll
Get to
keep
her.
an I'll
So
keep an
I
eye on
wonder
that
if they are the only car
42
on
Aston.
that strategy at the minute, or whether there are any other cars on
So-
dries.
I can tell you already that the QRT car ahead of this is on dries because they haven't got the. I don't think they've got the markings on.
Because I know what
So
you're
that's the
saying
only way we
about
can tell, unfortunately.
stopping now, but I don't know if it's just going to put us
I
on the
thought
back foot
the
a
yellow
bit,
markings on the tyres
strategy-wise
meant
and
that they were
position-wise.
dries. Oh,
But I don't know
Oh,
whether we're
nice.
just losing more
Deflection.
time doing this. Because either way, we're
Oh.
going to repair that damage at the next stop.
Yeah.
So the stop's going to be the same length.
well, we've
Replay,
man.
just-
Right.
Oh.
we've just seen death.
Yes.
So we're going to
missed
try
that.
and catch what caused the death in just a minute. Yeah, so Tomashiro
So,
just,
the two leaders are in the
yellow
42s.
markers on the sides of the tyres are dry tyres.
I'm well
and
off
if
of
there's
42s.
no markings at all, then it's the wet tyres.
Yeah, that's Watson's running leaders
Yeah,
pace in
I
front.
doubt.
So-
Yeah,
yellow
and then there's a
markings
whole
on the
bunch,
side
sort of
of,
5th,
any
6th, 7th,
tyres.
8th, 9th,
Yeah, but interesting point made by
are
Ben as
around
well, though,
43.9.
although It is.
I don't think
about
you're
equivalent
far off
to
pace, mate. I don't
just
think you're losing as much as you
Um,
think you are.
You only get 20 dry sets, so why would
Hmm.
you use a setup now, especially when it's cold?
Yeah, well, I
so,
don't think your pace is as bad as you think, you
Um,
know, mate.
I don't know.
Yeah,
So
You're probably
now
losing half a
Willem
second.
De Steeg,
just from the
who
straights.
we saw in that incident just a moment ago, which I think we're going to look at in a little while.
Now I feel like we'd be better
being
pitting, but
closed down by Daniel Hearn in the RM by ONID car. Car 488.
Yeah,
So
it's
this is the car that
double is we
already
don't know when this
had
rain ends
the 10-second penalty, I think.
because we don't want to intend to cause ourselves an
has now
extra
picked up a
stop.
drive-through penalty for causing a collision on lap
Oh my
15.
God.
So not a good start to the day for car 488.
yeah. I wonder if that was just as where I think we're about to see a replay of it here. Quite a long way back, and are we? Oh,
Ooh.
that's a missed breaking point if I've ever seen one. Looks like
so
they.
But you've,
that's the
with
incident
all
we
this
saw
shit, you're
live
still
just a
only
minute ago.
6,
Yes.
just over
Yes.
6 seconds off
So the stewards quickly
that
on
12th
that.
place Aston.
Yeah,
So
well, there must be nothing for the stewards to do. They're obviously just twiddling their thumbs down. Ben saying it was a different car. Was it, or was it the same car in a different incident? So I'm sure that was the 488 that just hit the QRT car.
Yeah, I believe it was.
we're starting to think this weather's stuck then.
No.
Okay, so
Who knows?
same car,
We've had
different
half an hour of
incident. So yeah, not
Or 40
a great
minutes.
start to the day for 488, that's for sure. And I think we'll see
So
something
slow
else
on the
pop up before too
Yeah.
long.
So fucking slow.
Yeah, I see 10 seconds for the number 8 car. I think we've already covered that one off though.
So
Gap
where's
out
it?
front, by the way.
Where are we gonna? Where's it gonna
14
put
and
us
a
if we
half
dip?
seconds.
Yeah, it's.
You
it
lose
hasn't
about a minute and
increased
8.
quite
Yeah.
that much,
So
or at the
if
same
you have a
rate as we saw
look,
at the start of the race.
when
It took
Alex
about 8
crosses the
seconds to win a
line,
few laps,
across
it
his
felt like.
if you watch his lap
But
time now,
it's
when he
not
gets to
close
1
down
minute
at all.
8,
Yeah.
how busy is the start finish
Been
line?
but the gaps behind that, so 4 seconds back from second place is Sasha King, and then
Oh no, actually we won't lose a
Stretch,
minute and 8. We'll lose
Greg
a minute and 18
is only half a second off
okay.
of them
because we've got the damage.
So
Okay.
there's still battles going on up and down the field. As we're seeing one here.
Update to Sasha King's setup as well. Not only is
This
she
Van der Steeg
running
may
a
have damage because I think
G27
he
that
tangled
is
with that
Scottish
Ferrari
G6,
that came back
but
on a couple of
also
laps
she has a
ago.
Yeah,
cat
look
on
at the
there.
rear end of it. It's got a lot of love.
Wow, that's an interesting setup. Is that mandatory for the pace?
So,
or?
There's a
Might be
massive
quite
gap
calming,
now.
Actually.
There's a big gap now.
Especially if there's a
Pit
purr
lane,
going
pit
on.
straight is empty.
Sleep and a purr might be nice and calming for during the race. Anyway, I might have got distracted by the talk of cats for a moment. We're
Is
looking at Luke Bernard.
It's going to put
or
us.
Barnard,
It's going to put us
who,
out
has got
just
the,
in front of
Adam
ninth
style
position.
Damage, the old
Obviously a lap
flappy
down.
bonnet.
That's not going to be good down
But
the straight.
That's
Flappy bonnet.
the quietest part of the track.
Yeah, obviously being involved in the wars as well. Probably just trying to eke it out until the pit stop. And I'd imagine there's, as we've seen, Andy totally miss his break.
Did that report go through for us?
In the background, on the fight.
There seems to
back
be an issue with the
from
manual reporting
incident at the
as
start,
well.
But,
I popped a message in the chat.
yeah, and I think we're away to see
Down
the
Wing
penalty
Gardens.
pop up for the 488 car. It's a stop go 30 for a collision with car 87. So
Right.
Oh,
so
fucking hell.
The question is, so this is for the incident with the QRT one that we saw earlier. So is this the drive-through that has now been upgraded to an SG30? So it's separate apparently. So they've already taken the drive-through. Now they've got the SG30. So
what are
that
we
is
thinking
real
pit stop
pain.
wise?
Plus they had the 10-second penalty earlier on as well. So with the
I
10-second
feel
penalty,
like
is that now
I feel like
gone
we're losing
missing,
too much
or
time.
is that
But
still going to be
if you
applied
guys
to
think
their
it's better
first
to stay out and just stay
it carries
on
over as
schedule,
well, so it'll still be applied.
So what
once
we've
the
done
stop
now,
go 30,
two-
It's a roll of the
they'll
dice, we don't know.
cover the 10
Alex.
seconds, pop back up. They're
Doesn't
just
matter.
layered up.
It all
So,
depends
yeah,
on
it's been
how long.
a bit of
Right,
a
pit
hectic
straight is now
first
empty.
35 minutes for that team.
So that's where it's going to put us.
Alexis
Other
Yen
than the
says,
488
no,
was in
it's
the
a freak
pits.
incident.
So it's going to
Didn't
put us in a nice
third,
chunk
but I
of
like
clear
fourth.
air.
Five.
I'm gonna
Balls
stick with
up.
three
Sorry,
now.
mate.
So apologies if English isn't your first language. I'm just taking.
So I think if we're
but
going to
three
do
is
it,
good.
we
Alex
do it.
Harvey running deep
now, while there's that
and, onto the
space.
grass and then back onto the track in that
What are your
Nexus
thoughts,
car.
Martin?
Threeth indeed.
Yeah, if we're doing it, we've got to do it.
So lots of threeths in the chat.
I mean,
you
I'm running like
lovely.
44s,
Ryan,
45s here, and if
great
the
to
leaders are
have you
running
in
like
chat. He says
43s,
great to be back.
42s.
Well, you saw the
Great to be back on
pace
stream,
of
actually. Really
Watson.
enjoyed
Watson,
it.
and he's gone. So I
Yeah.
feel like
Says
we're
that
losing
Kat
too much
turned,
time here.
Her sound off earlier, so that wasn't so good.
Yeah.
Okay, let's
Alright.
stop then.
So,
Right, okay, so
what's
Alexis Yen
temp?
Says,
And I
as
will.
teammate of
The
Stroke,
temp.
Is it still
laughing
32
like
next?
yourself
34.
about the butchering of his name.
34.
All right.
Is it Stroge?
We'll boost them by
Scrooge?
one.
No, mine says 33,
Yep.
but yeah.
Scrooge? I don't know.
Boost
I'm
bar.
going to need a phonetic
Yeah.
spelling of that at some
We'll
point.
just don't worry
Lucy
about the
says
fuel. So
petitions
you'll
can
want
have them
strap
commentate
3,
TTC
Alex.
race. No, not going to happen.
So what we do?
Yeah,
We just leaving the fuel
lots
as it
of
is.
Threeth.
Sorry, you want strap 2. Yeah, leave the fuel because you might as well just tank it again.
There we
Yeah.
go.
We
you
did
happy to
see
stay?
the
Two.
404 Aston Martin
Yep.
overtake Shahabi. After
Yep,
Shahabi
strat
took
two.
a little bit of off
Yeah.
track, so
So
recovered
you
from
want
it. The Aston managed to get it
24-1
run down pit straight
front
and
left.
got them moved done the inside. So, but these are probably getting held up
I'm
by
gonna,
the QRT car
check
with
Yep.
the damage
timings
after the
again.
couple incidents that they were involved
Yep.
in. So,
Sorry,
it's
25-6.
going to
Yep.
see how long the QRT car can hold them off if that is the
23-0
It could just be that they
Yep.
just let them,
and
run
23-4.
through.
Yeah, right.
Sorry,
So,
24-4.
Stevie, you're in charge of watching the race. I'm in charge of laughing at the stream chat at the moment. Because the Threath has gone mad.
And we're
now,
tanking it
so,
to 120
So
litres.
Nick says Thirth.
We should be able to tank it that far.
And,
No, you need.
Yeah, so parking says 3
we want 96
and then
on the right side.
What have we got? They just
That's
need
going
a
to go a
drink.
long way down.
They
Oh,
are
you're on the street
thirsty.
as well.
Loving it.
Oh dear.
Tomoshiro says that 488 is doing a major galaxy brain strategy.
Right.
Getting all the
There's a
incidents in
new.
the first hour and then
There's a new link for the manual reporting. So Nick, you need to back in the replay,
Sounds
please.
good. Let's see if
Okey-dokey.
they manage.
You're all right without me,
that
Alex?
strat. Right. So Shahabi is in. Is this for? This isn't for a penalty. So this is a pit stop, right?
Okay,
I
so
need
it-
the
Yeah, I
I need the
think this is
time
our
again
first-
for the incident,
I don't know if
and
I'd
just
planned,
confirm the car.
but
It's
it's
30, please.
pit stop.
It's car 30,
so
and
maybe they're
if you
going
go
for
to
a little bit of damage to the
22,
car possibly, and thinking,
25,
you know what,
that's
I'm gonna go
about 2
stick it
seconds
on,
before it happens.
dries.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Or they might have
You're
been on
happy with
dries already,
everything else,
and
yeah?
they're about to stick it
Yeah,
on wets
kind
because
of
they've had
30.
enough of the dries.
Mm.
But yeah, early, given that we're only 38 minutes in.
Right, resubmitted.
But with the rain and dry,
Right, how long you got left to go, Alex?
It'll even out
2.
through the
Yeah.
the rest of the race.
So you look at all that space we're in now.
I mean, we're assuming
Well,
that there will be.
I've still got to get to the end of the pit lane first.
Yeah, I know.
It might be like the
It's
UK
gonna- it's
yesterday and just
gonna
rain
put you-
constantly.
There's
No,
still
I'm going to be
space
within
there.
people.
That we're seeing
particularly.
Pritchard.
Not like you
up
were.
behind Larson.
No,
There's
no,
a
no.
Good battle here between the MSL car and the Broken Bones team.
I think it's
for
going to put you
seventh
between the
place
713 and the
overall.
42.
I see that Watson is right on the back of Beaton as well, so I assume they're going to get past pretty easily as that Pulse.
Well,
52
we're off
car
strategy.
Continues their recovery up through the field.
Yeah.
I'm back, by the way.
Yeah, Watson has now passed Beaton.
We pitted,
with
Joe.
7 seconds capped.
Yeah, I
Brian,
was
as we see
watching. I just
Pritchard
that's
going
still sorry.
towards the outside.
Yeah,
and then
it's there. It's
switching back
recorded.
to the inside of Larson.
So
in
we are
front.
currently-
So lovely battle going on here between the 787
32.
and the number 3.
P32.
Coming down
You know where,
the,
technically.
inside, so it's a bit of a send.
Well done, Alex. You're
and,
P
the
nowhere.
SL car just gets
Yeah.
out of the way once again. Saying,
Yeah, it's fine.
"It's
Only
a
one
bit
way now."
early for a tangle here, so
He's on
if you
he's
get
on
to it,
slicks.
We'll let you go.
Yeah, just it was quite.
Yeah,
a
we've
send,
lost
but
nearly a
the
full lap
Lamborghini is
from that pit stop. 'Cause This
incredibly
is
good in
the
race.
guy you're about
So,
6 seconds behind.
It might not have felt
Okay.
as kamikaze as what it looked. But yeah, I don't think any drivers are going to be massively fighting positions at the moment. One interesting thing that I've seen in the activity feed for
Thank
the
you.
stream is
Who's that? Watson in front?
Yeah,
EA Coco,
that's a
or
good one to
Pibak
hook
Coco.
yourself up to.
Yeah, good yourself.
They followed ONID Racing 18 minutes ago, but they also resubscribed with Prime, and they've been subscribed for 2 months.
No, I saw that as well, and I was very confused.
So, were subscribed but not followed?
What, or were they subscribed and then they accidentally unfollowed and then refollowed, or
Maybe-
did Twitch just have a fart?
Either way, thank you very much for resubscribing.
See,
So is this going to be a
followers,
75
subs,
minute
I don't
stint?
think that could be it as well. 'cause I think
Well,
you
just
still
go
have
to the end. So however long
Yeah.
the rating is.
following to gain a gifted sub. I don't know. Anyway, my guess is on Twitch fart or twat.
Yeah.
Ooh, that is that the ONID car off in the background? I think that was Andy Thorpe off in the background in the AMG. Yes, it
There you go,
was.
10-second
Recovered
penalty.
nicely and cracking on.
The thing is,
apparently
doesn't
no, you
help
don't
us though,
have
it
to
doesn't give
follow,
us
you
the
just
time
have
back,
to
does
watch
it?
at least
Never
once.
does.
So maybe that explains it. They had a gifted sub and then yeah, okay.
I think that's a little bit. It is 10 seconds.
Mystery solved. Thank you, Aces.
Still think it's a little bit on the
There's a
lenient
lot of red
side.
boxes popping up.
Yeah, there is.
It's the
Have you
first
got any?
Yeah,
thing.
first
I know there
strike.
was a few.
Yeah.
A little bit of an error with one of the instant sheets. That's been fixed now. So it
Right,
could
if
be
you
things,
are right, I'm gonna go
popped up.
grab
So
myself a sandwich,
10
it'll be
second
about
penalty
10
for
minutes,
car
so-
30 causing
Yeah,
a collision
cool.
on lap 6. That is the car in 11th place, Peter O'Brien.
So you're hanging on to Watson pretty well now, aren't you? In fact, I
And we'll
think you
see
might have
others
potentially
pop up
gained
as
on him a
they
little bit.
Do as well.
Yeah.
Unless that's all, if that's maybe just a new one and we've jumped down, and these are all penalties that have been applied already. Because the 488 we know about, 222 we knew about, and number 8 we know about as well. So,
ladies and gentlemen, the idea of the names Barnard and Ferrari being together again is exciting for a man of my age. Can anyone else recognise why Barnard and Ferrari go so well together? I'll wait for you.
Nice, that's a better lap.
Chat. Do you know?
That's
Steve?
right. Well, we're already like a
don't
second
actually.
up
It must have
every
been
lap.
before my time.
Yeah.
Well, like you say, you're in a
youngster
fairly
I am.
quiet area of a track now, so at least you
there we
can
go. So,
get your head down
car
and make a little
design.
bit of time back.
In fact, John Barnard was the guy who designed the first Ferrari that Michael Schumacher drove, and possibly the second.
I'm just going to go
I
to
think,
the loo. I'll
before,
be 2 seconds.
Ross Brawn really took over everything there. But yeah, so John Barnard was a designer for Ferrari in the 90s and produced some of the absolute beasts that took to the track in the 1990s in the Scarlet Red. So yeah, the names Barnard and Ferrari together, lovely stuff.
Ah, the more you know. I definitely didn't know that. So
every day's a school day.
Because the only car designer that anyone knows about now is Adrian Newey.
Well, indeed, yeah.
For very good reason.
Yes, and I mean Adrian's got such a long list of winners in his past, not just from Red Bull, but from he was at McLaren for a while, and before that, obviously at Williams. The work he did at Williams was just incredible. So yeah, Adrian Newey, absolute genius, absolute genius.
Red Ring Production saying, didn't know David Coulthard was commentating on this. That's right, because Imola was cancelled, I've hopped over and thought I'll commentate on the second, or the most important race this weekend, but the one that I wasn't contractually obliged to do for a start. So,
hang on a minute, how do you know that he was thinking it might have been you? You might have thought that I was David Coulthard.
I've seen your jaw.
Thank you,
It's
Watson.
Not quite square enough.
Oh, bucket face, yes, indeed. Matt Go Slow says, I saw Stevie drive yesterday. He's no Coulthard. Why, is he good?
He must have not blinked if he saw me drive yesterday, because it wasn't very long I was driving for in that race.
Yeah, right. Oh yeah, and Alexis saying that he did design probably the most ugly Ferrari F1 ever. So I'm assuming you are talking about.
Nice.
The
Did he let you go, or did
1996,
you?
Yeah, he let me go.
Which was improved towards the end of the season, but that horrible, like bulbous shark nose thing that they started the season with was.
That car directly in front of you is the
diving back
one that took you
into
out.
something when there's racing going on in front of us, and 45 minutes in, we are watching a battle between Ethan Davies and Van der Steeg over. No, we're not. Ethan Davies and Swanson. I keep going to call him Joe Swanson. That's not good, is it?
No. Unless he likes it, then it might be a nickname. So, yeah, all good. Yeah, I'm getting a bit of stick in the chat. I've just seen as well that someone was behind me and then just suddenly I disappeared last night. So, I've promised my other teammates in this race that I'm going to be good.
The people have still got
Get a drive through.
what, half-hour left of their stints?
Yeah, right. Okay.
Or yeah.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I don't see it happening, I'm afraid. But okay, fair enough. Davies just running a little bit wide onto the grass there. It looks to me like some of the cars are struggling a little bit more for grip at the minute. So I wonder if they're starting to really burn through those wets.
Well, I was just about to update you on that as well. It looks like pressures and temperatures haven't got any worse from the kind of start few laps. I'm seeing our team. They're sitting on about the same as they have been from about 15 minutes in. But wear is obviously going to be an issue, and they are slightly hot, so they are going to wear a little bit.
So just to let you know, you're
and
currently
less treading your tires, the more
about
chance
2
of
seconds a lap
going
quicker
flying
than
off
the
of turn
top
one.
10.
So, but the
And
dry
about
line's
3
definitely
seconds
not going,
quicker than
well,
everybody
I'm
else.
saying dry line, less wet
Oh.
line is not going away.
Your pace
as you
is
can
moving.
see
You're
in
still
this,
in the
lovely
42s,
onboard,
aren't you?
and it's still slippy as you can
Yep.
see from the team on
Most people are
Ferrari in front as well.
44s, 45, 46s.
Indeed, this is a nice battle between Von Amenstein and James Rolfe for Sim Racing Brotherhood. So this gives you a nice look around the track from an onboard point of view as well. We're coming into that long left-hander before you switch back right onto the infield straight. So that white line isn't a track limit white line, is it? You can actually run all the way out to the grass there.
Yeah, although if you do stay on the other side of that white line too long down the straight, then you can actually get a track limit warning. So I don't know where the cut-off
Blocking during
is,
qualifying, that was a while ago.
but if you're that far over by the time you get to the point, I think you're doing something wrong anyway. So I don't think that one is. This corner will be the worst for track limits.
I shall give you a heads up on who you're
because
chasing.
It's so easy to cut the inside just a little bit too much because you're already cutting it an awful lot for the normal.
So you are
racing time.
chasing the 67,
21st and 22nd is close. You're right, Ryan. Just,
which is sort of
between them through the
heading
last,
onto the
time
banking
board,
before the last
quite
chicane.
so close now, but it's close.
That's a while away.
By the looks of it.
Yeah.
Barnard and Rathniker, there we go.
I'll give you a gap when you cross the line.
This is Rathniker, Savvy Rathniker for the ABL Indy car. Andy Thorpe right behind, and then Jelinek right behind that as well. So we've got a.
But their last lap was a
GD4
48.2, so you were a full 6 seconds quicker than them.
And lovely liveries in the four-way as well, so it's a good-looking four-way, which is always what you want.
We've got a three-way here.
Plus one.
Oh, 31st in the pits.
Soundboard coming into effect, yeah. That. So Savvy Rathniker is it's sandwiched
the
in
67
that,
did a
in that four-way.
46.2 that
As
lap.
are two of the ONID cars. You've got an ONID car and a ONID Racing Stronger car. Nice fixed camera on that sweeping right-hander that comes out onto the infield straight. Two cars going side by side on the exit there. But you can see
You are 1 minute behind them.
Drier line.
Exactly.
More on the fixed camera as well.
Yeah, and I think that's what's making it difficult for a lot of the drivers to pick whether they want to be on dries or wets. Because if you stay on that line, you will have the grip on the dries, but the moment you go off of it to overtake or anything, as I think we saw last year at Imola in the F1, when there was that dry line, and then Lewis Hamilton went to overtake and locked up and ended up in the gravel trap. So it's something that you've definitely got to watch out for, even while you're on the wet tyres, because you're going to have that sense of grip. And the moment you go across on the wet track, it's going to be so hard to outbrake someone when they're on the actual drier part. But we're seeing the leader already coming up to lap these.
Yes, so that's why Jelinek's making a strange move, letting the leader go through. Nicely done, Petter. I don't know about you, but I'm absolutely gutted that there's no Imola this weekend. Obviously, what's going on in the Emiliano-Romagna region of Italy.
I do see someone on the relative.
In a motor race, so don't get me wrong on that front. But essentially, from a Formula One point of view, we had a triple header, of which I was looking forward to one of the three races, and that's the one that's been cancelled.
That's disappointing to hear you say that, because it's there's definitely other races that are
particularly good lap.
Okay, they might be sometimes boring, but it's a great spectacle to watch cars go around Monaco.
28 seconds up the road then.
I do admit that the qualifying session's probably better than the race.
Yeah, look, don't get me wrong. I'm looking forward to. Is it next week? Monaco. It's Monaco next week. I'm very excited about Monaco qualifying.
You've gone really quiet, Nick.
It's the best qualifying session of the year.
That because you've halved the gap in a lap.
Race time. There's no point unless it rains. There's just no point.
Have a look at the old PT wall.
And Paul Ricard, I just cannot get excited about anything going on.
Pit wall says you're still a minute behind, but that can't be right because
I quite enjoy it on here.
You'll have gained some time.
It does make it.
Well, I can see 30th on my relative.
No, that's cool. That's what you're chasing.
Incredible! I don't find the track that boring to drive on here. I know it is slightly different for the F1 drivers. They have the chicane halfway down the straight, which I suppose with the DRS, etc., it would probably kill a lot of overtakes if they didn't have that chicane. in a way that the overtake would just be driving past on the straight.
Yes.
But
The regular arc has just followed, by the way. Thank you for that. I don't know whether it's the regular K or the regular arc.
They're on
but
in a
I
gaggle
like
as
the
well, so
regular
wouldn't
arc,
you
so that's what
catch
we're going to call you from now. I was
that
trying to
Lexus
work out
in
what
front of
Matt's
you? You
been
pretty
talking
much
about in
caught them all.
chat, because he just out of nowhere said never want munters,
Incredible!
but I assume that. Oh, thank Tomoshiro for the follow as well. He said never want munters, and then I realised that's probably when you said everyone likes a good-looking four-way.
yeah, I would think so.
Assuming it's related to that, but either that or he's just making a statement that you never want munters. Munters is a word I haven't heard.
Can't believe the start.
It's not. It's
There's nothing you can do about it
it's
now,
a big
mate.
word.
It is
I
what
like
it
it.
is.
Lady
But
tongues
yeah.
from here and there. Yeah, munters and mingers was the other word around at that time, wasn't it? Mingers.
Yeah. There's a few more that have surpassed them or superseded them, but I don't know if we could say them on stream. Especially
Not
on
at
a
this
family
time,
stream.
but maybe we can drop them in the overnight streams. I know I'm scheduled for a third seat overnight as well, and that didn't go down when I said I was going to be coming in overnight. She said, "Oh, does that mean I'm looking after Billy overnight then?" I said, "Well, yeah." So yeah, whether I make it out. So we're going to get a replay of a nice overtake in just a minute. Oh, here it comes. So we are on board with Pulse, I think, here. Yes, it is. So this will be the 52 car up the inside. Wow, that is a send. A bit of contact on the front side of the Ferrari that they went past. But I think that was a pretty good move, actually.
Yeah, no, really good move. Held it nicely at the apex, touched the apex curb, so it didn't run wide or anything, and yeah, great to move up another place.
Flirty pie in chat. Yes, yes.
Right. Just pop
Yeah,
into
that would be the
downstairs.
one.
Cool.
I don't know. Did you used to watch the In-Betweeners when it was on?
Yeah, I did.
So
I did.
You know Jay's dad.
Yeah.
So I was watching BBC News yesterday, and all of a sudden, Jay's dad comes up on BBC News with a live interview. I'm like, what the hell is Jay's dad doing on there? So I unmuted it, and he'd been at the West Ham game the night before, and so he was talking about that. But it was actually the guy who played Jay's dad in In-Betweeners. That I was just like, what's he doing there? Yeah. Anyway, that was a side note and a half.
Don't think you could take him in anything serious.
No, I really struggled with that, to be honest. I thought at any minute he was going to say something deeply inappropriate, but he didn't. Apart from the fact that West Ham were good, and that's deeply inappropriate. Matt High is running 5th. So I tell you what, it's a pretty good start to the race for Fry guys. 3rd and 5th for them so far.
Okay,
Yeah, and it looks like. I thought it was a three-way,
Mate, you're
but it's not
hauling
actually.
them in.
No, it is. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Over here, we've got a 3-way here.
It is. We've got
What
4th.
microphone was
fifth,
I
and sixth.
using then? It sounded like I was in a toilet somewhere.
Incredible!
Well, I don't know where you normally would partake in your 3 ways, but
Not
every
in
chance.
a toilet. Anyway, live TV now following. Let's move on quickly. But Matt High with a send up the inside of Stroger Street, Lasser. I'm just going to call him Lasser, okay? Because I think I'm not pronouncing that right. Sam says, "Don't you abuse West Ham just because we got to a final."
You've only got about 8.
That's like saying
16
no,
seconds, I think,
I'm not
to the
gonna
next
go there,
car.
just get out of hand.
Yep.
But, Matt Go Slow says a bit early for the stream.
It'd be interesting to see what our actual position is when people stop.
And Ryan
Yeah,
says,
yeah.
"Please tell me
Because
Well,
we
we're gonna
don't
be down.
really.
Yes, it was. Anything
Yeah,
that
but we
sounds
don't really
like
know where we're at
it's
yet.
Okay, 29th. He's just
so,
onto
yes.
the back straight.
Good old
Oh.
soundboard. That
Matt,
is a punt.
Yeah, I still
Matt's
think
thinking
we're
this is
down
every
here,
time.
but I don't think we're down
He
here as
hasn't
far
seen
as we
what's to
think we
come.
are.
Yeah.
Oh yes, there definitely will be an absolute. replay coming up. Let's take a look at what we're looking at here. There's some cars on the track, and something's going to happen at some point. Yes, it's the 94 Lambo running wide into the gravel, back onto the track. Yellowneck up the inside. Is there going to be some contact here? No, we're just looking at a car that ran deep. Actually, is that a Lambo or was that Ferrari? I think that was a Ferrari, actually, wasn't it?
It was a Ferrari.
It's a
That
Redsky.
was. Yes,
Yes.
it was.
See, I've learned how to pronounce it now.
We go. So that was off-pace racing, and being now renamed to off-track racing.
Very good. Now, you said that the lead wasn't really
Oh, that
extending
Lexus
as
is
much
so
as it
quick.
was.
So fucking quick on a straight,
Mm.
Christ.
We're just waiting for Dionysus to break the next timing line again, but I think it's up around 29 seconds now. We'll see in just a moment. Weather forecast is that those damp conditions are still going to... Oh, it's 27.8 seconds. Damp conditions are still going to remain for at least another 30 minutes. So the conditions don't seem to be changing, Stevie.
No, but it's going to make it interesting because I know at the moment Shahabi, I think he pitted on to dries. I don't know
10
what sort of pace
seconds.
he's running.
I'll have a
at
look where
the moment.
28th is, just to keep you.
But pit
on your
stops are going to be
toes.
coming up in the next 15 minutes for a lot of the teams because they can't go past the 75 minutes without doing a pit stop.
So
What tyres do you want?
Shahabi is currently the fastest
So
car on the
28's
track.
just coming down to the
So
last chicane.
143.1 last time around. Our leader did 4.48. Ignore the race control message, please. We will. Can we have some kind of Ben fail? Here we go.
Can I just chime in and say I'm doing this on the cheap. If you guys want to buy me a really nice mixer desk and stuff, then this won't happen. Thank you.
I reckon the
I
weather's
think it's
stuck.
the person
I
sitting
can
next to
simulate
you
this for the
that
whole
you need to
race.
ask about that one.
No.
You reckon?
Important update.
No, I don't reckon it'd be like this for the whole race.
Ladies and gents, we are 1 hour in and it has descended into chaos. Absolutely descended into chaos. But in good news, we're going to take a small break in about 40 seconds where I can go and get some more water for my throat. Or it might. How long's the ad break, Ben? Minute, or it might be enough time to fire the coffee machine up. Oh, can I do it? Matt High getting very sideways, slidey, and broken bones up the inside, which then becomes the outside. Is there going to be a switchback on the exit of this corner onto the infield? No, it's not.
And it does. He's dropped a little bit off the back of Lassa, but yeah, 1 hour down out of 24, and full of action.
No better time than for us to take a short break, but we will be back very soon.
Oh, that was fucking terrible.
A little bit spicy in the braking zone there, mate.
It's not a good lap, this one. Semanska in the pits. So they're doing it on the hour.
And you
How's things?
Yeah, we're plugging away.
Not too bad.
You feel better?
A lot better.
He's down in the 42s now. He's been quickest car on track ever since. We're about 6 seconds off 28th. And he's about 3 seconds a lap quicker than him.
Well, we should be gaining a lot of places, I expect, in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, they're a bit spaced out.
People's stint timers are going to hit.
Yeah. It's a bit strung out back here, but like you say, the stint timers.
Well,
Yeah.
it's like I caught Watson and I've put 10 seconds on him.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
I know he's got a bit of damage, but that's very good, that is. Was he half decent in letting you go?
He did let me go into turn 1.
We've also unlapped ourselves from the 30 Ferrari that took us out.
Were they alright, or did they?
Yeah, I think it was more they made a bit of a mistake, and Alex didn't really give him any opportunity after that.
That's good. Your lefts are still a little low, aren't they?
Touch, but not too bad.
Well, we rejoin live with the action then. Van der Katsbeek.
I reckon you'd be on his bumper by the end of this lap, mate.
Side by side. I think that is a positional change. Van der Katsbeek moving up into 21st. Stevie, 22 hours, 57 minutes left. What do we think so far?
Well, there's obviously clear leader.
The tyres feel a lot better now, Alex.
The Cute and Round
Yeah,
Racing
the whole
team
car
in
feels way
Lamborghini,
better.
They are almost half a minute in the lead, if not half a minute already now. So
you've adjusted the ban of the brake bias.
pace leader.
Yeah, I've been running it at
They
50.4
had
in
the
practice. I
drive
think
through
that's what I
penalty
didn't
off the
realise
first lap
the
instant,
you guys were
so
running it slightly
fighting
more
back
forward.
from that,
I think that's
they
why I was
got
struggling on the
20th, but
brakes.
made it up
Right.
into the top 10. But we're away to jump to a replay, and I think this is a car spinning. It is not. It is a car exiting the pits. Oh,
So I think
Yeah,
we're
you
about
put at
to
least
get
another
to
2
the
seconds in Watson since I've been
side.
back.
This is Rob Zemanska, I think, in the... What? Ben, do we have
I won't be
any clue?
surprised if we're running 15th.
can we
After
get
the pit stops.
one of the
Yep.
Ryanair Sport
Yeah, we were
I
just having this
actually-
debate about we don't
And,
think we're far back, but we're not as far back as we
We
think
literally
we are.
just
clarify what
found it on-
happened there?
Well,
The stewards found it
a
on
minute
the
and a
incident
half.
sheet, obviously, because it was
We're a minute and a
collision.
half behind
So
Watson
we just,
in P9.
yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
And if you just
Did
do a
you think there
standard
was a
pit stop,
McDonald's drive-thru
you're getting
over there
towards
or
a minute and
something?
10.
Swing in quickly. No, that's the wall.
Yeah,
I know the pit lane is incredibly long, but you don't want to turn right before the end of it.
You're just losing your
I
mind
definitely
if
think
you
this
go down
car,
the pit lane.
even though it's
Gotta
still, I
spice it
think
up a
it's
little bit.
better in the wet than it is in the dry.
Or did he fall asleep
You know-
at the wheel? I mean, it's a bit early for that.
Sharp
I certainly expect that
and
to be overnight,
Larson
but,
both struggling
yeah.
there, and they were in the high 45s. They
Ryan
both
says,
were.
no context ONID right there. Yes. Okay. I'm sure.
Maybe
one
if
of
people
the,
have gone a bit aggressive with their
one of the
setups, cameras and
RM
stuff.
guys will let us know what happened at some point. John Beaton in Breaking Point Racing. We are looking at here in 12th place, right up behind O'Brien, who has a 10-second penalty to be added on. Now, Reutzelainen is right behind them. That's the green car off on the wet hand side, as Stevie called it earlier. But good move from Beaton up the inside, and that one should be done and dusted. And so he is nice and clean. That's the way we like to see the moves happen.
Doesn't look like O'Brien's letting him go though. He's trying to pressurise again and have another opportunity after the back straight.
Tony Law says, "Oi, I have that move patented." I think there's a few of us that might be up against your patent law then, because I'm sure we've all done something similar. Sam says, "I don't know if that beats Johnny's formation lap." No, it doesn't, because Johnny's
No,
was
of course
Johnny's.
it doesn't. Of course it doesn't, Sam.
And will forever be Johnny's,
What a
and
mate.
therefore will be forever.
Oh,
the
that Lambo's
finest.
for position in front as well.
Happen.
Yeah, that'd be an easy.
Yes, yeah. Have we got a replay of
Finishing.
that we could show? Or okay, we'll show it later. We'll show it later. Once again, the webcam in the basement is required for all of the middle fingers that Johnny is flicking at the moment. Oh, he's threatening you. Okay. There we go. Ryan says nothing will ever beat that. My Janetta moment with Adam was very close, though. I'm not sure I remember what that was actually.
Can I? I'm just going to chip in here on stream and say we've got about 8 minutes until the first set of pit stops should be over. So something a little bit different, I'm not sure if we've mentioned it today, is we've got a 75-minute timer instead of 65. So the drivers out there can run a little bit longer and play different.
Yeah, and that Porsche as well. Let's just drop back through
it'll be
last
interesting to see
stuff.
if people start pitting now. You know, with fuel tanks. I know it's wet, but who knows? So just to keep you aware.
It does mean that we're going to get a very, very busy pit lane anytime soon, because there really has only been a couple of cars through the pits, hasn't there, for stops. I mean,
This
obviously we've
guy's
seen
at 2
some
seconds a lap slower
with
than you, but by
penalties,
fucking
but,
God, he's not going to let you by.
yeah, I think we'll probably see very, very busy pit stop. Can we have a look at the battle for third right now? Looks like it's getting close.
It does look like it's getting brighter.
Pritchard.
I was just thinking that.
Fourth.
Still showing
Did I just
light
screen
rain.
Essentially.
Before
Okay, next car in front of you is position as well.
Ben is going to find us a replay of whatever happened there, but Lassa
And
now
then you're gonna
right
be
in the middle
unlapping
of
yourself.
another battle.
From
and
old
we'll be
Larson,
defending from
Sharp
Broken
and
Bones
King.
team. Right, so we'll get a replay ASAP.
But this is a pretty awful
Lassa
lap. Can
now
you do better
struggling to
next
fight
time,
off
please?
the broken. Sorry,
I mean, I was
the
overtaking
Fryguys
someone.
car.
I don't care. I don't want to hear
Behind
excuses.
the
I just want better lap
Broken Bones
times.
car. So,
Still quicker
Lassa
than
losing a
P7
couple
and
more
8.
positions. There goes through. Kieran
Holy
Sharp as
hell, this is
well
a right
in the
gnarly
TSRC
bunch in front
car,
of you.
which is now up the
Fucking
inside of the Fryguys
I think
Porsche.
there's at
And
least
there
3,
is
maybe
a
4
side-by-side
fighting for
moment
position.
again in T1,
And you're just about to
T2
shove
between
an
those two
unlapped
cars
car
as well.
through.
Lassa now trying to find a recovery position, but the 787 of MSL also looking to the outside. But I think
You've
that
got
might be a
P4,
little
5,
bit,
6, 7, and 8.
um,
That's what you got in front of you.
Not going to
Well, that made that one easy.
Ambitious.
So things just ambitious. That's the word I was looking for. Or of course, if we were going full Martin Brundle, it would be ambition ahead of adhesion.
But this battle's still going on, so Sasha, it looked like they got the inside of the
Don't be fucking
SRC
polite
car,
either.
but then
Get
that
amongst them.
translated to the
Come on.
outside. Sasha now back on the inside, coming down the back straight. Lassa on the outside, trying to get involved. A little bit of door banging again.
Oh,
I think
fucking
all of them
hell.
run on straight, and
Wow!
Just got
Wow! Hang on, the 787 of MSL just made up 2 cars in one corner with a send up the inside and across the curb. You now see the Connexus
Good
car
lad. Well done.
so I think that's a lap down, isn't it? Yeah, but getting involved in that because they want to unlap themselves and get themselves back into some contention after their early stop. We know they're on slicks. We know they're fast. But the Fryguys car of Sasha King holding
Here
off
to go,
now
one's
Chris
pitted.
Larson for 5th. Larson dives for the pits. We also see now Lassa diving for the pits as well.
Oh,
So things calm
fucking
down.
cheeky.
Everyone's
So
diving into the
at
pits, mate,
replay,
because you're all over
there it
stream.
was.
You're one of
It
the
was a move
fastest cars on
from the
track, I
inside
think.
from Broken Bones,
So people are making the switch based on what you're doing.
contact there.
Well, they've only got the 5
Synchronised
minutes now till the
reskin
instant
rejoin
timer runs out, Jay. So
from
Yeah, so
we'll
the
be
they're going to be probably pitting now then, yeah.
That one's the
yeah, definitely is.
Fun fact: commentators
back,
on stream
so-
think we're on
It
slicks.
looks like our leader has been pitted as well.
I love
we
it
not-
when they get it wrong.
Do you know
Oh, we're
what
not
they're
on
so
slicks.
convinced.
Oh, we're
No, we're on
wet.
wet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course we
Come
are.
on.
puncture.
I actually listened to the commentators then and forgot. So I believed them. And I'm in this team.
So the leader,
They say it with such conviction as well.
100% bought it.
I'll put a comment in the stream in a minute.
24-hour race.
Or should we leave it and see if people go out and come in for slicks?
Well, wait until everyone's pitted.
If you're pushing tyres right to the end of their life,
Do you want to swap over, Martin? Do you want to come in the street in here for a bit and I'll back
I'm
out?
fine. I'm fine where I am.
Dionysus,
Because I presume you're going to go out next.
Racing Indy bin, with that Freem sponsored.
We've still got 43 minutes, so
Stevie,
stint, we'll see.
that could be a big moment. As O'Brien has had a moment, recovering back on track as well. It's all kicking off at the moment. It's like the 1
I suppose
hour
I could
ad
go
break
next
has
as I'm
kind
here.
of refreshed everyone. Now, is that a puncture as well? I think that's a puncture. Look at the way the car is leaning down on one side. So I think the tyres beginning to fail at this point here. Stevie, if people
I really
pushing beyond
need
their
Sasha
limits-
to get out my
Yeah,
way.
that's 2. Obviously the
Or
leader.
pit.
Now we've got.
Well, a bit of karma.
Also got
The number 30 Ferrari that hit us appears to have a puncture.
That's a shame.
So
Yes,
must be,
he's ahead of us on track
suffering
though.
with
So.
these.
So it's somebody obviously
Okay,
worn through the
right.
wets.
Oh yeah, sorry, that's what we're looking at. Yeah, sorry, I was just picking that up from chat. But yeah, like you said, Trinket with a rear left blowout as well. What car's he in? Is he in the ONID
move,
car?
mate.
Great
No.
stuff. Great stuff.
I'll have a look to see what car.
10-second penalty for car 3 causing collision on lap
B24
39. That's
has
Pritchard. So that is
20-second
Pritchard.
stop.
20-second
That was the
penalty.
incident that we saw
The car in
in
front,
the replay just a minute ago.
like the position,
Look at how
that
much this car
Merc is
struggling
one of the really quick
with
ones. That
the,
streak,
with the puncture.
they were like top 3,
The
top
amount
4.
of time that's being lost with the puncture. Anyone who
They've had
hasn't
issues as
pitted
well, then.
yet, get in, because you've got cars left, right, and centre.
He didn't
getting
pit.
Really?
The Ferrari didn't
Well,
pit.
Brian
He's all
losing
over the place.
So much time here.
No, he is.
trying to
He's
get
just coming to the
back
pits now,
round
isn't
to the
he?
pits. Stevie, I've not seen this before.
Yeah, he's
in-
hitting
Oh,
pit
he's
lane.
just going in. Yeah, okay.
No, I've heard of punctures, and I know I've heard people talk about them, but I know that you can sometimes get mixed up with. You get a message pop up saying pressure.
So you got about
loss in
15 seconds,
left
and then
rear,
you've got
for
to.
example. But it's just
Two positions
as
again.
John Watson's off as well.
Well, the other one
This
you're not
one
going
as well.
to catch the Merc super quick.
Is it we're going to see as the car
Okay.
comes back on?
That that's
Unless it's
grabbing.
just pitted.
Yeah, that looks like
Oh.
a left rear blowout as
Oh,
well.
wait.
The Pulse car's lost the left
Yes,
rear.
it is. Yeah, look at the way it's leaning.
They've had a puncture. You may have to be ready a little bit towards the end of a stint. People seem to be losing them.
Yeah.
65,
we know
70.
that
I
it's
don't know whether
either,
doing the 75 on the wets is
as
worth it
Watson
either,
now
to be
goes
honest.
Sailing straight on. So really struggling to get.
I don't know whether
back
doing the
with
short
that
stints on the
puncture.
wets as well.
I'll reiterate this. I've never seen this before in ACC.
But yeah,
They've
Watson's
experienced
off
the
and
puncture, not just low
having to
pressures,
crawl back to the
but
pits
only
now.
by sitting and donutting for about 10
That might
minutes
put
at the end of
us
the
when he
race.
pits with
Replay
him.
on the right-hand side on the
Yeah,
insert
'cause he's
there, this is
still-
going to be,
He's still
Watson's
working his way
puncture,
around. He's just started the last
happening.
sector.
So where is this? Is this down T1? So he's got to go, or he's had to go the entire lap.
Yeah,
So yeah.
Yeah, what are we thinking, lads? Shorten the stint?
that's it gone there, I think. So it's gone on
If
the
the- if
left
the
tires are
hand,
going
and
that-
then just has no
I think
Well, there's
the tires
two.
are going like that
There's
for
two so
people.
far.
three.
We didn't actually
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
but what
for
cars are
100%.
they?
You've got the
Lamborghini
back.
and a Ferrari.
Ferrari.
So they're both
people
rear
say that
engine.
it's,
Are they
the
front
pressures
runners? Are they
staying
likely
fine,
to have decent
but the
setups, or are they?
temperatures are
Watson.
skyrocketing. So,
Yeah.
Well, he was
driving into
ultra
pits,
aggressive
maybe
at
they
the
had
start.
And then the other one was the car
might
that hit
got
us
lucky.
that I saw.
Or maybe
Got
they're
round.
just doing the sensible
I mean,
thing.
to be honest, the
I-
tyres feel like they're going
Let's
already.
get rid of these tyres
And I've got 40
let's
minutes
crack
left.
on. Now, do you think
Yeah.
most cars will be swapping
So-
to slicks this
Yeah,
time,
you've
or
done about the same
we'll get a real
number of
mixture
laps
slicks in
now as you did on the previous
Yeah, I
stint.
don't know if Ben can jump in with a little bit of that.
Hang on, yes, that's Dionysus, our leader.
How bad did they look?
Leaders
We
off as
just
well.
Saw the car suddenly crab down.
But they were in the last
And,
sector.
I mean, they've
They
been
got quite
lucky with
lucky.
Where and when it happened in the lap, that's quite late.
Is that a
We've
puncture as
lost
well,
too much
Martin?
time there.
I don't know. I didn't really see it. I just
Absolutely.
only
Looks
got
like
the
it.
background.
Absolute
Yeah, it's
scenes.
yeah.
Absolute scenes.
Can
in
you, if
Indy.
I were to replay, can
we
you
are
tell if
seeing
the tyres punctured?
Cars left, right,
Left
Yeah,
rear
'cause
was
the car
sitting down.
sits down, and
Just
you
before
will
the pit
see the
stop
tyre
time.
should be flat as well.
I've never
Right.
seen
If
you
this,
use, you know, if
happen
like you use
before in this
F7.
way, but
Right.
it's that new tyre mode
Bloody
where
hell.
you
Oh,
push
mate.
to the limit,
P8.
pushing these wet tyres
P8.
on a
Right,
draining
and then
track,
you're coming out with
pushing them
just
hard,
behind King
with
again.
a lot of fuel on board as well, and it's then starting to cause.
I don't think it's worth doing the full
issues.
75.
Steve,
Fine,
this
that's
is,
fine.
Judging from
this
that.
could be a defining
Because it
moment
must be those last 10 minutes
right-
where they're just
right
dropping
early
so
on.
much pace and we've
So
just
do you
gained
wanna
that
just do
back.
an hour?
Yeah, I mean, we're
Yeah.
seeing Tarek in
Or
third
65.
with the top two. That's them just taking the lead now. So they
I don't know
have
if it's
stayed in
worth
the
the
lead.
risk at the minute.
They pitted.
Pit lane
loads
is
of bit
very
earlier,
frantic, by the way.
I'd like to say.
Well, it will
Uh,
because people are having to pit anyway because of stint time.
No,
That's
this will be the
dominant.
point of where
But the line that
the
they
guys
took
behind will now
down
pull
the
back
straight
to me.
Yes,
suggests to
correct.
me that they are still on wet.
Right. I haven't had any lunch yet, so can I ask you
Leader
to go,
is
or you or
already
Joe to go
over
next?
as you coined it, the wet
Because
hand
Claire's
side
coming
of
back
the
with
track.
some food.
Yeah.
I'm here.
And
I'm
that'll
free.
be very telltale
Whatever
to
you
see
want.
who is going where.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can get a little
Yeah,
bit
that's
of a
not a
weather
problem.
update and how long we reckon
I don't
the
know
train is
who
going to last.
fancies it.
But we're seeing.
I don't know if
Stephen
I would
Ryan,
suggest
who
probably Martin at the minute while we're a
was
bit
up
in catch-up mode.
11th, I think.
Sure.
Just for
but
have
had
a
that
couple
puncture
of
now
hours
in
of catch-up and
19th.
see where we
Or,
are
sorry,
then.
Might even be lower than that.
Well,
but
we've caught
26th.
back up.
Well,
Round the outside, round the outside.
yeah, we haven't.
Yeah,
It
round the
depends where we
outside
drop
into
to
turn
when
one
we stop,
goes
won't
Peter
it?
O'Brien and move done.
Well,
Well, this is
After
this is
everyone's done a
this
pit
is
stop.
19th
this
now
is
because,
everyone on equal
obviously a lot of
stops
these
now.
cars
This is
coming
this
up.
is really our
Yeah.
position.
Weather update
So-
continuing for at least 30 minutes. So the variable weather is so far not particularly variable, but
You got 5
it
seconds
is
to.
making things very.
I've probably got about
very,
20 minutes of
very
running
tricky
left,
for
25
teams
minutes of
right
running left.
there. It is on the border
Yeah, you're
between
currently 38
wet
minutes
and
on this
dry in
fence.
terms of pace. The wets are probably safer. The dries are probably sketchier. As we see contact there between those two.
What
I
we could
think,
do with now
O'Brien gets away with it.
Is it going
drying up in-
dry?
Yeah,
Move
it's
off
not
Yeah.
going to, yeah.
away from
Yeah.
that. I think it was one of the Broken Bones cars, but it's right on the
You see,
line.
the trouble
of-
is,
of
yeah,
pace.
it's
Just think.
If-
And like I
if
said,
it's
so
not
the
going to
drives are
stop
gonna
soon,
be
it
sketchier,
needs to carry on for a long time.
But
Yeah.
they're probably going to be a lot longer.
3 laps ago,
lasting
Alex.
and,
That Porsche in front.
Less risk of those punctures.
You
coming in,
were
because
overtaking
these
for
teams will now
position.
be thinking, hang on a minute, if we take another set of
Yeah.
wets and run
And
it
now you're
right
about
at the
to
end of the
fucking
season
do
time,
'em dry.
it's
No,
gonna start
you know.
happening
It was
again.
probably more than 3 laps ago.
Yeah, and it might
Oh.
even get
Yeah,
worse
no,
if it
no, but I
starts
mean-
dry.
oh,
mean,
you're
this
talking
is
that
what's been
purple
happening
black
the
one.
Yeah.
whole time.
Oh, right, yeah. I thought you
If
meant
it starts
King.
drying up slightly and the track goes greasy,
Try guys
then
one.
No.
you're going to be forced to pit because if
This
you're
one
seeing
here.
tyres pop when it's wet,
Yeah.
you can't run the wets in the dry. You know, when you might have kind of 10, 15
Amazing how it
minutes
all
of
turns around
dry
all of a sudden,
tyres
innit?
before you were meant to come into the pits. You're not going to be able to do that.
Yeah, you had your head
No,
down.
So
You're absolutely right, and that is a point. When it hits that.
Well, I just
crossover
think
point,
pitting when
you're
we
gonna have
did-
to stop. You can't risk.
Yeah, so that
running
Merc in
on,
front's done a 43.0 in
to make
P6.
it to the end of a stint timer or to make it to a certain part of the race. When it
Yeah, I'm
hits
higher
that
than a
crossover,
43.0.
King's done a
you're
42.9.
gonna have to go in. No
Now it
doubt.
is just
yeah,
Hopefully
Mercedes,
limitation.
We've still got
Yeah.
Matt High, Mills, and Lassie. So a couple of them doing double stints to start off with, but after all
Kieran
the pit
Sharp behind
stops,
you's done a
after
42.9 as well.
contact, after any punctures,
Oh.
they've come back out on track and they're all within a second. So progress has resumed for another however long it may be. Sasha's dropped. They were in, she was
essentially we've gained like
drivers,
almost
but,
10 places
they
from pitting when we did,
probably repaired the
'cause we were
damage
battling with, like,
caused in a
17th, 18th, weren't we?
turn one
Yeah.
incident, I
that
would
sort of
say.
region.
So possibly why they've dropped down a little bit.
10-second penalty. Tomlinson in the Aston. That's the 42 car for causing a collision on lap 42. So, if the rule is that you must pick up a penalty on the lap that your car is numbered, then I would suggest that Gardner might be all right in third.
I would hope so, unless the pace massively increases. Then yeah, Gardner and Madsen should be fine.
Right, so yeah, I'm sort of now starting to calm down a little bit from that rather nuts phase that we had a moment ago. This is Watson, right?
Yeah,
up
Paul's are down in
behind
P13 after their
Tomlinson
stop.
now. So looking to make up another move.
That's quite
This-
ironic
this
considering they
52
caused all the
Pulse car,
fucking
if they end up on the podium
shit in the first place,
at the
didn't
end
they?
of this race,
No,
that
not
will
all
be
of it.
an absolutely
That first
staggering
corner.
recovery.
Yeah, they had the little bit of an
Watching
issue
a
in the first
very
corner, didn't
difficult
they?
start, but they now go up the inside of Tomlinson out onto the banking before they dive into the final sector. Nice move.
I think you
there,
might
Stevie.
possibly be done with your charge now, mate.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
I know,
yeah,
I know,
yeah.
I am. I'm on a point where I'm like, I'm just trying to reduce how much time we lose to the people behind and in front.
The job done, but again, Tomlinson will know that Watson will be much qucker. So you're not.
But you were
gonna fight
taking
it
like
too
2
much,
seconds a
unlike
lap after
these
people
three.
at times, weren't you? So
Oh, on the
Harvey
rest.
Mills trying to get the run. Looks to, just doesn't get enough alongside.
These
the-
tyres aren't feeling great
High-
now.
yeah,
How long have you got
so
left
we'll
to
have
the
go
hour?
Again, but yeah, it's
about
we're,
17
what,
minutes.
An hour and 20 minutes into
Okay,
24
just
hour
don't go
race.
too mad on them.
Yeah,
These
it's
guys are gonna be
42.
sweating. It's,
Yeah.
It's you don't really want a massive fight like this straight away, but at the same time, we do. All the rest of us do.
It also maybe helps pass the time in such a long race as well. If you've got something to focus on and
They're really slippy.
There's shitloads of rubber down there now.
There's also risk
You know.
in this as well, because these cars have got quite close.
I still don't think it's worth the
on
risk taking slicks, do you?
Height, Mills,
No.
and Lasser.
I was just thinking that
are
Aston, who ran
fourth,
slicks in the
fifth, and
first
sixth at the
stint,
moment. You
Yeah.
can see
they burned a set
Gardner
of
in
slicks in this.
787 just
haven't
ahead there.
I wonder what they're on now.
Rombouts is now in the 123
Can't remember what number
Lambo,
it was.
so it's taken over from.
They're not the
Four.
42.
As you see,
42.
Lasser up the inside of the Broken Bones car. And that now switches to the outside, so Broken Bones holding that line very nicely. But Lasser will now be back on the inside for this next corner. That nice sequence.
Oh, they're
of
still on slicks.
right, left, right gives an opportunity for a
According
great
to
battle.
my
But position taken by the
Doofa
88 AMG up into 5th.
Yeah, they've got yellow
22 hours, 38 minutes.
got a yellow
left to go.
banding around the
in
outside.
The ONID Indy 24.
I wonder if they've
It's,
stopped
the
then.
second
They
running
must
of the
have stopped,
24
mustn't
hours
they?
of Indy.
They-
This time
they've
in
got
May
to have
rather
stopped.
than August, just to help us all be a little bit cooler.
Otherwise,
than
they'd have a
last year.
penalty.
And an hour in, an hour and almost a half in.
Yeah, there's definitely a
We've had
yellow
some
ring
great
around them.
action, and probably the biggest talking point has been that series of punctures.
I do definitely feel like drivers would be
just
quicker in
towards
this,
the
but
end, of the first stint of driving.
it is
for
burning
all
up
these
set.
teams. I'm Adam D. I'm joined in the comms box.
Yeah,
by
if anyone
Steve
else is
Van.
on
We're
them.
here for what, about another
Oh,
half an
yeah.
hour, is it? Something like
So
that?
the
Yeah,
triple
about half
four
an hour, and then
Gaspar
I've got a little bit of a break, and then I'm away
is
to go
on
and get
dries.
punctures and things.
So's Van der
Very
Veen,
good. I shall be in your
So
world,
is
I shall be away to
Van
feed
der
baby,
Steeg, the 87 Porsche,
after this little stint of
and
commentary.
the number 4
That
Ferrari,
was the deal. Yes, you can do some commentary.
What are their
so
last
you
lap
can come
times?
in and do the feeds
What are
and the
them?
changes,
and the
sounds good to me.
right. Let's
But also the sun is out outside.
What's
So,
Gaspers?
yeah, I
'Cause
might have to,
Yeah.
if I
Aren't
read
they
them out,
highest up?
Martin, do you want to
No,
tell
just-
me?
No, just
It's actually
what is
quite
Gasper's
warm
last lap?
today.
Just go and find him.
I have been outside, and it
'Cause
wasn't
that's all we
that,
need to know, really.
cold here either, which is surprising, given I'm so much further north in the
I've lost it
wet,
again,
windy,
sorry.
cold
Bear
Scotland.
with.
I know.
It's Pitbull
And
not
I've got
working.
shorts on today. It's the first day I've had shorts on.
It's a bit
My lad has got shorts
flaky
on for
a
the
little
first
bit,
day in his
and I'm just
entire
beating the game
life.
up, so I'm not looking at it.
It's his first ever pair of shorts today, so yes, and that means he's got his chubby legs out. And so's his dad today. He's got his chubby legs out.
44.9 his last lap is
We
showing.
pick up on Matt High now. Still in this battle with Lasser.
I don't
I'm on a
think it's worth
44.3.
So there's been
Yeah,
a
I don't
little
think it's
change
worth the
around in
rub.
that order. So Lasser up to 4th, Mills 5th, and High now 6th. Which now means that we've got the 2 Fry Guys cars.
The
Is
number
that,
4.
you said that Aston was still on
I'm sure
slicks
Mr.
Yeah.
again,
Will
didn't
be
you?
very
They are
proud
at
of,
43.2.
his team's, efforts
I'm just
so
watching.
far.
But you had Watson on a
Uh,
41.6 last lap.
Yeah.
And
What's he
It's
running?
all calmed down a little bit
Wets.
after all
40,
these
the
stints and
number 4
punctures
Ferrari's
and,
just about to do a lap on
issues
slicks.
of,
43.4.
that first sequence. Ben, can you shout at Johnny to come jump in the comms box for
What
5
you will
minutes? I'd love
get
to
is
chat with him and see how he's getting on over there. Now things have calmed down a little bit, and it seems like he's got
full.
quite a little team in. Yeah,
You will get a full sort of run out of them. You
Uh,
won't. You're not going to be in danger of
right
puncturing
now.
those.
Now, there's.
Yeah.
Have we had any retirements yet? I don't
This
think
is
we have.
very, very
So
hard
it's
to drive
434?
now.
Yeah.
Ah, Johnny's here. Johnny, how goes it in the stewarding zone?
Do we want to start getting a pit stop ready?
Yeah, I would.
We had to deal with, but no.
Do you wanna-
Surprisingly,
I'll do it,
lap
mate, yeah,
one
I'll do
was not
They need
too bad.
1 psi on top of the ones.
We
It should
thought
be
we were a
right
bit
where I've
better
left
busier,
it.
But no, it's been fairly good
But
so
they
far,
need
actually.
PSI
A few
added to it.
incidents and,
Right.
I just like being
Because I was
in
just going to do
control,
a couple of
really.
laps in the wet.
Johnny
Johnny
control.
control.
Yes.
So we're using the estimator.
So yeah, it's not
Yeah,
too
but
bad.
you got
Just,
to add a PSI on
I
top.
think it'll get a bit more interesting.
Right,
once
okay.
we've seen some punches and stuff.
So let me know when you're ready, and I'll start chucking them at
And
you.
the temperature
What strat am I
and
going
the
for?
weather changes. I think it'll get
Go.
really interesting later on.
We were just saying in comms, you know,
Are we also
you don't
reducing the
normally
fuel
see that
if we're
in ACC,
only going to
so
do
I'm assuming
hours?
that this is
Yeah.
part of the 1.9 thing is that. the
Yeah, you
punctures
probably
are
want
more
about
critical when the
86 or
tyres
so
get beyond their
in the
limit,
white
but,
box on the right hand side when you
and
finish.
now, Chris Snare all over
so
the
you'll need
place.
to drop it a little
is this
bit.
car the latest to suffer?
Uh,
I don't know. We'll see. But Johnny, have you ever seen that before? A series of cars getting punctures in ACC.
I've completely missed
no,
my
we
braking
should-
point.
can only suggest to me that it's the wet tyres that are getting completely overheated and they're not lasting the 75 minutes. I've seen a puncture before, but I've never seen it, 2 or 3 happen within a matter of
Why is
minutes.
it in the strategies that the tyres aren't ticked ready on?
On the start
I don't know.
finish straight. Now, what on earth could that be?
don't
know Right, why
What's
that is like that. It should be
car?
What's the first one?
24.2.
Very slowly on the inside down the start finish straight. Now looks like they're picking back up the pace. I've got no idea what that was. We'll keep an eye on that one. I did worry that the Lexus was about to plough into them searching for a slipstream, but didn't, thankfully. So, Johnny, is there anything that's been really tricky for you?
Oh, this rear left's really bad.
Penalty for so far. I mean,
24.2.
Yep.
Or has it been?
Yep.
25.7.
Clear cut, black and white stuff
Yep.
so far.
Yeah, it's been pretty
23.1.
for most of them so far.
Yep.
We've had one that we're just
24.5.
looking at the minute, and it's like not quite sure why the guy did
And
what
that's
he
a
did.
PS up from what Martin's just
We could see what his
plumbed in.
intent was, but it was what he did. But yeah, most of them have been just really cut and dry and really simple.
Cool.
And just going back to the
That is definitely pressures for Martin.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry, you already done it.
Oh,
I've just added a pound to what he said.
We've got one of the ONID cars around facing the wrong way, and we've got cars scattered everywhere.
Yeah, I do not
as a
know why
result.
that
It's
setup's
Andy
not.
Hearn, Enduro Dad himself, not setting the example.
Yeah, I don't know, it's a bit
I didn't do
weird,
anything
like-
different to normal.
Yeah, I'm not saying you did, like, I just don't.
No.
So I'll let you go, but thanks for dropping in. Feel free to drop in.
And number on the right is got to be
well done
86.
on the job so
Yeah,
far.
when you
Looks
bet.
great.
So you probably need to take a little bit
Thank you very
out.
much. Yeah, I'm just teeing up a replay, which we'll have fairly shortly.
They'd probably take 10 out to start with, and then you got time to adjust it on
By the
pit
way, you
road.
can't hear him, but Ben's been going.
This
in
is
our ears,
really
so,
sketch.
I'm assuming that's
Like,
related
really
to
hard to
worth-
drive.
the
It's fucking really hard to
just
drive.
whilst we're
Is
waiting
it
for
worth
that
knocking
replay
your
to
TC
pop
up? And
It's
your
not.
ABS?
It's not really on throttle.
Alexis
It's
Jen says, now my teammate Strugen Striga Straga.
It's just
aiming
the
for
turn
two."
in.
Very good, thank you for that. So we've got a spinner, and then Andy stuck right
Biased,
into it, and then
click forward or two.
Oh my goodness! Oh, oh, Andy!
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that one was caught on replay, Andy.
I've got a feeling Andy's on dry
If it
tires.
fucking stops raining just
Do
after
you
we pit,
think?
I'm going to be pissed.
Oh dear.
That's the
Or just
danger, but
rims,
then
maybe.
we can't get
Yeah,
to the end of it now if it
No,
goes
no, no.
stops raining,
the greatest of
and you
free
can't
runs
go
there.
fuel only to
But,
extend it out.
So I think that
We've
was
got to stick tyres on.
When
am I pitting with 15 minutes of my stint timer to go?
Originally,
Yeah.
that Andy had nowhere to
What's
go.
you
Kinda
got left at the
stopped
minute?
quite
So,
nicely.
you're on-
24.
Unfortunately,
So that's
pack
exactly.
coming
So he's
through,
on.
maybe
We're on
didn't see the
22
yellow
hours and
flags
30
in
minutes
time,
left, so
or
it'll be
ignored
22
the
hours
yellow flags,
15.
or had nowhere to go, or didn't have enough
Right.
grip to avoid it. Who knows what?
I'm just doing a
But,
couple of
we sort
laps.
got a little
Oh
grip
my
plough
God.
into it. Now, one of those cars was the Broken Bones Lambo that's towards the front of the field.
Yeah, she's looking a bit slaggy at the minute,
I think
mate.
they are
Yeah.
7th or 8th-ish at the moment. No, 4th.
No, it's Mills in fourth. I think
Yeah.
it was the one having the issue. Now, Lasser has dropped down. What has happened to Lasser?
I won't fight these positions too much.
Nah, there's no point. You just
but
lose
now
time
they're
as you are.
in sixth third.
They got involved in that incident as well.
Ah,
So
okay.
It must have been this group of cars that came through, and yeah, there was that many of them. It's not surprising that a couple of them lost positions. So hopefully they all got through without too much damage anyway.
Just a note for Iron 38. This is the place that you report incidents, the stream chat. So anything that involves any contact will be automatically picked up by the stewards and reviewed. However, if there is an incident that doesn't get picked up by that, then please feel free to submit a manual.
surprised that
report
Lambo didn't
as,
come steaming
you
by on
informed
a
in the
straight.
driver's briefing, but, thank you for the info. Lovely. Right, so 20-second penalty for car 7. Stopping
Yeah, get
on
the
the
Lambos
racing
up
line,
back quick
causing
in
a
a straight line.
collision.
No, it's one of the slower cars in a straight.
That's the that is the Section 7 car that we saw going slowly down the
Ah,
pit
okay.
straight, I think.
Purple car going slowly. No, it wasn't.
Wrong. It wasn't.
It was a different thing. So there's many things. There are things, and then there are other things, and then there are other things that we don't know about. So it's one of those things that it was.
But yeah, just blue flags. Sometimes it can be daunting when you've got a lot of these faster drivers coming up behind you. The key thing is just to carry on driving as you normally
That was a bit half-assed and clumsy.
around the corners anyway. And when you get to the straight, like the big main straight, you can just pull over to the side and lift off the throttle a little bit. The faster car.
Quite aggressive.
So
Sharp.
Yeah, he is, isn't he?
yeah, but we.
I thought he was
are
being
now
quite aggressive
last
early in the
stint, is
first.
it in a
It's
bit
just
of
in
a
silly
zebra
places.
sandwich
Like
here?
that's not the place to be overtaken. It just slows everybody down, doesn't it?
Well, it's more if you're gonna go for it, don't just slowly do it. Fucking just
of
do it.
abating
send
at
it
the
up.
moment. But what
Fucking
battle
do it.
this is, we've got so
To be fair,
instead
it's
of
taken them
bread,
this long,
it's fry guys either side.
and with me making a huge
of,
mistake.
The
Yeah, you lost like 2
RSSE
seconds, 2-3 seconds
AMG
easy from that
in the
mistake.
middle. That is your meat. Lasser is the meat. High and King are your bread, and that is one tight sandwich.
Yeah, and it's we asked a lot of these drivers to fill out info forms before the race, and interestingly, Lassa isn't the Fry Guys' favourite food. It's actually stepagrass,
That's a horrendous livery.
according to them, which must be what the zebras feed on. But we noticed a penalty come up as well. That was for the rejoining car. I think, was it a 20-second penalty that popped up?
Was that the thing, or the other thing, or the other thing? I think it was the thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that was the thing that we saw
That was the
with
thing.
the ONID car as well. So an unsafe rejoin that caused that kind of chain reaction. So that's a 20-second penalty, which they'll serve at their next pit stop.
Tell you what, we haven't seen yet. We
Drive-through.
haven't seen any drive-throughs for corner cuts. What time is your start?
Oh, you.
My stint
I
is
didn't know that.
in. Well, it'll be after this one.
Right,
so...
we're gonna have to pit now.
Hang on. Is that the Broken
What?
Bones car?
I've just been
No,
rear-ended.
that one's a lap
Okay.
down. That one's a lap
Bollocks.
down. Yeah. So.
Do you want me to jump out,
I
or
thought that
do
was
you want me to
the-
go?
Well,
Broken Bones
Martin's
car that-
pressures are all
it's
in,
not,
so.
Oh, okay,
that's a
I'm leaving
Lambo,
the
not
server now.
AMG. But yeah, we're seeing some good action.
Oh,
there
oh,
between
oh.
all of these
I'm out.
cars.
It's only
Broken Bones
4.6
car just
seconds.
looking
Let
down
me
to
see
the
what it's
inside,
like on this
letting
next
the other
lap.
Fire guys
Right, give
between
Martin a
go
chance anyway
through.
then.
Yeah, you can get
this
him, Martin.
battle here
I'm
has
out.
Just opened up a little bit as they've gone through some of the back markers.
I don't know
Perec
whether
leads
that was me or not.
53 laps.
Oh, I can't
Ron
remember
Bouts
the
is in
replay now.
second.
You
in
can.
I don't-
1-2-3.
I don't
Oh,
feel
okay.
like
So
I
Lamborghini
didn't feel like I'd
1,
moved
2,
over.
4 at the moment, and here comes a replay. This is the Pulse Sim Sport car. number
I am in
52.
server.
Hang on, it's on stream in a minute, so.
No,
No, it's not your fault.
Pulse into the back
It's
of
not your fault.
Connexus, trying to switch back to the
Can someone
inside
check the
for that position. Now, interestingly,
auto
they've then
reports, please?
back
Yeah.
behind the
Okay,
Connexus
alright, yeah,
car
cheers,
so as
Nick.
not to overtake them.
duh, 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 duh,
So
duh.
obviously
Oh,
that,
right, okay,
they-
Martin, I am
they,
going to pit this
they
lap
had
because this
boo-boo
Yeah,
there.
I am in.
But
Ryan's
easily
ready.
done when you're battling that close.
It's not reported yet.
Oh.
Yeah, it's especially in the wet when your braking
I'll do a
points are.
refresh on it.
You haven't practiced them as much as you would in dry, and you can.
No, it's not reported.
It's so hard
Right.
to judge where the
Look,
other
you don't have
drivers
to
are
stop.
overtaking because
I'll swap with you.
it's
I'll
not so
do it.
much the skill gap, but the driving styles in the wet are so much more different than they are in the dry. So really difficult to tell where the other driver's going to brake if you've not been behind them for a few laps. And yeah, that looked like Watson was going for a bit of a dummy around the outside and then dive down the inside, but just misjudged.
Oh
it a
my
little
God.
bit, but yeah, did let
Did you
the
get hit on the back?
Shahabi
Yep.
stay in the lead.
Yeah,
Like
however.
you lost
square
some
on the
down
back.
forces, yeah.
Looking
Right,
at
He looked like he went to a switchback and then the car just was well unsettled. He moved too aggressive and then they lost it.
Is pronounced with an A in front of it. What? So arse? Is that what we're saying? I don't get it. Just here helping with the pronouncement. Okay. Does that mean it's arse or is it else? No, he says yeah. I don't know. But that's Parek. Just
Oh, good step.
putting a lap.
Good job,
in.
mate.
Ah, cheers.
Right,
Ah,
so about 86 for the fuel on the right hand side.
One.
Yep,
minute
I've got that ready.
Excellent.
lead.
What a shit
So
start to the race,
maybe-
lads.
Hey, no, you done well.
It is now time.
Neither
to
of them
say
your issues.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing you can do.
And what, we're still 12s.
Punted
Yeah.
twice.
Definitely.
Can't
I
do
mean,
nothing about that, can you?
that's
Right.
they can get a drive-through and they'll still
We're
come
up.
out in the lead.
30
that far
seconds to
ahead.
go. Ignition is on.
It's incredible pace that Parek's got. But as we say, they've got another 4 drivers in their team. We don't know.
20.
Parek, I assume, is
How
the
much damage
quickest
was
of
there?
the 5 of them.
4.6, but it felt
Oh, it's
fucking
not too bad.
shocking.
Given that they qualified and started the race. Could be different time zones, although it looks
10
like they were all from the
seconds.
same,
Car is
team
on.
initially. It doesn't mean they might have moved. but
5,
yeah,
4,
it could be
3,
that Parek has
2,
is trying
1,
to build up a gap.
go.
Because they know that
don't forget your
their
camera.
teammates
Yep.
might not have the same
Okay.
pace. And
Don't forget TC if you're
So-
just in it.
Stevie Bain with the comment of the day, they might
And your
all be
APS.
from the same time zone, or they might have moved.
So, you're probably
what
going to
I'm
come out in a
saying
lot of
is-
traffic if I'm honest, mate.
Causing my
Yeah, I'm
occasional
looking at it.
delays.
Hopefully, I can keep ahead of the leader. That would be nice.
Yeah.
And,
But you should be on
Miles
fresher tyres than everyone
also
else.
saying
Right,
that
yeah.
the Polestar has got a yellow engine.
Can you
Now,
go into your
I seem to
replay?
remember that they ended up with a yellow engine
Let me just watch
very
Martin
early
out
doors,
on this.
in this race
Okay.
last year. Was it them that did that, or am I thinking wrong?
These are for position, aren't they, to my right?
I'm
Left
not sure
of
what
you.
you're saying. He
Yes,
followed
this
up.
is
It's
for
when they got the
position.
puncture. So I guess if you did change down, the car's
Nice one, mate.
lock the brakes up,
Nice.
or one
Just
of the-
take it easy
one
first
the
couple of
wheels is locked
laps.
up, i.e. the puncture wheel, and you change down, then yeah,
Right.
overspeed
Right,
the
I
engine,
should go into the.
when it
What do you need
grips
from
up
the
again.
replay?
So
We need to do the
I
report
wonder
for
if
that.
they're the
You
only
need the
team
time
with
of the
yellow
incident.
engines,
Yeah.
or
It's
if
not
there's,
come up on the
a
auto form.
few
It
others,
hasn't
'cause
come
we
on the
did see a
auto, but
few
I just need to get
punctures.
told I'm busting.
And
Maybe 2
Yeah.
seconds.
It's fair to say. Yes, we did.
I've only had a yellow engine once in this game, and I'm pretty sure it hampered my top line speed. But on a track like this, you really don't want anything to
108.18.
hamper your top end down the straights.
Now this one's interesting. For him, we've got a three-way here. We do indeed.
Lap
It's a proper three-way gig.
53.
They are back together. This trio. That fried bread sandwich.
What
thank you
numbers
for
are
that,
there?
Richard. Wow.
52.
Yes, thank you. So it's High, and then Lasser, and then King afterwards. So the three of them all together now as they come out through the final corner. And
Right, do you
onto
want me
the
to do it?
banking.
I've
So what's
recorded
causing
everything
straight
down.
line is- Look at that.
Have you done the
Why?
full form out?
Why did he? Why
Uh,
did he do
and,
that? Why
yes,
didn't he
thank
just
you.
stay to the
And,
outside?
No idea.
Lasser now
Have you
done the
trying to
form,
put a
Alex?
move
I'm going to do the form
on
now.
High,
Oh,
moving
okay,
to
I
the
guess I'll do it
outside,
if you
down into
don't-
turn
if you-
one. Who's
you're
going to be
gonna go
latest
for it,
on
then.
the brakes? It is High. It's now going to run Lasser out wide. No, that's a great move around the outside. Oh, and now the other Fry Guy's car is just going to dive up and take the pair of them. What a bit of opportunist driving from Sasha King as the two in front got all caught up,
Can't take it
dived
seriously.
through and took
Oh,
two
dear.
places in one. And I'm going to click it because this needs it, but wow.
Lasser's going to be
Whoever drills this
confused
has
that he
apologised
overtook
in
the
our
zebra car
chat,
and
and
there's
they've
still one
also
in front
got
of
a
him.
yellow engine.
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
10
that's
second penalty
miles.
to car 94, causing a collision.
They've
on lap
apologised in the chat, which is fair
61.
play,
That's
but
interesting
apparently they've
because
got
we're
a
only on
yellow
lap
engine.
57. So somehow we know what's going to happen in 4 laps time, and we're all.
Is this a new report or a process? New report. Submit.
That is amazing. Was that one or?
So Ben,
Cool. That's been done.
Yes.
so Ben,
yes.
as you've just
I will just,
confirmed that everything's fixed, who's winning the race today?
Racing stronger.
Oh, as we see, Lasser, I think might have got into the back
I'll tell you
of
what,
Sasha,
7,
but if
6,
not, then
5, 5th,
definitely
6,
got
7
into the wall. As
are
a
having
result
it
of
knocking
trying
lumps
to
out of
avoid.
each other
It is
and each other
kicking
off
off
the track
once
and all
again.
sorts.
So Lasser trying to fight back on Sasha King, then gets it all wrong under braking, and now comes
Right,
under
I'm gonna
pressure
go for a
again
wee
from
and
Matt
stretch my
High.
legs.
Yeah,
So
you deserve it.
who would have thought that
Well done,
Lasser's
mate,
time
good job.
has already expired in this race,
Cheers, lads. Right,
and
be right
there's
back.
all kinds of battles going on.
Yeah, it's they're definitely not stopping, and I wonder how much damage that car's then picked up with hitting the wall. It could give Matt High a chance to go and take that position back again and have it as a zebra in formation. They do like to travel in packs.
Now Mills has really very good. Mills has really caught. It took me a little while. Mills has really caught up to the back of Gardner in the 787. I love that 787, by the way. The zip livery with the Mazda 787 tribute on one half. Looks great. But Harvey Mills then closing in on them in that Broken Bones car. And really putting the pressure on Gardner for third place. He's still got that Lambo 1-2 out front. Right, 3 laps until we find out why that car got the penalty. Hopefully we won't need a replay. I mean, maybe if Ben can actually watch it live when it happens in 3 laps time, then we'll be able to. As Mills gets up the inside, the Broken Bones car up the inside as MSL run a bit deep. So lots of switching back going on here and now. They will try and follow as closely as possible out onto the back straight. What's quicker, an AMG or a Lambo in a straight line? We're about to find out as the MSL car moves to the middle. Also moves onto that wet hand side to try and cool the tyres a little bit. But Mills will look for a move down into T1. Not quite close enough. The AMG still pretty rapid in a straight line. And MSL live to fight another day in third.
Yeah, Lambo isn't the strongest in a straight line. It seems to be a little bit like the old Porsche, which was really good in the corners, but didn't have the pace down the straights. It does make overtaking tricky. Shows the closing right up in this sector 1, where it is tight and twisty, but it's going to take a lot for Mills to get a good run onto the straight to outpace that Mercedes in front. Don't forget you can follow us on YouTube. Ben just popping up the details there at ONID Racing on YouTube. And the great thing is that once our races have been shown live on Twitch, then a couple of days later, we'll see them pop up to watch again on our YouTube channel. So you can go subscribe there and watch us there and do all of that good kind of stuff as well. Mills through the twisty stuff, getting closer and closer. You sort of feel that he's going to have to go for a move at some point. Maybe into this right-hander here. Quite close enough. Although the 787 runs deep again, just like it did last lap. So Mills will now look around the outside, but now we come out onto the main straight where they don't have the poke. Although they've got a very good run through the that fast right-hander, at least it looked like they did, and then it just sort of stagnates about halfway down the straight once the Mercedes grips up. But
they are closing. They're going to have to go for a move into T1 to the inside. Then goes Harvey Mills. The 787 will try and hang it on around the outside, but Mills very late on the brakes. That's a beautiful move. He made sure that there was no chance of Gardner switching back up the inside. But I tell you what, this has brought Sasha King into play here. Sasha now in 5th after that double overtake just a couple of laps ago, has been released and is now right on the back of this battle for 3rd. We've got Mills, Gardner and King, 3 cars battling it out for 3rd place right now. King right on the back of that AMG. So we've got a Porsche against an AMG now. Which one's quicker in a straight line this time, Stevie?
Oh, I don't know. The Porsche's quite quick now, the new one. But I think it's all going to depend on how good a run Sasha gets out the corner. It's pretty good in acceleration. So if it grips up in this wet, then I think they'll have the pace to drag them down the straight. But all over the back just now. Pushing very good on the brakes. You can see closing up a lot.
Quickly, that Lambo's gone in front though. Now, I'm wondering whether there is a difference in tyre strategy here, and maybe certain tyres are beginning to switch. I think that MSL car's on wets, you know. I think the MSL car's on wets, and I wonder if the Broken Bones car and this Fry Guys car is on dries. So you see the MSL car dive for the wet line immediately. Sasha has to follow to get the toe down the straight. Not quite close enough this time. Tucks back onto the dryer line, but there are back markers ahead. Look, there are back markers.
How's it going?
And that could make
We're winning now.
as we come into the first sector of what is
Get rid of the
lap
two.
61.
Just need to get you out of the car. You're a liability, and we're winning now.
24 hours of Indy, the
Oh,
second
dear.
running of, and really increasing the excitement of the month of May at Indianapolis. Sasha King getting closer and closer to Gardner now, and yes, yeah, there we go. MSL Mav confirming they are on wets and managing tyres over the stint. So there we go.
Looks like Sasha's very close coming onto the back straight. Pretty much touching, is going to drop to the inside, but doesn't feel
So what
like
car
she's
number was it that hit you?
quite close enough to make a move, and tucks back in.
What, from the back?
Seems like only
Yeah.
a matter of time.
Watson?
And,
Oh,
also
was
need
it?
to
Oh,
keep an
that's
eye out
why.
for car 94, because they are having a collision this lap apparently.
That's why Miles
That's right.
apologised.
Yes, lap 61. They are going to have an issue. They've already been given a penalty for it, but something is going to happen this lap for them right now. Rhonda saying there is zero chance that anyone is on the dries. I hate to break it to you.
We're
but
well and
there's
truly
quite a
off of
few
everyone
cars
else's
on
pit stop
dries as well.
strategy, aren't we?
We are.
Now, so yeah, it's interesting. But this
It'll all
battle
get reset when it stops
continuing on
raining.
then. So King right on the
Yeah.
back of the
We just gotta hope
MSL
that benefits
AMG
us.
as we come
If
out
it stops
onto the
raining.
start-finish straight. Once again, this looks like
There
a
is
much better
that.
run.
We did have
They're
a
potentially going to have to switch to the
a
outside. to
2.4
make the
around here
move.
where it sort of
You
did
can
this
see
sort
that
of
Mills is definitely on
obviously rain
wets
for
as well
the whole
because of
race
line they
and,
were taking down. Start finish straight.
Yeah.
Switches to the inside now.
Wow,
Sasha King, that is
this-
a real
but
send.
the Pulse
Into
Ferrari
turn
struggling.
one,
This is a
MSL
49.
car hangs on around the outside. Great battle between these two. This is epic racing between these two. Right at the front of the field. And look who's coming along very quickly behind. Lasser is catching these two at the rate of knots.
Yeah, you can tell Sasha's pushing the slide out of that corner. Lovely slide. But it does seem like they're possibly on dries and just they definitely have the pace. As we see our first drive-through for track limits come through. Thank you very
You're
much.
closing
Ben.
these two really quickly.
And it's for car 23.
Yeah, okay, I've got the leader coming in a little bit though.
Sasha desperate to get past because that car 3 Lamborghini is getting off into the distance. I know Johnny Earl, you're in.
Pretty
the
mad.
chat.
We've done
Can
2
you
pit
tell
stops
us
and we're
whether
21st.
this 95 car is on dries or
We've
wets?
had damage in both of them.
You
We've
don't
had
want
what?
to reveal that, but
25
assumption
seconds
is
of damage,
dries.
something like
It
that.
would be very interesting to
Yeah.
know right now what that strategy is. Look at the tighter line they hold.
Let me just check that's actually come
out
up on the manual
onto,
reporting.
the first banking section.
Did you follow the
Oh, they're on
new?
wets. They are on wets.
There was a new
So
link.
this is a pace differential. At this point
Where
in
is the new
time.
link put in?
But
Is it
it's gonna
under?
get interesting towards the end of these stints.
Oh, it
because,
might be. It was in the
you know what
announcements.
happened in the first stint? All those punctures right
Oh,
at the
for
end of that first
reporting.
stint.
No,
We expect
the
that
whole
could
just the
happen
announcement
again
channel,
if
not
people
in the
push
race
them too
control
far.
channel. That
Yeah,
link was
and,
wrong. Have a look in there.
Similarly with the dries, being
Ah,
wet.
do I have to report it in there?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's not
They're
recorded
not
it
going to be up to their
properly.
optimum pressure.
Fuck's sake.
And are you going to get in? Are you going to?
Lasser up the inside. Lasser up the inside to take that position from King. King will try and hold on round the outside. And
Sorry, I
does
forgot to mention
so.
this.
That's a lovely bit of driving. Sorry to cut across you there, Stevie, but that was some superb racing between the pair of them. Lasser stays up the inside for the next right-hander, but actually it's faster on the outside there for Sasha King, and that one settles itself back down. Sorry for cutting across.
Right.
Yeah, lovely bit of battle in there. But as I was saying, being cold and the dry tires not up to pressure as well, they probably aren't going to last as long as they would in the dry, because although you're sliding about, you're going to get.
They only got a
spinning.
warning for it.
You could see the pace drop off quite a bit towards the end of the stint as well.
Ow.
So it's
Yeah, car
it's really
52
good
warning,
industry
minor
prepared for
collision
this,
and
if
braking
they
time
have,
lap
well
53.
done. Well done to them, but yeah, it's definitely an
Is that in the
interesting one.
auto?
Under
Yeah,
under
it's
racing
strategy.
under race control.
Hopefully,
Just look at the
hopefully
chat.
the
24
Ferrari
hour race
F1
control.
team
Okay.
Because
Very good.
as
Right, so the MSL car.
I feel they've
just
gotten off with that
back
very
that
lightly.
Took very
Fuck's
evasive
sake,
action.
I don't even
Nicely
see it.
done. But has been given a bit of breathing space by this battle going on behind them. Now the other Fry Guys car is beginning to close this battle up as well.
Yeah, that's not.
And we're now looking at
It's like parking on the apex
Bequeath,
of a corner.
in the
And it did a
FDSR
racing incident.
Indy team. Car 14 chasing down Madsen in the
one,
second
Martin.
of the Broken Bones
move, mate.
cars. and
look back on
they
it.
will now move out into this final
Yeah,
section
what can you
of the
give him a
lap,
choice? It's gonna happen.
for heading onto the back straight.
Love the
in not
confidence
so much
coming
time,
through.
and that Ferrari is pretty good in a straight line. So we can expect a good battle down the start-finish straight.
It's not particularly.
I'm pleased to say that
quick of a driver.
we're joined now by Alex Parkin, who I think you're going to be taking over in about 4 minutes' time, aren't you? 3 minutes, 2 minutes, something like that.
Yeah, the outbreak, I think, isn't it, Adam?
Something like that. Yes. Yep. That would involve me having
So
read the schedule. Don't expect me to have done that, please.
I think you're about
but,
15
how are you,
seconds off
Parky?
of
Yeah,
18th.
steady man. Had to work this morning, so I'm in the sleep pattern ready
You know
for
what their last lap
6 a.m.
was?
stint tomorrow in the comms box.
Still
I
no
shall
baby
check.
yet?
No, 2 months, month and a half away now.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah, I
you
think
I-
I'm close enough.
If I randomly vanish, well, I'm
I don't know
not,
what
145.4.
If I randomly vanish at some point,
14.3.
we'll assume he's going to delay.
Cap him 45.3. All right,
Or
cool.
you fall
That was a
asleep,
second. That
one
last
of the
lap.
two.
Yeah, oh, yeah, that too.
Trust me, sleep, get it now whilst you can, that man. Right. Maybe is it Ryan who's a bit closer to
Probably the
to-
next couple of
to-
laps
3
I will
weeks.
have.
Yeah,
Ryan
Let us lead us right.
Ryan's missus is closer to drop
Yeah,
date,
that's
so,
right.
yeah, the right plethora of ONID babies after it was me, then it was Dave, then it's you two, and then I think there's one other as well. I can't remember who the other one is. Is there another one? Maybe.
Dave's just had a kid?
Yeah.
Is that what you're thinking of? Oh, sorry, yeah. Good start.
Very good. No, it's fine. You won't have to listen to me for very long because I'll be going before too long and
I've
doing
got
the
the
whole.
soundboard for comfort, Adam.
That's true. Yes.
Barely fucking
I can
raining,
be here
is
for
it?
the whole
It's
24
just like
hours without
spitting.
actually being here.
Yeah.
Sasha's lined up another move down the pit straight, diving to the
Yeah.
side again.
The thing is, does it get to a point of where it's like this? Do we give dries a whirl?
Went too far, unfortunately.
Because we'd still have enough
Sasha is
sets.
gonna
I think if we can get the wet running
try
out the
and take
way,
advantage of this.
what did we
up
say it was,
inside,
about
and I think
3
Wow.
hours?
position.
3 or 4 hours?
Yeah,
How-
we're nearly 2 hours in already.
Yeah, get the wet running out the way and then see where we are.
Did really well to still.
As long as we can go our stints to the end on
yeah,
slicks, I think we're golden then,
She
aren't we?
didn't quite make
65
the
is what we're
position
doing,
on
slash
Gardner
65,
and then
yeah.
lost the position to Latter as well. So yeah, not ideal, but you've got to try it sometimes, and we've been enjoying watching fight between these guys up in the sort of podium type positions, or 4th, 5th, 6th actually.
Yeah, it's,
Ben did okay in areas. We don't know what for, but
there
okay.
was. I did notice that when we were spectating Sasha, the overlaid went a little bit funny, but it's all fixed now again, so it could have been to do with that. But yeah, this battle's still going on, and Gardner's doing a fantastic job of staying ahead after they've been put under pressure for what feels like the last half an hour.
Probably feels like the last 24 hours for them. That 787 does run deep there. It's happened a few times for them now, and look how close this giggity three-way has got now as we head out onto the back straight. I assume what we're doing, Ben, is probably handing over on the hour. Is that right? Yep. So you've got 5 minutes of Dean and Bane action before we go. I think at the moment Parkin's going to be riding solo.
Yeah, so hello stream. At the minute, Rob's supposed to be joining Parkin, but it looks like he's in the car right now.
That was fucking good on the brakes, that Lambo,
Parkin
innit?
might get me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just a
right.
strong-
It's okay. And I'll take it as a fallback up.
Oh, thank you.
I'll
Keep
keep
breaking it early.
Maybe that's
He was,
why
like, dead
Rob
on the
suddenly
400
turned
mark.
right into the wall, because he was like,
When the
"Oh,
wet,
hang
that's
on, I'm
fucking
supposed to be
brave.
commentating."
Yeah.
Oh no, it's too
He's gonna
late.
get
to
a
stop
shout in
again."
that.
He was
Yeah.
trying to get to the comms booth.
Yeah,
That's what
he
he
was
was
trying
doing.
to drive to the comms booth. That was it. Yes. Did we
Oh,
ever go-
Lasser runs a little bit wide. That's going to give Sasha a run down the straight. Already defending all those.
Whoa.
Oh,
Oh.
can't
They must be
decide,
going
pick a
fucking
side,
rapid to
and
lap
see where the
P8.
head
That's
runs.
P8
Oh.
already.
What were you saying, Adam?
I don't know.
Oh god, yeah,
Okay.
I thought that was 1 lap, but now we're 2 laps down, aren't we?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
usual from you, isn't it?
Yeah, but if they've had a clean run, we've been
Yeah.
rear-ended
I'm
twice.
sure it
haven't we?
was, but we'll have to.
And we
come
have
back
Yeah,
to
to
but-
an extra
whatever
pit
it
stop,
may
and the
be.
pit stop is
Yeah.
most of
Agreement
the
of
lap
Hammock
round here,
Towers
but
already,
Yeah.
maybe.
they're still quick.
Do you know what? It is almost hammock.
It's only 8
weather
seconds now to the car in front.
Well, no, it's not almost. It's definitely hammock weather.
Ooh.
So I might be able to jump in that hammock today.
But just had a weather.
Go on, Steven.
I was just going to say, just had a weather update flash up, so the rain is continuing for at least another 30 minutes as well.
Will it stop?
Yeah, he did
at
a
any point
46
during
last
this
lap.
race?
That.
I would hope so.
What if it doesn't?
Well, then we'll have a wet 24 hours. It'll be... Hold on, I need one to reply to you for that. And it's going to be...
Incredible!
Depressed
in the
squid
way.
Tunarol is now following. Thank you for that, Depressed Squid Tunarol. I'm assuming that's actually TNRL, but Tunarol.
Incredible!
Yes. So Tony Law says stopping the rain at. It's J Cherry 99 drops a follow as well. Thank you for all these follows, much appreciated.
Incredible!
Yeah, Tony Law says rain stopping at around 7 p.m. tonight would be nice. Joe Pinder with a follow as well. Drop the follows if you haven't followed. Keep pinging them. Let's do it. Of course, you know, if we get enough drops and things like that, then there might be some kind of choo-choo hypey type thing as well. That's my Twitch knowledge right there. Lasser now getting closer once again to making a move on Gardner. I think there's going to be a send up the inside here.
He's got super
There is,
awkward
and
conditions.
Sasha looking to capitalise.
Literally the shittest conditions.
Sasha, you've done that once
It's like
before,
that
so crap.
where you've
Like the
taken
Imola
two
race the other
places.
week.
That was nice. The way the,
Yeah.
Little polystyrene block rolled
There's
over
actually
the
rubber
windscreen.
starting to go down through the
Good.
corners. It wasn't
But,
doing that earlier.
Yeah, Sasha couldn't do the same as she did,
It's not very wet.
so just
It's
sit
not
to
very wet
rest
at all.
instead. Couple of cars
It's
in
like
the
this
pits.
last corner's sketchier now than in full wet.
I wonder
Yeah.
whether some people will actually opt to take a shorter stint.
Oh,
rather
triple
than
fours in the
risk
pits.
The old explosion of Rooney of tyres again.
Yeah, a lot of the drivers will be about 45 minutes into the stint, but it may be feeling a little bit drier. The track
The
doesn't
Manska
look
car
much drier, but
that we passed as well was
we've
in the
also got-
pits.
there was a few.
It's
people
just
pitting
switched
early.
Dan-
If
Daniel
you
Hurd.
remember, Shahabi
Don't
pitted
forget-
slightly early. As
We
well.
were off strategy on this,
must
so
be-
people. This is like the 2 hour mark,
They have
isn't it?
already pitted, I think.
Oh yeah, I suppose. So
There's
it's
people
a little
doing
bit
it now,
early,
one-
but
Yeah,
People
there is a
doing
few
1 hour
drivers that'll be
stints.
slightly out of secret.
Expect them in the next
And
lap.
there's also a driver who I think has pitted because he has other things that he needed to do. Is that right?
I think so, because he's just landed in the comms box. Hi, Rob.
That is absolutely right. Hello. Good evening. Good evening. Good day.
That was
Do
a
the
quick
Porsche now.
stint before your first commentary stint, right?
I did an hour, but there was something stupid happened. I was
Yeah,
driving
he's
to
not-
the
Right,
pits.
yes.
not doing
Something
75.
stupid did happen.
Nowhere
Can you
near.
explain what happened on the way out of the pits, please?
Well,
No,
I'm
they
on a
feel shit
controller,
after about
and my
fucking
controller
25
is
minutes,
not
don't
the
they?
newest one, so
Yeah,
when
and
the
I think
stick
it's,
is put to the right, it
I
stays
think
there.
he's getting
When
just
you're
drier
with
and drier
somebody,
slightly,
it doesn't
especially
matter,
then
but
when
I
what
tried
it
to
was in
put
the first
something
hour.
on my left to
Oh
the right,
yeah.
hit that stick, and it stayed to the right, and I didn't notice it until I saw it hit the wall.
Who is this guy
Yeah,
in
that was
commentary
absolutely
booth? He's like the
horrible, and
Dutchiest
from
guy
that
I've ever
moment on, the car was
spoken
horrible
to.
too, so, yeah.
He is pretty
I
Dutch.
think later on in this stream,
Don't
we're going to
know.
start a crowdfunder to buy.
It's not Hiker,
Rob
is it?
a
Yes.
No.
Is it
controller
not?
Is it?
So that he's
Hiker
his
sounds
stick
really
doesn't
Dutch.
stick and throw him
Comms
into the
booth?
wall.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, that was.
It's
that was
Who is it?
either
other than
parking,
that, yeah,
Sizu,
Oh, he's not parking.
Question is, Rob,
Yep.
is that worse
Or
than the
only
mistake
Dado.
what I believe Greg did where he nearly
But
did
Sizu then.
before the race?
Whoever that is.
Which is worse?
Yeah.
Rob
What's the mistake for me?
Simanska.
Oh, that's the one that was just driving the Porsche that I overtook.
Oh, okay.
That is something, isn't it? Delete. Boom.
He's like more. He's more
Right,
Dutch than
well,
Tamar, if that's
I'm,
ever
I'm
possible.
going to sign off now, and I think Stevie's going to do the same as well. The first couple of hours of this race have been tremendous fun. Dodgy weather, dodgy tyres, punctures left, right, and centre, pit stops, incidents, penalties. Stevie, it's been a slightly crazy first couple of hours, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been crazy. And to add to the dodginess, in about half an hour, there's going to be some dodgy driving on track as well.
Good. Wait
but
for the drive-through penalties to pop up in the name of Stevie Bain. There we go. But look, let's sign off and say thank you very much. And after the ad, break, you will be joined by Alex Parkin and Rob Zemanska to take you through the next period of time. I'll be back this evening, and don't forget there will be an exclusive T-shirt giveaway this evening during my next commentary stint. I will see you then.
It really doesn't look like it's raining much.
Alex, Rob, enjoy your stint, and
it really isn't.
Here's some ads
it looks
to
like
take you
when you're
to
coming down to that chicane,
zone.
if you look head on out of here, that looks a loads brighter over there.
Yeah, it just looks very bright. Right.
So if it stays like this, and it looks like it's stopping raining, we can just fucking, if we're near the end of a stop, we can either extend to the end or hit whenever, can't we? Because I think we'll be alright on slicks as well.
Yeah. The thing with slicks in this, you probably would get the full stint out of it. You just got to be happy driving slicks on a wet track.
Yeah, when I drove the other day, it wasn't.
Sim racing has been a great help.
It wasn't the best, but it wasn't terrible.
Getting through the toughest of times.
Yeah, the wets will be better initially, but then
you are pulling away from sharp.
Yeah, and
I know Watson's been
pulling in
closing,
high.
but he's not.
Yeah, I've been closing on high as well.
Right, I'm just going to step away for a few minutes.
But then I do have a tyre advantage.
Oh yeah, I know that. I don't think. I think we're within, within the pit stops. We're not far off of sharp after the pit stop. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
Yes, I'm doing very well. Just got out of the car after a horrible stint actually, but
yeah,
I'm doing well.
Just when I got the Porsche in front.
10 positions or something. So
hey, pit.
Dan is in the car now again. He can probably gain them back. So yeah,
was
good.
Yes.
Was really
Okay,
good.
that left rear.
Good man. What car number are you in, Fred?
Oh, no, it's horrible.
P16 as well. Yeah, P16's in the pits as well.
So yeah, just what position are you running currently, Rob? There we go. So get on the street.
Position 30 after pit stop.
There you go. There's a Rhino's motor.
Yeah, I say the slick might not be as quick.
Nice looking livery.
First few laps, but
yeah, it's kind of
you would
it probably lasts longer.
And yeah, I think you'd be able to do a full 75.
So yeah, it's a good looking car. It drives amazing unless you have damage or really low fuel in this setup.
Wet rears are definitely wearing away.
You expect it to be really understeery, but it does the complete opposite.
You just can't lean on, especially like into his corner. You try and drive hard into that.
I've never really touched the Porsche, Rob, so I can't really.
And that last corner is getting quite
saying,
interesting.
And that's for good reason, because I cannot handle that kind of character.
Well, normally the old Porsche was the opposite.
Yeah.
So when the front got light, because the fuel tank is in the front, it got understeer. In this car, I expected the same. So the tank drains, the front gets light, you get an understeering car.
It's not far off P7 lapping.
But it doesn't do that. It does the opposite. So the lighter it gets on the front, the looser it gets on the rear, which is it just doesn't work in my head. It shouldn't do that.
Still taking some getting used to.
So yeah, that combined with the front damage we had from that weird pit stuff, the rear went all over the place. It was there was no confidence in my driving.
Yeah, that's not what you need, is it? When you're just starting to stint and you smack
Yeah, most people are on wets.
Worst case scenario in wet conditions, I guess, man.
It's the safe option.
I started with low 44s and went to 50s.
I think at the moment, because you don't know how much dry running could potentially happen,
it's fine. Then we'll
you've kind of got to go with the wets.
It's still 22 hours.
Only another stint though.
Like you said, that there apparently has been a lot of punctures. So yeah.
Yeah, like I was just saying to Adam and Stevie in the break, and yourself, Rob. I had a bit of lunch before I came on here. Went downstairs to put my pots in the kitchen. Came back upstairs, and half the field seems to have got punctures, which is incredibly rare. Whether it must be the new time model, it's done something to it, but
I think so. They do heat up a lot. It's a damp track. There's not a lot of cooling on the dry line basically, so you have to keep it to the wet spots on the straight, which is still difficult. But yeah, I forgot it a couple of times and the tires went scorching red, so that could be a reason for the punctures actually.
yeah, I've noticed in the few mixed condition races I've done, away from the 24 hours, the tyres do not like being out of their temperature range. Like, dries and wet conditions will immediately become dark blue within about 2 laps, and the opposite will happen.
Imagine if it's like this for the whole race.
I guess that leads to punctures now.
I know.
Yeah, I agree. Before the update, it was totally different.
It's not
I
changed
don't know
at all, is it?
No.
It's definitely a challenge.
Still half
And
hour.
it can occasionally get stuck.
Sometimes it's a bit frustrating.
Oh!
Especially without intermediate times, it's a bit of a nightmare as well.
I
Look at
saw
that,
that
you
because
see
it was like, yeah, very
dry
wide.
line on the pit straight and everyone dipping out of it to keep those, I presume,
And they
wet
driven
tyres.
from the start.
Yeah, you really have to cool them.
Yes.
Otherwise they go scorching.
So they're at
It's
2 hours
She was the
dry
one
line,
who
and 2 laps,
did 11 or 12 hours
cooking them.
Yeah, so I wonder
in
if
the
that
last
means that white
24
driver
here.
you see run a little bit
Do you remember that,
wider
Lexus?
on is
Yes.
on the dry tyres then, because he
What,
that
straight?
guy didn't make any effort to cool the tyres, sticking rigidly to
No,
the
I
dry
don't.
line, and then the ran
Um,
on
I think she did like 5 hours straight,
It's a long time, man.
and I'm pretty sure she did like like 11 or 12 hours of the run-in of the car.
Tire sidewall.
In a couple of the
camera
6
angle,
hours
but,
we've done, we
they
have
didn't make
seen
any effort to
a
cool
few
the
people
tyres,
solo
they seemed to
6-hour
drift off the
races.
track when they got on the wet stuff, so a couple of
Yeah,
an eye on
like the
that.
Alton Park race someone did, didn't they?
Yeah.
It's definitely. We've been discussing it. Should we go out on dries and see how that feels with like higher pressures in them? But Dan was like, "No, stick to the wets. We know how that feels." So, and without the damage, the car is perfectly fine. And we put a bit more fuel in it, so at the end of the stint, there's a bit more weight on the front. So it should be good now.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, personally, I feel
I'm
that
gonna
it's
let
gonna
me
be a
dog out
majority
for a
wet
wee
race.
sec.
I ran quite a
Okay,
few
mate.
simulations on the Lenny's Lines website, and not a lot of them came through as being even half dry. It was like probably 2.
Yeah, I expected like dry and then a bit rain and then dry, like last year basically. And we immediately started in the rain. And I don't know, but I have a feeling that it's gonna be this the entire 24 hours.
Yeah, I've got a feeling of that. Ben, Ben's still in my ear, by the way, and I'm still watching.
Hello.
How's the weather looking? Is it still wet for the next half hour, similar temperatures and rainfall,
so
or has there been any change?
Yeah, so if you look at the little pop-up, you can see weather update rain continuing for at least 30 minutes. So, yeah, we ran a lot of simulations over the weather that we've set for this, but it is a little bit up to what Kunos or ACC decides to interpret. So we're expecting a mixed bag of weather in this one, so I would kind of expect it to clear up sooner rather than later. We'd hope, because we've had 2 hours and 10 minutes of damp track, so if the weather can sort itself out, that'd be great.
I suppose we had the opposite problem last year, didn't we? We expected significantly mixed conditions, and we got a couple of hour-long showers, and that was about it, I think. From
Yeah,
memory,
the showers were like 15 minutes, I think, last year.
Yeah,
and
they
it
were
didn't
literally
really need
15
anything.
minutes.
Yeah.
I think we had 2 or 3, but
yeah,
a lot of cars back then stayed out on dries and just went through it. And
yeah, what we wanted to avoid was what happened at Misano, where it was. If anyone remembers that one, it was like wet, dry every 25 minutes or something. So
we had that once in another community where the setup got a bit mixed up, and it was an hour race, and it went from dry to complete rain or downpour in like 5 minutes. You know, we had 8 downpour sessions in an hour race. That was horrible.
I mean, it'd be completely realistic, but if it did that for the whole 24 hours, that would be a very interesting race to be a part of. What might not be very fun after the 12th hour, but it'd be a unique challenge, I would say.
Well, one thing, it saves a lot for the environment because it's using a lot less fuel.
Here comes Dan Hearn on his
there you go, that white throw, staying on the racing line.
new tyres.
Like
Well, I'll be on a charge then.
Sticking into the wet side of the track. Or wet. What's good spot by Ben. That QRT Porsche right at the back of Harvey Mills in 3rd place, trying to unlap themselves. They seem to have good pace.
Yeah, they have tough luck in the first stint, believe they had the big crash there.
Is that right? It's a tricky balancing at this, because this is not a really overtake friendly part of the track. They do seem to be quicker, and they're battling a car that's currently on the podium. Could get a little bit messy. Hopefully they can keep it clean.
Yeah, you don't want to take out number 2 for sure. Or number 3 at the moment, but yeah.
Yeah, so 124 you're still watching. Thank you, by the way, as we hit the last 21 hours and 49 minutes. You're in the home
Hello.
stretch now, people. Stay with us.
Hello.
Almost done.
Let's have a quick
Any
look through
news?
track. Matt Holmes popped up. Good
Nope.
to see you, man. How you doing today? I can't remember if you're racing or not, but good to have you in chat regardless.
Oh, she's slippery.
Just looks like no fucking grip.
Seeing him pop up.
Not much of the rear.
Tony Law mentioned the punctures. We've not had one of those for a while, so maybe we're due a couple now where people are coming at the end of the second stint or start the third stint. Rob
Anytime you try and put some lateral load in it, it just goes nope.
What do you want to do, Joe? Do you fancy going next? Do you want me to go next?
I'll go next, mate.
Yeah?
Yeah, fuck it.
You want to get in? I know it's...
Nothing.
Yeah, I'm chomping at the bit.
Like I said to Dan, when the car was really feeling unstable, there's nothing you can do at the moment. And yeah.
Nothing exciting should be really happening at this point now, should it? So it's just sort of...
Everyone's settling in now.
Yeah.
A long time to park the car. Just out of curiosity, Rob, what kind of setup did you guys go for? Did you bank on dry or wet conditions, or try and find a compromise?
We are using a dry setup with wet tires.
Okay. I feel like that's probably quite a lot of people's philosophy of this race.
Yeah, we went with that because, well, at the practice sessions it was mostly dry with some wet sessions, wet patches between them. But we were like, if the race is that, dry setup works perfectly fine.
Bonjour.
Just thinking, how much have you got left on your stint?
Yeah. I have 40 minutes. I've done 35 currently.
But yeah, damp is
right, okay.
critical. I mean, there's Ferrari standing
Whoa,
still.
Chris Snare from 33rd facing the wrong way in the S's. Hopefully can get back underway short.
Say people running to the full 75 still got like another 15, didn't they?
There's a car off at the next corner, Martin.
Yeah, that's well behind. I think that's quite delayed, that stream, Joe.
Oh, is it?
Ferrari, that was on the right hand side.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Martin passed that about 15 seconds ago.
Oh, yeah, it's just delayed. I keep thinking I'm in the server, like an iRacing, where it's all live, and of course it's not.
Yeah. The worst thing is when you watch, like what you're watching now, and something happens, and all you hear on the the chat is someone go, "Ooh," and you're like, "What's happening? I haven't seen it yet."
You can't wait for it.
Because mine goes...
Yeah, with 2 hours gone.
I find the worst one personally is a pit stop, because Alex will do a countdown, he'll go, and then the car doesn't move, you're like, come on!
After 10 laps, he was already at 10 seconds. So that's insane on number 2.
They had, well, I suppose they were out in front on pole position, I believe, but they did stay clear of the lap 1 instance and use that to pick up a 10-second lead in no time, and doesn't have a look back at all, really, have they?
Nope. Very consistent, very quick.
Ah, dear.
Or at least one alien. I don't think there's a driver swap yet, this car, but the Q Round Racing team are in a very comfortable position so far.
Yeah.
P1 is pretty much lapped. They've lapped everyone.
Everything to lose.
They've lapped everyone now. The pace that they had on those tyres was
got the
pretty crazy.
Dangers of tech issues or internet issues.
What they need is an unfortunate disconnect.
Yeah, I think it's going to matter too much.
I mean, I believe Max Verstappen had it once in a sim race where his brake pedal broke down in real life. And he was like driving like, I have no brake guide, it's broken. So yeah, that can happen too, so yeah.
So just using the old guide, what I think you put together, Ben, thank you by the way. So car 690, this is the Q and Round Racing team. Just Perec currently in the car. Some facts about him, which might give you a little reason as to why Just is doing so well. Just Perec is the FIA Motorsport Games finalist and Estonian national champion. So yeah, it's got some serious pedigree there.
We've still got 33 cars.
Or
so a couple of the bits of refreshment there. The AC.
Yeah, no one's gone yet, which is
Spa runners
good
up.
to see.
Rainer Ressar is the ONID European GT3 Carnage Cup 2023 runner-up, and this is their first team race as ONID, so good to have you on board.
Pit stop.
Yeah, good spot. Yes, Perec comes into pits. Have a look, see if they have a driver swap. Car looks a bit of a handful in the picture there, Rob.
Yeah, I think he wanted to gain as much time possible, so yeah. It's tricky to do because you can like just miss it and gain a drive through or whatever, but yeah, he did it perfectly.
Yeah, I feel like he'll be heading towards a driver swap because he's maxed out 2 stint timers or he's triple stinted.
Yeah, some do triple stints. I mean, it happens in real live too. Some really feel good with it. I wouldn't be able to do that. I'm way too old for that.
Yeah, yeah. My concentration starts to go after about 2.5 hours. As we jump down to the Pulsing Sport car in 8th, battling with the 787 AMG of Gardner.
Yeah, it's a mix between Remnant and MSL, believe this year.
Oh, okay.
So it's a dual livery. One side is Remnant Racing, the other side is MSL. Quite cool.
Yeah, like the shades of the old. Oh, what was it? The BAR.
BAR, yeah.
Yeah.
One side Subaru 555, the other side Lucky Strike.
Yeah, that's the one.
Sorry,
interesting idea.
Watson's still in that Lamborghini.
It's all good.
Yeah, he's been in from the start, hasn't he?
Yeah, so someone in chat just wondering, is there a start list of all drivers and teams somewhere looking for a friend? As Hydra points out, there is a list on
It's horrible through there, isn't it?
Yeah, those 3 corners are really tricky.
That'd be it, Ben? I can't think of any other place it'd be. Or is the pit lane time? Does that
Is this where they're gonna fucking change?
Yeah, I don't even mind if it starts raining 2 lines.
Is there a list of all
Yeah, I'd
It'd be
rather
better.
it rained. Yeah.
Pit wall.
Probably somewhere.
So there we go. Yes,
yeah, it forces people. How many people are on slicks now, Alex?
Not many.
Had a 90-second gap, done a driver swap, refuel, change tyres.
There's only like 4 or 5 I could see. And none of them are in the top 10, I didn't think.
Quite a good position to be in early in the race, but a change of driver might change fortunes. Oh, has it got spinners in the background? Let's have a look at that one as we go past. Still got the yellow flag out. Looks like it could be a...
Someone's spun on the back straight.
Yeah, Tony Hakkalainen.
Yeah, I saw it.
That's an awkward place to get underway as well, because you've got fast cars going down the straight. Tony Hakkalainen as well gets in the way for the Sim Racing Brotherhood. Down in 26. Not quite sure what caused it. But
yeah, me neither. I think it looked like a throttle issue.
How long do I... sorry, when do I need to go into the server?
Well, who's driving next? Either you or Nick.
I'm next.
You next?
Yep.
Yeah, someone pointed out in chat, that QRT car is flying after an early incident.
You need to be in with like...
Yeah, he's really
sort of less than 5 minutes to your stint starts.
I think we've got some fans in chat, Rob, as well.
Yeah.
You've got,
it's up to you. I don't know if you want to just jump into the practice server and make sure everything's working.
No, it's all fine. I checked earlier. It's all good.
Cool.
We got a little while yet.
Cool.
Oh, we'll give you a shout when you...
Yeah. Well, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Just I don't want to leave it last second. That's all.
Oh yeah.
Sammy will be buzzing. Are you off to Wembley, Sammy? Now Luton are in the player final.
It's weird that the racing line has not got any wider or drier, because if it's raining that little, you think it had essentially dried out by now, wouldn't you? And gotten wider with people hunting for wet.
On holiday in America, Ben, so he won't be there.
I probably won't be there. I don't think I'll get a ticket.
Yeah, I don't know whether the game just generates that one line. I don't know whether it actually records of where you're going on track, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think it just clocks the amount of laps that the cars are driving and then just dries up the racing line, rather than where they've actually ran.
Okay, fair enough. that is a legit.
Yeah, potentially. There we go. A couple of cars dropping into the pits now. We're coming up to the end of the second stint. This is Pulsing Sport down in 10th.
Watson in the pits, Sharp in the pits, O'Brien in the pits.
Yeah, Paul O'Brien dropping down. 19th. And we're down actually. He must have been in quite a big battle actually. He's lost a few places there.
Well, I said that to Dan when we
What
did our
happened to the
pits,
TSRC
we
car?
back from
Oh, has it dropped?
P11 to P30. I was like, the field is
Well,
quite compact. If you drop that many places.
Beta. Oh, and they're in the pits now. Okay.
Yeah, it's quite. It's nice
The
to
Watson
see,
cars in the pit. I reckon people were cutting their stints short.
Trainer cars
No.
on, but it does make every
Dixon's in the car.
Well, I think you have to because of the danger of punctures.
Yeah, you can't,
Well,
you
yeah.
can't make a lot of mistakes then.
The thing is, as well, to a
no
point,
margin
it
for
doesn't
error,
matter
it's
so
just a
much
long
because
race.
you've got an unlimited supply of wets, haven't you?
Quite a few people in the chat.
I know
going to player
you've got your
finals.
time
Got,
different, that you can lose time,
Bill
but
going to the,
you can throw as many sets of
Barnsley
wets at it
Sheffield
as you
Wednesday
want.
player final.
Yeah.
Ian, why are you not taking us to the final, right? Oh, of course she'll be giving birth, won't she, at that kind of time? got a friend playing for Barnsley. Yeah, I'm just glad Sheffield United have actually
So
managed to
that
get a
is
goal
the
automatically.
TSRC car coming
It's
out the
nice
pits
watching
now
players from your team
for
back.
position.
Makes a nice change.
Are you talking football?
Yes, football.
To be honest,
I
it's
have
not a bad
no
thing just in
knowledge
front of me.
whatsoever.
Yeah.
Because their pace and the
Ooh,
new tyres
Pat
is
Yelenic
just going to be
almost
so
touched
much
the
better.
grass. Are you into any of the sports, Rob, or just motorsports?
Mostly motorsports. I do like some martial arts, but yeah, I've never been a football guy, even though I played football myself as a kid. Maybe that's the reason I don't like it anymore. I hated it back then. I was really not good at it. My whole team was not good at it. We were like the rubbish team of the whole crew, you know. So never had really fun on the field.
Yeah, I can feel it there. That is a mighty train of cars. As Miles Dixon gets a job done, gets up into 12th.
That is a
Overtakes
very
one of
good
the few.
train, yeah.
Yeah,
Dixon's
overtakes one of
in
the few
the
Bentleys on the
All-Star,
grid. There
yeah.
seems to be not much love for the Bentley on the latest patch, but there's one flying up, well, sit up in 13th there. With
Yeah, he's
Seb
not doing a
Andar
bad
behind the
job,
wheel.
but indeed, there's not a lot of love for the Bentleys anymore. Also, no Hondas whatsoever. No Audis.
That's a good point, actually, because there were quite a lot of Audis and Ferrari 488s last year. I can understand why the 488's not been used because there is a new one, but don't explain what's happened to the Audi. Has that been nerfed by the patch, I wonder? Miles Dixon up to 11th now, he's getting the job done.
I think the Lambo is better, and everybody is like, well, the Lambo is basically the Audi, so pick the Lambo.
Yeah, that big train of cars is coming up to Alexa White in the section.
Yeah, anytime you load up the
section
Ray.
7932 Porsche. Porsche doesn't cause any accidents, but yeah, they get back underway. Oh, Ryan Davis, there is one 480 on the grid. Number 488. Very, very fitting.
Indeed, there is one 488.
Fair play for him to still running that car.
And I'm not sure, but I believe I heard he's on dry too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there is a yellow patch. I don't know if it's on the tire or if it's on the rim though.
Whoa, as Jelinek gets a bit squirrely right in front of Quinton, but they managed to avoid each other. I think Jelinek got out of that way at contact, but he has lost one position. Quinton van Wingarden and Petty Jelinek swapping 9th and 10th position after a little bit of a squirrel issue. I'm also informed, car 787, it's also on dries by mistake, so that's going to be extra tricky for those guys. It must be close to the crossover though, Rob, because if that 787 car's on dries, they're not really losing that much time.
Well, the thing is, there isn't really a crossover. Not yet. I mean, the wets and the dries are quite equal.
I guess you've just got to be insanely careful as to not to come off that dry line, otherwise
I think that's the issue. I think the dries are not overheating as much as the wet tires. But the moment you go on the wet patch, they lose any grip, so...
Oh, okay. Do the the wet tires have a good amount of grip on the dry line, or are they struggling?
Yeah, the grip is good, but they overheat so bad.
It's pretty demoralising because it doesn't matter what you do, you're just watching your delta be just red every single lap when you get to this stage.
Completely red.
I know.
For some reason, the braking is less. They just have less grip, less confidence. So you really have to keep them cool, which is difficult.
Yeah.
I had one good tire. That was my right front.
What are we looking for? One more stint, or really half a stint?
Could have done with swapping tires at the pit stop rather than.
Pretty much, yeah. But yeah, the tires are quite weird. We had it in qualifying, then went out on one run. He did 2 warm-up laps, quite slow. Then 1 quick lap, and when he got back in the pits, the tires
yeah, because
were
what's
raining,
so we'll just
blistering,
do
and
this
they were
quick
down
count.
to
What's
0.9
65 times 20?
from only 3 laps, and he was like,
Divide to 60.
Never had that.
I suppose that shows.
Say that again, mate.
65
times 20 divided by 60.
Could very well be, but the second time
21.6.
literally nothing on the tires, and he only lost.
So that's how. So 21.5 hours.
1 millimeter. So it's quite weird.
So now,
bug or whatever.
basically, we can run slicks till the end.
Yeah, because what's the grain?
Well, do we want to
If
try
we do-
Joe on? Do we want to try Joe on slicks?
If we want to do full.
I'll be the guinea pig.
Yeah, as Ryan Davies rightly says.
I don't know if it was front or rear braking.
Brian David says in chat, ONID Endurance Dad, Andy Hearn getting his elbows out.
It's definitely looking
right in
like
the
a
thick of
wider
the fight.
line,
He's
isn't it?
currently 23rd. He's got Colin Cameron, David Hearn, Hackalainen.
It's like Martin said. I think it's quicker at the beginning on wets, but they just don't
This is like
last.
something you see on the first 5 minutes, never mind 2.5 hours into the race.
Yeah, it's about 50 minutes in now. It's just pretty horrible.
It's it's terrible, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. I might.
Yeah, definitely.
Did we roll the dice?
I think we roll the dice with Joe and just see what he's like on dries.
Do something different.
For Joe's first stint, and he's not driven wet properly. Is it worth playing it safe? Is my only thought.
Sorry, I was answering a message I got.
It's all good. I thought we'd had tech issues then. I thought we.
That's my only. Unless you want me to go and try it.
Luckily, my old headset did die.
I mean, I'm happy to try it. I've driven in the wet on dry tyres, so I know what to expect.
If you're happy to, it's just a cautionary thing. That's all.
I'm not worried about. I won't be like making up mad pace or anything like that, but it'll be. We've got to do something different. If we do exactly the same.
I think for me, it's just the
I can lose them all again.
I think the lap time to be more consistent through the stint. I'm not necessarily rather than they just completely drop off. Because I mean, Martin's what, like 2 seconds off the pace.
Well, just have a look at me. This Aston coming up is the one.
Well, 3. Yeah, but I wouldn't compare to another team that's slower than us.
Not too bad a workload for you.
No, I have.
Yeah, but if they go by as comfortably, fuck off.
Then Ralph.
Yes, no, he's been catching me.
Yeah.
Oh, crash accident. Look
Oh,
at
he's
this, like
pitching
Andy
as
Hearn. Whoa, I thought it was going to do a.
Well, they're.
Was it Sebastian
Yeah,
Vettel?
I think
Pit lane, Colin Cameron having trouble on the grass.
I think we put Joe on slicks.
No.
How are we going to work out the pressures for this?
Alright, so what temps did you do it
I'm
in?
not sure if you caught what happened there, Ben, but
It was the 2 a.m. 2 p.m. So I
but
think
what temperature was
36.
it?
I don't know. I got to look at the message that I sent you first.
Yeah.
It's a tricky pit entry if you're like fighting for positions and one car in the middle decides to pit. It can be really tricky.
Yeah, it's such an awkward, weird entry, isn't it? Middle of a chicane, basically.
It is.
It's the exit's really badly designed on this layout as well. It's just a 90-degree. There you go. You're back on the racing line kind of exit.
To be perfectly honest, the whole design of the track isn't like extremely perfect, but
yeah, not the best.
It's
34.
Let's stick with that.
Oh, we're 34
So
now.
we've got cars in 25th, 26th, 27th all in the pits. Razmeda
Well,
in
do we go
19th,
with-
He's also in the pits. So hopefully this.
Do we go
battle
with my pressures?
For the
They need to be boosted a little bit because.
No. These were pressures that I ran with dry tyres in the rain to get pressures that were right.
I'd probably knock half a pound out between you and Joe.
Well, no, you'd add.
Oh dear.
You'd add.
No, we add.
Massive crash in the pit lane.
What we do is we add what's in that last on the lookup tab.
Yeah.
The top
Really
left.
unfortunate for the car we've got on boarded now, but good work by I think it was Andy Hearn and possibly D Reeves. I'm not 100% certain. Hold it. Like,
Well, shall we? What we do? Are we going with the pressures and then adding adding a PSI on top,
No.
or just going with the pressures that I
Go
ran?
with yours. Then we add what's in that top left.
Yeah, and as you just got a glimpse of there before the.
Of the lookups tab.
Focus of the camera.
Yeah,
Tab you don't look at.
I'm in the lookups, so.
Yeah. Okay.
You see where it says dry, wet, and there's a lot of names, and there's like 0.1 or whatever.
1 and yeah. Okay, I got you. So whenever you're ready, just let me know.
Well, I think if he drives for long enough, he's got a big workload ahead of him in this 24-hour race.
On the other hand, it's really difficult to gain the track penalty here. So.
Is it a lot? Is it quite
I've
hard in the
never
wet?
had
Back stretch if you want to give me
never
that.
had one track penalty on this track ever, so I don't know how people do it. I think you have to like cut this whole chicane section straight or something. But
So for me, it's this last right-hander. If you take a look, there's a big
Oh.
on the right.
you can cut it too much. Also, that
Right.
left
So
right
the first
hand
one is
that
28.8.
chicane, double chicane. If you
yeah.
take
Yeah.
that too much, maybe
29.0.
but
28.8
Yeah, just had the
and
one
28.8
for
again.
4 for blue flag infringements, and then a 1 for car 42, minor context turn 1.
Yeah.
That little probably did keep
Cool.
the stewards quite busy.
How long have you got left?
But when I chat to him before I
6
came on the
minutes.
Contrabox, I'll see
So if
quite
Joe wants to come across,
No, Joe, do you want to join in the server?
Yep. Okay. Cool.
Not too bad so far.
To be honest, I might even call it even
How's
earlier
the,
than that.
Yeah. How's the cabin fever for you and?
It might be, yeah, well, it might be
You're
worth
doing
it.
all right so far.
Just
We're doing all
make
right.
sure
Someone's got to stop go
as
third.
well that it is a white dot
Yeah, done
on the
that.
tire set.
For some reason, set 2 is like a grey one, and set 1 is black.
Set 1 is black?
Yeah.
Fuck knows.
Yeah. And yeah.
It's horrendous when it gets to the end of the stint, isn't it?
Yep. Can confirm.
Joe, you almost in?
Hang on, not just yet. I had to restart ACC again for some reason. ONID. Right, okay, I'm in.
Yeah, he is now.
Yeah. Just hit drive and make sure you're on the right car.
Cool. Yeah, I'm not. I don't know why it never.
Yeah, it never does.
It never is.
Yeah. Right. I do want to come in this lap.
Yes.
Okay.
Cheers, boys.
So, Van Wingerden is on dries in P6. Dixon's on wets, and Blonde's on wets. Most people are still on wets, but
yeah.
Is it worth going with the set that what we usually qualified on?
I potentially save them for the colder conditions.
Even if it's cold.
No, it's fine.
Alright, good stint, mate.
That doesn't make it.
Great job, mate.
Evil car. I think we've also got the worst cars for this with where the engine is.
Okay.
Yeah, for the rears.
Right, we're in. Ignition is back on. 25 seconds.
Remember to stay in first gear down pit lane, Joe.
Yep.
I'm not treating you to suffix, but...
No, mate, don't worry about that. Tell me, because there's going to be things I'm going to forget. There's so much to fucking learn.
Engine started, 8 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck, Joe.
Cheers, lads.
I don't think you use the rear view camera, do you?
No.
Okay.
I've got to use the actual in-car camera.
I would suggest you leave the TC and the ABS where they are for now.
Yeah, I would.
Okay. TC6 and 3. Engine map 4.
Yep. Right. Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
You should be clear on exit. Not what you want on your outlap, is it?
No.
Every time I fucking look away.
Just a car, one of the cars spun in front of me.
Just be careful when you go offline, mate, because obviously you haven't got the wets.
Yeah. I didn't need reminded of that one.
Yeah. So.
He's driving the leading car now.
Yes, like to. I did notice that.
Yeah, we both actually did the same number of laps, Alex, in our full stints.
Oh, did we?
Yeah. 83. You were about 45 seconds quicker than me doing it.
Right.
I think the track has got worse.
What? Wetter?
No, drier. As in worse for it.
Oh, yeah.
Worse for the wet.
I'm not going to keep tempering these tyres, am I?
No, you won't have any temperature in them.
Your pressure's going to be the important thing.
You should still be able to have similar-ish braking points than that, though.
Okay.
Like, as long as you stay within your normal racing line, it shouldn't feel any slippier than what it would be in the wet.
Well, this lap feels better than the out lap, which I wasn't expecting. I thought they would start jumping off after the tyre warmers gave up.
Yeah, no.
No, your pressures were too high when you left the pit lane. And they cooled down to the right level.
Copy that.
I don't think we need to ask our conditions. I'm just looking at your boat race is telling us everything we need.
So sketchy, man.
You got a massive delay on your screen.
Me?
No, Joe.
The pressures are pretty good, though.
Yeah.
That right, you can still carry a little bit more speed, you know, Joe.
Okay.
Right, I'm gonna grab something to eat, so I should be back in like 10 minutes. That's all right?
Yeah, yeah.
Changeable conditions,
Yeah.
How does it feel?
It's coming back to me now. I'm a second up on this lap, so that's just feeling it out.
Yeah, but it's just not feeling these conditions. So.
Just try and be neat and keep it. Just kind of walk into the lane, central.
Short shifting helps.
Yeah. Where can you see the teammates, Martin?
It should be.
Yo.
That was quick.
Yeah, I just grabbed a bag of pistachios instead.
Nice. Good nutrients.
Your pace seems pretty good, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, you match it all around us. Do 44 second laps for the full stint. Then
Yeah, I
it
think
works
I
out
agree.
better.
Yeah.
Oh, when I get a little bit closer, I can't wait to use my machine gun headlights. Ugh.
He's let me through.
Oh,
That's a good lap, low 44.
cheers, mate.
You're actually very similar pace to Daniel Hearn in front.
Okay, copy.
Do you want me to send you the pressures that we're using now and practice in the conditions that I did?
So what was it? Light rain?
Yeah, but I ran with 25 cars on track.
Yeah.
Light rain settings, at 2 a.m. but set the average ambient to 26 degrees.
2 a.m.
PM. Did I say AM by accident? Sorry. Yeah, 2 p.m.
2 p.m.
Yeah, like
So
after.
when I said 2 a.m., you were, yeah, I was like, right, so what step am I
So, copy the light range settings into custom. Just dropped a peanut, put a pistachio in my fucking slot on my 80/20. That's one for the vacuum later.
God, that Lexus looks filthy.
It's covered in shit.
Yeah, that's been running off the track a little bit.
Fucking hell, Jay, you want to swallow?
I know. I think it gave me the space, and I just weren't expecting it there. You run offline just a bit, and it will just take you with it.
Yeah. Um. 28.7. $29.0. 28.6 and 28.8. That's not got your adjustments from the street on. You'll need plus 0.1 in the front left and the front right, and plus 0.2 in the rears.
When you say plus 1, you mean plus whole pound?
No, 0.1. 0.2. Yep. Have you set the average ambient to 26? Yeah, but the light range settings has got the wrong ambient temperature.
Yeah, probably I just did that by automatic.
26th. It should be like 34 degrees track. Something like that. Oh, you didn't save it? You fucking Peter.
Are you giving them away with the extra power?
Yeah. So 28.8.
Yeah.
29.2. 28.8. And 29.0. Oh, Hearn's in the pits.
Yeah, Joe's been taking time out from every lap.
Fair play. Hearn's fucking quick.
And he's gapping Cameron behind him as well.
Yeah.
It's the right decision, boys. That's a good strategy call.
Yeah, there'll probably be a few pitches because we're at the end of hour 3 now.
How long have I got left before I go?
Ages. You've got a minimum of 40 minutes.
Hours in this shite weather.
I know.
I'm still not convinced it's stuck, you know.
Well, yeah.
In some ways, though, when we say stuck, all we know is it's stuck for like 2 hours. You never do any races which is longer than that, really. And it's not unheard of in real life to rain for 3-4 hours like this.
Yeah.
Also true.
So what, you reckon this is what we got?
No idea.
Well, we don't know yet.
No idea.
On the plus side, it's made our strategy work straight away, hasn't it?
Yeah, so the 2 cars in front, you were 2 and 2.5 seconds quicker last lap, Joe.
Oh, nice. Racing god.
How about that?
Cheers, Nick.
build your teammates up now.
Yeah.
I'll kick them down.
Nick couldn't build a fucking sandcastle.
Yeah. These conditions I'm in, I'm not getting, I wouldn't say I'm getting heat, but they're a very light blue. They're not that deep.
It doesn't feel bad at all, does it?
At the minute, no.
What is the track temp? Just out of curiosity.
33.
Okay, so it's 34. Where are you? What sort of times are you doing, Joe?
44s.
44s.
Is this the position behind me?
Yes. He's been following you all stint.
Okay. Put me on the wet line though.
He's not been very helpful here.
No. Last lap he went into the wet. He could have just went over there again and lifted a bit for me.
Have we still got most of the field on wet?
I'll have a look in a sec. So Cameron behind us is on wets.
He's completely missed the apex. He still won't let me through.
Is it? Are you laughing at him?
Yeah.
Yeah, give him a flash. Just to...
That's what I'm saying.
He's giving me the inside line knowing it's on the wet though.
But he doesn't know you're on dry.
He doesn't know you're on dry.
Oh, true. What's the policy here, Blue Flags? You still got to get bikers the same class.
No, well, if they impede you for a few laps, you can report it. They should be letting you go, really. I'm going to drop a message into the Discord just to ask.
Is it worth a private?
Yeah, go. Watch him on the inside.
Fucking hell.
What an absolute fuck no, not gonna lie.
And watch him fucking let the other car through now. Got like a second a lap behind him.
Thing is that other car probably won't have trouble passing him in the braking zone because he's on wet.
Yeah.
We've got one. Head down.
That was good driving, mate.
Cheers, mate.
You go straight up. No.
You were still quicker than the car in front of us, man.
That's good to know.
They do have a penalty as well. I can't see what it is.
10 seconds.
And we're 12 behind them, so. Alright.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Look.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, for one lap I would still take wet, but over a stint.
They just do, don't they? The heat just...
Well, they'll just be consistent.
Yeah.
Those wets at the end of that stint are pretty evil.
They're fucking horrible, aren't they? That's one of the most the unenjoyable driving experience. It's like...
Can't get a green light because it's fucking slow AI.
Want to turn the difficulty up then?
I think it's cool.
I run mine.
Find it wet, the AI is really slow.
They're shit in the wet, aren't they? You've been closing on P10 there. P10 and P9 there.
Oh, are we all outside top 10?
No, we're 15.
No, we're 15th, but we've been closing in on them.
So we're 1.7 quicker than the car.
Careful, Joe. It's alright.
Yeah,
Keep
no, it's
going.
fine. Just too much throttle.
Maybe turn the CC up if you want.
Nah, it's my mistake. Just want the car. Right. As long as it didn't actually spin, I'm happy.
Right, yeah, it didn't hit anything, so that's the main thing.
So, car behind is the leader.
Yep.
Even the leader, 44.9.
Yeah.
Not particularly quick, is it?
Is he on wets?
Yeah.
What are the sort of slick times?
Slick times?
Yeah.
Well,
going quickly?
No, I don't think so. I don't think anyone near our place on slicks. Oh, P5 45.3, but they're quite far into their stint.
But Joe's been doing it 44, so.
Yeah. Nice move, mate.
Send.
Oh, is this then? I was going to say, you know the long left-hander which you had a half spin?
Yep.
Short shift up into second.
Yeah, I was doing it every other lap other than that one, I think, if you look back.
Ah, right, okay.
And that's where the mistake was.
Yeah. Wow.
So the next two cars ahead of us, last lap, you were 1 second and 1.5 seconds quicker, Joe.
Alright, great. Cheers, mate.
You can actually see P14 on your relative.
Yep, I've got it.
You see these guys on wets are all struggling now towards the end of their stint.
Our temps and pressure's good then, as expected.
It looked good earlier, yeah. Your pressures will look fine. Your temperature, you won't get any temperature.
Essentially, unless it gets wetter, we're running dries to the end, aren't we?
Yeah,
Well,
things like this.
I don't know what the difference is because I've just done a few clean-ups and I've done a 41.7. That's correct. 28 average, ambient 28, tracks 34.
It's normally a bit quicker in single player, mine.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Right, I should be right back. 2 sets.
Yeah, I'm gonna go weird now. How long have I got? Do you reckon about half hour?
Tops, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Back in back.
Where the fuck is he going?
That's alright, gets him out your way.
It does.
The next car ahead of you is for position.
Copy. It's boxing.
Oh, see better.
Oh mate, you pulled away loads of times, Cameron. That is the leader there.
Yeah, I'll let him go. Don't worry.
24 hours of damp Indy.
Moist.
24 hours of moist. Actually.
Yeah, we've got quite a big gap to the next car in front. You are lapping quick, just as quick as them, but yeah.
Is that the 165? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Have they done now? How many stops have we done? 3?
They last stopped 2 laps before us.
Ah, right, okay. How far are we into this thing?
It is 44 minutes into it, 25 laps.
Yo.
Hey. We're 44 minutes into the stint.
Is my stream froze?
Okay, that's fine.
Go again. Suggestions on it.
They have showed as well though, Shepherd, who is one of the cars in front of us, has got a lot of damage on his car.
Right, okay.
Oh, they have no damage.
This one, Jet. If it does run damp like this to the end, are we just going to have to do pressures by feeling then?
Yeah, but looking at Joe's are pretty good. Okay, so his fronts are 26.4, 26.5, rears 26.6, 26.3.
It's not too bad.
He's going to have to get super high in the cold later.
Yeah.
Max sliders.
It would just be like aero inflation zones. You know,
It'd be like driving a van.
You probably,
Yeah.
you'd probably be able to feel the ride height drop as you trundle down pit lane.
But also, you'd have.
Oh my god, Joe.
Mate, I don't know. He brakes so early.
Also, you'd have horrendous top speed. Stay inflated.
But they won't, they'll come down.
Yeah, but restrained, so
Jesus Christ, that was so close.
yes,
Yeah, you were.
I braked early, considering he was in front of me. I just didn't expect him to go that fucking in.
He went steaming up the inside there.
I was on the brakes the whole way.
He's probably on shagged wet tyres, mate. Oh, that penalty incoming.
Oh, that's gonna shaft us.
Look, if you don't go for a gap and all that, yeah. Make your own.
No, not like that.
Alex, could you go and have a look and see what the 787 have got on tyres wise? Because they've just pitted in there, the next car in front of us. You want to go forwards? No, you go the wrong way. You go the wrong way.
You're going the wrong way, so it carries.
But you got to about halfway, so you could have carried it. Yeah, I thought they might.
I think we might see a lot more teams switch to
I
drives.
say, I think we'll get that.
Mal Gardner.
You couldn't get a penalty for ascent, could you?
No. No.
Because that would have been as good a fucking penalty for ascent as ever.
But even if they reported it, the worst that would be a warning.
It's a good job that other bloke was switched on and saw you come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because then he would have been a better.
Like a fucking exocet missile. I don't blame him!
Oh, in fact, you know that meme? I'll send you it. I'll send you a link. I saw a brilliant one, sim racing.
I wonder what Hagel's on. Wets.
How accurate is this? Because you wouldn't see a GT3 really running at dry tyres in this, would you?
Obviously.
It's very hot.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. But this is the trouble with any theories where you only have dries and wets. Because we'd all want to be on an intermediate right now, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Put it in the Indy chat.
Hang on, I'll just load it now.
I would pull over first, Joe.
Oh yeah, no,
Safety first.
Yeah, of course. Hang on, where's my indicators?
Okay. You need to sound.
the 165, Alex, on wets.
Is that the leader?
No. No, that's the one in P12. Yeah, because you were 3 seconds quicker than them last lap.
Wow.
What time am I getting?
You've got 20 minutes left on this thing.
Losing a lot of time all around the lap now, and I'm not really doing much different. I don't know what it could be.
Tyres just won.
Even when they're that this up wet.
Yeah. I think that, yeah, they will still have won. But your time loss is nowhere like it was on the wets.
I'm going to give it another click of ABS.
Yeah, no, do what you do.
Yeah, it's trying to run a little bit deep into the heavy braking areas now. When do I start sorting tyres out?
We get on that. Yeah, probably get it done now.
Okay.
And then do it when you're on the main straight. Want to sort your tyres out, Nick?
Yeah, can do. Right, so...
No. You can't use that.
Oh,
No, you can't use. Yeah, you can't use that at all. Because if you want legs.
Right, okay. So, what do we took? Is that where we took
Yep.
Alex's?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes. Yep.
Alex, what did we do for working out tyre pressure last time?
Do you want to put? I was going to say, do you want to put those figures into chat already somewhere in our Discord channel? It's only those two that I've got access to.
Just going for a week or sort that out.
Okay. I've posted them in the Indy chat. So I'd potentially maybe boost them. What's the track now? 33. I'd maybe run what Joe ran, but boost them by 0.1.
Yeah, so yeah, he's just nipped away. Yeah, take yours, add 0.1, and then I would add Nick's. What Nick has on that look up.
Okay.
Just another 0.1 in the front, 0.2 in the rears.
No.
So I would add 0.2 to the fronts, 0.3 to the rears.
So.
Yeah.
Right, whenever you are ready, Joe.
You need to select pit strategy. But when you can do get to pit menu, select pit strategy number 4.
Number 4, hang on. Right, tyre set 4, yeah?
No, pit strategy number 4 at the top, which you're on. Yeah, tyre set 4, yeah, you got a white dot, that's fine.
Right, so it's on pit strategy 4.
Right, and now we need to adjust tyre pressures.
Yep. Left front.
Left front will be 28.9.
Okay.
Right front will be 29.2. Oh, I've done it again.
$29.2.
Yep.
Okay, and then left rear for the next straight.
Yep, will be 28.9.
Right, left rear, 28.9.
28.9.
Okay.
And then right rear is 29.1.
29.1.
Okay, 29.1. So it's 28.9, 29.2, 28.9, 29.1.
Yep.
Right,
How long are we looking at?
Well, about 5 minutes. I think you probably want to get into the server. Joe, you are going to need to reselect Nick, because you can only select a driver when they are in the server.
Okay, cool. Okay.
I'd run through the request again, just in case.
Okay.
Say I'm requesting.
I know, but we've had it in the past where such a people have been requesting it's not. Right, the bike through the names again.
Right, so I've selected him again.
Cool.
Do you have an manual wiper button?
Yes.
Can you just switch them on?
No, don't worry, don't worry. Don't worry, Nick. Right, so probably not this, that probably the end of the next one, I think, for your fuel. Depends. Yeah, I would box at the end of this lap, Joe.
Copy.
Make sure you're okay.
We got the right amount of fuel to add.
It says 96.
Close.
Do we know what takes him out?
Could do when he's travelling down pit lane.
How much?
I'd just wait till you get in pit lane and do it
Yes.
towards your box.
There's two numbers in the for the fuel. There's the number in the white background. That number needs to be either 96, so you need to turn the fuel down. But do that when you're travelling down pit lane.
Oh my god, there's so much to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the best. You know,
Trouble is, we've not been running to proper schedules and stuff like that. It's a lot easier when it's a bit more predictable. And this is one of the big downsides of ACC.
But they've said that they're not going to. They said ages ago they're not going to change it. That's frustrating.
Just watch your pit line as you come in.
Yeah, the pit lane's probably going to be wet as well.
Right, pit
Good job, mate.
fuel.
So adjust the fuel down so it's 96 on the right.
Okay. Yep.
Don't switch the engine off.
Okay.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
No.
Cheers, gents.
Give me a countdown when you get to 10. Switch the engine back on and give me a countdown 5.
Cool, will do.
Yeah, really good driving, mate.
Cheers, lads. Thank you.
Yeah, you took 24 seconds out of the 165 Porsche that we're chasing.
Okay, 10 seconds to go.
Cool.
Engine started. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good luck, Nick. Don't forget.
Good luck, mate.
Joe, you will have to disconnect from the server.
Yep, I'm doing it right now.
Now I've got about a year and a half of trundling down pit lane.
Oh boy.
You will probably lose time.
There's no point Nick doing that.
No. I actually gained a PS at 0.2 doing that.
Yeah, but
when
you
I
will.
practiced.
Yeah, but you'll lose
driving
time.
further.
Yeah, I know.
You have got P4 on exit.
Oh.
Ooh.
Chat is just going for a nap now. Still a few hours before he's due to drive, but he only had a 1 hour nap to prepare for the race. So that's.
How bad did the tyres feel at the end of the stint, Joe?
They didn't feel too bad, but the braking zones increase a little bit towards the end. I've also put the ABS up 1 click, it's the only change I made.
Yeah, that's cool.
Nearly outbraked himself.
I saw
Sorry,
that
Rob.
and no need to apologize.
Yeah, it's just too much going on right now.
It is.
There you go, that's one of the other cars we just mentioned, the Simhound Rookies car, running 30th. Daniel Rhodes behind the wheel currently. Yeah, just firing that Merc you can see down the road on the left of your screen now.
Cheers, gents, thanks for that.
Content with war as that Lambo goes for a very deep dive.
It wasn't the best conditions for your first stint.
No, but it was good though to get a feel for it, and it's definitely the right way to go now.
Yeah.
I'm thinking if the conditions stay the same during the night,
Stevie Bain joins in the commentary box.
Maybe wets.
maybe wets just because of how cold it'll get.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, actually.
Might have
For a
got
couple
one
of stints
track warning,
overnight.
Yeah, but come on, 1 track warning.
Rookie the worst.
Are you like smearing it over the entire race?
I was running wide out of turn 4.
Got to understeer in a minute.
Well, I'll just dip the tyres into the grass anyway, cool them down, because the wets are getting very hot.
Yeah.
And it gave me a track warning instantly. I was like, ah.
That's mean.
I thought it was mean as well.
You did nothing wrong. You wanted to cool the tires.
Exactly.
So, have you been, how long, since you were last at Commons Box an hour ago, Steve? You've been driving the whole time, and how have you been back?
Yeah, this is definitely wetter than the practice.
So it's not bad at the start. It feels really nice on the wet tyres, but towards the end of the stint, I was losing 2.5 seconds a lap.
Yeah, the drop off is quite hard.
But then Andy before me was really struggling on the dries. So
you guys tried to drive. Interesting.
Cheers, racing fan for the follow as well. But yeah, it's very tough to choose what tyres you want to be on at the minute.
It's almost like the answers we had a few weeks ago where I said this would be interesting after the Indy, and it has. Damp. Continuously damp.
Yeah. But with the randomness quite low, I think it's kind of good in a way. At least it's not the 30-minute cycle that we had at Misano.
Oh dear.
So I've got a feeling it will dry up.
It's not a 30-minute cycle, it's a 24-hour cycle. Whatever happens with the weather, it's
way too late to do it.
So what's been happening in the last hour?
Oh, plenty, Steve. No punctures, which is...
No punctures.
Change of pace. We've had...
a couple of love taps.
Yeah, it's been quite well behaved, really.
A couple of really nice overtakes.
We've been following a bit of progress in Dehern. He's gone from about 30th when we started comms to 12th. Well, there you go. He's battling with Paul Shepherd. Yeah, no change of lead. Oh, Paul Shepherd has a look up the inside into that corner. Got the inside line to the right-hander. But if Hearn could live with him and not go too much on the grass, he's then got the inside line. Shepherd tries to carry the pace around the outside but loses out due to his line. Goes to the cutback. Hearn closes the door. Shepherd backs out. Very respectful. Everyone survives. Good racing, guys.
I should be right back a minute.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Over to go down the straight there. He's got
Not
the
said that
draft.
bit on myself.
Look at that, it's right at the back bumper after losing a bit of time in the last corner. Traffic gets out of the way nicely. Shepherd goes to the inside line, Hearn sticks to the racing line, and Shepherd backs out again.
Yeah, then broke really late, I believe.
Oh yeah, look at that, Shepherd's right at the back of him again. Hearn had to, Hearn had to lose a lot of speed to make that line stick. Shepherd. It's an interesting track in there because you've got a lot of long section where no one can overtake, which then is cut up by a couple of
followed
really...
by this where the AMG is definitely faster.
Yeah, turn just about keeps ahead.
Get a good exit then. I'm not biased. I am. I'm very biased.
Rob driving for the 713 car in this race.
I think Dan, he's been out. He must be coming to the end of his stint now.
Yeah, 3 more minutes.
So yeah, his tyres are going to be shredded, and it's probably why Shepherd's all over the back of them.
He's quicker than the next 2 cars in front.
So yeah.
Okay.
To be honest, actually, on the last lap,
Sends a move.
the next car that was quickest, he was P8.
Tucks back in, but yeah, I don't think it's going to be long before Shep's in front of him. Unfortunately for you, Rob.
Yeah.
Incredible!
No, that's okay. We have to pit anyway, so yeah, the car is really light on fuel right now. We have damage. Tires are worn. I'm still impressed by how we drive right now.
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal stint. Thanks for the follow, Plumbob 10.
Wish I could get my braking point for there, right? I'm either way too early or way too late.
So
It's a good
have
balance.
we?
Yes, it's always a very fine margin, that corner.
So a little bit of a touch there, a bit of a nudge as they come out in the back straight.
Gone to the opposite this time. Shepherd for the outside line, Hearn to the inside. Hearn cuts him off. Shepherd goes for a little bit of a switchback, but it's not. Whoa! I think Hearn had a bit of a twitchy moment there. Shepherd had to back out a bit. Still can't get past.
Yeah, that's the Porsche war tires. Really twitchy on the rear. But what an amazing drive he does.
Is there anything I need to fill out on the spreadsheet?
Shepherd's got the line. Going
No,
right-hander.
you're all good.
Going in level. Who's better on the brakes? Shepherd just about, but kicks the door down to get through. Well, either find a way or make one, and Shepherd made one there. Could be one for the stewards to look at, possibly. You think?
Yeah, I'm not gonna comment on it. I'm too biased.
Steve for the unbiased commentary.
Yeah, it should flag up. It was, I mean, I think Shep pretty much had that move done, but he did run wide in at the apex and past the apex, and almost like a supercross move. You just run down the inside and just block the other driver from turning in. But yeah, the stewards will look at it and see if it's worthy of a penalty or not.
Yeah, definitely will get flagged up. Who have you got in commentary with you next, Stevie?
I thought it was you, but it might not be if you're asking that.
That's a surprise. Sorry. Yeah. The change of order. Ryan Davies pops into the commentary box this afternoon, Ryan.
Oh, I just can't get on the power coming out of that last fucking corner.
51 for a collision on lap 130. So that wasn't the incident we just saw. That's for something else. But they've got a 10-second penalty in their next pit stop. So
yeah, 43.7 still good.
In the wars a bit.
Yeah, fresh tyres getting through. There's such a difference in pace between fresh tyres and worn tyres. And with drivers being slightly out of sync, I know that we had a bit of an instant, and it was the same thing. I was struggling with the tyres. Car behind had just come out the pits on fresh tyres, and just
how's she feeling?
That, I would be so slow through a corner, basically.
But next in the mid to high 43s.
That's good.
Things, but yeah, I think the pace
good
difference is catching a lot of people out.
Yeah, we're catching people. Like again on the last lap.
And you've also got to throw in.
It's really
got some cars
person that's quicker than Nick was P8 yet. So from P17 to P9, they're all slower than his last lap.
It's really hard to judge where we actually are. Position-wise.
It all depends where it all falls, but that was a good hour and 12 stint from Joe, which we extended over other people.
Did we run the 75? Did we?
72 minutes. Joe ran 41 laps.
Right, okay, I didn't realise that.
Yeah.
The car did feel alright at the end. I mean, it wasn't as good as it was, and the lap times reflected it, but it still felt alright. It felt faster than the cars around us.
Well, it must have taken longer to drop to those lap times, because you think we were dropping to those lap times.
Yeah, and I think it was
25 minutes earlier in the wets.
I think it was only a second. The drop off was about a second. I was in the 45s comfortably at the end to the last 10 laps.
Well, the next car ahead of us is the 165 Ferrari, and that was at one point
for talking to a professional
40 seconds ahead of us. It's now 15 seconds.
Great help for thousands of people.
What are my lap times like
getting
compared to it?
The toughest of times.
You were 2/10 last time.
Slower?
Quicker.
Okay.
So you are, I say, at pretty much every lap, you got to go up to P7, P8 to find someone quicker than you.
I got lost then with my braking marker. I missed one.
Yeah, I did that earlier, didn't I?
It's hard
well.
when you've got
It's
a car
hard.
there, it's just your blind spot to move.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a shame.
What she's going to help is the two cars in front of us, P14, P15, are fighting for position. They're right next to each other.
It's just a shame we got really unlucky with that first stint.
Well, it is what it is.
Yeah.
And we are.
I'm going to go and stretch my legs for 10 if that's alright, chaps.
Yeah, you can.
No, it's not alright.
ONID Indy.
Yeah,
Fuck you.
sit there.
And I am partially joined by Ryan, who is having a little bit of troubles with his mic, but hopefully he's there.
Yeah, hello, how are we doing?
Good. So, you've been
Yeah, they
driving
both
on this
did
race, Ryan, or
47
you just...
ones, or 47-1 and a 47-7 last lap, two in front.
This year, doing some graveyard constants this year. So after seeing the weather at the start of the race, I was a little bit glad, to be fair.
Yeah, it's the thing. It wouldn't be so bad if it was completely wet, but this damp is incredibly hard to try and figure out what to use. I mean, I came out the pits, was flying on the wets, but within, I don't know, half an hour, just the pace starts dropping off again.
Oh
The
man.
race as well, we're seeing a lot of drivers sticking to.
I can't wait for my food to turn up.
What you having?
I'm having a kebab, mate.
Oh.
Yeah,
See?
got a 15-second penalty for.
You go for Tesco
Shepherd,
pizza,
so that was a
Martin?
bump pass, which we saw just before.
It is a pizza that I bought in Tesco. It's not a Tesco
on the
one.
car that he's just
It's
overtaken again. But that is now.
It's one of the Pizza Express ones,
because
I think.
they've pit, so.
Ooh, pop.
With him was raging on for quite a bit though.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that
And you've
went
got
for
Nick.
so long, given the
Or do you not know
pace
yet?
difference
Student
between the
tea.
tyres. But
Student
we've
tea.
jumped in. We've got.
I think I've just got this like
we've
got some like chicken nuggets,
leading, and
little Chicago town
that's right,
pizzas.
they've got a lap
like potato.
Oh yeah, a buffet.
Of where they both are on track.
A
But they haven't
beige
needed,
hot
they've been
buffet.
blown away.
A smorgasbord.
I'm surprised to see Hagel
Yes.
up in second, actually.
But not as posh as that.
Yeah, Hagel has absolutely like punched his way through the pack since the start of the race.
Is it raining more, do we think? I feel like I'm struggling.
Nah,
the pressures look
it's-
about right.
It looks about the same.
Again, you're quicker than
just
the
out
ones
of
in
a
front.
stint in the Oni car that you can see on screen there. A tough stint, but we've shoved Andy Hearn back in it, and he is now trying to unlap himself on Matt Royal. Again, the difference in the pace between the wets, new wets and worn wets, so it's
This
causing
guy
a lot of-
ninth.
Oh, and that.
Yep.
Am I saying that right?
That one will be
Yep.
going to stewards as well, I think.
Yeah, someone will be getting a call from upstairs for that one.
Up to see the big man.
Yeah, he's 24 laps into his stint.
You've met Johnny as well, then, have you?
I have, yeah. A bit of a battle going on here between Scrub and Gaspar. Gaspar trying to take 20th has got a nice run out onto the pit straight there. So
Come on, don't
Scrub
be a
on the
bellend.
inside, try to cool the tyres, and Gaspar just driven.
What are
round
you
it.
doing?
Is that? Are you sure that's a Mercedes and not a Red Bull in that thing?
That's an absolute missile down that straight.
Yeah, as there's a bit of a bump between the TSRC car as well, which is lapping them. Although that I don't think will result in anything. But yeah,
He didn't make that
Scrub
fucker
in
easy,
the
did he?
Pulse Arms car is getting on fire.
No.
So I'll just run through the overall.
Did you get any damage from any of that contact?
With
I'll have a look.
19
would have done.
hours, 54 minutes to go. So
Nothing.
Like Sue for
That would
Keaton
have
Racing
make a
is
difference,
currently in the lead. Marcus
Uh,
Hagel in second
half a
place
second.
For Pulse
That's right.
Sport. Heather Mills in third in Lambo, and Guillem Hamling for the Crack Racing Indy Bin in fourth place. So it's a Lambo 1, 2, 3, 4. I wouldn't have expected that.
Not sure if it came up on the first penalty either, but Shepard's penalty has gone from 10 seconds up to 25 seconds now.
They got a 10 and then a 15 for two separate instants. So the 10 was just before the break, it came up, and then the 15 was just after. So we got Tomlinson in the first Aston Martin in fifth. Daniel Lindblom in the.
You can
first
actually
of
see
the
the
Fry
next
Guys
car for us on the relative.
He
10
is
seconds.
up in sixth. Millington.
They are on
in the
all wets
TSRC
as
car,
well.
which we were seeing on screen a minute ago.
They're 22 laps into those wets,
Cameron
so they're going to start to struggle.
In eighth, Mav Gardner 787 in ninth place. Montero in.
That's who Joe was battling.
And,
Yes, Colin Cameron.
So we've lost out to them a little bit, haven't we?
How have you've probably been speaking with the Racing Stronger?
Um,
drivers, I imagine jumping in their chat, seeing how they're doing. How are they doing in the race so far?
Maybe.
Yeah, they're doing good. So Petra had a good opening stint, and then so they've done 2-hour stints and passed the car over to Shep. I think he's probably got about 45 minutes left on his stint. So yeah, it seems to be going well for them so far.
He's on 46.9
Yeah,
at the
as we're
moment.
just seeing Simon Wander
Yeah,
trying to get out the way of
he's
all
been
the leaders
chipping
coming
away
through.
at him.
Daniel Rhodes is
He's
another one.
43.
So another
Yeah,
one
he was
to
caught
the
and passed by the
rookies car
165
there
Porsche.
in the Lambo. I think this would be, is this his first stint? But he's taken the car over from Sam Page and is
Oh,
about
you got
3 seconds.
Oh yeah,
off
you
the
got the
back of
165 there, but it's 10
28th
second
place
10-second
car, which
penalty.
you can see in front, the Ferrari. So let's see if Dan Rhodes can catch up and try and put a little bit of pressure on them.
No.
Just lapping P30.
It looks like we've got 19th and 20th around the back.
Yeah, so
there,
Cameron, you took 3 seconds out of him last lap, and then the one in front of him, 0.6 of a second.
Yes, it does. So Gaspar, once he's overtaken Scrub, which we saw a minute ago, he's pulled away from Scrub, kind of 5.5 seconds of a gap. But yeah, he's right on the back of Rothusen. So hopefully I know the camera's just on a bit of autopilot at the minute because Ben was away for the toilet, but he is back. So I wonder if we could have a flick down to 20th, Ben. As we are... So apparently Gaspar is 0.2 off the back of Ralph Rothson, but I think he's maybe already been overtaken and that's him in front. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
something didn't quite add up there then, did it?
So the move's been done.
Yeah, turn front's just in a 46.1 and a 45.3.
It's like, it's right on the back bumper, but there is no one there. So, yeah, a lot of drivers changing places as 2 Pulse cars come down for the photo opportunity in the background down the straight as well.
Shout to Colin Cameron in 15th at the minute as well. I know he's doing this race with his foot, well, his ankle all strapped up at the minute, so it's not going to be an easy race for him.
Yeah, he hurt it on, was it Thursday-ish, I think? So really not a long time to recover from it. And he's been, I feel like he had
a little bit warmer, I think these tyres
he's come back
worked.
and he has been right up the
just
top
feel
of the,
a bit disconnected.
the races that I've been in.
It's not going to be perfect. Honestly, these will be better than the wets.
Oh yeah, I know.
I
I'm just saying
We
I reckon
were
another
on track
degree
next
and
to
they'd
each other
be
for a bit,
loads better.
and he was, yeah.
I'm
he
just
was,
on the edge of
pretty
them
good
sort of
lap
having
times at
enough
the time.
grip, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, took his first
Yeah.
ever pole position in an ONID race a couple of weeks back. I think it was at Monza, and that was one of his first races back.
Yeah, so Colin finding the
Bloody
1.9
dog,
update.
man,
Great,
done
and,
my edit.
we've seen another penalty, so that's car 165. Causing a collision on lap 30, so that is a 10-second penalty. That is the second Fry Guys car, which are just in front of Colin Cameron. It's Philip Staples driving it just now. Or if I want to refer to how it's done in the team sheet, Philippe Staples. So he is managing to go around, and we'll have to fight off Colin Cameron quite soon as we see Hamlin down the inside, or it's Tomlinson who's pushing him, and it's both for position as they're getting past the rookies' car.
That's
as
another
well.
1.1 and
So
1 second on the 2 in
Hamlin
front.
get put under
That's
a
that.
lot of pressure, and I don't think Mills is too far up the road either.
Yeah, Dan Rhodes doing well to stay out the well there as well.
Yeah, it's a tough track to let someone past for normally, let alone, well, you've got 2 battling side by side next to you.
Yeah.
Tomlinson will try to get a run out on this onto the back straight. Hamlin just touching the grass. I don't think that'll slow him down too much, but the Lambo's not the quickest down the straight as it shows, and he's had to tuck back in. This will be a battle.
Oh, dearie me.
As another lap car lets them through. That is a lovely livery on that Porsche as well, is it? Don't know if you caught that one earlier on stream, Ryan.
Yeah, there's some great liveries this year as well. It's actually nice and easy to define who's who.
Yeah, there's very few.
I am
similar
surprised
cars.
that it's not changed at all.
The only ones, obviously, Fry
Yeah.
cars look identical, other than a couple little bits. But yeah, there's A
like
lot
you
of
say,
varying liveries.
You say though, it can drizzle for hours.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm just surprised it's not changed
Andy,
at all.
He is right on the back of Patrick, Patrick now for Sim Racing Brotherhood, which isn't going to make Nick Fuji very happy. But see if Andy can pick up a position up from 24th. He's
another half second out of him.
Andy enjoyed his stint on the dry tyres. Yeah, thought it was the best thing to do at the time, but yeah, he really struggled on them. So see if he's managing it to catch back up to the Lambo and maybe pick him up off of the on one of the straights. But
I don't know if it's the same with you as well, Stevie, but you can always guarantee if you come across Andy Hearn on track, it's never going to be an easy fight.
No, that's why I'm in the car with him rather than against him.
If you can't beat him, join him.
But yeah, Andy, he's really good, and he's his enduro spreadsheet as well for tracking everything is just crazy. So almost as much skills in the car as out the car on Excel. But he's also one that still became an admin after punting Johnny Ashley in his very first ONID race.
There must have been a huge payoff involved in that one.
I think so. I think he's vowed in his contract for ONID, it's anytime Johnny Ashley's behind him, he has to give up the position.
Yeah, Andy is laying the pressure onto Patrick here now.
Need to, if you give me 1 second, someone's at my door. So Ryan, if you're able to hold the fort for half a minute. Or if Ben can jump in just for half a minute.
So we've got Andy just sitting on the back of Patrick, just biding his time, doing what Andy does best. He's just going to follow him. Maybe have a look into turn 1 when he comes round to it. Andy's one of these sensible drivers. He will play it tactically. I'm speaking from experience as well. When he comes up behind you, you will make a mistake without even realising. Hello to Kevin as well for following, who was born in Indianapolis as well. Loving ACC. Should come and join us sometime.
I'm back. So, apologies about that. Yeah, so seeing this fight still going on, and yeah, I don't know how much experience you've got, Kev, on ACC, but if ONID have an amateur series on a Thursday night, or Thursday night British time,
how long's that into a stint? About 5 minutes.
You've done 3.5 minutes so far.
Yeah, that's right, because it seems about 7 hours.
25.5 minutes.
There by Andy.
Oh, it's more than I
got that
thought.
one teed up really nicely on the run-in.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be able to pull away.
You're about a third of the way.
It's
you save a third of the way.
Further up the road to Thurlby in 23rd place. Meanwhile, the battle for 4th still rages on between the Aston and the Lambo.
Yeah, my order should be in air in about 5 minutes.
The
So
QRT Porsches catching
I should pop off
well,
and
but
eat
that's
before my
lap
stint.
down in 13th at the moment.
It's nice to see an Aston holding its
I mean,
own
that was
against
a
all these
half-assed
new
style
cars
let
at
you
the minute
through.
as well.
Yeah, well, we were saying that if this race was run, say 2 months ago before the update, you would think the whole
By the time you
field
get to
would pretty
hit,
much be
you're
filled
just
with
starting to
Aston
build a
Martins.
little bit of heat in the left
And
front.
we've only got 2.
Yeah, because you've hit the left.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
And then
the
you
Aston
don't hit
at one
it
point
now.
was
And then now you've got
the
nothing in
go-to
this one.
enduro
Yeah.
car, wasn't it? With it being gentle on its tyres and the good straight line speed. But judging from the top 4 at the
What are
moment,
your pressures like?
it seems like the Lambo's got a
26.8,
nice
26.3, 26.9, 26.6.
Yeah, I had heard the Lambo would be the
Not
the
bad.
kind of
It's not
strongest
too
car
bad.
on
We could
ACC
probably
at
do
the
with the
moment.
rears being a little bit
Once you get the setup
lower,
right, but all the new cars are pretty strong.
just to try and keep a
So-
bit of heat in them.
Interesting to see the Ferraris, the top Ferrari.
I don't
was
think it would
Colin
make much of a
Cameron, that's
difference.
down to 15th. So I don't know if they're
Who was that
cycling
got
in the
penalty?
rain
Defending,
or,
I saw.
but I'm sure some of them
Oh,
started
car
a lot
8.
higher.
Yeah, I know the number 30 car of Cameron.
Yeah, car number 8,
was
15
running
second
quite
penalty,
well,
defending
but
it while
there
under
was
blue
some,
flags.
shenanigans on pit
Ah,
lane
wasn't that the
I know
awkward
for a fact that car's had a puncture
orange
as well, so
Ferrari that Joe
he's
came
running 15th
across?
still at the minute. Fair play to them.
That wouldn't let him through.
Yeah, it's
Oh, the
there's
plain
a
orange one. There is
15-second
like
Yeah,
like
car
plain
8
orange.
defending under
Yeah.
blue flags. That's
Let me have a look.
an interesting one. Obviously, pace difference.
Yeah, so
There's
that's
gonna be blue
1.2
flags.
and
What we like
1.4
to
quicker
say
than the two in
is,
front.
there's the
Yeah,
few
it
sections
was.
like here.
And to
where
be
it's
honest,
just
we're only
then
11
you just
seconds off
15
B13 as
turn
well.
line.
And
you
you were
can indicate it,
2.2 seconds
you're
quicker
gonna
than
let
them last
something
lap.
go on the inside, but once you get round to the back straight,
They are
or any other
at the
straights
end
on
of their
track,
stint though.
then you really should be lifting off the
87.
throttle and letting the faster car through.
But
nice
you're
and
catching
easy.
these 3 pretty quickly in front. Because to be honest, you can see the Ferrari that you're catching, that's the 3rd car in this train.
Is that the 30? Is that the one
Yes.
that's at the start?
17th and 18th.
Yeah.
Correct.
No, that's a 31, isn't it?
No,
Yeah,
it was a 30.
It's, I mean, we're over 4 hours into this.
It's the one Joe was fighting with earlier as well.
You would say quite a bit in, even if it was you're never going to get a sprint race which is longer than this, and you don't tend to see battles happening after like I don't know, half an hour race, 45 minutes race. So it's good to see that there is still these battles for
Right, yeah, I'm gonna
high
pop
up
off
positions all
because
Yeah,
this
you
should be here in a minute. So,
even though
Sort
we're
yourself out, we're all
how
good.
long have
Yeah.
I
4 hours
got?
in.
Just in.
And hopefully they stay.
I got more than a
Next
half hour. Now.
30, 29 minutes into his stint,
Past
so
the
yeah,
midnight stage.
there's about 40, 45.
Looks
Okay,
like
okay, that's cool.
Tomlinson's gonna get a great
Right,
run
I'll
down
speak to
the
you guys in a bit then.
outside and
Yeah.
hits brakes, and yeah, I think
Right, I'm
I
going
don't
to
know
give
if
you a
Hamlin's
flash and let you
struggling,
know
but
that
he
you've
didn't really
massively
put up an
holding
awful
me
lot
up.
of a fight there. Just letting Tomlinson go past. So Tomlinson now going to be on the move to try and catch Mills. but I
Fucking
think
hell, he
Mills
braked
is
miles early.
actually quite a bit up the road.
Just having a look now as well. What's interesting? So,
Oh,
they've
past him.
released the
Main thing.
next half an hour.
Yeah.
Um,
Nearly fucking wasn't. I was all over the show.
No,
It's
no.
like,
all this event have been allocated.
it's a horrible
26
feeling when you
dry
not think you're going to
tyres.
stop, doesn't it? Isn't it?
So, if there
I
was
wouldn't
anyone
know
who
anything
was,
about
you
that
know,
at turn 1 at
looking
Indianapolis
to
in the
double
wet.
a set of dry tyres,
Yeah.
then
I do
well,
not know what you're talking about, Nick.
that helps their strategy
Oh.
nicely.
Weather change.
Yeah, definitely. So
30
yeah,
minutes,
next time you'll have
one
to
line
cut the times
minus.
down a little bit more.
And that's about
10 sets, maybe.
10 minutes to go with it to the end of the stint.
That would leave you about 15.
That's
So,
good, though.
yeah, no, it could work out
It wouldn't be an ONID race
pretty
without
damn
rain
well.
anyway.
So that's going to be about
So it's good it changes it
5:05
up.
in game.
So, as we
Fucking
do have a
middle of
weather
the track,
update,
come on.
rain is reducing in 30 minutes time. So is that the rain, the light rain with the minus symbol, Ben?
So the weather's not stuck.
So it will still be raining.
No,
but
because
it's
it can
reducing,
do this.
so
It's just, I think everyone in their minds, when you say changeable weather, they think it's going to be changing quite quick.
Yeah, every sort of.
But we have seen minus stick around for a long time as well. This could easily be here for another 2 hours as well. But
I think minus
if it's
is all we
minus,
need, yeah.
minus is what it's going to do is point everyone to slick. So
Yeah, but also be interesting as well because that will, start to be around the time when people are looking to pit as well.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see if people decide to head out on slicks like a couple of laps before the slicks are ready, kind of thing, and just see if they can hold on to it.
The only thing I found in practice was that I jumped out on a set of slicks when it was raining and it was due to dry up, and just to see what the grip level was like, etc.
Come on, dude, you're getting in the way now.
And although I still had grip in the wet, and it wasn't too bad when it dried up, it was almost like I damaged the tyres by using them when it was cold and wet, so it didn't quite have the same amount of grip in the dry as if you just change straight onto the dries. So it's definitely going to be difficult to see where you're kind of where everything's going to line up, and I think as well.
Fucking hell.
I
don't think he was going to let me go then.
There's going to be.
No, I don't think he was. That was an accident more than.
Yeah, because he was in the middle of the track. I can't do anything when he's fucking sat in the middle of the
I
track.
think there's going to be a lot of drivers coming towards the end of their stint that might not match up quite
No,
right.
so the next 3 cars on track are all for position in front of you.
And they're not going to be open, are they?
Oh, it's dry in.
Oh, he's dry in 30 now as well. Right, this is working out very well for us. So yes, there is cloud in 30 minutes,
Yeah.
Nick.
Cool.
So we'll go full normal dry stint with you then, Alex. Yeah.
Yeah.
Example,
I will get the tyres and stuff prepped, but that works well because Nick's only got about 37 minutes left on his stint timer.
Is going to be swapping out,
and it's going to dry up.
Yes.
41 minutes.
41.
10 minutes
It's going to dry up
basically
pretty
that
quick
takes-
in this temperature.
That takes you right to the end of your set. That's good. That's good.
You may have to pit a few laps early because you're going to have sky-high pressures.
It is worthy of slicks.
Yeah.
But we are, we're two.
You would think that.
Good news is the 2 cars in front. The car in front of us is 56 minutes into their stint.
The first stint in this race.
So they've only got 20 minutes left.
You would be thinking,
that they're going to have to pit a bit early.
I might lose some time, but
Thing is, people who've got a pit sim like fairly close, are they going to fuel only and they'll still be on fuck
after
tires?
the punctures in that first
Yeah.
stint, when it was.
Or do they
fully
put
wet,
slicks on and have terrible pressures at the start?
Is anyone going to risk it?
Yeah.
Or
being
terrible
dry
pressures when it dries up.
The time on old wets.
The 165, that's got.
This is where
They're 15 minutes ahead of us.
There'll be lots of people scrambling about to work out what
So they've got about right. They're about 25 minutes, so they're going to be pitting just before it dries.
Yeah, it's the thing with that 24-hour
And then
race,
the
you
87 in
think,
front of
right,
that,
I've got a stint at,
they've only got 10 minutes
2
on their
a.m.
stint
morning,
timer
that's
left.
fine. And then before long, the rain
Right.
ends up making that stint.
So they're going to have to make a real
go from
decision.
2 a.m. to 4 a.m. and just throws everything off.
Yeah, literally, like the whole of everything, and you've got to work out who's in the car.
Oh,
when,
this fucking car.
what tyre
All of a
set you're
sudden, I
going on
can't.
to.
Hey, you were really late on the brakes, mate.
Yeah,
No, I wasn't.
so,
Fuck off.
Kevin Chastain wins the next event, but if you'd like to join in the next amateurs
But I
race
wasn't.
will be
Also,
on
wasn't
Thursday.
in.
It's at Watkins Glen.
I took a massive lift onto that back straight,
and
so I
then
wasn't
there'll
carrying
be
the speed.
A new championship, a new Simhound championship
No, didn't.
that will open up in
Yeah, it
May.
did.
And
No,
they'll
it didn't.
basically start
Yeah,
on
it
the
did.
first
I'm
one,
shit,
first Thursday.
That's why I'm slower than you, because I
And it
slow
won't be
down
in
on
May,
straights.
It'll be in June because we're already in May. I'm losing the plot, Ryan.
So for anyone who's
But then not
you know,
that TC.
new
What
to
what's the
Audi,
TC been
watching
at
for the first
for
time,
dry? Is it 4?
What is an
5,
application on
3.
Thursday night, Stevie?
So what we do is we have on Thursday
Oh,
night,
so both cars in front
we'll
of us
have our
now,
race.
P13 and P14,
Oh,
have got a
length
10
track.
and a
Naughties.
15 seconds.
Then we'll
And
do
the
qualifying
87 has
section,
fallen behind the
followed
30,
by
the
a little practice
165 now
race,
as
so
well.
It's usually 6 or 8 minutes. And it's just to get
Yeah, they
you
did it
used
148
to where
last
you're
lap.
starting on track and kind of have a practice start so that if there is any instance,
So
if you
that's
make
so
a
we should
mistake,
jump at least 2 of the 3 in
then
front
you
of us
learn
in the
from it
pits.
to go into feature race, which is a 45 minutes one. Just jumping before I go through. So there's a 15-second penalty for car 87, which is causing a collision on lap 120. So that is the QRT Esports Porsche. So there's a 45-minute race in the AMS
I'm really struggling
on
to hold on
Thursday.
to it at the minute.
We do it every Thursday. And additionally to the races, we also have practice sessions on a Wednesday evening. So Daniel Lindblom and WVO usually head these up, and we'll go into the practice server of the track beforehand.
Target
and
acquired,
to
Nick.
try and help you
Yeah. Have you watched that clip yet?
to as this is
Yeah,
Mills for
I did
second
watch
place.
it.
Try to go around the outside
That's
of
me.
Hagel, round turn 6,
Yeah,
inside for turn
47.4 and a 48.0 and a
and
46.6
will
in
get
front of
the
you.
job done. Has Hagel got enough of a run to get back at him? But Tomlinson.
Yeah, we're 4 seconds off
Is that
P13.
Tomlinson right on the
You can
back?
see them all there.
I
No,
cannot
sorry.
brake at me. I'm braking
Brake
at
a bit
500
earlier.
board,
Get the speed
and it's
down the back
just
straight
fucking.
to then
Joe did say that
rebalance,
the
so,
braking got worse towards
it's
later in the stint.
big news apparently. Rain is stopping in 30 minutes time. So You heard that right. Rain is stopping in 30 minutes time. It'll be starting again 30 minutes after that.
You could almost hear the collective cheer when people realise that the rain's stopping.
30 minutes time, so it's yeah. A lot of these
What have you gone
drivers,
for?
you're gonna have to hope
chicken.
that you're on the right
Oh,
stick.
good man.
I got a
before,
mix of
to get that right,
doner and cheese chicken.
I know a lot of these guys.
No,
will have
I'm
to
not.
pit
I prefer
probably
sheesh.
before the rain
I
stops.
think sheesh is a level up
due
in
to
class.
the 75
I
minutes
prefer
time.
sheesh, but I thought I'd give it a mix up.
Yeah, I hope for Tony Law's sake that come 7 o'clock.
Right, these are all
final
struggling
time,
in front, so
that,
let's
servers actually
work
drive.
our way carefully through.
Every enduro Tony has done so far, as soon as he's gone to get in the car, it started raining, or it started 10 minutes before his.
Nick's coming up to a 4-way battle, and all he's concerned about is what fucking kebab I've got.
Priorities, my friend.
Really,
Priorities.
Yeah, on slates in the wet.
Well, at least he must be
Yeah.
well practiced in it. As we've seen, the Ferrari just decide that don't want to turn in that time. But they managed to keep it off the grass, and we'll go back again. They're in 19th. Nick Wade for Connexus Motorsports now in 16th place, right in the back of Colin Cameron. Obviously, Colin's been out for a long time.
Where is that
on the
Porsche
threats.
going?
And I think Nick's going to get a nice run.
Yeah, they're all looking
Going
for
to
the
outside,
wet line.
Everyone sticking on that wet side, the wet hand side,
Oof.
to try and cool the tyres down. It does make a bit of difference.
Oh,
as
fuck me,
Colin
that's at the
looks like he
500.
might
I
try and
can't
fight
stop the
this,
fucking car.
But Nick's got the position.
I wonder if it's. Let's try
done.
that again.
So that is up to 15th for the Connexus.
Were you running my
Motorsports.
brake bias in practice? Or were
I
you
think I
running
did
just the original?
51.
They
right, okay.
had a bit of a turbulent start. They got turned round at turn 1. Shahabi ended up kind of.
Well, 2 for 1 on the straight there. I'll take that.
I don't know what happened with that.
You never know.
One of
They're really struggling. They did a 48.2 last lap.
Like other than
They might be doing their pit thing.
Like you could move back.
Yeah,
towards
or it
the
wouldn't
front,
surprise me if just
then you might
purposely
be
let you
back
guys
to
go.
someone else,
to not
as
lose time
Royal
battling.
Shepherd's going round the outside of
Yeah, so
Royal,
he's got this one.
and Royal just.
So
shuts
these
the door
were
and says,
sort of at the beginning of
"Okay, my
Joe Sin,
friend,"
this car was 40
and,
seconds ahead of us.
Carries on, but Shep got the inside through turn 3 into turn 4, and I think that now is going to be moved on.
Yeah, lined up nicely for Shep there after getting the door shut on him.
Definitely. Shep with that 25-second penalty, he's going to want to.
I'm
try
looking
and
forward
push
to my
as much
stint.
as he
That's going to be
can
dry.
now,
Yes.
and clear that before it starts.
Yes,
drying
you're going
up.
to be in hunting mode.
I am.
25-second penalties.
In some ways, though,
work
I
a
think
little
you
bit
might
less
have
in the rain,
been able to gain more
given that the
time
other drivers will
on
be
people
slower
in
and
this
move if they were
conditions,
in the
slicks in
dry,
these conditions,
but,
than it is just in normal dry.
Yeah,
as we're
probably.
seeing, a little bit of a picture-in-picture.
Oof.
This is
Oh,
Marcus
that's a
in the Lamborghini,
looks like a
still in
Porsche.
3rd place. Is there a slide, or is there? It's just a live. Just the Aston Martin trying to unlap themselves. So Hagel's struggling with the tyres now.
I
As
think
you
he's
can
just
see,
fucking
there's
punching me in the
the
back.
Heather
No,
Mills
he didn't.
Lamborghini in front.
He
was close, though.
You can't even see them on the screen now. So the Aston Martin does manage to overtake.
Nice
That's the
driving, mate.
404 car in 8th place. They've managed to unlap themselves, and I think Hagel will be hoping that this stint's ending quite
So
soon.
I do think P12 we are actually a lap down from.
No, we're not. We
We're like
are.
half a lap, isn't it?
So
Yes, we are
we
55 seconds
getting
behind.
to the point, I think, where
Because they're just
people are
coming
going to be
into turn 1 now.
starting to make pit
Yeah,
stops,
but then
so
obviously
they're starting
P11,
to
who's
sync.
that 51 which has
so
just got past
one
it, it's got a
driver who could take
25
pit
second
stop and still
penalty.
come out in the lead is
Oh, yeah.
Joseph Liksu in the 690 Cutin round racing
Yes.
Lamborghini. They've
And obviously
just
2 of
come
those
out
that you
from
just
the start.
overtaken as well have got good penalties, a 10 and a 15 second
You've
penalty.
got to think, barring a, you know, I don't want to.
Oh, that's the slowest spin ever.
There's not an awful
Oh,
lot.
what
that
a
could go wrong for
fuck.
them
Oh,
that
that fuck.
it isn't
Oh,
just
careful.
come back out in the lead.
Sorry, come
Go on,
in
you're
now.
clear. You're clear.
Yeah.
Go.
Like nearly 4 seconds.
Fuck,
clear
sorry,
of the
guys.
First lap as well.
Fuck.
Just been able to build on that since.
Yeah, so
Just be careful on X.
I guess
Yeah.
they did get a little bit lucky at the start because the cars behind.
Sorry, guys. Fucking
That's
hell.
right.
in trouble, and that is not the pit lane. That is
I just caught that,
that is
fucking
Nick Wade going
curb, and it just
well off
fucking
track
kicked the back
and,
end out.
rejoining. So I don't know if they're locked up going into the or had a slide, but we'll see if we can get a replay of that.
Right, so the 87 is in the
But-
pits.
possibly.
So they're most
a
likely
little
going to have
bit
to stop
cut the
again.
curb wrong through
Yeah,
the
they
chicane
were
and
super
ended up
struggling, they
well
were.
off the track and having to rejoin via the oval.
I don't know if I would have been better
Which
staying
would
on the
have given
throttle
them
and
a really
trying
good
to
run at the next
You
one.
probably would have been better off.
because as soon as I
Keep the
took to
bit
brakes,
throttle.
it just
But
finished coming round.
That has lost them the position to Cameron, because they did manage to get in front of them.
Right.
Yeah,
As
no
we
matter
saw
those
before.
last two though that got past. They did a 47.2 and a 48.8 last lap.
Mistakes still happening.
Want some
A lot of
things
these
in the
drivers
grass
will
over
be
there.
coming onto their possibly their
Yeah,
first stint
car.
now. As we're seeing a yellow flag off there, but we'll have a replay of what happened to Nick Wade. So he's turned it in. The back end started going, and he's an awkward place to stop. But he must spin it again. Yeah. Wet grass is
You
very
watching the
good.
stream, Joe?
Yeah, I'm watching the stream.
There was some good.
Managed to
Yeah, that was just
find
after
a
Nick had
little bit
passed
of,
3 people.
I
excess
bet I
roll
didn't catch
over
that on the
the
stream, the
pit
cunts.
lane in the Indy 500.
No.
No, but there's some good news.
Probably raging at the fact that
Rain
they
is
know
stopping
that.
in about 20 minutes,
Hey, oi, dry track.
which coincides rather well with the end of Nick's
Good
stint.
to see. There was a yellow flag.
Perfect.
Being off in the gravel, they've managed to get back
So-
on now. And it'll be good to go.
And other people are going to have to be pitting earlier. So one of the cars that
Following
we're battling has just had to pit.
Sven Rusinov.
So
Great.
They-
Okay.
they've got 20
the
minutes to
Ferrari
manage
and
to
have
do something,
Bernard in the
and then
Ferrari
potentially have to
behind
pit
him
again.
as well for position. So I think this gap's been closing steadily.
I'm sure if you drive a bit slower, you'll go backwards, mate.
Have you driven the Lambo yet? Not the Lambo, the Ferrari yet, Ryan?
Yeah,
that.
I was going to use it on the Monday series. I'm not sure how many people
Yeah,
signed up in
47.6 and a
I thought I'm
46.2
not
in
being one
front.
of them guys. The car is just an absolute beast compared to everything else.
Right,
at the
where's
minute.
this fuck nugget going to break?
It's the front end's pointy. And Shep having a little look
Right, if
there.
you're not aware now,
Yeah, the front
I'm
end's
here and I want to
pointy.
get by.
You know, it's good on the brakes, and yeah, just
Oh
all
my
round
God.
it feels really stable. Like, especially since the 1.9 update, it's the most stable of all the cars at the minute. Anyway, I found that the Lamborghini was too stiff for my liking.
Come on.
The Porsche too slidey, but yeah, the new Ferrari's just bang on.
Yeah, I've only driven it once, but it felt like it had well, it felt like it had an aero package of like an LMP car. It's just.
No, I
stuck
never
to the
actually
road,
thought
but
it would stop
I'm
fucking
trying to
rain.
use the Lamborghini
I
to
thought it was stuck.
Yeah.
And I'm getting better in it.
Yes, I was having that thought.
To be fair,
Baseballer, he's saying you guys bring guest commentary.
at least it's better than the fucking cycle we had.
Oh,
was
Every
that
20
was
minutes.
that was fucking awful. That was.
I don't think
Oh, it's
myself
doing it.
counts, even
It's
though I
just
do drive.
coming round. I just can't fucking hold it.
Yeah, you lost
Yeah,
the fuel in
we
the
are
front.
planning upon it. I don't know if.
A drive-through for Patrick.
Still got a fair bit of fuel in there.
Oh.
Yeah, but you've used a
Was
lot of
that,
it.
And you
server
probably
side
wore
one, Ben?
between a combination of that and
you've
more
worn the tyres.
So that's a server side one. So
Yeah, so
he is.
they're in pit lane at the minute, so speeding on pit entry or something maybe.
That doesn't give you the penalty until you're.
Ah,
at the,
right.
You're right.
That'll do.
Until you're at
Have
the
some of
exit.
that in
So
a bit.
could be a track limit one. Yeah, must have been a track limits just on
Yeah,
that,
shit, that shit. You've already had
on
some.
that in lap. Because the
You give me
I
dog
suppose
kebab,
the corner
fucking
that
hell.
you can cut
Oh, only a little bit.
easily get track limit warning on is just before the pit entry, so it could have been that good spot ride. So we've got a change of driver in the Cutin Round Racing. It's now Uset Puck who is in that
Ew,
and
why
is
is it?
passing the Lexus, which is away off in the gravel again. Yeah, so we'll see. It's their first stint in the race. We'll see if he can keep the pace up that his teammates have given them. I'm sure they will, as that Porsche got very out of the way, which is good to see. I initially thought they'd just outbrake themselves, but it was deliberate.
Yeah, I thought they'd run on massively then. I was expecting them to see them rejoin.
But no, it's good to see that the blue flags being the etiquette's been quite good so far. But got a
Yeah, I think
battle
we've got to
going
keep
on
off that
here
inside
between
curb at the
Scrub
minute.
and Kalinowski.
Yeah, I found it got
with-
worse during the
I think
stints
that's
for me.
the G. Smith, I think, that's behind him in the white Ferrari. So that wouldn't be a car for position, but we're seeing that we've got second place up as well.
These boys in the back of Kalinowski as well.
So a 47.9 and a 48.1 two in front.
In Strive to Survive, Lambo, although the Pulse AMS cars just run wide, scrub driving that, so is going to have a few more laps before they can try and attack 20th position. But as you can see, I've managed to get back on the road and going again, but all these drivers still trying to cool tyres and wet. The Ferrari, the old Ferrari that James is driving just now, it got pole here last time we did the 24-hour. So still quite a strong car, even though it's not the new one. It's yeah, really good to.
And the weather's been lush today.
I know.
It's literally the perfect day to sit inside for 24 hours.
I know.
That's so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that was obviously they pitted, changed driver, and
you reeled him back in, mine, didn't you?
Here's a drive-through for you to serve.
Have I?
In your first
yeah.
Back lap, they did a 47.9 and a 48.1.
Yeah.
It's like when you span, he was 12 seconds up the road, and now you're only.
Don't say that. Porsche, I like the look of it.
And now he's only 5 seconds.
In the Section 7 racing car. And yeah, saying it was 100% intentional. We realised that after. It was just the very first camera made it look like it wasn't. As Hakulinen has upgraded the drive-through to an SG30. It's not what you want to do.
Bad to the worst, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a 48.3 and a 47.0.
Yeah, I can see him
line
fishing
and
for
the entry
water
board
again.
is kind of hidden on the entry of the pit lane. It's tucked in the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Are we on the same schedule as 787 now?
Ready for it by the time you see it.
Then
it's too late.
No, they've only just pitted.
Easily
They
done.
pitted 2 laps ago.
Not seen yet.
they're
which is
on
good,
dries.
is that we've not seen any disqualification.
I wonder whether they're going to push through.
Because it's very easy to do that.
They did the same number of laps as Joe, but we gained 8 seconds over that stint on them. Joe's stint versus Mav Gardner's stint.
But the back end of the Ferrari for Barnard looks like really high rate.
But they've got Larson now installed.
They've got Larson in.
Noticed that, but it could be set up and it give them a little bit more of a turn in.
But what did they do?
Yeah, we'll see.
What sort of pressures did they set? Because obviously,
well, his last lap was a 43.8, I think.
So,
yeah,
I mean,
43.4.
Gap at the back.
43.4.
It's not
So,
massive, but it's,
yeah, he will be catching us.
There's definitely an arch gap there, which, yeah, I think it's tricky to tell.
Yeah, the car right in front of us, Cameron, he's got
like there is
2 minutes on his stint timer. So he's probably going to pit this lap.
That one's the wrong Ferrari. Then.
Oh, I see Larson behind. Is that? Oh, that's that fucking car I muscled by when I was lapping him, wasn't it?
In for
yes.
They were awkward when I lapped.
24 hours on
He'll be quick.
Some auto cam.
There's no point.
No, I'm not going to.
Yeah.
You can't sit.
Yeah, there's Cameron.
So there goes Cameron.
For 24 hours.
Staples.
So is this guy behind on slicks?
Yes.
Yes.
He pitted 2 laps ago.
So,
okay.
Yeah, I think you're right.
The car in front of him has got 10 minutes left on their stint timer.
42.5. That's some pace.
Yeah.
The lead Ferrari at the minute, just taking his pit stop.
He took 5.3 out of that Porsche catching.
Fucking hell.
Chris Larson's an incredible
like a machine Larson, isn't he?
Helps out the rookies quite a lot.
He's one of the few that you see can take it to Seville.
Like
yeah.
Mentor.
Well, he's on par with Seville, really.
Yeah. So Larson showing that what he's got the pace in the Mercedes against Nick Wade in the Porsche, and thought about sending a move there, maybe just trying to put Nick off, but he'll be focusing on getting a good run out of turn 7 onto the back straight, keeps it nice and tight, the power on early, and this does look like a good run. Nick's going to hold the left hand side, whether that's cooling tyres or defending, I'm not quite sure, and has backed off into the braking zone, so realises it's not his fight to be had at the moment, and that is Chris Larson through. As we are seeing Phil Staples up in front as well, so Larson looking to.
There's a heck of a livery on that fucking car, isn't it?
That's the Five Guys Porsche.
What one?
Yeah.
That fucking Mercedes.
Yes. As well that they'll serve, so
there's a few bits though, like the MSL logo doesn't. It looks like it's sitting on top. It doesn't look like it's part of it.
A move down the
Yeah.
inside.
Kevin Estre bin the Grello Porsche Nürburgring.
The inside onto the banking. Larson's got the grip, got the grunt in the Mercedes.
Right, rain stops in 10 minutes.
Just about avoid
I'm gagging for the
wall.
rain to stop.
I don't know whether you want to get pressures sorted.
Happy once you cleared the car,
made
Porsche.
that move stick like quite a lot by the time we get to the braking zone. So 2 positions in 1 lap. That's pretty good going. So at that rate, he's only needing another 6 laps and he'll be in the lead. Nick Wade now looking to get past Phil. Again, slightly different pit times. Phil looks like he's struggling with the tyres, not managing to get into the apexes. And we'll see if Nick can find a way by.
Nice one, mate.
Cheers.
That looks sketchy as fuck to drive that
Porsche.
That looks how it felt for me.
Where we're sitting on the curb
of
turn.
I guess some people are thinking, well, if they've got the time, just extend to the dry.
But we saw Nick Wade
out
of turn 7 a lot.
They've only got 8 minutes.
Have you got the pressures ready?
I haven't, no.
Cameraman on the right hand side.
Okay.
He's doing
Just give me a lap or so to put some time into this guy.
I'm just thinking, should I set the track to a couple of degrees higher?
Yeah.
Because obviously it's wet.
What time of day is it?
It's just ticking over to 5 PM.
5 PM.
Obviously, the wet weather.
Yeah. What temperature were you thinking?
Like 33.
Hopefully, as we get into the Sunday, the conclusion of the race, we'll get a bit more crowd in.
What, warmer?
In the stands.
Yeah, because it would dry up, so the track surface won't be wet.
Okay, right.
The way in shortly, because I believe we're going to get less rain in 10 minutes now. Is it?
It should be just about that. Yeah.
Right. Yep. Whenever you are ready, Nick.
So less rain in 10 minutes, and then it will.
I don't know what strat. Strat 1.
Strat 1.
After that, it's stopping in 10.
And you'll want
so
tyre set 5.
It's about the right time as we see Phil Staples is in the pits. So is that no? Sorry, it's Daniel Rhodes. It's just because the timing tower is quite small.
It's going to dry up pretty quickly then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where's he gone?
Yeah, coming up behind you and exiting stage right.
Yeah.
I mean, surely you've got to now.
Yeah, with these cars going round and this temperature, it will dry quick.
Strategy 1.
Strategy 1, tyre set 5.
Yeah, got that.
Is it worth
I'll
taking
do
the hit on the
first
dry
pressure on
tyres
the front
and
straight.
being a bit off the pace for a couple of laps until they come in, maybe?
Yeah, it should have a white dot against that tyre set.
On the track, even on the dry tyres, I don't think you'll be that much slower. I think you'd be able to keep within a second of those on the wet tyres, even on the dries right now, and then it's not going to take.
He's still fairly quick.
Quicker than wet tyres.
Still quicker than the one of the next car will catch in.
The pole time was a 1:34, was it?
Just don't fucking stop.
Not quite. It was a 35.2.
35.2.
You're 1.2 quicker than the next car. Who's
So
only got
the first pressure is 24.5.
So we've been doing the fastest lap was a 1:41. I don't know if that's still
25.9. 23.7.
It was about a 1:41, but the
25.0
lap times were.
And then just request me.
43s, 44s. At the front.
Cool. Right, I'm gonna go for a wee and get
so
ready.
That,
and all that. So I should be back in a couple of minutes.
43s was about the crossover point. Once you're dipping into the 42s on the wets, then it's definitely going to be better to be on the dries.
So we've got a driver change in the ONID rookies car. Greg Prescott now in from down roads. So it'd be interesting to see if Greg has opted to go with slick tyres as well.
Definitely, and now got Peter O'Brien right on the back of Kalinowski.
I know that's
488,
Southfield. I
488.
feel like who was his?
He's looking to make a move.
I don't-
Obviously, Colin Cameron
Yeah,
getting
you
out
got
of that car, so
two cars coming to the
Peter
lap
O'Brien
behind
back
you.
in, back
Either
even
TS,
fresh.
that looks like the CSRC
and
car
looking to
behind
make
you.
a move straight away. Colin saying he had quite a lot of ankle pain in that stint.
There's the Pulse one gone as well.
Sam Page
I think
confirmed
they're
that
fighting
they're
for
going
position
dries again.
potentially.
So they must have been on dries
Are
earlier.
they?
as
No.
well.
No, they're a lap
In
apart.
Sim Rookies car. Yeah. Colin looked like he got a nice run out of there, getting as much slipstream as he can. Not Colin, sorry, Peter O'Brien, his teammate, pulls out of the slipstream, and it's going to be who's going to hit the brakes latest, and it's the 488 that hits the brakes latest, which
Yo.
because the brakes on the new Ferrari are incredible.
Yeah, nicely defended from Kalinowski as well. Didn't move under brake, slammed the door shot on him. Just took a nice line through to defend it.
Yeah. But this battle's going to go on.
So how long have you got left on the stint timer?
16 minutes.
Oh, that got very close, and I think it's just spooked Kalinowski a little bit and given Peter O'Brien an easy pass down the inside. So just catching up to a blue flag car in the wrong place. It's nothing you can do about that, unfortunately. So we are.
He's going to have to go until it's good enough to put normal pressures like some.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And it looks like in the chats that everyone's pretty much switching to dry tyres now who's been in the pits. Sam Page saying the rookies have been on dry since stint 2. So they've done about 3 hours on dry tyres, which
Gotta
is
stop
not bad.
raining soon.
The leader is coming to fight through this pack and put another lap on the 18th place car.
Yeah, you've only
The
got
Ferrari we're looking at now,
a
they're on
minute to do it.
dry.
It's hardly raining now anyway.
The number 7, section 7 Porsche is also on dry, so yeah, a lot of teams switching over. Although there is a lot of teams that are just trying to eke out that little bit on the wets, as you can see them holding the line to the inside on the wet part of the track, or the wet hand side, as Adam didn't let me forget that I called it.
I wonder how long it will take to get to
It makes
optimum.
sense. It is the wet hand side of the track.
5 minutes.
Oh, here's a
Yes,
question
exactly.
I thought of earlier. How do I find out what
So-
the track temperature is
I mean,
if I'm
you
not
put
in the
your hand
game?
out on the track, you
Scroll
get
through
wet
your
hand on one
MFD,
side and not
and
the
it's-
Oh
other.
no, if you're not in the game,
Yeah.
you don't.
So when
Also,
it's
thank
if,
you for the,
one of
if I'm
us-
praise in chat.
okay, so if I'm not, it would have to be someone who's in there.
Closes comment
In the
Yes.
Yes.
right.
I
Okay.
won't go that far, but we try our best.
Can we take a look at P20, P21 at the minute as well? Van der Steeg. Hilker's going to give you so much abuse because I've probably just pronounced that name wrong. They were very close.
Yeah, they've got past. Scrub. I think Scrub's been struggling on tyres as well.
Yeah,
Where's
P11.
12th?
In,
Oh,
Van
12th.
der
12th
Steeg
is
is
Larson.
away.
He's driving away.
into the
P11.
car, so they're
Oh,
He's the
11,
car
yeah.
in front of
drive
him.
and, have some
He's
Been
just
a
crossing
little
the
bit in
finish
war
line
with
now.
that 87 car, I
15,
think,
yeah.
as well.
so he's
They,
like 15
they
seconds,
started off
about a
in
minute
quite
behind
strong
ahead of us.
position,
But you were
dropped down near the start of the
where are
race. I'm not entirely
you were like
sure
1 point something quicker
what
last lap, and
happened,
they've just
but,
done a
good
48.2
fight
this
back
lap.
now from them. As
They've only got 7
we
minutes till their
are
pit stop as well.
now seeing Ralph Rothhusen in the RM Porsche that's been into the wall in the pit lane earlier. As I'm sure you might have heard, Ryan.
Yeah, that was a bit of a bizarre one. I think
What time is it?
Rob was saying it's
Real time.
controller stuck or something.
Real talk.
R5.
Is, so as I was saying earlier, with you can race on ACC on anything. You don't need a direct drive wheel or the fanciest kit.
A
Bob Szymanska.
G27 with Scotch tape.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
Wow, nicely lined
Was-
up again.
I know, that was a nice donut. But losing out on a place there to O'Brien, I think, with that donut. And in fact, no, losing out on 2 places.
Considering the
He's
start we had,
fifth
lads,
in
we haven't done
20th
too bad. Not gonna lie.
place and
Yeah,
has
no,
Scrub up
no,
the
we're
so
back.
doing
far.
alright. The rain's
Ruben van der
the
Steen
rain's
now
fallen well for us.
organising
How we need to stop
Kalinowski
him.
and making a move down the inside.
I think we've
Needed
made a
some
couple.
luck.
It was,
I think we've made a couple of good calls.
I mean,
to
there was
the last two stints have been
again.
good, and we've gained a lot of time on people. I
I
say, one of those cars that Nick overtook, we were 40 seconds behind it at the beginning of Joe's stint. So between Joe and Nick, they've took 40 seconds out of them.
Ben, we've got Miles Dixon in chat asking if we've got.
We're within that range of.
Anyone at the minute.
You are. You are.
You are.
It feels terrible.
You've got to remember, your car feels terrible, but other cars probably are going to feel worse.
P11, you're 2.5 seconds quicker last lap.
So, Miles did try to get that, but put in timings. And says he
The car right behind you, you were 2.5 seconds quicker.
So, you get the timing up, you can see wherever.
Ignoring Larson, you're quicker
Miles, when's your
than
first
everyone
stint?
up to 8.
I don't think I've seen you driving yet.
Oh, that
car
corner, you
444
just
getting a
don't
warning
get
for
on the dry
aggressive
line,
driving
it
while
just doesn't want to
unlapping
go.
themselves.
Right, it's stopped raining.
That is Gaspar up in 14th place at the moment. And we are getting dry conditions for at least 30 minutes. So is that the rain?
I don't know why you don't just use auto wipers.
Because they go too fast. I like
nearly 5 hours of rain.
a nice slow wipe. I like to
at least
control
it's not been the 30 minutes that everyone moaned about.
You like a nice slow wipe.
Yeah, you know like when you're having shit.
Back to front or front to back?
We have been surprised by how not wet.
Just like that.
Wet,
Mm.
not wet enough to cause a really wet track.
A little slower. A little slower.
Right, the next time you go for a shit, right to the bottom and then slow.
Yes.
Fuck's sake.
Someone explain to me what the difference is between GT3 and GT2, the new GT2.
GT2's like road based, they've got barely any aero.
Yeah, left downforce,
It's
more
gonna be
power.
interesting to see
So
the
they're
cars
like
coming
the
down now and
Ferrari
who is
Challenge,
on the right sort of
some
Super
Super GT
cars,
Daniel
V8 and
Lindblom's
that
in the
kind of thing.
pits, back is in the
Basically,
pits.
it'd be another group of cars no one fucking races.
Yeah.
In ACC, anyways.
Yeah, they were just feel understeery compared to GT3s.
Oh, boring.
I don't know. They might be better now. I've not tried them since 1.9 because obviously the things have got more rotation.
Well, but the GT4s didn't feel so understeered, did they?
No, they felt a lot better.
Andy Hearn, I
Just
don't
drive
know if
around the
he's
outside of you,
because
then you dickhead.
He's relying on Andy Thorpe to jump over. And
Pepperoni
Hey,
on
look at that.
ACC.
back in the chat,
Peppers on
yeah, it's good cause
ACC.
issues.
Are you gonna go or just sit there like a in special?
It looks like he is.
You have
so
got a lot of
should
traffic
be
coming up
okay.
to, unfortunately.
But you see, Puck.
As long as it's helpful, not like him.
I don't think he's been in the car long enough to eke out the stint yet.
It's a bit of an awkward place to let someone go that corner.
Yeah, and he was very non-committal about it.
If they want to swap onto dries.
You don't know how much they're fighting their car as well.
Looks like they're
Right, 10
struggling
minutes
on the,
left on my timer.
Wets now. The track drying up really
I
quickly, as
think
you
you'll
can
be
see.
running all the way to it hits
Peter
greasy.
O'Brien, who is on dries, is a way to unlap themselves.
You took
Oh, well, I forgot my braking point was not where it was.
3.4 seconds out of P11 last lap.
Scary.
Fuck me, they must be really struggling.
A bit of a scary moment, but everyone's through it.
A lot of
Peter
people in the
O'Brien, I
pits
think,
now.
They're down to a 3-minute
Puck here, being on the dry.
3 minutes?
Time. 3 minutes on this
Yeah,
timer.
I always think you meant like lap time.
Slowly.
I was like, fucking hell, that is a slow lap.
We've seen a lot more drivers in the pits now, as you can see from the timing towers.
Fucking hell, Nick.
I know, I was looking at him, deciding what he was going to do, then I realised I was understeering into him.
Fucking nice 4 cars.
I was like, are you letting me go, or are you, what are you doing?
The 25-second penalty as a.
Who's that portion from?
I don't know.
That looks low left.
They've got a puncture. They've got a puncture.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the left.
Oh,
Jonathan, it does dry up so quickly.
Jesus, that could have gone either way then.
Yeah.
I thought it looked like it was sort of low in that back left corner.
John Earl's off. He's only just.
It's fucking terrifying getting a puncture, to be fair, on this game.
A puncture already?
Pepper switches his computer on, starts ACC, and it goes, updates. 6 weeks remaining.
Yeah, that's definitely a puncture. But John hasn't been. John's only just taken the car over. Unsure what's happened there.
The
but
dry
that is
line
not
already.
good for the 95 Fry Guys car.
He's probably getting
dive
greasy already,
straight into the pits
potentially.
again, unless
It's still
they
damp at the
change
moment,
tyres
but it's
and
probably not
come
far off.
come straight back
Can you
out
just keep an
onto
eye
the
on that
wets.
and let me know?
Yep.
But really struggling
8 minutes
to
left on
get it back
stint
round to the pits.
So
and
you
we'll
took
have to dive
To be honest,
back in
3.7
for
seconds off
a pit
the
stop
car
onto
2
the dry
places in front
tyres.
of us.
To be honest, the longer
that
you
sounds like that
run,
car
the less
badly.
likely I'm
Yeah, they were
gonna
running.
drain my
Yeah.
really
Oh,
good.
yeah, yeah.
tyres.
Gonna add another.
So
Yeah,
I'm
you're-
keeping you aware of my
Well,
time.
you're
Your
adding a minute
pressures
and a
are going to
half
go
on
up.
pitting,
It's
as
going
well
to
as
start
the
to feel
time
worse
that
for you.
He's
Yeah,
lost
but it's
getting
also
it back to the pits.
I'm getting heat into him.
So,
Sweet, sweet heat.
But pressure's more important.
Okay, it's
than
just
Mad,
ticked
I've
to
never-
greasy.
I've only ever seen a puncture before.
I
when
don't know what
doing
we want to
donuts
do.
after the race.
Keep going till
And,
till the lap
this
times
is
start
the
dropping off.
5th we've seen.
Right, okay.
I think so. Yeah, you normally get like a bit of a pop in pressures, but then they sort of come back up a bit, don't they?
Yeah.
He's got because you got what 14 seconds of
back
clear track in
is-
front of you as
I think
well.
They're still on wets as
So
well.
let's
they're
use it.
struggling, or is that?
I think this is. I'm going to go quicker
it's not
this
under
lap straight
pressure.
away.
Looks took that corner too quick, but
Yeah,
back
you
definitely
should start
struggling
to.
on
Ooh,
to
pit
get
lane's
going
so
on the
busy.
dries, I believe, or is that a puncture? Or is it just listed? It's so hard to tell.
I think that car's going too.
So
quick.
realistically, we're looking at trying to catch the 88.
Yes, that was the next one,
As
Rob
or
or
is back in the car
or
as
maybe
well.
the
Jordan
51,
Watson's
depending because that had a
taken
25-second
over
penalty
again for Pulse.
when it pitted.
Right, okay.
And has just crossed the line and done a 139. So
All that sweet,
we're
sweet heater built up. I just lost on the grass.
what?
Yeah, the track's definitely drying out, isn't it?
Yeah, we're about 5 seconds quicker than what we were doing on the wet tires, and the track's now just greasy. So
Yeah, so you've just
we're
passed
gonna
the
have to get
88
wet
in the
tires
pit
off
lane.
as soon as the leader has.
Yeah, and you've
pitted
just
now.
passed Jonathan Earl in the pit lane.
Obviously, we owe a stop,
Wasn't
but
too
yes.
far away looking at that timing. Either that just flicked up saying they were 77 seconds behind. But I don't know if Mills has pitted yet. But yeah, as we've got Dan Lesanto saying, "Let's go, Pulse." So Jordan Watson bad in the car to try and get going. And Calgary's came in saying, "Hi all, let's go racing stronger." That is Greg Prescott that's back in that car.
5.5 minutes
Luke
left.
Sherlock in the 51. Prescott's in the.
So really, you've got
Oh, yeah, you're right.
2 laps after
You
the end
are
of this
right.
one,
So,
Max.
yeah, Sherlock taking over from Shepard.
He probably will
in his
need to
first stint. So I know that car.
adjust your fuel.
Each of the drivers are doing double stints to
Yeah,
start
just give me a
with.
number when I'm on pit lane,
So
and
I'm
I'll
on
go
the
from
third
there.
driver at the minute.
Should it be 86 for the dry 65 minutes stint running?
Yeah, 85, 86 is
Yeah,
fine.
I know Lama's in chat. He's being a race engineer for
Yeah.
the Fry Guys teams over the next 24 hours.
I hate that thing where
Was
it's
it
like you
Drive
sit
through.
in it,
Oh no,
where
that's
the tyres
car 8.
changed, or
Car
That's
8
what you ate
has nothing
today.
to do with it.
incredibly unlucky and got a
No,
puncture 'cause he was,
no, I know
back on
that.
track
I
to
thought I'd read
yourself.
88.
all the way down to 11th. So gonna have to push to get back up place, but isn't too far off the back of Nick Wade.
4.5
in
minutes.
Yeah, you've only got 2 laps. This lap and another one.
Oh, so
Oh, it wouldn't fucking
Lindblom's in the
doubt
chat
you.
saying that it was half a lap on new slicks and Earl got a puncture. Which
Oh, that's unheard of, isn't
Just
it?
someone remind me to box
Is that
please.
just extremely bad luck, or?
yeah, I don't
Does
know.
it still feel alright to do
You
another
never
lap?
see that happen.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah,
So-
I think
I would just watch
we
Jonathan
will
Earl
be
behind
heading
you.
towards
He's on
an
new
ad break
slicks,
soon anyway.
and he is aggressive.
Everyone's just pitting
Yes.
onto the dry tyres.
You're probably safe for letting him go.
We'll,
Yeah,
see, we've
okay.
got a drive-through penalties just come
we don't
through for
particularly like
car
racing
8,
him,
causing a
To be
collision.
honest.
So they'll get serving that, and
And he's
will
probably going to
head
be wound
towards
up and
And
having
he's-
his
break.
puncture.
And they'll be
Yes.
chasing Van der Katsby in front now.
Yes.
Because they've just pitted as well.
Oh, I just can't get a fucking stop for that corner.
while there is never any substitute.
Right, I've got 3 minutes left.
Sim racing
Box
has
this
been a
lap.
great help for thousands
That was
of
annoying me. That was
people
going to be loads
getting
quicker that
through
lap.
the toughest of times.
Are we aiming to come out in front of the 30 then?
Yes. Yes.
Haven't they got another... Well, they stopped quite early, didn't they, actually?
They stopped 11 laps ago. They may have got back past us because they are they're running with new tyres and they got some speed. But then you'll have a tyre on set.
Fuck off. Fucking brakes.
You did. I think you called the grass there a little bit.
Yeah, got the grass as well, but
Box.
it was
Nice
just
lap.
it was a combination of everything.
Right.
Oh, just can't
Right.
put it up.
Box. Just watch the line on the entry.
Yeah, pit lane.
Hello everyone,
should
and we
be
are back
dry-ish.
with the ONID 24 Hours of Indy 2023 edition. We've got
Great
Right,
stint,
what does the
Nick.
number on the
Mate.
left want to be?
85.
To be precise.
Right hand
on
is
the
the
right.
white number. The white hand number on the right hand side, 85.
Right, cool.
I've got Ryan Davis in the commentary box as Jonathan Hill nearly rear to Bentley is like right on stream. Hello Ryan.
Hello, buddy. How's it going?
I think I'm a bit
Yeah,
short
good.
there.
Hopefully it's the whole hour's commentary stint we've got ahead of us isn't quite that dramatic, but yeah,
Right,
good.
30 seconds. Ignition on.
Ben's still in my ear and sometimes on stream. Like
Oh,
I was
that's so weird seeing that
talking
guy
about.
fueling there.
Steve Ben's here somewhere, but
20 seconds.
He'll be back shortly, so he's not in the commentary box. Or is he here? I just saw him make a noise. Hey, Steve. How you doing?
Yeah.
10.
There's the 30.
I'm good. It's been good fun. Hopefully we can
5,
get a dry stint
4, 3,
later on.
2, 1,
That'd be nice.
go.
Yeah, definitely. I feared.
Don't forget your camera. You might want to turn
but
TC and ABS down.
spared that as
You will do.
Calgary CZ follows. Thanks for the follow, Petter.
What do we normally have ABS
ABS
at?
That's
Or
right,
Or-
Johnny.
not
brake
in the drive.
balls.
One of the nicest guys in sim racing.
That's good stint, Nick. You did
Definitely.
the same number of laps, but
Yeah,
you took 50
Steve
seconds out of
will
the
be in chat.
88 on that
We're nearly
stint.
2 laps down to
I
the
know,
40
just a few
seconds
silly
of
little
lead, but,
mistakes.
for now, that is a hell of
It's
a
just
stint.
managing the car then because it just doesn't want to stop.
It is, yeah, mate. It's hard though. Yours probably had the biggest change of conditions out of everyone so far.
Hold back in as we approach the
We're doing alright though, considering where we've come from.
4 mark,
Absolutely.
the 6 hour mark.
Right, I'm going to go and stretch my legs for a few minutes.
In 55 minutes time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
We get
close enough.
so yeah, but how you guys feeling? How you feeling now the weather's changed? If you've got stints in the car coming up.
Yeah.
That one's more towards you, isn't it, Stevie?
Unless you've got a surprise stint that you don't know about.
Yeah, someone must have signed me up on SGP then.
Well, I had teams deleting themselves just before, so wouldn't be surprised. No, looking forward to the dry. I'm not sure if I had the same pace in the dry as I did in the wet, and definitely was finding it easier to make mistakes in the dry, which I know is not normally quite right, but yeah, looking forward to it at least. So the wet was, I say, it wasn't quite wet enough to be wet, but it wasn't quite dry enough to be on dry tyres really. So whereas now the track's just turned to green, it's going to be much nicer to drive. But John Earl getting a good run out of that right-hander on the inside of the Bentley already, taking the inside round the fast right as we go on the first part of the banking. He'll be ready to hit the brakes nice and late, get into the
Oh, that was a run.
hits his marks perfectly, and
Yeah.
good overtake John, and that's up to 9th place after coming out into 11th, so already 2 places made up from that puncture.
Yeah, John Earl's going to be on an absolute mission here now, trying to make up for lost ground in that extra pit stop.
Do you think he'll be a bit nervous in the back of his mind after a first lap puncture? Something I don't think any of us have seen before.
Yeah, it might be in the back of his mind, but I suppose once you get the tyres up to pressure, you come out the pits.
Apparently, Earl's puncture was on the first lap out the
starting
pits.
pressures are.
That'll explain it.
Left would be
hitting the curbs too hard, isn't it?
Yeah, or yeah, bring over the back of
Andy
curbs.
Thorpe has he had a puncture as well? Because he's only just in the car. So I don't know why you'd be pitting just now. Is it sitting funny?
It's not got a penalty. It doesn't look unsettled.
It's crabbing on the right hand side, that one, isn't it?
Is it? I can't quite tell.
Yeah, but
that's like crabbing on the right rear.
Track update.
Okay, now Buckley's quick.
To say we've had a lot of rain, it's gone.
I don't feel like I'm closing him.
Get your head down, mate.
Or
See what happens.
Quite a good team. He is.
So we've got writing on the sidewall, so I'm assuming that's.
He is the quickest out the ones in front of you.
Yeah,
By the looks of it. They all look pretty quick.
We'll have to get someone into the. Matt could just got saying it can't be a penalty because Steve is in comms. How rude. Yeah. Yeah, something definitely up with that. With the ONID car there. So we'll see if we can get an update later on about what happened. But
yeah, he's racing with Matt High.
I'm sure we'll play on on John Earl's mind a little bit, but
oh, so they must have come into issues.
Up and the pressure's up.
Yeah,
I would think he would avoid a puncture.
Hope so. At least we haven't seen a lot of cars suffering with punctures.
But also Nick took a lot of time out of their other drivers.
Was either Porsche or something John did.
Yeah, but they were running like top 5.
Right,
I know. Yeah.
Equals dry, blank equals wet, according to Adam.
Oh, they did have a pit stop
Okay,
after.
there we go then. So maybe it was.
They did 2 laps and they had another pit stop, so they obviously did something.
Weird. Unless they did the Fry Guy special from a Monday night, Steve, and put a U set of tyres on and that caused.
Oh no, so Andy Hearn's back in the car, so it maybe is a hardware issue.
Whoa,
Glenn Smith off track.
So yeah, Andy had only just got out the car, handed it over to Andy Thorpe, and now Andy Thorpe's handed it back over to Andy Hearn. So maybe a hardware issue somewhere,
oh, pardon me,
PC issue, but or a personal emergency or anything like that. I'm not sure. I'll have to dip into their chat and see what happened there. But I did find just before I started my stint in the ONID car, Andy was driving and the emergency stop button for his wheel fell off of where it was mounted on his rig, hit his knee, and cancelled all the force feedback on his wheel. So he drove the last lap with no force feedback, and then had
got some good pace on him at the minute, though.
But,
at least happened at the end of the stint, not the start, I guess.
You got pace on all the 3 in front of you. You're going to have a tyre advantage over them. It's going to start dropping off at some point. He's been on those tyres 13 laps in front of you.
So this was the corner I was struggling with in practice. Coming into turn 4, it was
I'm out of the server.
Really easy to lock the back.
He didn't have to.
And
you're the only one in there at the minute.
Oh, was I? Oh, so I had a right panic. Sorry.
All of a sudden
no.
Got the grip. They're pushing a little bit more. If they're getting caught out by these.
I can't imagine many cars are still on wet because, well, the track's burned dry now and it has been for a little while, so it can't be a wrong tyre issue surely at this point.
But just looking back at the number 9 car, I want to say it was a force feedback issue. He brakes for the corner on the back straight and does a couple of wiggles as if he's got no force feedback.
Okay. So hopefully Andy Thorpe can get that fixed and do it, or I'm going to have to be doing a lot more driving. But, yeah, because Andy's got... He meant to be in the car just now, and then I think he's got 2 stints tomorrow. So fingers crossed he can get that sorted, and he can maybe jump back in the car after Andy Hearn does this stint for him.
This is when someone's normally scrambling about with a spreadsheet trying to work out times and stuff again. Good
thing we've got Andy Hearn's spreadsheet to work from. But it'll be like, I don't know if you saw during COVID, I can't remember who it was. I'm sure someone in chat will remind me. But there was a driver and his wheel failed, so he swapped out the full sim rig.
Yeah, that was during the virtual Le Mans, wasn't it? Did a full racy rig swap. That was amazing.
Now, I've just heard Ben Brown in my ear say, I don't know, sounded quite shocked. I didn't quite catch what caused that, so maybe we're going to get a replay. Yeah, we're going to get a replay.
That looked very tight up in front as well with the Ferrari and the Lambo, but it might just be camera angle. But we've got TC Nan in the Ars AMG, as I was told that was how you pronounce it, is right on the back of Peter O'Brien as well, looking to make a place. But we've got is that?
I don't know what's up with that car that you just passed. That was
Lambo.
BA.
Which Lambo?
They seem
is
very
that?
slow at the minute.
Is that O'Brien unlapping himself though?
Yeah.
Did a 206 last lap.
Is that Pritchard? Or is that Gareth Ronda?
And then you've just taken so much time out of him.
Gareth
that
Ronda
lap,
in that
haven't you?
Lambo. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's some drivers will be a bit quicker in the wet, some will be quicker in the dry, so makes sense to just let faster cars back through and avoid it. But
yeah, it's a 45.
Jonathan Watson coming up to, I think that was the Lambo, was it, in the background? Yeah. So Jordan Watson in second place.
Well, we're on the same lap as them now.
5th place. So
they're
we're
on the same lap
through
as
the field, and there
the
seems
8
to be
to
a
us.
little bit of
That's good.
a gap forming between, say, I think 4th and 5th. There's Colin Cameron saying no, they touched a little bit.
Probably is one of the closest battles on track we've got on camera for you. Kima Senna.
Track's already fast.
Battling with Paul O'Brien
It will be.
Just a pulse car behind it as well, so they're going to get laps as well, just to confuse things. Whoa. Thought they're going to come a cropper in traffic then.
Big snapperoo.
As the car just dives into the pits behind him.
Be interested to know how people are, how many people have track warnings. It's not the worst track to get. The ONID car had one, maybe, after my stint.
I was going to say, I knew you got that.
But I've just seen, as we're talking about it, Pritchard's just picked up a drive-through, so... yeah, we'll wait and see if that was a track limits enforced one, or if that was a penalty for causing a collision. It's just come up, so we'll get a replay of that in just a second. It's been teed up.
Yeah, that
so
car
yeah,
that
look on that. But they are in
and
4th
lap
place
yourself
at the
from
moment,
just in
and
another 43.
potentially could drop them a place.
It's like
to
6
5th,
seconds.
if not more. Well, I've seen it runs
Well,
while cools the tires in the
at least
grass.
we
That
know
was
that's
better
someone
when
we're
it was,
closing on.
the
Yeah.
wet tires that you're trying to cool down, not so much the dries.
They're only 9 laps into a stint
Surprised
as
how
well.
many cars are pushing the limits at that part of the track. As we get that replay for you.
So this is the reason that the 4th place car has a penalty. Not many cars around them at the moment on this camera. Maybe just misses the braking point coming into here. Oh wow, yeah. And that is the spun round the Aston. Good on the Aston for not just diving straight out and back into the track. But yeah, that was 4th place on 3rd place, and now they're having to serve their drive-through. So
So could that have been damaged why we saw them going so slowly earlier as well, maybe, or
potentially. Yeah, it's tough to tell, but yeah, they're serving that drive-through just now, and we'll drop a little bit down the order.
Andy's steering wheel lost connection. He got stuck in 2nd.
Alright, I'm going to go and get myself some food.
Okay, mate.
Cool.
So I'll be back in a bit.
The long old lap to do in 2nd gear as well, as Ben in our ear says, Jordan Watson, the car we're following around track in 2nd, catching the lead as well.
No one else is in the server, Joe, if you did want to join.
I can do, mate. I'm actually sitting at my desk at the minute. I've got all the streams and that running on here, so.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, if they're going at that pace as well, it should be well within the stint for.
Do we know who's in next?
It'd be Martin. So we'll cycle it back through
the same way, yeah.
Yeah, we'll probably keep that order of drivers.
Sweet.
I'd imagine.
I haven't done any sort of length of stint on them, but I do know that I managed to grain the tyres after 16 laps in the practice lobby. But according to the rest of my team, that's just me being a hooligan. And they're managing it fine. So, yeah, I think they'll be okay, but I would imagine towards the towards the hour mark on the tyres, they're going to start getting a little bit dodgy on the back end, getting a little bit loose, and it seems like the different cars it is affected worse on. I know the Ferrari was. I saw that we had. I think Colin Cameron was in chat earlier saying that they were finding it totally fine now. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, sorry to dip out to it, guys, but my tea is ready, so I'll be back in 10 minutes or so, I think.
No worries, you can leave us to it, since apparently food's more priority.
Well, I don't get chicken grease on the keyboard or headset or anything. Thoroughly unprofessional. Alright, I'll let with you on, guys.
So what have we got then? We've got Shahabi on the back of Buckley at the minute.
Yeah, looking to make a move. So 2 Porsches as Buckley has just run a little bit wide, and that leaves the door open for Shahabi to take 15th place.
It's a great move, mate.
From Buckley. And,
Good, mate.
Shahabi's a quick driver. He'll be definitely wanting to make a comeback, and has 14 seconds up the road to the QRT Porsche. Let's see how much of an inroad he can make to them. But yeah,
get to the car heads. 14
recently,
seconds, mate.
He was in the top 12 of the Team 87 competition as well. So got invited down to Buckmore Park to do the go-karting and see who would eventually end up onto Jimmy Broadbent's Team 87. Unfortunately, I don't think he was successful in getting onto the team, but what an amazing opportunity to even be involved in all that and get through to the top 12.
Yeah, you can guarantee, like, no matter what event it is, you know, Shahabi is always going to put in a good showing. He's just one of them drivers that's always quick, stays composed, and never really gets into trouble.
Yeah, and never causing issues. You rarely ever see his name on the instant outcomes as well. I can't even remember the last time I even saw his name, if I've ever seen his name on the instant outcomes. So, yeah, good guy and a really clean but very fast driver. And he came P6 in the karting, Joe Pinder said, which is, yeah, a really good effort. Especially, I'm sure he said he hadn't driven a kart for years as well. So, yeah, great effort in that Team 87 competition. Great to represent. Well, it was one of the ONID OG drivers as well doing it. So.
Oh my god, that looks like so much traffic.
As we see Jordan
and
Watson coming to put another lap on Andy Hearn. Which I'm sure will happen by the straight. Andy's not going to hold up Jordan Watson, whether he even wanted to or not, unfortunately. But yeah, the pace from that Lamborghini is now 16 seconds off.
Bonjour.
I think he was about
Bonjour.
half a minute.
Missed.
I've called Buckley past.
As Bo Lambert's gifted another tier 1 sub. It's definitely one to stay at the top of the
job that we started.
Sub. So that sub's going to Chef Marty. And thank you very much, Bo. And we'll continue your sponsorship deal for the Bo Lambert's Indy 24 Hours.
Just going back to Watson, he had got the gap down to about 14 seconds, so he must have lost 2 laps in traffic on that previous lap.
Okay. It does depend on where you get caught up.
But we're seeing Rob Szymanska now looking to make a move on back. No, it's not back. I'm sorry, but
Might have
does
gone
make
off to
that
have his
move
pizza from
past
Tesco.
him, and
Yeah.
we've seen Paul Sam's car
I
trying
think
to
he
get
has.
around this side of the grey Ferrari as well.
They missed something.
Szymanska, one of the
He
guys
always has a
working on,
fucking Tesco
Tesco
pizza.
as well, which is good to see.
Man knows what he
Managed to
wants.
keep it out the pit wall this time, going down the pits hopefully.
I'll be back in
After,
2 secs, so just
the
waiting for you to
first
get back,
stint,
Nick. I
took
really
over
need another
the
shit. I don't know what's
first
going on
stint,
today.
got stuck.
Alright, mate.
Going
Got less
diving
details
up
next
the
time.
inside of Thurlby to
big
try and
as well.
yeah, Thurlby back on
I think
the
from the
inside,
back, you know that
and
Renault
Andy
RS01?
hook it round the outside
It looks
and
similar to
does
that,
the
yeah.
job
I
and
just think,
gets
yeah.
by, no problem.
And if you look
So,
at the
Rob
lights at the back,
Szymanska's not too far up
is
the
it
road
the
from him now, you can
Murcielago
see him
GT1?
in the
Yeah. Hold on, sorry.
Yeah, I'll give you a minute.
No, you can't see him in the distance. What's happened to Robbie? Was he not just in front before? Or am I?
No, he's further on the track.
It was the Pulse car that was throwing me off.
And did you say
the Pulse Sam's car there, and then it's the Pulse 52 car that's just behind Andy, or just in front of him.
Oh!
I
didn't expect.
Fucking hell, you
expect
fucking
him.
animal! Jesus
he is
Christ!
Not too far off the back of Hinman. No, he's just past Hinman. Sorry. So he's made the move up into 18th.
Fucking hell. Did you say when I had my spin it was on stream?
Been making good progress.
Yes.
Fucking typical,
I
innit?
think the rookie season before last, he's come on really strong since then.
The
which is
10
good
laps
to see.
before, carving through traffic on wet, on
Yeah,
slicks in the wet, they didn't
always
get any of.
improved through. Had the pace quite early on, I would say, in the some amateur series that we were running.
Oh man, a lot of
but
poo came out.
Maybe lacked a little bit in consistency.
So, do you know your
has
gaps and
since
who you're
found that
chasing in that?
consistency in his,
Yeah, I was
coming on leaps and
around
bounds.
14 seconds off the bloke in front, I think.
Start
11
up the
seconds
road
now.
is
I
gonna
think
be
literally.
Oh, yeah,
we
Van der
praised him then.
Steeg.
Did he have a bit of a moment on the back straight in the
No,
braking zone?
yeah, Van der
Yeah.
Steeg.
maybe, hopefully not. We hope not.
So we're
Doing a
pretty
Jack
much good
Southfield
till
now,
the end of the race now, aren't
For
we?
the Sim Racing Collective, TSRC.
Tyre wise.
is-
Everywhere.
Oh yeah, tire wise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was Seenan, I think, down in 13th.
Yeah, I think if it
ended up
rains,
off the track.
it's light rain
Um,
in the night.
But
We ought to go
Southfield,
with
not too
wets.
far off the back of Pritchard now. In the
Yeah, I think Dry's
Lamborghini,
possibly
so going to be looking
won't
to close that gap. 4 seconds. on the
hold
gap at
any
the moment,
temperature whatsoever.
and has managed to overtake
And the pressures will drop
Honda
too
for
much. I
the
don't know.
Mm.
TSRC coming strong now. After I think they started in 9th place.
Third penalty
so
for
up 4
ignoring
positions for
blue
them.
flags.
And Watson's taken the gap down to 12 seconds now as well.
It's not hard,
so
in it,
he
is it?
easing
It
into
gives you
the,
enough fucking
the time of
notice.
the week car.
As we're getting an update, we have a drive-through penalty for car number 4, which is for
I love the way all these cars have
blue
fucking
flags.
influential
but
posts
also
on
an
the back
unsafe
to try and
rejoin
put you off, and then
afterwards,
you just
so,
absolutely blast
a
by
bit of
them.
a
like,
Oh.
double hit there.
Fucking
unfortunately.
Jesus.
But, Stewart's doing a great job.
What
in the
are you
background,
doing?
Obviously, each incident or
Fucking
each collision, etc. is
Szymanska,
checked out
what are you
by the
doing,
officer
man?
steering
Lift.
panel, and they'll have a look at that and see if it was just a little thing, or if it was worthy of a penalty. But we've also got a
Oh, is there no
manual
one in the
report
server
form,
with
so
you?
if there is
Do you want me
things
to come
No,
back in?
no, yeah, come back in if you want.
contact,
Well, no, I don't have to, but if
say
it,
someone rejoins into the path of
I
another
suppose it
car that
helps
they've
for
managed
someone to
avoid
be
that,
Yeah, no
then
one
there
else
is a
there,
manual
so.
form as well, so should be picking up on everything and being nice and fair to every driver. So we're getting a replay just now. I think this will be of that few cars which were off a lap ago. So let's see what happened to them. So we've got the two Mercs fighting with the Lambo, and Andy has just tapped around the 488, and yeah, that's an unfortunate one, and I feel like that'll be a penalty heading the ONID car's way for that.
Stevie regretting me mentioning that one now. Why have I been muted all of a sudden?
Yeah, Andy. Well, I suppose Andy wasn't meant to be driving just now, but yeah. But that one will be going to stewards, and they'll be looking at that. Then it'll be unbiased as well. It doesn't matter who it is that's in the car. Obviously, it is the ONID car. It's our racing team's car. But if that's if it was deemed to need a penalty for it, then they'll be getting a penalty for it, or we'll be getting a penalty since it's my team. As long as it's not a drive-through, and then I'm back in the car and having to serve that drive-through, then I'll be happy.
Johnny Ashley entered the chat.
I wouldn't be surprised if I got a drive-through just for being Steve, and just get given one.
Just because, yeah. If you've not got one like halfway into the race, be prepared.
I think there was a race I did get a drive-through, which was just given because I can't remember what that race was now. I can't.
It was given because ACC's unbloody fair, and you didn't deserve it.
That's usually the drive-throughs, isn't it? It's never the driver's fault.
No, never.
It's always something to do with the game. It's like when you speed into the pits, I was definitely doing the speed limit.
Yeah, it's that was a glitch. Definitely a glitch.
6 seconds.
Always a glitch. It's the same with tools when you're fixing things. It's always the tool's fault.
I don't know if that's 13th in head of him.
Yeah.
Oh, we're buzzing. I reckon if we have double free, a bit of luck on our side, top 10's doable.
Hinman for Team FDSR Indy.
Cars everywhere.
They are closing in on the back of the Pulse Rookie's car.
I love it when a car just pulls straight back online in front of you.
A little bit off, but we've now got Alex Shahabi dipping a wheel into the grass.
Whoever we were chasing, that's what was out on the side of the road there.
No,
I can see. Yeah. We're 14th now. Sennen.
Like to do a bit
I thought it was Van der Stag.
No, Van der Stag got past Sennen.
Oh, okay.
And then Sennen's just been involved with an accident.
Cool, unlucky.
8 seconds behind the QRT car now, so it is closing that gap.
Have you noticed since people have stopped driving into the back of us, we've gone a lot better?
So
funny that
normally helps.
It does, I've noticed it does, doesn't it?
Seeing track update. The track condition is now.
We seem to have this a lot though. People driving into the back of us.
No excuses now for grip. It should be perfect. And we're seeing Andy looking to kind of follow Alex Shahabi through, because he has 23rd place, not too far up in front of him in that lovely liveried Porsche that we're seeing there. The car as Hinman, I think that was lapping a car, but it's closing in on the Pulse Rookies. As we're seeing a Fry Guys car coming up behind to lap these folk as well. Hopefully, puncture this time.
So, gap first to second now is sub 8 seconds. So I reckon 4 or 5 laps time we're going to have a battle for the lead. The way he's taking chunks out of him at the minute.
Is that the AWS best prediction?
Yes.
Yeah, striking distance.
Striking distance until.
Seeing Leon the steering wheel input. I don't know how they.
That was very late on the brakes.
I think these pressures are too low.
What are you sitting at?
The 2 cars behind.
26.1 on the front left.
A little bit.
I think we've got Luke Sherlock right.
Doesn't matter. It's what you've got for now. We can adapt as we go.
Past Torres now.
What would you do?
Maybe.
Would you push the track temperature up a click then, or down?
You just add more pressure.
So Ryan had just said
because I thought the track temp would go up, but it stayed at 30. So we've done for 33.
Yeah.
8 seconds now.
So we basically guessed, I guess, the track temp wrong.
On their set of tires.
So who's in next? It'll be Ryan. I'll let him do his only
but
temp.
They may hit a bit of well, it was expected.
Yeah, we got a little while anyways.
Yeah.
Still got
none of the rest of the team
25 laps worth of fuel.
Testing it.
Cool.
It was I think that's pretty fair. So, but yeah, so the Pulse car really got the pace on first place, given that they're on 20-minute old tyres, 20-minute more old tyres, as we're seeing a 10-second penalty for Aidan Chapman as well. So just a confirmation of the 10-second penalty to car 9 for causing a collision, and again another one for the Pulse AMS car with 54 for causing a collision. So penalties coming in thick and fast.
Is it maybe getting to that stage of the race where people are just getting a bit contempt, just trying to pound the laps in and just making easy mistakes already, maybe?
I think it's maybe a little bit of that and a bit of the track's dry. I'm going to use it and push as hard as I can. Let's see, another driver.
Oh,
swapped
165.
in the section 7. It's actually a section 7922 car.
What was it? I don't know.
That's the Buckley car that
I've been calling them section 7
that we've recently passed.
rest of the night.
Yeah, 10 seconds at the next stop.
They are up into 30th and are pushing on. They've just made a move on G Smith in the 222 car. As we've seen a 10-second penalty for one of the Fry Guys cars there. 1654 causing a collision. So Stewarden's definitely busy. Either that or they've been sleeping for the last hour and they've only just come back and went, oh crap.
Penalties for everyone.
You get a penalty. You get a penalty. But yeah, we've got another 18 hours of penalties to go, but hopefully there won't be much more. Live stewarding will be all the way through the night, as will the stream and the commentating. We're all taking breaks all the way through it, apart from Ben. That better not get added to the number 9 car. Oh, as Sergey's just hit the. Oh, is that a
wheel disconnect?
The fact that they're stopped would suggest that that's a hardware issue.
Yeah,
they're going again.
Can't the start finish straight going slow with a puncture? 31st.
Like a random impulse. Freeze for a couple of seconds and then let you go again. I know Paul Shepherd had it.
Says they back up to speed now. I don't know what the fuck that was.
7.
Brake for turn 1.
No, it's got a puncture.
Return to the garage and then
Oh
everything
no,
was
maybe.
fine after that.
I wonder if he spun.
So maybe a bit of a glitch or hardware issue, maybe.
They reckon it's a hardware issue on
I
stream.
know in practice,
It looks like he's on fucking wet.
They came in the chat, apologised, and it turns out they had a game freeze, and it basically just locked their inputs. And Andy Hearn had a game freeze earlier on as well, and ended up right in the gravel. It looks like when this.
Can you let me know the lap time to the number 30 in P12? P12.
Caused it.
Yes. I don't know. Let me look. I don't know what crew chief's. Is crew chief playing ball?
Well, you can do it if you're in the server. You can just go on board with him and watch him cross the.
I can. Pit wall looks like
so
it's shit
Christian
itself
Buckley
anyway.
is gonna
What
have
number?
to stop
Which car
for
did you
20
say
seconds
you wanted? Sorry.
P12, number 30.
Seen it at the minute.
Ferrari.
As well, the car 88. So so the camera change was to not to like, you know, if you drive in car and then you might hit.
He's
the
just
button
coming down
by
to the
accident,
chicane.
change the bonnet cam or chase cam. No, it was to the TV camera. So the ones that you are seeing on the screen. So yeah, I'm not surprised that Sergey ended up in the wall. That's it.
Watson House now got visual on Puck as well, got down to 3.5.
Does it not say on the dash what their previous lap time was? Or
yeah,
no?
so we can see the Lambo just up in front. We see
No,
it
it
on the
doesn't
track
tell
map
you
up in the top
previous.
right.
What car number was it?
This corner as the camera
number 30.
No, you're chasing 87.
Yeah, but I want to know that I can see number 87 on my relative. I want to know where the number 30 is.
It's always better.
Oh, the number 30. I thought you said you were in 12th
A
position.
little bit extra to.
Oh, I thought. Oh, have we gained another spot?
Yeah.
Van der Steeg's in 12th.
Right.
Well, we were just in. So who have we just passed then to get up to 13th? Because we were 14th a couple of laps ago.
Buckley.
In front of you might
Buckley's
no.
Someone must be in the pits then.
It might be as there's
Let me
a
have a
car
look.
off on the inside.
He's in the pits.
hopefully they rejoin nice and safely. They have
nobody now, but
488 of 488.
Van der Steeg
is survive is
the 30
Yeah,
is
so-
11th.
Yeah.
Is that a
So
puncture?
how far? All right. Okay, I've got 16 seconds to. Okay, I just want to know his lap time. See if we're if we're actually closing him or not.
That's a left rear puncture.
Let me get on board with him.
He's gonna have to be careful not to. Very well done there.
Yeah, that was very
Cast
well
on the
done.
track, mate.
It's actually stuck. It's beached on the
Right.
Beached on the edge, wasn't
track.
it?
Yeah. But no.
He's been kind of lucky that. I mean, he's lost a lot of time because of that. But if you want it to happen anywhere on track, he's not far off pit entry there, really, is he?
I'm just going to chime in as well, guys. Those
38.5.
3-minute-old tyres. So that's.
We're slowly reeling him in.
And his best is a 38.1.
I think that'll be a puncture after 40 minutes on that car.
Can we get the camera to see?
And
and
he's
make
just
sure that they were
fucking
definitely dry tires?
that TRSC
Right,
Porsche
I
is just
think I can see the yellow.
dived down the
You can just
inside
about
and fucking
make up the
clipped him on the way
right-hand
through.
sidewall.
Yeah, that is dry tires.
Right, are you alright here for a minute,
So
Joe?
3 minutes
Yes,
old,
mate, yeah.
I'm just gonna
Alex,
shift a minute.
you're the fastest on track at the minute.
Is this like the US Grand Prix that
Right.
never was? Or that was, but with 6 cars, where they just all getting punctures on the oval? What's going on?
Oh.
This is mad. I've never seen this before in a sim race, or at least in ACC.
I've seen
I've never even heard of it.
Me and Johnny were doing a
Another puncher out on track, mate. I don't know
had
what's
some
going on.
ridiculous condition. Well, it was people. You know, you were having to run wets for quite a long.
Gotta be careful with those curbs. I think if you hit them too hard.
Yeah, but this is late in the stint
I haven't seen it on the dry
for some
track like this
people.
unless you're running a different tyre, and well, they're running dry, so yeah, no idea.
And the kind of impact that it has on you, obviously, that 488 was quite close to the end of the lap, so aren't going to lose a huge amount of time getting back to the pits. But even just being in the pits, you can see they're only just going again now. That you're losing 80 seconds in the pit lane for a tyre change.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're losing more time just getting to the pits, especially if it happens in the first sector. So it could throw the race. I mean, we're obviously seeing just now Jordan Watson right on the back of Puck, almost within a second.
Yeah, he's taken 4 attempts out of him, like already on this lap.
Thank you very
But
much.
One puncture, and that sends that car back at least 80 seconds. So it could throw everything in the race. Especially if we're seeing 43-minute-old tyres getting a puncture. Yeah, very interesting, and something that's going to be... Obviously, we saw the wets, and we had a reason for the wets getting overheated because the track was drying up. But that's 2 punctures on dries. It's going to be playing in a lot of teams' minds now. And especially with the tyre limits, that's a set of tyres that's only done 43 minutes gone, as we are seeing Jordan Watson now almost touching the back of Puck for Cooten Round Racing, and looking to get a lovely drive out the last corner. Yeah, right on the back. He's going to be pulling out alongside us. Thanks Skills for following.
He's going to have a pop at this into turn 1.
Alongside, Cooten Round is trying to fight it, hitting the brakes later, but just can't make it. And that is Jordan Watson after the issues that they had in the first stint, the drive-through penalty that they got for the turn 2 collision. They have now managed to claw it back and are leading the second part, or the part 2 Indy 24 Hours of ONID, which was completely in the wrong order, but I'm gonna run with it. Flip that, please, Ben. Run it in reverse. It'll all be in the right order again.
They got the idea, Steve.
Ah, you're back.
I was just waiting for a good opportunity to cut in.
Cut in and take it away from me, since I've clearly lost the plot.
That's weird. We're only 6 hours into it, Steve. Well, not even 6 hours.
Miles Dixon's also said, obviously they had the drive-through, they had that, but they also had a puncture on the wets as well at turn 1.
Easy now, gangsters.
They did a full lap of the puncture and they've managed to.
I have to say, I do feel like the pace of this field is a lot quicker compared to their other Enduros.
One of the other Lambos, was it Pritchard as well, had a puncture.
We don't seem to be cutting through as
Stop
much.
running your setup so aggressive, guys. Come on.
Well, we have, because we
Oh,
you gotta
well,
remember at one
spinner
point we
there,
were 30th, so...
That's a big one.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, the top 10 on average is a lot quicker compared to what the top 10 normally is.
Yeah.
Oh, car 100. ABL Racing 100 car, Savvy Rathniak. I wonder if he's clipped the wall on the outside and spun it.
That's interesting.
There's a track option
so in the,
there.
I don't know if you guys have just seen the 24 hours in the chat on Discord. According to Rustalainen, apparently there could be some kind of bug where if you swap from wet to dry tyres, it acts as if the dry tyres have got the same wear as the wets you've just taken off. So that could possibly explain what we're seeing.
Yeah, to happen in half a lap, though, that's a hell of a wear rate, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's what obviously the time has changed and it was rare to get punctures, but for someone to get on their outlap, that's staggering, isn't it? Here's the accident what we saw put not Rustalainen.
Rathniak. Run wide, got across the ass and managed to spin. Does keep out the wall though.
Get out the wall nicely.
And good for waiting until there was a gap, gets it spun round, and we'll go again. But that's an interesting one if that's the case, and it should mean that a lot of these drivers now should be clear of that issue.
It's also a good job it was wet for so long, otherwise the tyres would be even more of an issue with the limit tyre sets.
I think only definitely need to do more enduro.
With 20 sets of tyres, you know, if people are going to be getting...
Yeah, they don't do them often enough, really, do they?
No, I don't think they do.
It's going to significantly reduce the amount of options.
Thing is, the novelty would wear off, though, if they did do them every other weekend.
Yeah,
definitely.
No, not every other weekend, but every couple
you'll
of
have
months.
to remember
they
which
don't
tyres
even do
have
them
the
that
issues, because if you do need to double stint or anything, you should be
For me, they do too much during
had a puncture, would
the
you?
week.
Could you imagine
like
pain?
Leagues and that on weeknights and not enough.
Yeah.
Update there from Ben. It is staying
Stuff
dry
like
for
this
the
at
next 30 minutes
weekends.
still. So that is good. Any clouds?
It's always a bit
Ben?
late
Can we see that?
for me.
Is there have you got your man out on the
Well, I've
track,
got
guys?
the man out on the edge of the track, yeah. I think it looks like it's going to be cloudy for the next few hours at least, given that amount of clouds. So you never know, might get a bit more rain.
As we see a lovely switcheroo there from
Great
Donald
bit of
Ente to get past Thirlby up into 23rd place. But yeah, lovely as Thirlby tries to make a move down the inside, but just doesn't quite manage.
Yeah, to just carry the pace around the outside nicely, keeps him in front. Good work, and Skills 887, love the production work, Ben. Good work.
Might go and watch some Sasha King videos while I'm waiting.
So we'll be coming up to.
No, I
how
thought
long
I'd
has
get a
that been dry
response. Come
now?
on, guys.
I did have a smirk.
Would it be about?
Who's
just
Sasha
trying to
King?
concentrate.
40 minutes it'll be.
You are?
So,
Who's Sasha King?
Yeah, about halfway through the stint.
The
You know who Sasha King is.
Halfway through the stint on these,
Oh, shit. Yeah,
slightly
I do,
weird,
sorry. I forgot.
possibly
I've deleted it from my brain.
dry tyres.
I thought you meant you was on board with Sasha King. Is she racing here?
It's
Yeah.
got intense tyres on
Ah,
these,
yeah, she was
old
practicing,
teams.
wasn't she? That's right.
I know some drive, like, I would think, I don't know if Andy Hearn in the ONID car
How's things?
would have changed on a new
There he
set.
is.
not too bad.
Andy Thorpe had
We
the
passed a
issues.
few people.
So they might be
I've
onto
slowly been
a new
catching this
set of tyres
Porsche,
after the new
and
set
I
that they
think
put
I've closed
after
up on the
wet stint.
Ferrari, the number 30, a little
Yeah,
bit.
it's, very strange. Leighton Austin saying, how did QRT...
Because it was 14 or 15 seconds at one point, and I think it's under 10.
Well, you're
Is there a
8
reason
tenths
we
quicker
call it
last
Cheese
lap,
Monster?
and it's 10
I was gonna say
seconds.
that got my curiosity
Watson's
straight
just set
away.
the fastest lap, 36.8.
Oh, they're in the lead as well, aren't
So
they?
yeah, they've had.
That's the first. That's the fastest
They've
today.
had a good race. They've just been pushing on.
Oh, bloody hell, I see
had
you
a
caught.
one penalty which set them back a little bit.
You caught that.
But the
and
pace
passed
has
that
been really good.
Aston Martin again, didn't you?
Yes.
Sandro, Van der
That really
Steeg,
slow one.
and I can't quite remember who else was in the car.
Would you like some breaking news?
Go for it.
Sandra is known as Cheese because he is Swiss and he likes cheese.
I mean, it makes sense, I guess.
Yeah.
I take it you spotted the car
I do
behind
that
us and
logic.
let you pass and pulled away from. It's got a 20-second penalty as well.
Yeah. If he'd.
The 165.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What car number are they?
They are
Ah.
number 87.
Van der Steeg's into the pits.
87. Yes. QRT Esports.
Interesting.
Yes, he's an hour and 13 minutes into his stint.
Obviously, we've got the cheese.
Fucking hell, they had some pace then. If that's how old those tires were.
There will be, yeah. He would have been running in the wet to start with.
Well, Ben Dorama's come up with a good point. Glad this mystery is cleared up. Could have dragged this out for 18 more hours and kept people watching the whole time. We've messed up.
Just in the final few seconds of the stream. Oh yeah, it's because he likes cheese. End stream.
Don't watch the winners cross the line. Just watch their car. Like, he's called cheese once because it was cheese. Bye.
But yeah, they've had a few really good results in the QRT car, so they've definitely got the pace. There were Bathurst 12-hour winners on iRacing. P2.
I also see a number.
Yeah,
P10.
Yes, I was about to say you're catching Luke Sherlock in that car at the minute. The Racing Stronger Merc.
Good roster of achievements.
His lap was a 41-1.
Oh right, okay.
He's
I'm
on
not
4
so
laps
sure
older
if the country
tyres than
flags
you.
are on the car, but normally it's cheese for Sandro.
Because I don't really
We're not
feel
gonna
like
go
I'm
get
pulling
into
this
that for a minute,
30 in.
because Ben has nipped away.
You matched him last lap.
Sort something out. But we'll
I think
see
we're probably
if we
about
can
the
get
same
that back
pace
when, Ben
at the
gets
moment.
closer look at the number 87 car, which
Yeah,
is
look,
just in front
coming up.
of Torres that we're
I
watching
noticed
now.
that 404 is again. You're coming up to
A
lap
good bit
it.
in front, but they are a place in front at least.
Ben Dorama came up with a good point. It's always maintained endurance racing commentary is like test match special on drugs. The stream is doing nothing to disprove this. I'm touched to think we're
Yeah, that Merc did a 39.4 last lap.
Our ability to chat nonsense, but
Right, okay.
it's nice to be. Have that as a job.
So
At least
1.8
we've
off
not
the
got
I think
18
that's
hours to go,
probably more the aim to
Next
catch
part is
them
the
rather than
whole-
the 30. I think
Well,
that's more
they're only
realistic.
they're only 2 seconds ahead of the 30 now.
Ramblings at 4 a.m.
So hopefully they catch up, battle a little bit.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
I
and you're
can
coming to
imagine
put a lap
with
on
it
the
for the
16th,
because it is gonna be
17th
Ben
as well,
doing
which
it.
is good.
I think during last year's race, when I was driving,
I was saying to Nick and Joe, I feel like the
quarter
strength
four in
of
the
the
morning,
field's
so
a
I
lot
jumped into
stronger
commentary
compared
box
to last year's
I
24.
think at which point I
Yes, considering we
no
finished
more than half an hour's sleep.
7th,
And
with
we
like
ended up
2
going
laps
down
ahead of
where you
8,
could buy
and we had a
speed from
disconnect.
in order to
Yeah.
stay awake.
Praying for no
I thought you meant
disconnects.
because you were struggling
Praying
for
to the no
pace in the,
disconnect god.
in the
Oh, wow.
24 hours.
Wow.
Well, we haven't got the cactus
Stevie.
connection today, have we?
We are not
You'll be
plugged
able to
into
get
a
me back,
cactus.
given the high
To be
miles.
fair, his internet lasted quite well in the LFM
Not
races.
too long, although I think we've got
Yeah, but it's always a
we
concern,
should
isn't
have
it?
beef jumping in at some point soon. As that is 2 cars going the wrong way, and well, I'm sure that looks like a nice corner, but
That was
I think I'm
very well
slowly
planned out.
pulling him in. Half a second.
Yeah, half second last lap.
First car of the race.
Can I have the old-
1.6 on the Merc.
The pace hasn't dropped off.
yeah.
Weirdly, this stint with the
I feel
dries.
like
don't know if you'd
he
want-
must have practiced that.
That's
surely.
good.
He nailed the apex.
The old pepperoni's still playing ACC.
How many
You wouldn't
laps
want
of
to see
fuel
him
have you
drive
got
at Paul
left?
Ricard, would you?
13.
Imagine the possibilities. No, it was poor Callum. It was well avoided, and well,
I think because I tried to be much more gentle on the build up on the first few laps.
Yes.
So I think that's probably helped towards the end.
Try and line up a move out of turn 7 into turn 8 down here. So swinging it wide, getting the foot down. Greg dipping a wheel onto the gravel. That's not going to help. But defending the inside, Callum Bass is going to go to the outside and is going to try sweep around the outside and does so. What a move!
That looked very
they're together now.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Round the outside.
Exactly.
Round the outside.
Cheers, Adam.
Wow.
It's like he's here with us.
Oh, alright, okay. Ferrari's in the
How
pits.
unimpressed it sounds. Like
That was an hour and 10 stint for them.
I know what you mean. But you realise it's not got all that much enthusiasm behind it, do you?
Yes, Aiden, it is.
And that was
dry,
3.1 seconds on the Merc last lap.
Minutes now.
Really annoying because now the tyres don't feel like they've dropped off like
30 minutes, I believe.
they were in the practice.
I think I'll just double check that. Yeah, so it's still cloudy.
But obviously you have been running with less weight as well.
So looks like we're going
That
to
is
get
true.
a decent stint on the dry tyres. If they last, obviously.
How are you feeling heading into your next driving stint? Then, Steve? Does that affect the way you're going to set up the team or stints or anything, or is it pretty inconsequential?
It's inconsequential for us, really. We've got, well, the problem our team has got is that half of the team have decided they're going to go and do something else for most of the day. So it's just me and Simon Harris who's going to be driving from 7 o'clock all the way through until I think 11-ish. At which point Matt Goodyear-Scott
So this
comes in
2.4
to try
series,
and
we've
help
got an
us get
entry
through
in,
the
haven't
night
we?
as well.
But we didn't
Yes,
attend the
both
first round.
Andys are out at the same
Correct.
party together, which is the
Okay.
trouble with them being friends and on the same team.
They opened up more GT3 spots as well.
Yeah, I thought so. They did.
Let's see if it pays off.
Yeah. So it's that's why I had to jump in as lead driver just in case
1.8
anything happened.
seconds that
'Cause
lap.
I don't imagine calling them back from whatever function would please their halves. I just need to go back and leave just now because I just need to go and rejoin the server for the rest of the guys. Is that okay?
Just taking a look at the leaderboard, and we've had a position swap for the lead and the driver change in the 52 Pulse car.
Ah.
Spot Ryan.
So back out on some fresh tyres. And obviously they have dropped.
So next car on track is what you're aiming for.
They were on 20-minute.
That's a good thing because we were about.
So we'll be.
We were 50 seconds behind them, but they did have a 25-second penalty at the pit stop.
And then I think Pulse will.
So that's still a
remain
good
back
time
in
we
the
made
lead,
on them.
but, Alex Girosh, not too far off the back, as you can see in the Aston Martin in the background.
Yeah, gap's critical. You'd expect Pulse to have the pace to keep that gap and not have the 42 car catch him, but yeah, I think this is Carolus' first.
I reckon 3 laps I'll be with them.
I can see that name crop up, yeah.
Do we want to sort the pit stop now?
Got,
just before I get to them.
Yeah.
Temp is
unless it's
29.
tyre issue or tyre disbalancy, Dan will be going away, but it doesn't look like it.
Alright, I have pressures. Let me know when you're ready.
A slow driver by any means.
Am I going strap one?
Strap one.
Monday night.
Set
lead,
6.
But possibly struggling on tyres because he is getting absolutely hounded by Donald Ente here.
I think wasn't Hearn up to around 12th at one point?
Yeah.
So apparently Dan's only been on the tyres
24,
for 6 minutes.
8.
Did he put wets on? Or Donald Ente just lighting these tyres up?
as the pace.
Yep.
26-2.
Oh. Interesting.
Close the gap on him during this lap as well.
Are they carrying damage, perhaps?
26-2.
26-2.
You would think they would have fixed that in the pit stop. So it might be that we've just underestimated Donalente.
Yep.
I know we've not seen the name
24-1.
very often. Car 8, I don't know if it's filled out.
It runs it deep there as well, and take down the inside.
Nice, so
That's
move
it,
done.
as well.
Is this Sherlock, this 51 car? Is that the one with Yellowneck in it?
So
Yes.
FRS Orange.
Oof, so they've got pacey drivers.
Made the
Yes. Yep.
the move.
25
Rear left.
straight.
I think
Rear right. 25.
24 hours
Yep.
at Indy.
Okay.
last
Do you
year,
also want to drop out the server, Nick, so I can
Yes.
But I don't think they've raced in
have
too
Martin
many other
requested?
ONID events.
I'm out.
But
Yeah, it's Yellowneck
their goal is just to
Luke
have
Sherlock,
fun, climb some positions, have a solid
Shepherd,
race.
and
They're not the
somebody else I can't
fastest,
remember at the minute.
but usually consistent.
But yeah,
So,
Shepherd and Yellowneck are
obviously
handy.
maybe involved in something at the start of the race to drop down to 22nd. I know they've had a few penalties as well, but hopefully get back up into the top 20 soon. There's Greg Prescott pits out of 27th in the ONID Simhound Rookies car.
Yeah, it looks to be a standard stop for that one. Greg coming to the end of his first stint after taking over from Dan Rhodes.
Alex Newman getting put under pressure by Hinman in the number 14 Ferrari now. Alex has not been doing an awful lot of sim racing recently. Does having a little bit of a break, but has come back for this special event, which is great to see. But Hinman in that 296 behind will be looking to take the position as soon as he can. What do you think? What's the RWS closing position? Do you think?
Yeah, it's Paul Shepherd,
Oh, wow.
Yellowneck, Luke Sherlock,
Baffled
Tony
headlights
Law,
as
and
well
Ollie
from
Knowles
listening.
in that Merc.
Don't get distracted.
Are they all pretty handy? Or
No, Tony Law's
Hard
slow.
to say. Alex, like, when
Slower
he's
than
on his
Sherlock.
game, he's,
Ollie
he's got a
Knowles
good
is
pace,
probably
and like you say, he's had a bit
quicker
of,
than Sherlock,
a break
but
from sim
slower
racing
than
lately. So hopefully he's come back.
so
Yellowneck.
around, there's three of them around our sort of pace, and then
That's my way of saying that Marshall
mix
not.
up.
Well, Alex is
time
quicker than
back
all of
in case
those.
it's Wrong.
Probably only a smidge quicker than Yellowneck.
But
maybe
AWS gives
Shepherd.
times, and they're wrong all the time as well. So
So, sorry,
See-
what cars were we guessing the closing gap on?
444 of Newman and the 14 of Hinman.
as we see,
All up.
Alright, I am in the server.
there we go.
Oh.
Hilke van der Veen back out. He's taken over from Greg Prescott. I think this is his first stint, and was the sleepy driver, shall we say, that almost didn't get back entered into the sabotage team at the start of the race. But good to see that he is in and back out driving, as it looks like
Newman
we have
fails to the
been
pit lane.
robbed of a decision.
Absolutely robbed there.
Sorry,
He
there's
wasn't even
4
due
laps
to
and
pit.
4 corners.
Alex wasn't even due to pit, he just wanted to steal the satisfaction from us.
Looks very slow on pit entry there as well.
You want to be, though, like,
Yeah.
I would rather lose a few seconds than get
think-
a drive through or a stop go.
I don't think the camera angle did any favours on that one there. Sherlock just runs a little bit deep.
Badim Nabibovic getting
Times are
left
really coming
by
down
Luke
now, aren't they?
Sherlock, and is that still Alex Shahabi in the other car? Can't see.
you're on the stream,
I
Alex.
think
Make
this
it a
is
good
tricky
one.
Because is Shahabi up on laps on Sherlock? So we've got cars trying to unlap themselves whilst trying to lap other cars.
Yeah, tricky one, but it looks
Good
like
move, mate.
everyone's managed to
Nice.
sort
Cheers.
themselves into order. No, that was for position. Shahabi has
Position, yeah.
overtaken Sherlock for
I
position.
thought you were unlapping yourself then.
And
And then, oh, it was
11th
for
place is
position.
great for the race and stronger team as well. They have been doing really well in the first quarter of this race, but I think it's almost time for me to leave you guys. I believe.
Absolutely
So-
flown by, Steve.
I know, losing track of time. But, yeah, it's been good to do comms. I think that's me
I think I'm off comms now until finishing the race tomorrow. So last you'll hear of me, unless it's obviously for penalties and things because I've crashed into someone. But yeah, we're gonna hope that doesn't happen. And yeah, have a good commentating, guys. It's been great, and I'll be joining in watching. So, cheers, and,
yeah.
I'll let
Okay, that
Hughes
makes a lot of
introduce the ad
sense.
break.
What?
You know that position that I couldn't understand where the hell we gained earlier?
Oh yeah.
Is that Aston? That 404?
Because you're coming up to lap it. So you unlap. So since the start of your stint, you've unlapped yourself, gone past them, and you're 3 seconds behind to lap them.
You filthy animal.
It's because I was just like completely confused on how the hell
all of a sudden
I gained a position.
Yeah.
They did have a pit stop, but yeah, they've been running 43, so you're like 5 seconds a lap quicker.
Are we just going to stay with this rotation now for now?
We can do.
While there is never any substitute,
okay, doesn't it? And then we need to sort out about
professional.
Yeah.
Sim racing
at some point we need to have a sleepy chat.
Thousands of people.
How long do you reckon
getting through
we can have
of times?
I don't know.
I'll be right back.
Probably 3 hours or so.
Yeah, I'm going to say 3 or 4
We normally get
hours.
3 hours. 3-4 hours. How many laps of fuel have you got?
5.
Alright. Right. I'll be back in a minute then.
Cool.
I'll be happy if we can, after, well, we can stick with end with a top 10, that'd be nice.
Yeah, I don't know if we got pace to stay top 10. I don't know yet.
Yeah, we just have to.
I think top half's a good result. So like top 15 is a good result.
Back again with the 24 hours of Indianapolis. You stuck with me on my own for a little while. We're having some tech issues for getting people talking, so yeah.
Fucking hell, why are you lifting?
We're officially into the second quarter of this race now. Just past the 6 hour mark. Clock reading 18 hours and 17 hours 55 minutes. Weather's still dry. Weather predicts to stay dry, so we could be in for a nice settle period, hopefully. Yeah, let's have a look at the chat then. Racing Stronger Indeed in P11, Matt. They're doing absolutely great. Petty Yelenik's done a fine job, and Shepherd and Sherlock, whoever else is in the car, I can't quite remember. Yeah, how's your evening chat? Are you, what are you doing to get you through this middle period of the race? Fatigue starting to settle in. Apparently, Hydra's microphone should now work. Hydra, can you hear me? Uh-oh. Well, that's not good, Sam. If you're already on your second can of Red Bull, is it a can per 6 hours, or are you just chugging as and when you need it, just to get you through? Yeah, still having those tech issues, and we have the dual cam set up again. So yeah, just in chat, NickWar3112, number 54 star so far. Got caught a little up in the first corner incident and then received a rear end punt a few laps later. Had to pit, dropped to 30th and then plugged our way back, including stints in the wet on.
This is the most consistent the car has felt over a stint
They are currently
ever since we started testing.
18th, so yeah, got a 10-second penalty at the next stop, but they've had a good recovered so that we're.
Part of me thinks because the track never got to optimum, the practice server, that's what caused.
55 even.
Because you're sliding all the time on a low grip surface.
Yeah.
Which has caused the deg.
The old spreadsheet.
I did my run in single player, and I did still see some deg. It wasn't as bad as you saw in the server, but it was also the hottest time, you see.
Hey, and Adam's back with us.
Yeah.
Because the temperature's down. What's like the temperature of that left rear?
99.
Yeah. We might just be keeping that under control, just below sort of.
What's your aim here? Like
where it just.
Do you wanna take the extra fuel and see what it's like?
I was thinking of taking some extra fuel. Do you want me to take all the extra fuel?
Maybe take like.
Car down in 13th, P. O'Brien currently driving it.
Maybe extend it to 70 minutes, not the 75. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I found this stint, the drop off hasn't been. I've stayed around the 37s.
Yeah.
Most laps. It isn't even the 30.
When I did my run in optimum, the tyres stayed a lot better. Like you could control that left rear temperature a lot more. It stayed.
Yeah.
I mean, it gets to 100, but it only peaks about 100, 101.
There you go. You can tell it's.
Yeah,
whereas when it was green, it was getting to.
Yeah, but this is also lower temperatures.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So with the lower temperatures, it's going to be even better now, isn't it?
Absolutely, definitely is.
Yeah. We could go with 95 litres.
Okay.
Probably that's another 10 litres, which is 4 or 5 laps. You're getting like 96, give you 5 laps.
Yeah.
Beat another like 7.5, 8 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna do one more lap. Because
I would just go until your fuel runs out.
Yeah, which I don't think I'd be able to do another lap after.
Yeah, so I can't see your fuel, what you got left.
It's got 2.1 laps left, but I think by the time I cross the line, it'd be 2 laps dead, so it might be cutting it too close on that last lap of fuel.
I've seen all sorts.
So we want 96 on the right.
Yeah.
But I am hunkered in.
You have been closing in on Gardner in front, Mav.
And,
yeah, I did hear the bloke saying I'm closing in on him.
You're down to 23 seconds, and he's on some new tyres as well. He only pitted 11 laps ago.
Further into this race, we're not going
to. That's what I'm saying. The tyres don't actually feel. They don't feel terrible, but then the lap times aren't particularly quick. So.
And also, you have been catching the Aston in front of that as well, the 31.
So what is your commentary stint ahead?
I think it's a combination of everything at the minute.
Yeah,
I don't know
so
if we want
I'm
to be
here
doing it
for
in
this
really
hour,
hot
and
temperatures,
then
but I think for now
back
it's probably
again
worth going
from,
with
I
it.
believe, 10 until 12.
Well, the only time we're going to get really hot temperatures is the end of the race.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, tomorrow.
From 2:30 until 4:30.
Midday-ish, late morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, should be good. I'll keep this. Maybe this is like the timestamp in the stream where you can see how my levels of enthusiasm and optimism are like at their highest. And then check back at maybe, I don't know, 4 in the morning and see
when we're pitting, so that's good.
Still quite at this level.
Not been there for a while.
I mean,
and we've got a lap on P15.
You managed to maintain it to 4 AM. Fair play.
Yeah,
I think it's safe to pit, but I think
I have the easy job. I think it's some of these drivers. I'm
gonna
pit.
Yeah, I think you're safe
like,
to.
okay, they've
so you
come out of the rainy stints, and now they're just getting in like solid lap times, and they're just concentrating. This task is going to be so much harder in 4-6 hours.
I'll gain some time on entry.
At least some of the teams might have some US folks, so like the time zones maybe help.
I did leave the TC cut at 3. I have been running it at 2 previously, but I left it at 3.
It's a lot more just stable.
Definitely the concentration just becomes so much
30
trickier.
seconds.
I mean, I'm hoping they're
ignition is on.
Weather, but it is an ONID server, and the rain has already been.
First time we've brought the car back with no damage as well.
Come back anytime.
Not bad, not bad.
I'm a little bit disappointed
15.
with the animation of the drive, the fuel guy. It's not quite.
10 seconds. The car is on.
Yeah.
5,
absolutely.
4, 3,
Yeah, it's
2,
been fascinating to
1,
see the kind of
go.
manufacturers.
Don't forget your
you know, the various
camera.
cars up
I
the
had the
front.
brake
We've
bar
got a
set at
podium of
50.4, so you might want to
Lamborghinis.
move that forward.
Yeah, I've done that. Thank
But
you.
then you've got
I'm just gonna
this little
disappear for a couple
cluster
of
of
minutes.
Porsches, of Ferraris. There was a time when there was like
So
you know, 3
the
or 4
88 has
Mercs,
passed
near
us.
each other, but
Yes.
those seem to kind
And
of split out.
where's
We're on
The
board with
30 and the 87.
the
The
Lone
30,
Star,
the 30's at the fastest lap of the
Bentley,
race. He's been
he's up in the top
tanking along
23.
with his new boost.
so 30's just crossed the line, so they are probably going to pass you.
May get between him and the
Yeah.
87.
Lexus, I think there was maybe 1 or 2 dotting around.
Oh.
I feel like the Lexus is always.
You
like
have got
like a
fresh
good
boots
safety
now.
card in an ONID server when like chances of rain are non-zero.
Ferrari
which,
was gonna
to be
spin
honest,
then.
Most ONID
So did
servers.
I. Jesus Christ.
I don't know
I
whether.
feel like,
See, I don't know where we
I guess
are.
maybe more of the teams
We're still in
kinda
front of the
are
51.
more familiar with some of the cars to even run.
That must have just
in
pitted
some
a
of
lap
the
ago.
wet weather
Yeah.
happen, so
There's 3 cars back.
I suppose if this was Silverstone, maybe.
Sure.
So
it'd be more
we've
like
at least
Lexus,
kept
but-
in front of one of them in
Yeah,
front
no,
of the
it's,
pit. So I don't know whether we're now on
certainly
even
fun,
stops with these guys.
I think it'll
Or
be
whether
interesting
we've
to
done
see
an
now
extra
how
stop.
The drivers are kind of coping with, like,
I
maybe
don't
this
really.
is the true
That's we're sort of
reflection
like
of the kind of race
11
pace,
laps later, aren't
that,
we?
like,
So
it's just a dry track.
I
and,
suppose.
you know, not
But
too
I'm
many-
hoping that comes into play at the end.
Because yeah, like when I was like popping into the
If
stream
we will
earlier,
stay
it
on a
was, like,
similar-
the folks going down into turn 1 and then like discovering, hey, I've maybe left it too late to start braking.
Hopefully
oh,
us
no.
going a bit longer into the race now.
Yeah, no, it's going to be.
Yeah,
an
it's just how it
interesting
falls
few
and
hours
weather.
For sure, until
Yeah.
we,
We got lucky at the end of the wet
Oh,
weather.
88's in the pits
Yeah,
now.
you get to watch the whole transition from like evening light we're in.
Right, okay, so we're in front of the 88 then.
Yeah, it's interesting out of Holson there.
So it's the
Whether
87 and the
cars are
30.
Like say it's Lambo's dominant at the top of the minute, but the Porsche is better in the cooler conditions. Who knows?
Yeah, that's a fair
3
point.
cars went past us in the pits because we're 13th and we
yeah,
came in
it's
10th.
Definitely an interesting one. Yeah, it looks like traffic has been playing.
So it's two cars now.
interesting part
2
in
cars.
the racing so
Oh, yeah.
far. Like you see some.
So
some
yeah,
folks just getting
and we're
caught
all
out
within
where
6-7 seconds of
they're
each other.
encountering
So
traffic.
you've got a
I think
target.
the leader going into the pits.
Just once you put your tires up, then you can start pushing a bit.
Yeah, US at Puck.
A nice stack of traffic in front.
Queuing around racing.
Yeah, it's a bit
should
unfortunate.
Get back pulse the lead, I believe, based on the pace. So
There is
it'll be
Mav
interesting how
Gardner
much
there.
Willis can
Yeah,
pull
so I
out
have
the
to
lead.
unlock
55
myself from
seconds
it.
actually. It could be close by the time they come back out of the pits. I think
Is it Mav or
time is
Adam?
about
Who
a
you
minute,
normally? It's Adam, isn't it? Adam Gardner. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
yeah,
Mav's
he's already gone past the
just a
pit lane,
little
so-
slower.
Yeah, and I realized I was watching a feed of the stream
Well,
that was a good 20 plus seconds.
Considering
long, so
we were P32 and we're battling for a top 10 now. It's not bad going, lads.
There you go. Sander Palu back in the car, just getting underway as Pulse goes past the pit entry.
Fucking hell.
And
Right, I'm gonna stretch my legs and all that.
Yes are in the lead? Question mark? I'm not sure.
yeah, it's the lead, but yeah, it's like with these strategies, especially with the weather,
Oh,
it
you're in,
just
you're in.
kind of really kind of
Alex just can't stretch his legs.
with kind of the strategies some folks were running. I've seen some instances of kind of folks, you know, saying it's like, oh, I'm going to be a bit later into the car.
Excuse me.
As they've had to just kind of readjust with, like, you know, staying out on the wet tires. As we just see Jack's Southfield just get through some lap traffic. Yeah, some very unfortunate places that you could run into those blue flag situations. It's not like, you know, there's at least a few back straights and handy
That
positions
Lexus,
to
I
just kind
thought
of
they
back
were
out of the
fairly
way.
quick.
Not like kind of
Yeah,
hungry
The
or
last time
one
we
of those
raced
other
them, but they've
tracks
been
where it's just
terrible
like
this time.
there's turning every few minutes, so it's like there isn't really a great place to get through. Or like, yeah, at least it's not Bathurst going up the mountain and be like, well, I'm not going to pass this car for another half a
Ooh,
lap.
that's only going to end one way.
See that come in.
Hungaroring would be a very interesting track to endure.
What are your thoughts on this Porsche now?
48
Driven it a
hours.
bit.
Sure, absolutely. Put me down.
All right.
Sign me
Not
up.
bad. I don't think
Yeah.
it's a. I think it's still
Yeah,
a track
'cause like you said,
specific
no,
car.
the only break
Yeah.
overtaking point's turn 1 really, and just a nightmare for, well, a situation like this.
I like
would
it
be
still.
horrible. Like 5 cars no
Yeah, I
spare,
don't
some
mind
with
it. I
laps,
drove
some
it at
with
some other
not.
tracks and it still has
Don't
that
know you'd manage
floaty
that for most of
feeling.
the lap.
I just don't give Johnny ideas. You know, I've got some.
I think going and
key
driving on
ideas
some
I
different
think I can
tracks
bring
with
to the table for the next
standard
Enduros.
aggressive, and then coming back to this helps
How
me
to
because
how to lose a fan
you've
base
definitely got
in
more
one
feel
easy
than
step.
standard aggressive.
I think
24.
last time we jokingly suggested a 24 hours of Zolder multi-class Enduro, that would have lost decimate the ONID followers. Put them through that. One of the closest on-track battles, Martin Schaefer in 26, followed by El Mason, who's about 10 seconds back, and he's also chased down Heike van der Veen in the amateur car just ahead of him. Bit of a gap to both, but yeah, there's a bit of field spread going on right now, Hydra.
Yeah, it's
MFD
certainly
on
curious.
overall,
Like I always love these long enduros because there's like he's 5 seconds behind Van der Veen and like 11 seconds ahead of Mason, but like any mistakes, like all it takes is one lapse in concentration and you've like sailed past your breaking point.
It wasn't great at the start of the race, but it's absolutely fine now.
I feel like even 7 hours in, it's like to have gaps that small, like it really does feel a lot closer. I mean, like the leader now is, a good chunk of time ahead, but like even in these battles, it could be like won or lost. Like who knows? 12 hours from now, when we're looking at this and it's like 5 hours late, like geez, I didn't wish, like I wish I didn't make all those mistakes or
that's my target.
sailed off. So yeah, all these like key little battles around here, dotted around the grid, can certainly really have an impact as we go further on. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I always just feel like these drivers have so much concentration just to. They have enough going on as it is.
Are you guys going to be back?
This was a 1 hour race.
I'm in next, so I'm here till at least after my next stint.
You've got so much lap traffic, especially the further we go on. It's just like all these different layers of these cars are like 3 laps behind the leader. These ones are 6.
Okay.
So you've got so much different pace levels. People at the end of their stints, people at the beginning of their stints. Like so, the tires are going to have way more grip for some folks. So there's always so many variables to just trucking around. So any positions, like even like the likes of P14 here that we're watching, it's like how are they really like like it's like the current position on track, but like the pit strategies could be like the cars 3 or 4 cars ahead of them still need to like pit whatever, and then they could be plus a stop before the end of the race. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just delighted to sink my teeth into this glorious 24 hours. Oh, so good.
A lovely, juicy 24-hour race. What could be better on a blazing hot weekend? Yeah, one other thing I just noticed looking in the Discord in the old 24-hour chat, Hydra, a lot of the AG guys seem to be complaining of either a yellow or a red engine already.
7 o'clock.
Whether it's the wet weather.
I wonder with AC too. I wonder if we'll be able to.
No, it's an unusual one. We didn't have many of it last year.
Do the N24.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think what would be the main reasons you'd be getting those engine lights so soon. Anyway, because I mean, I feel like for me, whenever I'm getting it, it's because I'm shifting too quickly on the downshift.
Doing the Dacia Logan.
Coming into corners.
Yes. Of course, that's the
only
en masse with the Mercs.
Well, either that
especially in the wet.
Is it the Manta?
When I drove it on the
Foxtail Manta.
Rev protection terrible in the
What
wet.
a car.
Because it we tend to do hour to 90-minute race on Sundays, and I were getting
So Kevin Estray put it in the wall.
comfortably within race instead of them.
Did he? I haven't watched any of it.
I think it is
The
just
Grello Porsche is all but out. I think it's still running, but it's like last in SP9.
They either seem to do really well or really bad.
Yeah, it's no in between.
Is just taking.
He's on the limit always, I think.
And just hoping for the best.
Probably a little bit. Of
exactly. Yeah.
Been driving a prototype all year.
All the work.
Yeah.
I think it was the tyre that was going down.
Engine braking maps.
But it's yet to be confirmed.
Yeah. So we have a drive-through for P20.
Whenever we see, we just seem to be near that bloody Merc all the time.
Chris Larson.
In a few laps.
They said they're close to getting a red engine.
Bit of Bit of gravel being kicked up there on the
With
outside.
17.5 hours to go. Good luck with that.
Like, yeah, I had listened in earlier
I've
when
never even had an engine warning.
Adam was asking.
Downshift. Some
Stevie,
cars are more susceptible
like,
to it than
no
others.
better person to ask about the drive-throughs and their likelihoods on a track like this. And
I've
definitely that
had it in a
last corner
Lambo.
Seems to be catching a few folks out. Yeah, and it's like it's one of those other kind of juicy tidbits where as you go into the night, suddenly all the braking points that you might have been using are disappearing under a fog of darkness, and now you're kind of hoping that you're able to get those exits nice and clean, that you're not running out onto the oval too soon.
Yeah, because one thing I was surprised at when this track got added to the game, there's no floodlights on it, and this is, well, it's an oval, so it should have a lot of floodlights. It seems a bit weird, because I think it was Gardner that was being fucking difficult when I others do, but this is one of the few tracks that it's known for having.
Oh, he's let me go on there.
15-second penalty for car 20.
Yes,
well,
seems
he's got Earl coming as well.
Behind the wheel.
Oh yes, yes.
There you go on screen now.
See, yeah, seems they have engine issues.
Which one?
The one we've just passed.
The 787.
Yeah.
Folks after my own heart. Having said that, I haven't driven the Lexus in so long, and I'm too used to being stuck on the Xbox where we just have no ability to change the deliveries on them, so I don't even recognize this car before we have. But yeah, no, 15 seconds.
Quite like that Irish guy that commentates. He's got quite a nice soothing Irish accent.
Another curious. I feel like I've already gone through my playbook of phrases I say too much.
Well, it's concerning if you got through that in the first half hour.
This is when I'm at my peak. How is it going to be at 4 in the morning?
Well, if it's if it's a good phrase, you can't overuse it, Hydra.
Yeah, Daniel Hearn.
I feel fucking tired already.
Don't say that.
Yeah, so do I.
What, my next stint's like 3 hours away.
Corner just looked like yours. I turned in. Well,
You get to bed
the two of them had kind of.
Sleep done.
Their paths had crossed, but there was only a little bump.
Shall I actually?
Damaging looking from it.
I'm gonna, after my next stint, I'm gonna have a sleep because I feel a little bit tired, and that's perfect. I don't want to wait that. Once my adrenaline's all high and that, it's harder to sleep, so I take it when I can.
Smoke a bowl of crack to wake me up.
Shit.
Just sit there for 5 minutes going.
Hugs.
Did I ever tell you about the time?
What, you did crack?
No, Claire's.
Claire did crack.
No, not this time. She left that years ago. She had a fast mascot, and they used to take it home at weekends, and they had to write a story. Like you had to do a journal. Okay.
Dangerous one.
You had to do a journal.
Right.
What
You had to really have your wits
was
about
doing.
you.
Well, the kids were having an argument one Christmas, so she was like, "Right, that's it. I'm taking it, and I'm gonna do a journal."
I actually haven't raced enough on.
Well, me and Claire's dad got hold of it.
Really kind of
did
get a
like
sense of
an alternative journal.
how good or bad I am at
Oh my
pinning
God.
through it. I feel like.
Oh, right.
I feel like
Was
the
it,
chances of me hitting the barrier on the outside are
Not
quite
suitable
high.
for children.
Let me see if I can find the picture.
Oh God.
What was it in?
Yeah, it's such a badly designed pit lane, this one, man. It's an awkward entry to it.
Yes, there we go.
And then just dumps you at 90 degrees onto the racing line in turn 1 and 2.
Back in the Indy chat.
Bizarre.
Have you put it in, have you?
The drama flavour they've added.
When it was like 3 in the morning, that was highly
I'm
amusing.
trying to think, is there any exit that's worse?
I take it she didn't take it into class.
No, not that one. But it got. I ended up putting it on Facebook. It got a lot of laughs from like
at least
colleagues and that.
the quicker cars
Yeah,
can
that's
generally
Jake.
see those slower cars coming out of the pit lane before they go.
It started off on Christmas Eve on like vodka and stuff, and then by New Year's Eve,
Same
got to the hard stuff.
Yep, there's a reason. Yeah.
Right, I'm going to shoot off and get some food if that's okay.
Yeah, oh my God.
Sweet. Alright, mate.
Dan brought into the head
Cool.
and Sam says in
I'm
chat.
going to switch my computer for a bit
Not
as
a
well.
bad shout as well.
Yeah, actually, yeah. That,
Catch you on in a bit.
Peace.
Donington's another one as well. It's basically Paul Ricard but English.
You, Van Steeg, and Paul O'Brien are
on the
very
left side of
close
the
in
road,
pace.
Do you remember the
Yeah.
one?
I think this is pretty much just maintaining the gap now, isn't
They
it?
do seem pretty quick.
It was in Formula 1 for a bit, and if you it was on right on the outside.
And then maybe try and catch Bentley in front of those. I don't know what that's doing.
Wasn't the entry quite bad for that as well? Then?
The 31. Do you want me to check lap times?
Yeah, go and have a look at
it. The 30 is 30 seconds behind them.
Classic Tilke handiwork with that one.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to like get a quick hot list of tracks for the next 48-hour enduro we'll run. Yeah. So I think Paul Ricard is.
Their last lap time was a 37.4, so they're pretty much similar pace as well.
Can you imagine having to steward that pit lane exit for 24 hours?
Yeah, we're all holding station then, aren't
you
we?
need your own stewarding team for that alone.
It's just like, I guess, just shuttle up behind I'm moving away from.
Zolder into turn 2 is not great.
Yeah.
But at least the racing line's sort of quite wide. It is a bit awkward.
Yeah, but yeah, I feel like it's another. Actually, Zolder, but like the problem with Zolder is that there's no real sight line. They're kind of like someone rejoining the track is like going to be in your blind spot as you're going to take turn 2, because you're like because it doesn't quite go at a perpendicular angle. It's like, you know, but like it's enough that it's not like Spa where you can just like see them on your right. But yeah, no, that's.
You guys have basically listed half the tracks in ACC because they've all got rubbish pit lane exits. Because I'm thinking of Brands now, and Brands is right onto the apex of turn 1. So.
Oh yeah, 15 on Sherlock now.
What a good pit lane
good
exit.
ones.
Yeah.
Silverstone.
Misano, I feel like is the perfect one.
Oh, is that the QRT car we're chasing in the 87?
Yeah, and especially because it's such a different kind of character.
That got Leighton Austin.
Yes, good with that 87. It's not got a bad driver.
Yeah,
so.
and
coming
Ian
out
Hall.
quicker than the other one because they're like coming flat out from
Quite a quick team that.
rather than taking turns 1 and 2. So it just makes it a bit of a like. I always find like you really don't know who's going to come out on top.
Yes, there's not a single 3-man team.
You see 2 cars kind of.
No, they're all 4 and lots of 5s. Yeah, we've done.
I'm
most cars.
Favorite pit lane.
24s have been 3
you know, 3 in the morning. I feel like I'm gonna have nothing to talk about now.
It's always about favourite pies or something at 3 in the morning.
I'm having a chicken pie for dinner, Ben. I'm half it here below me, like.
Oh, dearie me.
Hydrate. We've still got most.
Only just beginning.
Discuss, so we'll sit on that one. Least memorable.
Yep.
Well, we're just over a quarter of the way, aren't we?
We are.
The actual road itself, ridiculous. Barely a cards with. Yeah, I get why they cut it round the first corner, but it's such a weird decision.
This one's banging.
What food have you got, Ben, for tea?
Kebab. Done a kebab for dinner.
Oh.
Nutritious.
Do the doner kebabs over there come with chili sauce, or is it just mayo? Oh,
it's not cleared up at all, like the clouds, does it?
No.
Choice of sauce.
No, there's always the chance of a bit more rain. I think that 87 is closing in on the Ferrari. Down to 3 seconds.
Us and Daly around the track, FRS orange car, sitting 24 still.
Now, I think I'm just gonna interrupt here. I believe that is Oshin.
Yeah, they are in a little bit of traffic at the moment.
My apologies.
I had a
previous lap, 1 minute 40. Oh god.
Now
There's something gone wrong there, isn't it?
I'll check.
A flash of anger as I butchered the pronunciation.
Yep.
Yeah, he took out that Ferrari then.
Did you?
Yeah, you can't look at it. It's not the place that I was expecting for him to let me by.
Watkins Glen has got one of the better pit lane exits. That is true. You can even go side by side up the S's if you absolutely have to go and enter it.
Yeah, and then as noted, like it does have a horrible entry.
Are we going to go through bad entries? Because we could be here for another. Because Paul Ricard is doubly bad on the entry, surely.
Yeah.
Dirty grey concrete wall in front of you.
So one of the first races I ever did with ONID in the Sunday League was at Paul Ricard. I was having a good race, braked to get into the pit lane, and someone coming out the last corner just fully rear-ended me, who was staying out on track. I was absolutely devastated because it's ruined me. Yeah. Still sticks with me even now.
Emergency caller in chat saying Olden entry is horrible. I would say that's probably one of the less offensive ones. I mean, you are crossing the hill just before you get in. I find that the trickiest thing about Olden is that, hey, I do need to slow down at some point, which is the problem I have. Like Sandford is pretty tough that way, similar to Paul Ricard. But at some point, yeah, like we like by the end of this 24-hour stream, we're gonna have an S tier ranked list of best pit lanes, and that's taking into account both pit entries and pit exits, because sometimes Paul Ricard, like Ben said, like bad on both counts. Some tracks, some tracks are good in the entry, bad in the exit. So I'm tune in at hour 23 too.
I got distracted there, Hydra. Mercy caller, Ben, you better be ordering Captain Fingers. What even is that? Is it?
Oh, it's absolute class and shit.
Just the way I like it.
Yeah.
I like it in this because you don't really get that in iRacing. Unless the paint's white.
Oh yeah.
Why is it, Sam? Captain Fingers? I'll stop saying it then.
It's not a food, it's a person.
Oh dear.
Hello, gentlemen. Captain Fingers.
I'll be back in a sec.
Cool.
Oh, we have Mav Gardner just running a little bit wide. Is that a tactical running wide to let the other car through? I don't know. Another Merc. Who's that? Is that the races? Racing Stronger. There we go.
Apparently it's one of the best.
Yeah, early slowly catching me.
His way. He's got a terrible name.
Yeah, he's not been storming up to you though, has he?
No. You lost a bit of time getting past Mav.
Phone book on your mobile.
Yeah.
Trying to explain that to a date or a partner. Just don't worry about it.
When he gets here, I'll let him go, just because.
I didn't think that's
We'll follow the race lead around as
really our battle anyways, is it?
No. No, I can't see us pulling a lap in on them on pure pace.
Oh yeah, that's it. Alton Park gives me slight Kalami vibes on the pit lane entrance. You know you can have a massive accident into the pit lane. Kalami's worse, but Alton Park is also pretty bad.
Yeah, I think what always happens to me is I always forget where the entry is on Kailami because I'm always thinking of Misano, where it's a bit further back. As you round that bend, we'll say in the last corner. And so I'm always like, oh, I have plenty of time. And other times I'm like, oh no, I've blown right past it. Easiest 30-second penalty I've ever gotten.
Yeah, it definitely is. I don't know. There's usually at least one, if you do a long enough race at Kalami, where someone messes up cheater, skids and fires into the pit lane, or the pit lane wall.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a recipe for destruction if you're not careful, especially because, yeah, if you are aware that there's an instant cheetah, it could be kind of tricky if you want to slow down, because I think sometimes it catches me out where I try to slow down, but then my turns in more than I'm expecting because I'm carrying less speed, and so then I just like launch myself over the sausage curb.
Yeah, just overthink it and mess it up horribly. Fall out your rhythm slightly and you're in trouble.
Yeah, for sure. I think yeah, now I'm in my head trying to come up with a list of the best kebab places I know. Don't get a whole lot of kebabs around here. There's just a fish and chip around the corner for me that I partake in from time to time.
See, we've got it near our house is a chip shop, about a 10-minute walk. 2 Chineses in a kebab shop. It's lethal.
I think I've closed in slightly on that 87.
We've had a few bad laps
for the
through
amount of
traffic.
places
It
I'm
was like
walking
8.5. It
distance
was
to, I
hanging
get
around.
maybe one too many takeaways.
it's easily done. Especially now an ONID favourite, Slim Chickens, is opened in Meadowall nearby. It's even worse.
Yeah, still pending sponsorship from them. We're waiting to hear back. if you're watching, reach out.
If you're watching Mr. Chickens,
yeah,
please.
Yeah, Captain Fingers, we've already got you on the line. Don't worry. It's funny, like when I see the word Slim Chickens, like I don't know why, but my association, like it's some kind of brand of like Weight Watchers takeaways. I'm like, no, it can't be that. Like, there's nothing slimming about this chicken.
Please no, I want all the calories. Don't cut down. You'll be glad to know I googled Captain Fingers and the only.
I might have a cup of tea in a minute.
Yeah, you're only on a watch list in 3 regions.
I can just start to see the Ferrari on my relative as well.
Don't worry, I won't scroll past the first
Yeah.
Google. That could get a bit,
yeah, that gap's gone out as well. Between those, it's up to 6.7 now.
Just open an incognito tab the next time.
There's the 88.
I know.
You're about to put a lap on them.
Also,
yeah, lap on 16th when you think we not that long ago we were 15, 16.
In P23
yeah.
in the Mercedes, running down about 6 laps behind the leader at this stage. Well, I'm trying to work out if I can see how far they are until they're 8 laps back. So I think they're a good chunk of time. I think they're 2 laps. A lap and a half, we'll say, back from Daniel Hearn there in P22, so just like a solid effort, just trying to get some laps in. Having said that, now it's saying 5 laps behind. I don't know what's going on with those timings. 4 laps, it's throwing me for a loop.
No, it's just that fast.
Yeah, Simon is just laughing incredibly quickly.
Let's have a look at the timing tower. So, according to the timing tower, exclamation mark time in chat, Simon Harris is 23rd, he is 7 laps and 56 seconds down leader, and he is about 25 seconds behind D Hearn ahead. Whoa, as that Porsche goes for a detour, and he is 20 seconds ahead of Daly, so he's in a bit of no man's land.
Okay.
What happened with that Porsche there? I just bounced up and saw one bounce across the grass?
Yeah, I think just caught the I think they were maybe coming in too hot and then kind of thought better than to try and chuck it in over the chicane.
Yeah, managed to keep it facing the right direction at least, not costing too much time by the looks of things.
Indeed, Chris Boardman then in P4.
Yeah, it's starting to become a little dark.
Lambos and
so I'm starting to see the headlights working on the track.
5 even they're kind of limited to.
Sam?
Start to see the headlights just working on the track a little bit.
I like this,
yeah, it's going down a bit.
The rear bumper cam version, or yeah.
I think it's probably gonna get darker quicker with it all being cloudy as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whoa, there's a good overtake. Russ him off. Don't know if that's for position or is lapping, but you got the job done safely in the end.
Yeah, you think with the way he's able to pull away, I'd imagine it might be. Actually, yeah, no.
How far are you into your stint?
That's not a Mercedes either side.
I don't know. I've got 47 minutes left.
On the timer?
Yeah.
Right.
About nearly half hour.
In fact, Russimov is the slap bang in the middle of the race car. 34
I've got 28 laps of fuel left.
34 started. And
how did it feel?
Yeah. I
feels
always found the design of that new Ferrari to be quite funny.
First 3 or 4 laps to try and keep it gentle.
Yeah.
And once I saw it, I was like, I'm sure it's. I mean, obviously, it must serve some purpose, but for me, it's like, nope.
I'm just trying to keep it tidy.
It's like, you know, when they make adjustments to like the wings in Formula 1 or whatever, like, you know, they have the tool to kind of change it. I'm like, yep, someone's tried to adjust the ride height on the Ferrari, and they've left the Allen key in because clearly you do.
See what you put a lot of time into Mav Gardner.
Makes sense. That's the convertible.
Hello.
Flick a switch.
Yeah, a lot.
Allen key. Pop the roof down.
That seems going to be a bit swings and roundabouts, depending on who's in the car.
Fantastic deliveries in and around the.
Obviously, Larson's in.
Field today. Just catching that.
And whether they build up any more engine damage as well.
Yes.
I suppose.
I don't know where I'm going.
Oh, Brilliant.
I don't know if that has an effect pace-wise, or if it's just something that can then go just go bang.
Dichotomy of such a
true.
range of emotions and experiences being displayed on the car liveries. Just a true human experience, from baked beans to corporate sponsorship.
Harry QRT, yep, I completely agree. That body kit on the rear end's awful. The road car looks excellent, but those little, I don't know, the outer bit just spoils the look, I think.
All of Fops saying, I wake up from a nap to see a dry track. I guess we know what to do the next time we start seeing rain. Go back to sleep.
Quite a few people seem to be surprised from the turns of the stream and finding it wet. Dry, even, the opposite of wet.
Now, there is a very special moment going to happen in about 15 seconds where it's going to read 17 across all
Wow,
the
it took them ages to fucking get you.
So let's all hold hands. Say a prayer to our deities of choice.
Get a little ragged.
Witness the beauty that is 17.
Yes!
We did it, guys.
Okay, Ben, end the
Yeah,
stream.
my rear left's like 97. Keeping that temperature down a bit.
Only 1 hour, 1 minute, 1 second to go until that happens again.
Indeed. Oh, the overcam back with Simon Harris.
It's definitely got more of a greeny colour than a yellow.
Definitely. I was just gonna say the very same. It's seen better days. Yeah, and having mentioned the yellow engine. Oh, if we have a car behind, kind of just catching a little bit of the grass on the outside. As we go up to the TSRC car with Jack Southfield in at the moment. Running up in P5 in the Porsche, which is the highest running Porsche on the grid today. 2 seconds back, that must be Boardman up ahead. Which is a very close battle up in the top 10. I believe that's Boardman there on the right of your picture, just going through out onto the oval section. Turn 11, I believe.
Yeah, just looking at the timing charts there, you've got Southfield as the fastest.
They pulled out 20 seconds
Pretty similar
to Sherlock behind.
The car behind him though, Hamlin, is lapping
Car
about
4
a second and a
drive
half
through.
to a second quicker, so they've got almost a lap to make up, but they're flying really on pace.
Yeah, especially with the range of drivers that they might have on the team. It could be just like, you know, the right driver's gone in on the dry stint
I think it's
and
few
they're
of
just
the
able to
around
really
us have had
hammer in
penalties.
those times. Drive-through penalty for
The
car
thing
number
is,
4
if
calls
they get
out
another
collision
penalty,
on
they
lap
just keep increasing the
218.
size of the penalty, doesn't it?
Number 4 not
Yeah.
in the top 23. It's Mason, the Ferrari.
Well, you know, you're at a drive-through, which loses you a lot of time.
Very gracious of AutoCam to scroll down the leaderboard for us so that we can see who that was. This is
It's getting sentience.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that
pace
this
is
is
just
like,
dropping
you know,
a little
the
bit.
AI equivalent of like ChatGPT.
You feel
or
like just
something.
sticking to the hour then.
Please, race director. Oh, computer, sir.
See how it goes.
Oh man. Yeah, only 14 minutes left on this hour.
Depends if it keeps
So
dropping
it's
or not.
really just kind of flying by.
Mm.
It's been.
Really is.
I would say it feels like this one's been relatively incident-free. We haven't witnessed.
But it's
too
only dropped
much
by a few
happening
tenths.
in terms
Like,
of
more sort of
Yeah.
like 38 flat
nasty
now.
collisions or anything like that. TCS IC in the chat saying we gotta send prayers to the AMG engines. Absolutely, we're only 7 hours in, and if those are the problems that they're having at this stage, who knows what they'll be like in another 7 hours or as we get to the finishing line. So I mean, I suppose you know, Gardner up in 8th might be a good reference point, or Sherlock down in P13, and see how those AMGs kind of handle if their pace kind of falls off. Because to be honest, I don't know what the actual
On the stream, we got to send prayers to the AMG
Like at some
engines.
point, does it just cut out and you're prevented from?
It must
going
just not
at
have very
all?
good downshift
Or is
protection.
it just going to
And
be
or
like
they're just-
a significant
Yeah,
drop in
and or they're
performance?
just being very aggressive with it.
Don't know if it can
Yeah.
fail bad enough so you have to retire. but it definitely loses speed. Because I raced at Watkins Glen a while ago. I had an issue at an accident at the bus stop, and I just by reflex shifted down to like second gear at full speed, like mid crash.
I'm just laughing because Stevie in chat saying it can. He said just research it since ours is yellow. But I had a feeling that maybe if someone was to find out what happens with like enough engine damage, I feel like Stevie would be the one who would find that out. TCS, I see their car is in the red.
Oh,
yeah. And I wonder if that's going to be something that we'll see happening with any other of the manufacturers. If there's going to be, like, my suspicion would be maybe the Lexus. But then again, I don't have a real kind of source of truth on that. I'm just kind of on a hunch. Would feel like that would be maybe one that might suffer from it.
I think
I see everyone's still running.
Will be hoping for no more rain, because that does seem to have limited a lot of them.
Oh, I know, it's good. Oh, 95.
It's not good, is it?
Oh, there's
really
Earl in front.
The engine and possibly even turn it down, I guess, if you want to survive the rest of the race.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's definitely a curious one. Worth keeping an eye on for sure.
I'm wondering if you had a little tag with Matt
and it's
at all.
like, you know, 7 hours in, because
they seem to sort of be like 2 seconds behind and 6 seconds behind.
4 hours have been okay. I've got a stint
Yeah.
at race 12. Well, we got a 10-second penalty for car number 95 for causing a collision in lap 219. Sorry, it was car 95. That is Earl in the Porsche in P7. So one of the top 10 getting a 10-second penalty onto their time.
Through cleared.
Nicely done. Steve is, well, it's not for this race, but normally Steve is teammate John Snell in Fried Guys.
That's going to mean they've protested then.
We've got a first-time chat, and Need Traxer, evening. Good evening to you as well. Are you joining us for the, joining Paul for the night shift?
Yeah, I'll keep everyone company into the wee hours of the morning.
I had to protest something last year.
Before the basement team really get the insanity in motion.
What, the Indy?
Yeah.
Building up the cabin fever.
What was that?
Oh, absolutely.
Dan tangled with a car.
If I know,
that left-hander long left in first sector.
Yeah.
And then it came through penalty. As its third offence, drive-through. I was like, whoa, this is our first offence. So I got on that obviously sharpish, because you only got 3 laps to take your drive-through.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not disputing the fact we got found guilty, it's just, this is our first offence. And they're like, oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
what was it? What did you get? Like what did we get? A 5-second penalty, was it? Or 10 seconds?
10, I think it was.
Yeah, so like some of these drivers in preparation would have
different
probably just said like, okay, I've got.
Yeah.
To be, you know, hour 12 in the race, so I've set this, like, you know, I've set a server to mimic the conditions relative to what I think they'll be.
Oh, dearie me.
You know, tire temps and kind of get a feel for the vision I'll have and stuff. But what you don't get is when you go to start that session, you don't get like, oh, there's 12 hours of wear and tear on the engine prior to me starting this practice. So
and 3 drive-through 1 is just go with it.
Yeah,
Really
exactly. Oh man.
That's a lap on the 88.
Yeah.
Were they P15, so 16?
16.
You know, if there was an admin
good,
command,
so there's only
like,
3 cars behind us then on the same lap.
Cut track warning, increment by 1.
Could you imagine? Ben popping up a little weather update. No rain expected for at least 30 minutes, so it looks like again we've settled into a nice calm bit of weather.
Yeah, long may it rain.
Is it going to rain?
Luke Sherlock then.
Oh yeah.
No. Yes. Oh,
it's looking a bit dark.
Oh no. But I suppose it's getting
this is
late, isn't it? 7 o'clock.
Oh, we're going to have an amazing time at 2 in the morning, boys. I'll tell you that much. Yellow flag on track. Looks like.
Yeah, I can see the headlights starting to work a bit.
Looks like there's been a spin. There's a good old clump of cars back there on the track map, and that yellow flag just clearing there as you go through turn 2, Jazz Southfield, just kind of coming up on that. You see the smattering of cars there on the right.
I'm not going to step left.
Track map. Another yellow flag.
3 hours.
Car spun on just off of the racing line.
I got 36 or 22 laps.
I'm not a detective, but I believe I witnessed a murder.
Maybe correct that.
Yeah.
That was similar vibes to that Silverstone rejoining the British GT the other week. If you saw that.
Yeah, I did see that. And Chris Boardman going very slowly there in P5 through that opening section 1. Oh yes, of course, yes.
Yeah,
so
that was
he's
not disappeared
probably
either.
after taking on a good chunk of damage.
Do you know what? The
you
replay
can
cameras
see
in
they're trying to,
ACC
like,
are
take
better than
evasive
I remember.
action,
Did they change them?
And yeah, I feel like what we might
No,
be
they
able
did
to
good
see
job.
is like just
They look
some
really good.
lapses in
Yeah,
concentration.
no, they do.
Obviously,
And then with all the
if,
pre-cam stuff you can do as
there's
well.
going to be penalties applied where they, for those lapses, kind of cause incidents with other cars. But yeah, it's definitely, especially like it could be like coming towards the end.
You
of
enjoying
someone's
your
thing. This could be the end of like
first proper
someone's second or
enduro?
third
Yeah,
stint in
mate,
this
so
race,
far
and
it's
maybe
a
they're
lot
going
to
like,
think about, but I love the
have
fact
one
that
more
it's
and then they're done
strategy
for the
comes into
24
it.
hours, but
And it isn't just about
yeah,
who's the
all to play
fastest.
for in that sense.
It does
Yeah.
depend on how
really
you
have to
set
keep
up
your
the
wits
race,
about
like
you,
with
and
the 75-minute
as you go
timer
further
and
into
the
the night,
weather settings. It's,
that only becomes more and more of
Yeah,
a
more
an
variables.
issue
I mean, I really enjoyed that
as we
stint
have Chris
because I
Boardman
know
going in
I
to
was
the
probably in the
pits to,
advantage because I was on the dry tyres when it was
to
sort of
repair some of that
perfect.
damage. Yeah, you can see
But
you
it
have a
feels good
chunk
when
of
you're
that there in the
overtaking
front
people.
end.
Good way,
Yeah.
But then
So,
you were
we've
walking that
had,
tightrope though
Captain
on the
Big
slicks.
We've also had
Of you
first
had your
time
dry
It's a
line,
risk.
Big
you had your
Papa
dryish line,
Puff,
and then you had
saying
the
look
wet
close.
everywhere
Yeah.
else.
Yeah, don't
Yeah,
touch
I
that.
sense a trend.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that fight for third place is definitely heating up. That
And,
Porsche for TSRC really putting in some good laps. 7 seconds behind at this moment in time.
So the
Just a reminder,
31
Porsche is 9 PM, so we've
in
got
P9,
90
that Bentley
Yeah.
to just sit on these.
isn't far off the back of the 787
Yes.
though.
It looked like
No.
I'm not sure. Oh, there's a
No,
replay coming. I'll let
13
you see.
seconds.
It looked like Chris Boardman was a little bit slow
The
getting
whereabouts
to
on
the pit
track is
stop.
the 787 now?
So here we are on board.
They
with
are
the wonderful yellow liveried car.
crossing the line now.
Oh wow, I've got like 30
That's-
seconds on him.
Yeah,
And
that's
on
how
the
much
exit
you've
of
put into
turn
them.
3. Wait
Wow,
for
yes,
one.
30
Oh,
seconds
thinks
on
they have
that.
a gap, but
They are further
yeah,
through
they
a
were in
stint than us,
they
I
were
think.
almost so close to the racing line that like they were parked. All it takes is someone to like really mess up or like jump
Yeah, because
just go
Larson
slightly wide of that
pitted
corner,
earlier.
it's easily done.
And I think this is
And then
Mav's
we're
doing a
back
double as
to
well.
racing.
This is his second stint in the car.
Quite an awkward corner, really. Went a long sweeping bend. What's not got great visibility, but yeah, just got to sit and hold your brakes. Unfortunately, you're going to lose time, but
Yeah, we just had the pop up on screen there that the
I would potentially say
penalty
Mav's
for car number 4 has been reapplied. That's been after
the
the
or maybe the
consideration of the
second
appeal, so
weakest driver in that team.
that's squared away now. They'll have
Yes.
penalties to serve.
Because who else they got?
But yeah,
They got
so
Larson,
Gardner
Adam
for
Gardner,
Andy,
Handy.
Looks like
And then I'm not
Boardman
sure
is
who
out of the
else
car.
they
Or is
got
he,
as
were
well.
they in P2? No. Is it Perry that's in the car in P3?
Harry, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it-
Sorry, car number 3. Yeah, so definitely like unfortunate kind of sequencing of just one of the leaders getting cut out.
Should be interesting to
And
see
then
how quick this
like
guy
it's
is in
moments
front
like
of
that that
Perry.
can really
Has just come out
change
in the
like
Lambo.
suddenly
Yes.
the podium kind of fights a little bit closer for some, further for others. But there is 17 hours left, which is
He
I
was
think really what
rapid
you'll
at
see is the
Suzuka,
mark of
wasn't
a good
he?
team is, like regardless of the incidents and stuff, they truck on and
Kept up with him for about
you'll
2
definitely
laps,
see
and that
the-
was it.
the folks who are out there who are really kind of
Yeah, he also then lost it, didn't he? And then it was his second stint.
We'll kind of
Yeah,
rewards will
but he
come
like
to them.
he triple
John
stinted, didn't he? He
Lloyd.
did like
Yes,
he
I
did
think
like
he did.
3.5 hours in a row. His mate came in and did an hour or
decent
so,
position, but he is getting
and then he
into
just
traffic.
ran to the end. So he ran like 4 hours of the 6
Tempo
hours, didn't
flashing
he?
out the lights.
Yeah, I think he did.
I'm curious to know, Ben, if you're back, the temperature has that started to drop because the track's really starting to get dark now in the last 5 minutes or so.
Do you reckon,
we're down to
what time's the
about
sunset? Any idea?
6 degrees track temp now, so we've had quite
Barely soon. I think
probably in
I
about
think
an hour.
I think when I did the testing, 8 o'clock was pretty much dark.
Yeah.
So So how
So
many?
I should be running in the dark then.
Tire punctures.
Yeah,
are we
you'll
gonna
be doing
see
into
from
the night stint, I'd
from
imagine.
the incorrect pressures.
Cool.
Hopefully no more. We don't want Puncturegate.
Yeah, was there was there a rough final count on how many punctures happened?
We didn't know all of them, but we saw 5 punctures in about a 3-lap period, definitely.
Wow.
And then we've seen another 2 since then. In our
Wow,
stints,
that's.
so.
Do you know what that feels like? It feels like in Formula 1 or some racing series where there's like a floodgate that's been slightly ajar and then it's just kind of catching people's tires. It feels like something like that where it's yeah, wow.
Was it 2013 Silverstone where there was a lot of punctures just randomly?
Oh, the heat, yeah. I think I recall that one. Indeed.
Trying to ascertain where the punches have come from, and I can only think it's got to be the back of the curb in the chicane.
Yeah, nearly up to the
I think those original ones in the first hour and stuff, it was people wearing through the wet.
They've had another couple, sorry.
Someone
thinks since you get in the car.
Oh, have they?
Yes, and they're trying to work out where they've come from.
I think it's potentially maybe that right where you do run over the back of the curve, like you say, where especially when you're on your out lap or so, when the pressures are low.
I think
yeah,
it's easy. It's easy to knock air out.
I might hang around. I'll see what way I'm feeling. I can't do much, but
You get punctures in iRacing?
That'd be great.
No, but you can. You basically get a meatball when your tyres are too dead.
Go ahead.
Right, okay.
Just the grip basically goes to anything under that 10% left, it goes to 0 on that corner, and you just get a meatball.
Right, okay.
That'd make us both reevaluate our lives, I think, perhaps.
James Perry then just going through turn 1.
Yeah, Perry's just in a 37-0.
With that Porsche. Is that the Porsche Lloyd?
Not bad. And he's just smoked past Jonathan Earl already.
Yeah, it's John Hill for 6.
Yeah, I wondered how much he was going to fight the position.
It is for position. That explains why they're fighting so hard.
John Hill with a bit of a flash there.
Jesus, those Porsche lights are so fucking bright.
Not watershed yet.
Porsche ones.
Yeah.
So a good move in the end. I love Indy for that, that opening section. Really supports kind of.
Car 4A disqualified.
And eventually it's
wow.
There's just a push and
That's
pull
the Ferrari, isn't it? That's the 488 Ferrari. The yellow, the orange and yellow.
Yeah.
Because it's going to carry you through.
They've got through all their penalties within 7 hours.
Well, they just had a spin and rejoined. Well, they just drove straight into somebody.
It's not going to hinder them too much.
So
even down to turn 12, really tricky braking zone.
They're not afraid of disqualifying people.
Like me, anyway. I don't know about most of these drivers.
No,
They're probably well used to it at this age, but I absolutely break it every time because I feel like I just can't find the proper line to take to slow down enough, and then always end up kind of coasting too far. But the light levels are really starting to drop. All the cars turning on their lights probably have had the warning to turn them on, if I had to guess. Otherwise, they're just being very astute.
The exhaust glowing.
Because I can't imagine at this level those lights would be doing much for their visibility, but
I love the single light brake light.
Multiple dangerous incidents. Car 4.
That's sick, isn't it?
Was that the one we had witnessed with the replay?
I think the brake lights on these new Porsches are very hard to see.
Picked up their final one about.
Oh yeah, because you've only got the 2 little lights and you've just got the strip above and yeah.
Yeah, unlucky. 7 hours in.
Only the first one, and it wasn't by choice that they dropped out. That's really good, in the sense that we haven't had any retirement.
I do really like the livery downs then.
They were talking about it on the stream actually.
Oh, were they?
Yeah, they actually were sucking you off a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, but I didn't want to tell you I was in the car. He's such a safe driver. He's really quick. We never see him on the incident reporting list. Blah blah blah. He was the driver of driver 87. Blah 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 blah.
He just pick his teammates out occasionally.
Wow. Blah blah blah. What a dick! I fucking hates him.
We need a fill button.
Fuck my teammate.
I put in the chat. They was like, we're not sure how he got in the car, and I said you came first.
Cool.
Did you?
No,
You lied.
I told him you came sick, and we was very proud of you, Alex.
Oh, mate. Gonna make me cry.
I didn't mean it.
Oh. What the fuck are you then?
When shall I join the server then?
Oh, we've still got like 15-20 minutes.
Cool. Shall I do my tyre pressures?
Car 71 was disqualified.
What?
Who's the 71?
Right. Do you know what the track temperature is, Alex?
26 at the moment, but I don't know whether you want to go one below because it's probably going to get colder. So go 25.
Colder.
25 degrees.
The car 71. So where's the 488?
Well, they're still both in the server because 34.
Is the car 71 actually car 488? Because that is a yellow and black Ferrari.
That's not the same one. That looks like the Iron Lynx Ferrari. It's not that. Yeah, that is the Iron Lynx Ferrari. That's not that.
Well, there is no 488 in the end on the.
Well, it's probably gone.
Well, no, because there's still
we've still
34
got
on the
34
server.
cars. There might not be the 488 then.
Car 488 disqualified, dangerous rejoin. Yeah, but the 488's not even.
Yeah, A Sutherland, his name, Alex Sutherland. Car 488 was in 29th place.
Yeah. Ferrari 488 71. A Sutherland Smith. So why have they got two numbers?
That doesn't make sense. I'm looking
look at my street.
Is in the pit lane disqualified.
Yeah, and that's 70. It's car 71, but it's also car 488.
Did they try and rejoin as another car or something? Did you get disqualified?
No, you can't, because the entry list is locked.
Ah,
so
no idea.
Number 3 Lamborghini.
That's strange, but it's the same car either way.
Right, shall I go track temp 25 or 24? Because if it's going to be night time, is 2 degrees reasonable, or are we sticking with 1?
Back on the road again.
Have a look at see if it actually makes a change.
Yeah, as we're here for hour.
You might want to go for 24 because
definitely one of the
your pressures normally drop when your fuel load drops.
Yeah.
Car number 95 is
so it's only going to be by 0.1 difference.
Yeah, it's 0.1, 0.2 on the right front and right rear. So let's go 24 dry.
219 if I'm not mistaken. I could be very much mistaken, but I certainly sound a lot smarter for having said that.
Oh, Mav's in the pits.
It's fine, it all fills time. It's all good.
Yeah, the 87's also pitted.
Those light levels.
And they've got stop go 30. Oh no!
And Adam Gardner's jumped in the 787.
Not long until we're on a pitch black track.
Oh, that was the Porsche.
The 87 was the Porsche we were following, the QRT car, wasn't it?
You would say didn't seem like they
yes,
had taken any damage.
Yeah, so they've got stop go 30.
Oh, that's harsh.
That's got to be that's speeding in the pit lane, isn't it?
Every Mercedes out there just like frantically checking on their engine lights.
It still says Mav Gardner's in the pit.
It's Adam that's in the car now.
Get the engine back up and running.
Yeah, I went past him and it changed. The name changed when I went past.
I thought it doesn't. Oh right, I thought it didn't update until they leave the end of pit lane. Oh yeah, Adam. You're still in the pit, still in like stopped in pit lane.
Yeah, he is, isn't he?
Penalty assigned by server.
Where are you?
I've just finished the back straight.
Have you passed them for position?
Yes.
They're still stopped in pit lane.
Isn't too bad for server penalties for speeding or track.
There's got to be some sort of hardware failure.
Possibly.
I've seen too many of them. I was in my head. I was just like.
Oh, they've disconnected. They've disconnected.
The Americans would.
It's just flipping off their car. I'm on the 30.
Yeah, we're down to 32 cars now in the server. So that'd be the disqualified car, and then
penalty for car 777 for causing a collision.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
That's gonna be painful. That's
at least 2 laps.
2 laps gone. That depending on how quickly they sort it.
Whoever's and then it depends on who's number 1.
France
And do they remember to do everything correctly?
Yeah.
Speaking
So
of
we
tyres,
are.
On the bright
we
side,
are
they get a
10.
full set of new tyres, though.
They
The
do.
end of the straight, or the beginning
They
of the
do.
straight, and the start finish line is going to be a
We
massive
are
beacon.
officially P10
Liberty, pride and hope.
We should be alright for
all
tyres
to
now,
see
then, though. Anyway,
in
because
the
we
early
ran
hours.
3
Yes,
hours
we
in the
should.
wet.
That's going to be probably
We
the
should
only
be.
live
Yeah.
on the track.
And we extended.
Because as you said, there was
Extended like
wasn't
Alex's
much
one
floodlighting
and stuff.
on
Well, and those
the
actually those 2 that are in the wet that
you
you and Nick did were extra long.
Do you want to give me a set of the quali tyres for this one, and then we know we're good for the rest of the race?
Such was the speed difference.
You should be
such
alright on a
speed
fresh
difference,
set.
it
You
just
should be alright on a
handled
fresh
that
set. I think, yeah.
Subfields
I
definitely
want
on
count
tear
out
at
some
the
more
moment,
rain.
really just
Okay,
So
yeah, that's true.
I think
gap down.
we look at it and sort of
Potentially
like
going to have a look into
5
the,
a.m. and stuff. If we've not had any more rain
just yet, they're just gonna
and stuff by then we put those
through
quali
one of the,
tyres back on.
uh,
I don't know
later
what's happened
sectors.
with one of the sets. Step 1,
I think the Aston
it's showing
is
up
having a bit
black.
more straight line speed that
Yeah, that's a little strange.
the Porsche
So I
couldn't
think we may have
capitalise
lost
on.
that set completely.
So the 30 is in the pits.
Oh, hello.
What set did I run on?
Hello, good evening, guys.
It'd be marked in the
Good
strategy
evening
thing.
indeed.
Probably 4.
Yeah, I feel
Ah,
like
yes, so it's
yeah,
set 3,
we're
Joe.
definitely through the thick of it now. It's going to be. Yeah, do we feel like we've passed like the opening stages?
Yeah,
now, or, like,
787's back in the
you know,
pits.
we're not halfway through the race
Back
yet.
in the race. Larson's in the
And
car.
part of me is still like, it's the race is
Oh,
still
that's
only
gutting.
getting going.
That's
or
gutting
do
for them.
I feel like we've kind of crested the opening stints, and now we're like in.
Because that is like 2 laps gone easily.
Well,
How many did we
halfway
lose
to
when we were here?
halfway
2
through it.
laps?
Does that make it feel better?
Yeah. Because don't forget you got controls locked now as well.
Definitely better.
Well,
and,
yeah.
yeah. Jack
How long's it
Southfield
locked
just
for?
getting
Like a minute?
past Keros there.
A minute and
Probably,
10,
yeah,
something
so
like
you
that.
could end up
Very
with
wide
3.
there, going on to the,
Depending on
coming
how
off of the
quick
chicane
everything got
section.
that
for the
detected it and
oval.
got out the server,
And then there's
that
and
was
then
a
there's the whole
position.
panic of loading the right setup and
Unfortunately, they
yeah,
had, like, a
getting
lot
your
more
right
grip.
tyres and the right
I
fuel,
wonder
and then whether
if
Larson's
it's
able
the
to
case
do a
of
full
the-
stint
I
now
wonder
or
if
not.
we'll see,
I guess he probably would, but
Keros diving into the
Yeah,
pit
he is on the
there at
move down
end
pit
of the-
lane.
the tyre
What's the
life.
track temp again, please, Alex, now?
Jack just getting through there,
It's still
and,
26. I still go for
now a half
25.
second ahead.
25, okay.
So a change in position for the podium spots puts TSRC.
Jim, I was curious to
in
see where we were going to
contention
come
for
out
podium
behind them.
finish.
Yeah.
Still early.
So we were
stage,
slowly closing them.
halfway towards halfway.
Yeah, because that gap must have been like 35 seconds with my
TCSIC
headed.
in chat saying I gotta do a double stint at 1 AM. That's gonna be fun. But you'll have me to keep you company. Of course, it's gonna be fun.
What's wrong with the 30?
This is what we all signed up for. Those long, painful through the night stints.
You've just passed the 30
There we go.
again.
And they're
Trigger
they're in pit
fresh
lane
off his, 1 hour
with the
nap.
yellow flag.
Go with his early 1 hour nap, so he'll be feeling fresh.
I'm watching the stream, they ain't even mentioned it yet.
That's
Speaking
old
of, I
Trinket.
might actually
No,
bounce out
Trinket is
myself and
in the car now.
maybe take a leaf out of the Trinket to Task book and take a nap
I'm gonna
before
jump on
the
board.
my earlier hours calm stints coming up. So I might love it and leave you guys.
They're just stuck
for
in
the
pit
time being,
lane.
if that's cool.
Oh!
Yeah,
Ugh!
Cool beans, cool
Another-
beans. I shall catch you folks on a while. Best of luck with the rest of the hour-long
I
stints,
think there's
and,
something wrong with their
catch you
connection
guys
because
later.
they've just. I've just jumped on board with them. They jumped to the middle of the track.
Hayden, how you doing tonight, man?
I'm not doing too badly, Alex. How
Oh,
how's
they
it going so
disappeared
far?
now.
How are you enjoying the race?
Good.
Oh, no,
They,
they're
they
back.
keep jumping to the track and then jumping to.
Not too bad.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, it's settling in for the evening stint. How was work? You fresh out of work, are you?
I'm actually fresh out of being at Silverstone today. So,
Oh, really?
yes. So, been at Silverstone for a Racing Pride event, which was really enjoyable. The fellow.
Well, I'll have a bit of
members,
quiet. Do you want to give me
Danny
those
Dan Hyde
tyre
there
pressures,
as well.
Joe?
Sure.
So,
And then
yeah, nice little meet up for the three
Okay,
of us,
so
and
front
to meet
left
some new people and some new
is
faces. So, yeah, lovely day at Silverstone
24.9.
today, but incredibly hot, and I think I've burnt my face. So, already paying the price.
Well, Adam D's on commentary next, and he said he was going to go in the hammock, so there might be a sunburnt commentary duo coming up next.
Potentially, yes, very sunburnt. Yeah.
Yep.
So
Front
what was
right
it?
is
So was it just like an actual race, or
26.3.
just like a get together, a meet and greet kind of thing, or
It's a kind of a mix of both, yeah.
Rear
There's a couple
left
of,
is
events going on for the
24.3.
BRSCC at Silverstone today, and the very popular Citroen C1 24-hour race is starting tonight.
Yep.
And the rear right is 25.4.
Are taking part in. So, yeah, just got to go and see everybody and see all the little support races that they've got going on there, and yeah, just have a look around the paddock and enjoy some very fabulous Citroen C1s.
That's cool. I didn't even know there was a thing, a 24-hour Citroen C1 race.
I don't know what's happening with the 30. It's all over the fucking shop.
Until we got there, I knew there was a race going on, but I didn't actually know what race it was going to be. And then when they told me it was a 24-hour race in basically stock C1s, I was like, oh my word.
Well, that's another lap for Tottenham.
That's unique to say the least, but yeah, it must be incredible fun to be able to do that.
Who?
It's amazing. Stock
30.
Well, I don't know because it's still.
Well, I say, well, no, I mean, like, I've gone past them while there's still something still happening in pits.
Yeah, definitely.
Later, I've gone past them again, so we've got another lap on them.
But it's weird. They're not always. They're not always in the pits. It's
oh no, yes, it's just rolling down the main straight now.
Other than that, it is bog standard with a roll cage, so that it must be very chaotic. I think they also said that there was about 54 Citroen C1s taking part.
Where does
absolutely incredible. That must be such a spectacle.
Live timing put them.
Lap 1 especially must be something like.
What, pit wall?
Yeah.
Most go through turn 1 at Cots for them, and half of them have rolled over by the time they get down to the corner.
Because the game says 12.
A Citroen C1 and Relight Robin multi-class 24-hour race. That'd be plenty of rolls.
Pit wall says 12 as well.
Oh, yeah, that's something. If I remember, I'll have to watch that.
Blake, can you check the spreadsheet for me, please? Because the tyre sets don't match the race strategy.
The Remnant MSL Racing. One of the, I don't know if you've seen it, but one of the many AMGs reporting.
What doesn't match?
So, you done the first 2 stints. That was 2 sets of wets. Martin done a set with a wet, which would bring me on to the 4th stint. And I used tyre set 3.
Yes.
But the tyre strategy is stint 1 and 2 both say quali run 1. Oh, they're just dry sets.
They're just dry sets. These are not. These are not stints.
Right, gotcha. Okay, my bad.
So the first 2 sets were used in qualifying.
Cool.
So you're the first set on.
Especially on this
new
I gave you a brand new one.
Ferrari and Porsche dominated, hasn't it? The 296 and the 992 for Porsche have definitely been the cars of choice. So to see 2 Lambos leading the way is a little bit surprising.
Yeah, well, especially compared to last year, because the Ferrari 488 was the car of choice for Pulse and most of the front teams, but now it's Lambos, and it's not the fastest in a straight line, but apparently it's pretty good. Ooh,
another Lamborghini with a yellow engine warning light.
Yellow warning light on the Lambo as well. Not even at the halfway mark,
and
could have a lot of mechanical retirements at this race.
Shall I report this with the 30?
I was gonna say, what are they doing to these GT3 cars? Yeah, they're
well,
getting a neck of them clearly, but
or not.
It seems to be going. It seems to be settled down now.
This is a particularly difficult circuit on the car. Like, there's no.
Oh yeah, he's not jumping in that pit lane now, is he?
Beyond the pit straight, there's not really that.
But I don't understand how they're 12.
Kind of power areas of the circuit is a relatively.
Well, I think they had a long stop
track apart from the pit straight, so to see so many people struggling with engine issues is quite a surprise. I would say it's definitely not one that would spring to mind immediately as a track that would be a bit of a car killer.
Got tyre failures and engine failures.
Yeah, especially with the fatigue starting to say, what was that? Oh, could have sworn
who has?
The wall there, but
2 Lamborghinis. Remember the Lamborghini earlier on had the orange warning light on? Well, they've just reported another Lamborghini just reported that they've got a orange engine damage. It's 2 Lamborghinis.
Not heard of it in the Lambos.
Oh shit!
Certain cars are susceptible to it.
The paint off that
Porsche. I remember running the
behind the car
the Lambo in
this is about
not the new one, the old one at Imola, and I got engine damage from it.
Car also.
It's that aggressive downshift.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Everyone's getting their elbows out. It's turned into a bit of the Citroen C1 racing there a bit.
You can definitely tell they're starting to get into the meat of the race now, aren't they? They're starting to get some moves done. But yeah, that was a nice move actually from Ipello, if not a little bit risky around the outside of the final corner. But
let me know when I should join the session.
The driver, and they're obviously now.
Yeah, I've got
15, so
got 11 minutes on my stint time, and I've got 7 laps of fuel. So
cool.
A couple of minutes, come and join in.
I'll be right back then.
See if they can get any further. just noting a couple of cars in the pits as well. Of course, Lloyd currently in the pit lane in the 165.
Yeah, tyres have held up fairly well.
It's not too bad, is it?
At the moment, and there's a couple of drivers in there as well. The 8 Ferrari's also in at the moment. So, yeah.
How much fuel should I put for Joe?
I think we're now at the point in the race
Enough
where
to do
nobody's
75
kind of
again?
running similar strategies. Up, down, left, right, and all over.
Because to be honest, it's 95 is more than
bit hard
enough
to
because
follow
your fuel
exactly where
usage
everyone is
has dropped
in
a
the
bit
net order, so
through the
keep
stint.
an eye on that. And of course,
Well,
with
maybe
the
just leave it at the
being so
95
long
then.
here and the
Yeah.
track actually not
I think
having
I'm going to
a
run out
lap,
of stint
it's very
time
easy
more
to
than
fall a lap down with a driver change or some sort of issue in the pit lane. So, yeah. It'll be interesting to see what a lot of these drivers kind of form up.
Yeah,
It's also
yeah, we'll just leave it at that then.
How far into a specific
Maybe
stint
take a litre or
each
two
driver is,
out,
so,
because Joe's probably going to be even lighter on fuel than you are.
currently that we're watching. He's already dropped Wassim off quite badly actually on that lap as a bit of a fight further up. So this is
Who's just joined? Is that Nick?
further up the road.
Oh, hello. You're really quiet.
For Aston, just behind Royal in the Mercedes, who I believe isn't too far behind Staples in the 165 Porsche either. So
well,
not
fine
bad.
for us. Not very well for some other people.
Yeah, it's a good old scrap. One car to
So we've had a car disqualified.
The car running in 20.
The 71 Ferrari.
Last behind the wheel, the 787.
Which is the old 488.
Oh, the yellow one was it?
Rejoined, so that absolutely
Well, what did they do?
killed their race, unfortunately.
Too many penalties.
Unlucky for those guys.
Right, not even bloody.
Yeah, that's really unlucky. We had
7 hours in.
I think it was when this patch first launched, wasn't it? When the
And then the 787 Merc,
changing over.
they've had a disconnect.
I wonder if it's something similar in that sense. That it's just kind of a glitch in that system.
They're down in 20th now.
But it's not over.
But
16 and a half hours left to go, so they've got plenty of time to recover.
We've had our issues.
It's not going to be the only time somebody has some sort of
Had some issues.
We've had issues, yeah. So
we mentioned just before you came.
Okay. I think the 30s issue is they had too many people connected for too long.
A really, really good attrition rate so far.
At Stephen Bain said, Stephen Bain said at Colin Cameron, we had the same issue. The driver that just came out the car had to leave the server, so I'm guessing that's too many people connected. I don't know.
Or just one person on their connection.
Yeah,
causing it to be a bit funny.
Great to see the driver still pounding around 250.
Why, have they had a penalty for it?
Now for
no, they've not.
No, they pitted.
Not even a third
But then it looked like they were stuck in pit lane on yellow flags, but then it would just jump their car to wherever they were on track and then jump them back to pits. It was really weird.
In this race, but yeah, they're getting to the end of the first third. I like
so
to split
what's
24
the
hour
state
races
of
up
play?
into three
Are we
parts
in a
rather than
battle
two. I
or
feel
are
like
we?
the first third is
We're
like
top 10.
Yeah, but are we laps away from people?
I didn't. No, I just. I was hanging on to the back of car in front.
Getting through the night,
10 seconds ahead.
8 hours, I think,
and then
is
the
kind of picking up whatever
Ferrari,
and seeing if anybody
30 Ferrari, they
makes
were
mistakes
about
or
another
has any
10
kind of
seconds
glitches
ahead of
later on,
that.
if you can pick them up later on. So we're
They
kind of
were.
entering that next phase of the race now, especially as we head into the night where drivers are just starting to mellow out. And,
Right,
and
I'm
just
back. I'm ready to
run
jump in the
into
car
little
or
gaps that they
into
kind
the
of
session.
make themselves.
Yeah, you joined the server, Joe.
Alex, can you put your MFD on the split, please?
Oh, what? That one.
Yeah, please, just so I can. I need to open up pit one and that again. Getting everything set back up. Oh, should we be? No, we've only used. Are we putting comments on every set of slicks that we've run?
No.
I just put them on mine because I had a half spin, so they'd be probably the worst ones to use again. Well,
we're not
yeah,
using it
we don't
again.
need to use them. The only ones we use are the.
You've run a full stint on them. They've not got enough to really use again.
Got ya. Right, I'm connected.
So I will update the spreadsheet for Jeremy next.
I did better, I saw that. Yeah, it's been creeping in ever since.
Okay, you're good now. What's the orange line above the time?
It would be because the car won't have any lights on for you.
Ah, okay.
Like,
Yeah.
now it's probably gone.
Yeah, you've got them now, yeah.
Yeah, when you join the server, it doesn't detect what the wipers or the lights are doing until it changes state, i.e. turns on and off.
Gotcha, okay.
Until you come into the pit lane.
That's
and
what
everything.
you just can't see anything.
Yeah, but you didn't need to because it sorts itself out in the pit stop. Right, I'll put this stuff, Joe.
Okay, ready? Ugh. Okay, box.
Fucking hell, Martin. Watch the line.
Good stint, mate.
Good stint.
It was really good apart from that. It's been.
That's right.
We've all had incidents now. Alex is the worst.
What do you mean none of mine were my fault?
Look, Martin and look, none of us got damaged. Only one person got damaged here.
Screw you guys.
Alright, ignition is on. 20 seconds. Seconds, car started. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck, Joe.
Cheers, lads. 5. ABS good, Martin?
No, that's not what we've been running TC.
I have been, though.
Oh, you have, right, sorry.
It's dry track, is what I've been running with.
Alright, fine.
What is ABS?
Stop.
Why has that happened?
You turn the pit lane speed limit.
You turn the pit limit off.
Or you change gear.
No, still in first. All I changed was TC cut.
Go on.
Ah!
I'll just take it this lap.
Sorry, boys. I just pressed the arrow.
Ah, were you on your MFD?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can change, you can turn your pit limiter off in the MFD as well. If you were on the wrong thing, you've probably hit the limiter off.
But it's still on TC cut. I just moved it from 4 to 5, and as I did that, it turned the thing off.
I don't know. Maybe just adjust the TC when you're outside the pit lane then, just in case.
Or let me know and I can get it done during the pit stop. Or whoever's handing the car over can get it done then.
Well, I've got TC1 on my steering wheel, which I did fine, but TC cut I don't. So I wonder, is my pit lane also bound to my arrow?
You might have, yeah, double bind.
Fuck, sorry boys.
It's alright, it's alright. Just take it now, we'll get it done. Careful on entry.
It's not going to do a pit stop, is it?
No, you just come in and it's a penalty only.
So sorry, lads. Yeah.
You got a countdown?
Yeah, 25.
Just be ready on your countdown.
Yeah, make sure you got the... You cannot start the engine. You can have the ignition on, but you cannot start the engine when you take yourself. So you'll have to start it when you get control back at the end of the 30 seconds.
Okay. Still says stop and go, and clear when I get out of the pits.
It should clear out at the end of the pit lane. Cool. Right, you should be clear on exit. Right, the 88 is in the pits, so we're not 15th or 14th.
Yeah, it's got about a lap in time.
Yeah. No.
Oh no, it's
No.
no. Right, sorry, no. It's just jumped huge amounts of half a lap on. Yeah, we are still nicely clear of it.
We are quite a lonely 14. 87 and 13 is just crossing the line now. So that's our gap.
About 35 seconds behind him, but then they are 2 seconds behind the 165, who is only 5 seconds behind the 51. Racing stronger Merc. And that Merc's done a 40.2 last lap. So they've got a huge pace.
So are we going 75 minutes now?
And it worked, they...
How did it feel at the end?
Fine. I just looked after the tyres for the first 3-4 laps.
Yeah.
And it was fine. Yeah. Alex, have you look in the ACC channel in ONID?
No.
Miles has posted a picture from the esports race that they're running. There's actually a picture of one of their drivers at the bottom right.
Is that Seville?
Yeah, I assume so. I'm assuming that's old Seville, that is.
Oh, is he running the actual... Are they running the SRO 12-hour Bathurst?
Yeah, and I can see P36 next to old Sevilles, mate.
No. The Ferrari looks really weird in that
I think it's the
picture. It looks like a convertible. Doesn't it?
I tell you what, it almost looks a bit like from the back as well. Can you remember the old Spiker?
Oh, I love that.
GT2 thing.
See, it's the 8, the GT8.
We were commenting on the right. It looks like a lot of different cars.
I think it looks great from every angle apart from the back. I think it looks horrendous.
It does.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it particularly.
I think I like the way it drives as well.
Right, I'm gonna go and have a shower in that.
Yeah.
Right, so I should be back in probably like 20 minutes or so.
Any more than 3 runs is a wank.
I guess I'm having a wank then.
If you feel special, do it.
Cool. Right, I'll speak to you guys in a bit.
Yeah.
Is the auto reporting
Yeah. Good few laps in the 38, Joe.
Say that again, mate.
Good few laps in the 38, sir.
Cheers, mate.
Slowly chipping away a little bit at the Merc in front.
What is the gap?
It is 41 seconds.
Such a silly mistake.
Hey, we've all done it. I sped on the entrance to Silverstone.
Oh no, big crash.
Where are you looking? Ooh. How long you got left in the
50 minutes exactly. 5-0.
Bloody hell.
Fucking hell, this guy's gonna be into me.
Where was that garage?
He got on the grass.
He put it in the wall up at the thingy, at the last chicane a minute ago, did you not see?
Oh.
Yeah. Head on into the wall. We have said about these area races that you get such a spread in talent.
Yeah, they're very inclusive.
They're just not quite. The events aren't big enough to have a couple of splits.
Well, I don't think they would run a couple of splits. Because you just up in your management.
Yeah.
Requirements of it. You basically have double the number of stewards, you have double the number of incidents. Especially in the 24, you're not going to get enough teams because let's say you look down the teams, they're all 4 or a lot of 5-person teams.
Yeah, it's like we say when we do the block driving.
Yeah.
You break down into smaller teams.
Yeah.
What the fuck was that?
That was just a dive, just watch you rejoin.
Yo, what happened then?
Car just absolutely nailed.
Was that the race lead as well? No.
No, it was the 14th Ferrari.
What the fuck, man?
How much damage have you got?
Stand by. Three seconds.
What does it say? 33 seconds.
Yeah, 33. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. 14.
Not on me.
Yeah.
We'll give it a few seconds. Then if not, we'll do a back report.
What did he just miss his brakes completely?
Oh, what, on the 400. It's too late. It's too late. It's a send from a while back.
And essentially.
I'm gonna record the details, anyways. Yeah, do you want me to, let me just write all this down, so.
Well, somebody's got the thing open. You can just say the
It's got to be the new manual form.
Yeah, it's an announcement.
Yeah.
So it's this one there, plus one.
No.
Do you want me to,
no,
do you
no,
want me, do you want me to
You need the amount of time in the replay. That's what it is.
I did it. It's alright, I got it.
I can't. Can someone tell me where the form is?
In announcements.
Announcements.
Yeah. So it was the one that went in at 1:15.
I don't know. It's just the one in the announcements.
It's alright, Nick. I got it.
Well, I'm going to need it eventually.
Yeah, it's well. There was only one in announcements. I don't know what time it was.
Okay, I've submitted it. Yeah, okay. It's in the cool. It's in the log. Oh, we haven't had very good luck, have we? It's not been
Did you see that Merc?
I did. What is going on?
I don't know.
And I braked late there because I knew he was going to be on me.
No, that wasn't the one behind you. That was the one behind it. That was another one.
Was that the 777?
Yeah, the 777 absolutely sent it on the 88.
Jesus, the one behind me was 0.5 behind me. So how fucking far back was he?
I don't know, but he absolutely sent it. Just watching this car this lap, because he's
nothing to lose, have they?
No, he is 6 laps behind as that car is.
Okay.
He has also got, I don't know whether that number 8 is on the same lap as them.
Oh, he's trying back away. Good racing.
I think that was my connection.
No, I got a screen lag.
In Joe's then.
Is this for positions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, watch it, you got another one there. You alright?
Yep. Is that my fault? Did I move on over him?
The 42.
It's the one just door bang.
Yeah, I think he's probably more of a racing, to be honest. I think he thought that there was a gap to go up there, and it's not the best of places to do it. But
car 14 10 second penalty. Someone that hit us.
obviously a delayed reaction going on.
The car's never felt quite right since he hit me.
No, you've got some rear damage, rear downforce damage. So I think that's what you've been having to deal with, unfortunately.
Arthur was fucking awful.
Oh, how many have you done? You've done 20, you've done 40 minutes. We can pit early.
Yeah, let me go get. I'm going to wait. Looks like everyone's not getting ready.
Yeah, because you would have got some extra damage from that second one, and it's similar place as well. So,
what's the what is the damage setting? What's it setting in there?
36.6.
Yeah, if you've got like 6 seconds of rear damage, that's going to feel like shite. It felt like shite when I had 4 seconds.
Okay.
The is P2 behind you, mind?
Yeah, I would have let him there, but he was a bit far back.
Shall we start setting up pressures?
Yeah, you can start setting them.
If you got them ready. I'm not sure if you want to go degree colder, Nick.
Yeah, can you just sort it? I've got a bit of an issue with
Should go 23. Right. So it will be pitch strap 1.
Yeah. Tyre set should be number 8.
Right, say again, sorry.
So pitch strap 1.
Yep.
Tyre set number 8.
Yep.
And then front left pressure should be 25.1.
Yep.
Front right 26.6. Yep, the front right.
Okay.
And then 24.5 for the rear left. It's not working at all.
What was it, mate? Sorry, right.
24.5 for the rear left. Or do you need the front right?
No, that's it.
And then rear right's 25.8.
We got a penalty.
5-second penalty for. Oh, we got 10-second penalty. What?
I'm going to guess it's that lapping.
For what? The lapping car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did move though. I did move. I didn't know he was there, and I did move off the line.
Yeah, that's fine. It's.
What was it? Right rear was 25.
25.8.
Are you on standby, Alex? Okay.
I can jump in.
I can stay in the car if you want me to, while Nick sorts it. I just need to get the car fixed.
Yeah, no.
What's the situation, Nick?
He's bombed off Discord. I think he just restarted his whole PC. Yeah, he's not in Discord chat.
We have time.
I'm just thinking every lap you're out there, we're losing time.
I know. You're cool, man.
Is it working?
Yo.
Alright.
Right.
You saw
do you
your
wanna-
Nick. Alex will go in.
Right, Joe.
Yep.
Under there, where you can adjust the pressures, there's a bit to adjust all the pressures at once.
Okay.
Basically, just take 0.2 out.
I don't see it.
It says pressure minus/plus.
Yeah.
It's right above.
It's above.
The front left.
Oh, yeah,
above.
yeah.
Just take 0.2 out.
Okay, done.
Okay, now pit this lap.
Alex.
Yeah, make sure you've requested me.
Are you in this game?
I'm in the
Yeah,
server.
he's always in the
I'm
game.
always in the server.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
always in the
okay.
server. The number on the right should be 96 for the fuel.
Okay.
When you come
Have
to
to
play.
take it out.
So you'll have to take some fuel out. Right, just remember to watch line on entry. Oh, right, just make sure you've adjusted the fuel so it says 96 on the right hand side.
It's done.
Right, you got really unlucky that stint, mate.
Mate, it's just a nightmare. Literally where I pulled out the pits.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, don't worry about it. Still got 15 hours to go.
47 seconds.
Cool.
"30 seconds. Yeah, the car just was never right from when he nailed me like that. It just from that moment onwards.
I know the old one was, and obviously the new one's quite sensitive to damage.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, mate.
Don't forget to sort your camera and brake bias and also the TC.
Cool. How many are we going to be on the same lap as Larson now? I think we are.
Yeah.
Oh, they've just pitted. Well, that makes that convenient.
But we've still got a lead over them then.
I know it sounds weird, but have you just tried unplugging the USB from the back and plugging it back in?
Oh, is it powering on?
Yeah, powered on. If I go into the contact control, reading it, turning around, recognising it in fun alarm. I go to gate, look what's happening.
Have you gone into settings and tried to reassign it, like the axis stuff in the game?
Yeah, but in the game, aside the steering, picking up some of the buttons, it's not picking up any steering input.
You have reassigned that axis steering. So yeah, so Alex, we are going for that 88 Mercedes, which we are a lap down on.
Yep.
Correct. But you were 2.1 seconds quicker last lap.
Cool.
So what I've got to do with white grid is reinstall the wheel.
Yeah, so you know, like your driver all day. I don't know how it works. They find a tech fast master. So it's checking the firmware one day.
It says firmware, so I've checked it there. Firmware's already there.
Yeah, no, the driver. Oh, the firmware's on board the device. The driver is on using the computer recognising it, but it seems to recognise it fine, except in those games.
What base have you got again?
CSLGD.
Try that. It might tell you it's the same one you want to repair it.
So I've got to extract it. I need to extract it to...
Just when it's extracted, just directly to the dashboard, it should be a program. So it's the same as you did with the deliveries of the day, just extract it, location, dashboard. And then like, it should be like a planet and line.
Cheers. On.
Fucking beautiful.
Good.
Oh, right, we're a lap. Less than a lap behind them now. And there's another one.
I'm just thinking, would anyone be opposed to me doing a double?
No.
Just to try and bring us back towards that top 10 a little bit.
Mate, I'm happy
I don't
with that.
mind if you feel that you're comfortable doing that, then crack on. As you make your way through.
You're on a charge, smash it. Why do you tear the world apart? I'm going to go and have my dinner. I will leave the server running. So.
Alright, I will jump in just as a backup to you. Alright.
Cool.
simply trying to move out of the way. But luckily, they got away with it that time around. But I'm sure that's not the last time we'll see that in this race today, where people are moving out the way. As we're back with Daniel Hearn at the moment in the 713 Porsche. He's got a couple of cars just in front. I believe the only Lexus in the field is one of the cars in front of him at the moment. Down the road, they've actually just passed the Lexus in a straight line, so they're through into turn one, putting that Lexus another lap down to them, and Hearn right on the back of Bain. A good old fight here of the older staples potentially in the ONID series. Is he going to get a move potentially into turn 4? Going to go down the inside? Yes, he is. Can he hold the move on the exit of the corner? Yes, he can. Lovely move from Hearn. He is through.
He's indicating.
Yeah, it was
very
all
nice
about the run out of turn 2. But I tell you what, Bain wanting to have a look straight back up the inside as they come into the left-right switchback before you get onto the infield straight. So lovely little battle going on here. These two have battled numerous times on track. Great to see a very clean, friendly battle going on, and Bain up the inside.
The next car in front of you is actually the 165 Porsche. They've just pitted.
He'll run Daniel out a little bit wide, but doesn't, which means that Mr. Hearn comes straight back up.
I'll be
the
a lap
inside.
off them, I
Bain
presume.
remains on the inside for the next corner, but then
No, less than that.
We're on their lap.
Because they are
Bain is going to have to go
behind
again,
those two you just unlapped yourselves from, but ahead of us.
Great little
I'm just the game's booting, so I can't quite tell you exactly how they are. I'll give you an update in a minute, and it's the Buckley guy is driving it. I don't remember.
Racing for you to kind of come back at each other, run side by side, and run.
He was the
lines
guy
and
you
and
caught
work
actually in
for
your last
different reasons. So,
pass.
yeah, lovely little battle there, but Hearn now he's through and he should be
Oh.
up the road. You would assume fairly quickly. Next car actually for Hearn to catch is the 94 Ferrari, who is still struggling for pace as far as I'm aware. They've dropped well off the back of the 787.
151 was their last lap time. So, and the lap before that was a 49. I tell you what, whatever issue they've got, they need to box and deal with that issue because they're now losing too much time, surely.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, it's obviously sometimes it's worth staying out to see if you can just run with the damage until you reach your pit window. As we've got a Lamborghini off the road there. Didn't quite see which one that was. I think that was the 75. But yeah, it's sometimes it's worth staying out with the damage just to get to the pit window. But if you're losing that much time a lap, it's not worth it. I mean, that time around, in comparison to the leaders, I think it was something like 13, 14 seconds slower, which is just horrendous on a track like Indianapolis. So clearly there is something very bad happening with that 94, and they need to get that one into the pit lane as quickly as possible. We've got a 15-second penalty for car 404 for causing a collision. Car number 404, can't quite see who that is. That is P10. That is the Aston Martin. So a little bit further up the field. Didn't quite see that incident, but yeah, 15-second penalty for them.
Dang, that car looks good, right? The Broken Bone sim racing car, the 777.
You are taking 2 seconds a lap off those two that you just unlapped yourselves from.
I'm getting side at in my ear. I'm used to that. It's fine. Right. So the battle is still fairly close between Hearn and Bain. Also, Scrub and Morris fairly close together a little bit up the road. Although Morris has got that 10-second penalty to add on during the next pit stop. I'm guessing that a lot of these cars will be getting towards the end of the stint timer. And Sam, if you tell me my jokes are awful, then what else do I have? Basically, that's all I have.
Yeah, don't kick him out down, guys.
You're about a minute behind the 165 on track.
Yeah, well, there you go. Little weather update on the screen for you guys as well. No rain expected for at least the next 30 minutes, but I mean, with 15 hours left to go, that means nothing for a lot of these drivers. But yeah, no rain for the next 30 minutes, so they can at least stay on these dry tyres for a little bit longer. By the way, the 94 Ferrari is now in the pit lane, so they have bailed on staying out on that strategy. They are in, and we'll see how long they're in the pit lane for and how much time they lose. But a 51-minute lap. 1 minute.
You have got Dixon behind you.
There's something horrendously wrong with that 94.
Along in that
maybe
bloody
one of those
Lambo.
drivers struggling potentially with engine issues, which seem to be affecting quite a lot of the drivers out here tonight.
I mean, you suggested a 51-minute lap time momentarily there. That would have been even worse, but that would have been my kind of pace. Thankfully, they're not doing that kind of pace, but they are, I think, back out the pits and running again now because. I'm not sure.
No, they've switched drivers. So Russellmoff is in the car, but the car is still in the pit lane at the moment.
Right. Very good. Thank you for that.
I saw
Right, the
a change in order.
Racing
So
Stronger
Royal
Merc
is
that you
now
unlapped
up into
yourself from, they are in the
12th,
pits currently.
past both Law and Buckley. So the 88 car of Royal is making progress. Right, Law's in the pits. So that's why he's got past Law, and he's got past Buckley in the process as well. So up into 12th car, 12th place.
Yeah, to give you an idea, he did the same number of laps as me,
We're looking at
but
the 44,
he did it
team
2 minutes
FDSR
14 longer
Indy,
than me.
Of Graham Morris heading into the pits now.
So
Which
if he
means
gets back
they'll
in the
be
car again,
serving
we can
their
take a lot of time out
penalty,
of them.
at the same time. So for those of you who don't know, that means that they'll be sat still for 10
But they're
seconds
still stationary in
with,
the pits at the minute.
No work taking place on the car, and then the work will be done.
They're just
and they'll
rolling
be
now.
released from their
So we should get them.
So 10 seconds is it feels like a long time when you're sat there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it can feel like forever.
There
It
they
feels
go.
like the longest 10 seconds of your life. I think those kind of incidents, or if you've had to start from, if anybody's ever had to start from the pit lane at the start of a race, rather than on the grid, it can feel like the longest wait in the world. But yeah, in the grand scheme of things, it shouldn't affect them too much. 10 seconds. They did follow the 54 car into the pit lane at the same time as well.
Did it work in any game?
Scrub was in that car. I don't know if they're switching or whether they're staying, but with the same driver for the next stint. But they followed each other into the pit lane, so that's a good kind of reference point to see whether they can recapture.
No, you could always try it in a different USB port in your PC.
Is up, so we'll keep an eye on that gap between those two Ferraris as well. They've been pretty inseparable so far in this race, and they
does it plug directly into your PC, or does it use a USB hub?
Back out on the track as well, so it wasn't a particularly long stop. So not quite sure what that is. Maybe something on the driver's end, potentially some sort of issue with their setup themselves, maybe, or something that maybe dropped them, because you would expect with that kind of time loss, you would expect a very long pit stop, but it didn't look incredibly long, the pit stop. So yeah, maybe something on the driver's side of things, but we'll have to wait and see. Maybe someone might let us know.
Now, I'm assuming this isn't the Chris Boardman. No, anyone know? Or is it just somebody called Chris Boardman? No, it's definitely not. Well, I was just hoping it might have been somebody, but never mind. Okay, it is a Chris Boardman, and we've just swapped to looking at the number 3 car, which is the second of the, or the first of the 2 Broken Bones.
Man, they got that Lambo hooked up, haven't they?
They really have, yeah.
You prefer to look at it. What is interesting is that out front, little tank slapper from Boardman. Gathers it up quite nicely though and carries on. But out front,
yeah, obviously Dixon's on a charge because obviously the leader's only 6 seconds up the road.
Pulse car.
DA.
But even after that stop, he's only 6.7 behind the 690. So Pulse starting to just flex their muscles out front. Overall, it feels.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. I think yeah, it's always a little bit scary to see a Dixon coming at you on your driver tracker. He's definitely a bit of a scary driver to come up against. But yeah, the 52 car now down in second place. They're just across the split line actually as the 690. So we'll see if that gap is increasing or decreasing between the 2 Lambos at the front. It's just slightly increased. See that sector up to 6.5. So running fairly similar times, of course. But yeah, those two, you've got to say those two, the 690 and the 52 are in a league of their own at the moment. Obviously, the 99 has had good pace, but they've not had the smoothest of runs so far, despite them being third. So, yeah, the top 2 teams, the 2 Lambos, are doing a very good job. And again, just reiterating the point that I'm kind of perplexed and baffled to see the Lamborghinis doing
let Dixon
so well.
go.
I would have thought for a track like Indianapolis that this
Hopefully
would
use
be
him.
one that suited the Lamborghini,
Yeah.
and it wouldn't be great on the endurance side of things. But it's doing a very good job tonight. 3 of them inside the top 4 at the moment. So. Yeah, Lamborghini.
Well, I would have. That Porsche went there.
Oh, that was Kovacic.
But again, we've mentioned it many a time, but these engine problems, we haven't heard much more from many other drivers in the Twitch chat or beyond about.
We pulling in this 165?
Kind of new engine issues for any new team.
A little bit, yeah.
Retiring yet, but it just
he
seems
pings
to be
around.
a
He took the
gradual
610s last
problem as
lap.
the race is going on. So
the bigger one is the 88, who
a
you
couple of
unlapped
Astro
yourself
wins,
from.
was kind of
He's
brought up the.
like 2
Especially
laps
the
off from
Mercedes and the
pitting,
Lamborghinis are struggling a little bit with
and
engine wear at the moment.
you're taking a good chunk of time off them. I think
Souls
second and a half a lap on average
Is it okay?
at
Is
the
it
minute.
legal to drink and drive if the driving is done virtually? The answer is yes. I mean, we wouldn't want anyone taking.
So I think the 165 is going to be a long game.
Absolutely.
The first thing is that 88.
But let's face it, they
the
would still
2
be more
Mercs, I think, are
confident
going to be the
behind
next
wheel
ones that
than
we
me,
really
so,
get to.
It would be absolutely fine. You know, it's a 24-hour race, so somebody's going to have a a little Swift half at some point.
Everything
surely.
working?
What about you, Aidan? Would you ever have a little tipple and drive at the same time?
Was that
I
swapping
think it's,
USB ports?
You've got to call it a confidence booster.
What the
haven't
fuck's
you? Get your juices flowing a little bit. Yeah, I mean, if you drink enough as well, it will burn off.
Then after the race, I would try putting it back in that
But yeah, it's a
USB port and seeing if it's still
I don't
alright.
think it's a bad thing. Just don't go crazy.
How long have you got left on this one, Alex?
Was that
Plenty of time.
you said? What?
Sozzled.
Sozzled.
He's only been in
For me. I've never heard sozzled before. We
22
British people really
minutes.
just say
So you got like
anything
50
and put
minutes.
LED at the end of it, and that stands for drunk, don't we?
I might just go and jump in the
Constantly changing. But that's a new one. That's a new one that I'm going to be using in my vocabulary now. Thank you for that one.
I might be showing my age. Maybe it's.
Well, that's
trying to
fucking
work
bizarre.
out whether. I'm assuming
But
you
I've
are
swapped it over
considerably
with my
younger than
mouse.
me.
My mouse is
Most people are these days. Actually. I'm starting to feel my age.
Yeah.
It's the scary thing being in the F1 world.
It'd probably be fine if you
commentating on
plugged
the
it
F1
back
side of
into
things
there.
and thinking quite young, and then commentating over people that are 14 years old.
How
Oh
strange.
my word! Oh, this is a scary world.
Right, I'm gonna go and jump in the shower.
I mean, I've got a 4-month-old, and I'm sure he's going to be quicker than me very, very soon. I mean, let's face it, he can't be much slower. I thought I'd get in there before anyone else did. Sol said he's never heard of Sozzled either. So there you go. Sam has an even better one, but I'll let you read that one for yourselves. Right, the Pulse AMS car, the 54 Ferrari, is 19th. You've got Jacob.
Yeah, you put 16 seconds on that Merc that you unlapped yourself
now,
from.
What I'm struggling to work out,
But he's probably going to be pitting this lap or next lap.
whether the Pulse livery looks better on the Ferrari or the Lamborghini.
It's a bizarre one because I think the Lamborghini as a whole is a better looking car, but I think this livery seems to work better on the Ferrari. I think plain and simply because the Ferrari is a lot sleeker. There's not as many lines or sharp edges on the Ferrari as there is on the Lamborghini, so I think it gives the opportunity for this livery to shine a bit more. There's a bit more colour on it than there is.
Oh, Dixon's just at the back of him.
It's better on the Ferrari, personally. So, yeah, it's a lovely looking livery, and it's nice to see. As we mentioned earlier on, it's nice to see all the colours of the rainbow out there on the track. It's nice to see a car running yellow. We don't see that often at all, really. And interestingly for Grassley, the 54 car, they were the ones obviously that came in with the 14 that had the 10-second penalty in that previous pit stop, but they still came out the pit lane behind the 14. So don't know if the 14 have done something strategy-wise, gone for a shorter stop, or whether there was some sort of repair being made to that 54. But either way, they've, despite the 10-second penalty for the 14, they've actually ended up gaining a place in that pit stop phase.
Yeah, interesting stuff. I mean, back on the livery.
Yeah,
side of
Merck's
things,
just pitted.
Obviously, you know that Ben 22 Racing is not only running this stream, but he's a very talented livery man, and you can always send your ideas to him to be turned into liveries for a small fee. I know there's a bit of a weight on them at the moment because Ben's a very busy man. But I have
after
heard
that
Ben
pit stop,
absolutely loves it when he's
that
asked
Racing
to do one
Stronger
of the new
Merc.
Ferraris. Is that right, Ben?
Is actually it's the worst one to deal with.
That's
but, like,
back out 27 seconds behind you, and you took 3.7. You increased the lead by 3.7 last lap.
Nice.
But an absolute pain.
He's the slowest driver.
Oh, there's contact! There's contact! That was nasty. Hold the brakes! Hold the brakes! Hold the brakes!
Oh, looks like Pulse have got a 15-second penalty.
And everyone else sort of getting around them as well. So they tried to do a very late switch to the inside of the AMG that they were battling with, made contact with the rear of it, then went spinning across the runoff, and just that moment in motorsport that you hate to see is a car coming across the inside of an apex backwards. They jumped on the brakes well.
Done
and
another replay, which is about to be a penalty for.
And the 88's just.
So sorry, Ben. Did you say?
You've just gone past it in pit lane.
Here we go. So
it's going to be just
we're
behind you.
This car here now. They're battling. Oh, so no, that's the race leader. That's the race leader. So I
the line.
Watching a replay of what just happened. We weren't. We were watching the other.
Yeah, you're 1.5 seconds ahead of that.
15-second penalty for car 52. Our net race leader for causing a collision whilst lapping. Things have thrown open again. So we've got the two Pulse cars back-to-back on the track. But yeah, 15 seconds added on for the 52 car at their next stop. At the same time, we watched live the 54.
Yeah, you're probably averaging somewhere between 3/10 and half a second off
I'm
this.
Sure later on we'll be able
165.
to pop that one up on
Porsche.
screen and take a look at it. But right now we're watching the live.
But
action,
it is quite a long way.
And it's tricky, isn't it, when you are?
It's just at the end of the
one
back
the fast
straight.
guys, and you're coming up
now
behind a back marker, knowing
Is that
when
the
to
next
be
car?
Yeah.
aggressive in getting past and when to be patient. It's always a tricky moment for the leaders, but
I just don't understand how they've got that Lambo hooked up so well.
Obviously, being
it obviously needs a setup.
Get us through as quickly as possible, but you've got to remember that there's.
But it is well. It's not just them. The other car. Well, 3 of the top 4 are Lambos, and there's another one in P7.
The 777 car is going to go to the outside and then try and switch to the inside line, and yeah, just runs into the back of the Mercedes in the braking zone, unsettles the Ferrari. That is scary stuff, but luckily for them,
annoying because I'm usually able to keep up with Dixon, I just can't.
Yeah,
I know. Fair play as well to the
not often that he sort of disappears past you.
Control of that car when that incident happened, but fair play to the 777 for managing to hang on to it as well after being rear-ended in the braking zone. So unfortunate incident there for the 54, but you've got to say that one unfortunately for the 54 was on them.
I reckon.
Yeah, they're running quite high TT in it as well. 5 of 8.
54 comes sliding in front of them.
Right, okay.
Bang! And had to jump on.
Oh my word.
That's who's driving it, by the way. But yeah, so the 54 having that incident, all a little bit scary. It almost felt like the car sort of, they moved to go to the inside, and then it seemed to get unsettled as the track changed in cut. Now that is just at the start of the banking, so I wonder if it's not quite apron there, but there might just be a slight change in angle between the two different parts of the track. You see here, you've got the darker part and then the lighter part on the inside. It just felt like the car got unsettled as it transitioned from one part of the track to the other, and then came back and hit the 777 in the process.
Yeah, it definitely looked like that, and I think obviously a Ferrari going up against a Mercedes in terms of contact, the Mercedes is always going to win out in that situation. Unfortunately, it is obviously the bigger car, so a real shame there for the 54. That could be the case. It could also be a case of we're running at night. They could have been maybe some sort of distraction for them. They maybe just misjudged exactly where the Mercedes was, or maybe where the apex of the next corner was, or just outbroke themselves and ended up hitting the Mercedes in the process. So yeah, unfortunate incident for them. Luckily for them, they've gotten away with it relatively unscathed. I think, other than maybe some slightly flat spotted tyres from that slide, I don't imagine there'll be too much damage on that car either after that incident. So they've kind of gotten away with it in a sense. But yeah, not a great lap for Pulse, was it? Not a great lap for them, unfortunately. Spin for the 54 and the 52 managed to get into an incident with a lap car. So yeah, not a great lap, unfortunately, for the two of them. But yeah, 15-second penalty for Dixon, for Miles Dixon at the front. But considering the gap now between them and the 690 car, I don't think that's going to relatively affect the 52 team too much.
Yeah, I was just waiting to see what the actual gap was, because I didn't think it was actually a lap gap between them. I know the 690 has recently stopped, but considering they were actually ahead before the stop, I sort of think it can't be a full lap distance, surely, between those two cars.
Yeah, you do have a ton of traffic in front of you.
Slow stop. So I was looking to see what the actual gap was, but we haven't been given an actual gap at any point. So where is the 690?
But you're pulling away from that Merc that just came out that we just overtook when
15 seconds isn't
in the
going to
pits.
eat into that.
Yep.
No, definitely not. It's not a big one at all. We'll see as well. Obviously, the one consideration for Pulse, maybe did they pick up some sort of damage in that incident that they'll want to get repaired? We'll wait and see. But their previous lap time for Miles Dixon wasn't slow, so not exactly struggling for pace. So
P8
next stop,
Guy car's just had a drive-through
as well. I believe that was the 95 car coming out of the pit lane after a drive-through penalty. So drive-through penalty, obviously for likely for speeding in the pit lane. I'm not sure actually what the drive-through would be for. Maybe for something else, maybe track limits. But yeah, 95 recovering from a drive-through penalty there. They just dropped back behind the 123 Lambo, I think, of the process as well. So Charrington up into P6, and the Bentley, the number 31 Bentley of Samo is up into P7 in the process as well. So yeah, the Broken Bones Bentley going quite nicely at the moment.
Yeah, because it didn't feature particularly well in qualifying.
Oh yes.
I don't know. It seems to have come alive as the race has gone on. I know that that Bentleys are traditionally a little bit easier to drive and a little bit faster actually with when they're laden with fuel. So maybe the endurance kind of side of things is working well for the Bentley. But I kept saying earlier the 2 broken bones cars, but of course there's 3 because there's the Bentley as well. So they've got a mixture of cars between their 3 teams. Yeah, great to see the one and only Bentley in the field doing well. I tell you what, we're not seeing any of in this field, and it does make me sad because my car of choice has been completely nerfed. But there is not a single BMW in this field.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? You think back to, 6 months ago when the BMW was the first car of choice for a lot of people. It's obviously it was an easy car to drive, but yeah, it has been severely hammered, you've got to say, in the recent patches as the M4, unfortunately. I'm not too upset by that because I think the M4 is a shockingly appalling car to look at, in my opinion. But so your car of choice is not a favourite of mine, so more differences between the two of us. But
it was well, no, I didn't necessarily find it particularly attractive. Especially with its walrus teeth at the front.
Seems to be holding Dixon a bit better
now. I'm a driver that struggles with braking, and
you're sort of hanging on to him a bit more.
It braked like a dream, so it was my car of choice for that reason. Although I'm hearing that apparently the Lambo's very good under brakes, so maybe I need to give it a go.
Yeah, the Lambo definitely, of the 3 cars that we've had in the recent update, the Lambo is definitely the best of the 3 of them on the brake. All 3 of them kind of have their own different, unique styles. The new Lambo, as it is in real life, the new...
so hard when it kicks up the dust.
Can't
see fuck all.
Yeah, at night, dust is terrible.
But it's great on the brakes. The Porsche is kind of it's obviously got Porsche. It's a Porsche, so it's incredibly nimble on its front end, but it's far more stable than previous iterations of.
It was like every fucking corner.
And then the Ferrari is kind of a good all round.
I don't know with it.
It does tend to chew through its tyres, as we're just catching the end of the 54 car being off the road there, I believe. Again, I think Grosmeda had a moment at the same corner, so they were just recovering to the road right in front here of the 95 car. So Grosmeda's race at the moment in that 54 not going particularly well. They're going backwards at the moment.
I tell you what is going well, and that is the fact that Bo Lamberts has just gifted 10 Tier 1 subs.
Beautiful.
So Serum Hydra, it's Nicoline, General Scrub, North Swed, Habibo 24, Mo Block, Mo CR Steel, Polestar 82, Jack Jenkins, and CB Cool 05 have all picked yourselves up a gifted sub thanks to Bo Lamberts. So massive thank you for that. Then Ralph has tipped in with a further subscription. They've subscribed for 22 months in a row now. Thank you, Ralph. Race is going good, thank you. But I tell you what, we are actually not far off a hype train. So come on, ladies and gents, drop your bits, do your follows, do your subs, do everything right now, and let's see if we can pick ourselves up a hype train at just gone 9:30 of an evening. And there's quite a few of you in chat, including Rolling Thunder, saying, well, the oldest ONID member has just finished his stint without a heart attack. So all good, Apex. Good man. Rolling Thunder, 70 years of age, and rolling in an endurance race. That is great to see.
Are you fucking joking?
Yeah, that's the great thing about sim racing.
That's another line.
It's open to
Ferrari
everybody,
there.
anybody of all ages.
No.
Can jump in and be a part of it, which is it's great to see. It's great to see that obviously the youngins getting involved and getting involved in sim racing at an early age, but it's also great to see the community open up to people of an older age as well, and giving them an opportunity to have fun racing GT3 cars around Indianapolis. So yeah, that is the great thing about sim racing, isn't it? It's a thing for everybody to enjoy.
It is, and it's hugely beneficial as well. I mean, most people will know that I created Racing Stronger to talk about the benefits of sim racing for your mental health, and that's hugely important to me, and it's hugely important to a lot of people in the sim racing world. So, you know, I think it's sorry, I'm just watching that lag there from the section 7922 car. That's something
Oh,
to
that's
keep an
not
eye
good.
on. Hopefully
It's
that's
really
just
distracting
a
me.
single car issue and not anything
doing
else
well.
that we need to be a bit more concerned about. So we will keep an eye on that one. Bo Lamberts has got his bits out and thrown them around in front of everyone, 100 of them in fact. So we are close to a hype train. We have 2 minutes to try and hit that hype train. So if you guys have got anything to contribute to that right now, then please feel free to do it, because you've got to love a hype train.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with a hype train. You've got to love it. And it's a great way to support us as well and show your love for the community. So, yeah, definitely get involved in it, guys. Get out there, and yeah, it'll be great to see what you guys can give to us. It'll be absolutely brilliant. And just looking at the timing tower, by the way, having a look at some battles. We do actually have an on-track battle for 4th at the moment that we're not quite seeing at the moment, but hopefully we'll get a camera on that soon. But yeah, Boardman's right up behind Milling. Baggiato's right up behind Boardman for P4. So the Aston Martin number 42 car starting to work their way forwards and onto the back of the number 3 Lamborghini. So yeah, good pace in the moment in there for the 42. They're just under half a second behind.
Yes, I think we might be on auto director at the moment, because Ben wandered away shortly. Ralph chucking in some bits as well. Bo's chucked in more bits as well. So a hype train is close. Let's reset the timer. So we've got 4 minutes left to try and reach a hype train. So come on, guys, chuck your bits in there. And let's see if we can get that choo-choo off and running with 15 hours of this race left to do. Yeah, it still feels like it's anyone's race.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, nobody's been immune to an issue here or there, have they? Obviously, while the 52 teams have a great pace, we've obviously just seen them have an incident with a lap runner, so yeah, nobody's immune to anything at the moment. It's anything can happen in this race, and we've obviously talked in great detail already about mechanical issues for different teams. They can spring up upon drivers, and then obviously incidents with lap runners or incidents on your own can completely change the course of your race. So yeah, nothing is out of the blue just yet. Anything can still happen, and it usually does in the world of sim racing and the world of endurance racing. Anything that can happen does happen usually. So we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll keep an eye on what drivers are doing. If anybody goes up or goes down, as I believe our race director is back in the building, so we should be able to get some.
Hang on a minute.
Timing.
Wow.
Okay, what's going on?
We've hit a hype train, level 1 hype train.
Oh my god! We can't go on it.
We've had 1,000 bits from Hiker. We've had 100 from that handy guy. We've had 100 from Ralph. We've got another 100 from Ralph. We've got all kinds of stuff.
Not holding up this.
So we're
Bentley, am I?
of the way
No, you were a couple of tenths quicker than him last lap.
Ralph with another. Oh, 100. There we go. I don't know what this means. It says 100% on the screen, and it just says hi. What does that mean? Oh, Ben's gifted some subs as well. So yeah, I think we're leveling up and doing all kinds of crazy stuff right now. 5-10 bits from Hiker. We've got loads of other stuff to do the thing with, and all kinds of other good stuff. And things keep changing on my screen, and I don't know what they mean.
Absolutely furious.
He still haven't worked out Twitch.
Level 2 complete. So we've completed level 2. We're leveling up.
Furious.
We're already 57% of the way through level 3. I really don't understand what this means, but
Who's car 7?
There you go.
Don't know, they're not in the top 24
we
though.
did need some kind of quick ad break, didn't we? So whilst you guys are
Oh,
once again,
it's
we're gonna
Ferrari,
take a
that's in
short
P32.
ad break, and then we'll be back. And by that point, we'll be on level 5 of the hype train, surely.
Ooh, that might be a track cut. Yep.
While there is never any.
I did one in my stints. I thought, oh, maybe, and it came up with no time gain. It's like, yes.
Has been a great help for thousands of people getting through the toughest of times.
I'm probably gonna have to let this Bentley go in a minute.
Yeah. Thing is well, there's the TS. Yeah. There's a TSRC Porsche behind it as well. So if when you let this go, you're gonna be dropped into that as well.
Right, so we are back live. We've ticked under the 15 hours.
I'm probably just better off letting them both go, aren't I?
Yeah, and just tuck in behind.
Calm down.
Are they quite far into their stints, like me, or no?
31. Let me just check.
Oh.
Returning to the pits due to ping issues.
Well, doesn't matter now.
He's only 11 laps into his stint, the Bentley, but he's 26, so he's a lot newer, and the 99 is 21, so 5 laps less than you.
Switch drivers and see whether that fixes it. Because Greggles is trying to.
How fresh are Dixon's tires compared to mine?
We're up to 85%.
Or has he been running longer than me?
Identical.
Right, okay.
You both pitted at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely good.
Furious.
The quickest lap in that car is a 36.3.
It's quick.
Oh,
not even
we need
quickest
some
in the
more
race.
noises, but I tell you what, this is an absolute nutfest. Dude, I'm so glad you found Nutfest and put it in there. But this is the one that I'm so glad about, and this is my level 4 one. Thank you very much, everyone. Here's a classic. There we go. That is Elfie, everyone. So there we go. That's my cat back from when I had the broken foot and I was not able to race, but I was commentating on things in my kitchen because otherwise I had nothing to do. Hydra wants some train puns.
I presume Nick's getting in the car next then.
I mean, all I can say is
yeah, he had gone for a shower.
For us to be on level 4 of the hype train is chuffing brilliant.
As if you're happy to do that.
It does really feel like the whole thing is on track now. I would just really hate it if the whole stream were to hit the button.
Yeah, you probably got about 18, 17.
Because this feels like we're on a whole new platform, and I've run out now, but I thought that was quite good.
Well, let you get them all out. I was trying very deeply there not to throw up in my mouth, but we got some puns in, so hopefully. Oh god, I'm so sick of puns. The commentary puns are the number one thing, aren't they? Every single stream, there's some sort of commentary pun going on, and it's yeah.
You're slowly pulling away from that pitted.
No, I am not. And see, this is a problem with me doing commentary on. Yeah, this is a problem of me doing commentary on F1 races. Is they're over in a flash, so you don't have the time to put in the pun.
And that racing stronger one's disappearing down the road, or behind us quite a way. You got like 35 seconds on them.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh, apparently these jokes are off the rails. Hey, there we go. Yes.
That's enough of that.
Yeah, we haven't got Chris Martin racing tonight, have we?
No, unfortunately not. I know he's your favourite.
Yeah, that brings out a whole new level of punning, Aidan. You've maybe missed that in the past, but yeah, the Coldplay puns rolled. Oh, and I think it was even better when Serkan Duran was racing, and the Duran. Never mind. Anyway, we are watching here Spencer Guthrie trying to hold on against the number 4 Ferrari there, the all-white machine, and this is a very good battle on track now for 24th place. The Ferrari should be pretty good in a straight line as they head onto the back straight, though.
Yeah, you'd assume so. The Ferrari is obviously a good car in a straight line. We know the Lambo's not particularly fast in a straight line at the moment, so let's see if he can get a good run in the full car, but not actually closing in. In fact, dropping back from the Lamborghini in a straight line, and I don't know if you can maybe potentially see a little bit of flex in the bodywork, but
yeah, the DSRC's sort of caught you back up. They've got a good pace.
Yes, he is. That's a lovely move. That is a brilliant move there from the number 4 car.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff down the inside.
I just can't get into those
well, they've got
36s.
It's fine.
So the company back down the inside. Lovely re-overtake there from the Lamborghini.
We did think we might be missing a little bit of pace in this.
At the moment. But yeah, Spencer Guthrie, I think maybe a bit perplexed as to how we lost that in turn 1, so we decided to immediately retake the position back.
This is absolutely fantastic racing by the pair of them. Very aggressive, but very fair driving and very clean so far. Just playing with that soundboard reminds me of the fact that when I was inside eating my pizza and drinking my beer and watching the stream whilst doing so, somebody played a soundboard clip that involved my voice, and from the other side of the kitchen the missus went, "Sorry, what did you say?" I was like, "No, it wasn't me, it was on the stream." But there you go. So yeah, Guthrie holding yeah,
You are chipping away
Guthrie
at
holding
that,
on
the
from
165
Ben
Porsche.
Chalal in the number 4
Yep.
Ferrari. But I sense there may be some more moves coming in this one. I just hope that this fair but aggressive racing
We're about
so
a minute
far,
and 15 behind them.
doesn't descend into something a little bit less fair and more aggressive.
Yeah, you hope so, definitely. You would assume that the drivers here obviously know that we're still in for a long way to go in this race, so they're obviously not going to take too many risks, you would hope, but it is still nice I think it's still nice and motivating for these drivers to have a good fight out on track and get racing wheel to wheel with some other drivers. So yeah, you hope it stays clean for the time being, but the majority of incidents that we've had so far have just, they've not been like overly aggressive, unfair racing. It's just been slight mistakes from other drivers, so we've not seen anything too horrendous so far from these drivers, and long may the battles continue. And yeah, running on board with the 4 car at the moment, Guthrie is just kind of starting to build the gap a little bit, but every now and then the rear end of that Lambo seems to stick out, and he ends up losing a lot of the time that he's made. And oh, speaking of cars off the road, the 787 car of Christopher Larson off the road, he's had a bit of while we've been in the commentary box, he's had a bit of an eventful time of it as Christopher Larson. He's been up, down, left, right, and all over the place.
Really has, yeah. And recovering back onto track, like you say.
Fucking hell, they got drive out of there.
Going on for 8th and 9th.
They've got slightly younger tyres.
Taking it off
but
the
yeah.
Trinket certainly has. So Dawson up into 8th, but I doubt Trinket will be letting that one go anytime soon. Trinket, a very, very fast pedaler himself, and he's not dropping back too quickly from the Fry Guys 95 car. There was a weather update a few minutes ago which said no rain expected for at least the next 30 minutes. So obviously the forecast.
Yeah, it's just the drive out of corners they get.
So we can't tell you anything beyond that, but right now it is dry for the next 30 minutes, despite the very wet start that we had to the race.
Oh god, we don't want the wet puns now. Oh lord, there's more some puns opening up in the world, in the universe. But yeah, that's it's a bit nerve-wracking for some of the drivers. This weather interval, isn't it? Because obviously they only do it in 30-minute intervals. It's quite difficult to know what's coming. So you're looking at your weather radar, and suddenly in 30 minutes' time you see a rain cloud. You think, oh no, it's coming. It's on its way. So yeah, not great.
Unless you are psychic and you can feel it in your fingers and you can feel it in your toes, then
lord.
Now, literally, I wasn't going to wet pun until you said, "Oh no, this could bring out the wet puns," and I was like, right, we've got an update here. Drive-through penalty for car 4 causing a collision. So that was the white Ferrari that we were looking at just a minute ago. So collision caused by car 4 and a penalty as a result. So plenty of penalties being dished out this evening by the stewarding team, but there is about 4,500 of them in the stewarding box. So you know, they obviously need to justify what they're doing, really.
Yeah, if anybody can't see it right now, if you could see the stewarding chat, it seems to be growing every time I look at it now. Every time I look at it, every 15 minutes, someone else is in it.
Oh, that was close.
But, yeah, great to have so many stewards on board and helping.
That's the corner where it catches me out, which is where I run my
keeping us up to date
brake bias further forward,
as well, which is great. By the way, update as
well, if I run it much further back, I lose it there.
About 15 minutes or so.
Yeah.
So there has been a
because
change.
the thing is, you want to trail into there to get the turn.
So the Aston Martin, the 42 Aston Martin,
the rotation
passport
from
winners up into
yeah.
now.
I know. I feel like if I run it even that slightly bit more forward, I just struggle to stop for corners.
We are watching Ricky Gamble in the 222 ERA 296 Ferrari entry, who is just
it's
nice
certainly a unique beast for the Porsches.
A long way behind the 67, quite a way ahead of the 100. So nice chill out time for the.
I'm not sure if I'd take it again.
Keep it safe.
For an
In the top
enduro.
30. Nice job. Vickers Harris
If I'm
in the
honest.
100 though. We'll be thinking what they can do about that.
I think we've
see if
all
they can close that gap. That's the ABL
struggled with it.
Indy car that,
I think it's good we took it.
A very, very.
Oh yeah, to give it a try, like.
USA.
Oh
We've
yeah.
got a couple of USA style liveries. In
But
fact, the
10 hours into this race, part of me does think there's probably other cars I'd rather be in.
Because just thinking about it, there's not a single Bimmer on the entry list.
No.
Of course, we've got the drive-through for number 4 that we mentioned a little while ago. 15 seconds for 404. That's the apex.
And there's the usual thing of the Aston probably would have been a lot better in that early.
For those of you who haven't
that
quite
early
got it,
dampness.
404 page not found. It's
Yes.
Well, anything, but this with the engine over the rear, once cut the rears is bad.
The one who we're all watching to see the impact of that penalty when they take their next stop. 15 seconds will be added on for Miles Dixon.
What was that for car 99?
Yeah.
Oh, probably for hitting the
not letting go
Bentley round.
of that Try Guys car in front. But we'll have to give way to another Fry Guys car in just a moment that he's coming to put a lap on.
Hey.
Yeah, coming in to put a lap on, like you say, having to let that Porsche go in just a second. But yeah, I think Tassa doing a good job of holding onto the back.
You jump in like practice server just to give it a couple of laps.
Yeah, being able to hold onto the back and using them almost as like
that's what I mean. Just
almost like a reference point, pretty much, and helping them go forward. So we'll see if they can close in, maybe potentially on the 31 Bentley in front of them. The gap was 17.5 seconds, I believe, the last bit they went through. So we'll keep an eye on that one as they go through. Another penalty there for the 99. That is for Millington.
Does it certainly feel grippy to you? Last time you drove was on a wet track.
Collision. I'm wondering if there's something similar to what Miles Dixon
a drying track
with a lap runner somewhere and taking the lap runner off the road, but. Yeah, Millington P3, P1 and P3 now with 2 15-second time penalties. So yeah, not great going at the moment in terms of incidents for some of our top 3.
Now we were wrong. This 165 Fry Guys entry is not a lap up. In fact, it's a lap down.
Oh,
I've got 13 laps of fuel left.
So trying to unlap themselves, and there was one heck of a send to unlap themselves. Obviously, Trinket not really wanting to.
If for some reason when we do the changeover it doesn't
because they're trying to battle with this car's teammate. But you've got every right.
You drive round to the beds again.
In a race.
Yeah, absolutely, you have. You've got every right to run up yourself, definitely, especially if
you're
still trying to recover potentially from an incident earlier on. You've got every opportunity to do it.
Return to garage.
You're doing it in a safe manner that doesn't affect the driver that you're unlapping yourself to. You're more than welcome to do it. But I'm surprised because Trinket Tassi kind of move out the way ever so slightly coming onto the bank section just before the.
We may be able to do the hand swap in there. If not, it will be everybody leave the server.
It wasn't as
Alex will go back in.
He was calling over the back of that Ferrari. He was there and in his rear view, but he wasn't going for moves left, right, and centre. So I'm maybe a little bit surprised the 30 car let that one go. So, but of course,
you do a Dixon.
Plenty of time to go.
Plug in your emergency controller.
If he's got the pace to
drive a lap on a controller.
And use Kevin Buckley's he can still close back in again. By the way,
probably driving a lap on a controller.
and Snow currently in the 31 Bentley. The gap is actually growing, so P7 currently right now is still pulling away from these guys. And Bentley
do we want to start getting pressures and that ready?
Quite a surprise to see, I would say, because in kind of regular races you wouldn't expect to see a Bentley at all on the grid, let alone running so well.
Unless John's racing,
I don't know whether I've knocked some air out these fronts.
He doesn't really drive either of those anymore.
So say, he's one of those. Got to be different, isn't he?
Oh, he's different, all right. Yes, yeah, that's true.
It's night. We've not really done long runs at night.
We're not even at halfway stage yet.
Do you want me to
the race
do
has
tyres?
kind of settled down quite nicely now. We know who our front runners
I have
are.
got them if you.
52 is in the lead. The 690 is in second.
There we will want.
At one, tyre set 9.
It will reduce when the 52 takes their 15-second time penalty. The third car is the 99 TSRC entry.
First one is 25 too.
Driven by Mr. Millington.
Yep.
They are sort of our main contenders in this race, but would
Yep.
you, if you were in the
24-6.
the next 3 positions, completely count yourself out of the potential for winning this right now, or
no, get food?
Do you still hold out hope of anything happening?
I think you definitely can't count yourself out. There's still plenty of time left in this race.
Yep.
I mean, we're not even
25,
halfway
8.
mark yet. We've still got plenty of time left at the moment, so anything can happen. I think if it's based on pure speed, you've got to say that the 2 Lambos at the front and potentially Millington kind of are the ones who would.
All right. I just feel like
to win this race,
overall just lacking a little bit of pace.
Mechanical issues can happen. Incidents. I mean, 2 of the top 3 have had incidents in the last hour or so. So there's plenty of things that can still happen in this race, and so
tell me when you're ready, Nick, and I'll drop out so you can jump in.
I think you want to be realistic about it.
Whenever.
You've got to be. Say you're someone like who you're on board with right now.
Yeah.
Alberto,
If you
in
checked your
number
wheel and
42
stuff
car,
and all happy, I'll.
Can't win this race. Keep it
yeah,
realistic.
I only jumped in just so we had
normal race
cover.
with no issues for the drivers in front. Maybe a 4th, maybe a podium is potentially the best they can hope for, but you still hold out hope potentially for an incident with one of the front runners that can give you a place.
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah, it's good to be realistic.
bizarre.
But
I've never
there's
known
always
that.
something in the back of your mind that hopes
Yeah,
that you
these
can
things happen.
get a little bit more. As the 42 car there was incredibly close to slapping the wall there just before the the final little complex. I think he just about got away with it, but he is using all of the road and then some.
Now, Sam, you might want to just rephrase this ever slightly. You say Bentley 3 times and Willie pops up. Right, okay. I mean, whatever happens to you is entirely your issue, but I assume you mean that Willie Blackhammer pops into chat, and he does. Willie's here, and he says, "Oi, you leave the boat alone. That's my baby." So there we go. Nice to see you typing, Willie. I haven't spoken to you for so long because we.
You definitely don't need lights to drive around here in the dark.
Yeah, it's nice to see you around, Willie. I'm sure one of these days we'll get to actually.
I don't know whether it just looks brighter because it reflects off the walls.
Hope you're well, my friend.
No, there's
it's nice doing this stream as well because it is feeling like a bit of an reunion for people that haven't chatted for a long time. So, yeah, and that's one of the great things about sim racing is the community around it.
So what's the situation? Are we catching anybody?
We're battling the 88 behind.
Dip your toes in and see
the 165 is quite far ahead.
You enjoy racing with, and yeah, there's so many facets to sim racing now, isn't there?
Drive through is kind of
the blow up we've seen in it, especially since obviously COVID times, the massive rise we've seen in the
pretty much. Well,
great to see.
We've just got to hope others come into problems ahead of us.
For example, like. My personal experience, I'm in the ACC away now with the ONID side of things and do some.
Yeah, well, I think we'd probably hit our limit.
I'm also still
top 10, like 10th place. I don't think our pace is good enough for a higher.
As well, there's so many different facets to it, which is great, and that is the great thing about sim racing is that it's not one of those ones where, like obviously in real life motorsport, you go into a motorsport and you have to stick to that motorsport for.
Don't feel that quick in this car.
No, I was just thinking, what car would you, if you had the choice, what would you take?
Everything, and see what you don't like and work around that.
I would have potentially done some more testing in the Bentley.
I don't see any negatives. In my opinion, I think it's brilliant, and I think it's done wonders for the motorsport world.
How long have you been doing it for?
I'd say first sim racing.
Yeah, I don't know.
I quite like the
back on Formula 1
the Audi. I thought the Audi felt.
Yeah, I would have potentially have
I bought my PC
the Merc.
February, so I've not had it for particularly long. So
or the Aston.
I've been a console.
Yeah. Well, that's what Martin said. Like, he's glad we took it to try it.
But yeah, solely on the F1 world.
I mean, I don't think it's a write-off.
I don't know if I'd take it for another enduro, if I'm honest.
We won't talk about the current game. And now onto the.
I don't think it's a car which suits my driving style that well.
I don't know. It just
running ovals, of course, on iRacing,
we just
which
don't
I'm
seem to
loving
hit
at the
the
moment.
set
So yeah, a good
window
5 or
with
6 years
it.
or
I
so.
don't feel.
I'm coming up to now. Just
No.
5 years I've been doing sim racing. So. And it's been incredibly enjoyable, and it's great.
A unique car, this.
How much sim racing has grown.
It really has, and
it's unique because of the engine is.
But I work for SGP.
Is it still rear engine, or is it now? Is it mid like the?
It's interesting to see it from
GTLM. Is this new version mid?
Industry side of things.
Well, I think
as well, because
if it's mid,
the
it's
industry is growing.
rear
The
mid.
number of brands that are involved is growing, And then
But
you've
it's
got
still
brands that even
it still handles like it.
a year, 18 months ago.
I'd have potentially taken the 488 again.
Right at the
to be fair.
Yeah, the 488. I think it would have
was
needed a bit of
top of my
tweaking, but it didn't
this
feel
week,
terrible.
Oh, yeah.
The
No.
stuff that I've been working on this week is somebody like Moser Racing, who
I had to
have
panic
come
my
from
life and I
nowhere,
thought I saw
but
rain on the window.
they're doing things their way. They're doing
Well,
things
it would be,
in
'cause
interesting ways.
it's coming to your centre, isn't it?
Yeah,
and
although
they've
to be
put
fair,
themselves out
I
a
think I
niche.
feel
So
better in the rain
the
around
industry
here.
is growing as well as the racer base.
I think the pace is better in the rain.
And that can only be good for,
When we've got
for
the
all of us
pressures
racers,
right.
that there's more
Yeah, I
brands,
think it's
there's more
maybe. I think
competition, bring the prices
know it
down,
doesn't feel
increase
bad, but I think the
quality
car's
of
too
stuff
soft.
that we're getting, and it just feels like a really
And obviously that helps in the
innovative
wet.
sector.
Yeah, it definitely does.
But I
it
just
is
don't
great
know.
to
I
see
just
so many obviously new brands.
like I
coming
say,
into things. Of course,
whether
we've
it's
got
got a very
new sim
narrow
racing, obviously
operating window,
on the
and I
horizon
just
as
don't
well,
think
with things
we're
like
quite in
Rensport
it.
coming into the fray as well.
Yes.
Obviously, that's huge for ESL right now.
It's not
so
terrible.
That's obviously
'Cause
coming in, and that's obviously a new
TSRC's
sim that
making a
and it's-
decent go of it.
Yeah,
beyond
but they
ACC,
seem
we
to
don't
have.
really see new
But then
sims
the
coming,
rest,
but it's obviously
we're not
usually a
that
case
far
of,
off the rest of the
obviously an old
Porsches.
sim like
Yeah,
iRacing
I know.
or in a
But
rallying
that's-
world for me, something like Richard Burns Rally just being developed over time. So
No,
it's
was
it's
it
rare
that
you
Sasha
see
King? She was
a new
pretty.
purpose-built sim
Yeah.
being
Pretty
put
stout
into the
in it.
world. So
Yeah, the Fry guys
new
have been
sims
quick in
coming
it.
in, obviously brands being far more open to
They
it.
have
now than
traditionally run a lot of
past. Course,
Porsches.
we've had many
I just
past
don't.
when
I
brands
just
have
don't think
been
it's
developed
something
to
that
be a part of
suits
it.
my driving
Back in the
style.
days when
For
Ferrari
me.
would never give out their
It's weird
license to
because all the
anybody,
things that seem to
and
suit
nobody
my
could get
driving
a
style
Ferrari in
don't
their
suit
game, and
anybody
now
else's.
Ferraris are everywhere and all over the place in the
Yeah.
sim racing world, and even in just low-level console and
We do have a
arcade
lot of
racing, so,
experience in
far more open to it. There's so much innovation going on.
front engine
There's
stuff.
new kind
Yeah.
of,
Got a lot of
each
mileage in
sim
that.
as well kind of provides its own unique perspective and unique different
I'd
challenge
like
as well,
to
which is
potentially do
great,
something,
and
but I felt
it's
I
great 'cause
like
there's always
really
something out
enjoyed
there
the
that,
Audi.
that caters towards you.
I'd
So
like
if you
to
don't like
potentially
one,
do some more
if
with
you don't
that.
like ACC, for example, there's plenty of other sims out there that
That's
you can
another
try.
car that's not in the grid.
We will
No,
continue
it's
this
not, is it?
conversation shortly.
We were saying earlier there's no
I've
Beamers.
noticed that the Lord High
No, I
Command has
think
joined
that
us,
since that
which
update
suggests
it's hit the
that
Beamer.
either I'm about to be told
Because
off for something.
there was
or
only one at
John's got something
Silverstone when we did that
interesting to say.
4 hour.
Neither.
I think it scared
Oh,
people
okay.
off because
Bye
you
then.
can't just smash the
Uh,
throttle
what are you
anymore
doing here?
with the TC.
Oh, just lots of
Potentially.
stewards knocking around, and I thought I'd just come and annoy you.
We've still been quick in it.
Good job. I think you enjoying this conversation. There's Paz99 drops a follow. But did you enjoy our hype train earlier, by the way?
I did see that. All the bits and all the everything.
do
that
you
was
think
going
ONID
on.
are
Thank
gonna
you very
do a
much,
few
all the
more of
cheers,
these?
everything. I was just like, what's
Yeah.
going on? I
They'll always keep doing enduro.
Yeah, but do you think they'll do more than they have been doing? Because, like we said, they've not been doing many.
Yeah, everyone got their bits.
No.
Beautiful.
And it was great to see. We were just talking about like
from down from a purely
sim
sort of
racing industry and where it's
management
going
point
and
of
things like
view
that. I'll tell you what I
of
find
resource.
interesting. Let's just say, Johnny actually loves
They
a
do a lot.
formation lap crash.
They do a lot of other stuff. It's not like they only just do these.
No, I think.
And they do them well, and it takes a lot of effort, a lot of time and a lot of effort from them all. And they're all, like everything, unpaid volunteers.
It's interesting. Like
We
I'm
may be able
talking
to.
some,
We've said about looking at other communities because we
quite
haven't done
large brands
many sim
over the
races
past few months and things like that.
since the World Tour stopped. We've kind of.
There are companies out there
We've only
that
done
are
a few,
now
haven't we?
recognising
Endurance
that
races.
sim racing is not just for.
No, we've done a fair few.
How do I put this?
I don't think we've done
Monza,
that.
Misano, Suzuka,
Well, no, me and Alex we did.
Indy.
We did.
We've done
8
Indy
hours.
3 times.
Indy 24 hours.
And also,
Yeah,
that
but
whole thing that
when was the last World
sim races
Tour?
are not necessarily
finished June
your
last
normal
year.
gaming
Nearly a
audience
year ago.
as well.
What was that? Was the last one we did the year
Means that
when we
actually
used the
as an
GT4?
industry, it's very open
No.
to.
No, that was
That was between the
EWC.
two World Tours.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so that finished. Then we did. Me and Alex
side
did
of
the Indy 8 hours. Then we had the Indy 24 hours
It's
here.
gone through a rough year.
And then
with
there was
some
a
of the cheating
quiet
scandals
period
and stuff
then.
like that. But if as an
And
industry
then we
can
did
get on top of that,
Bathurst,
feels like it's got really
Misano.
bright
Oh no, sorry, no, we did
Yes,
the Monza 24, and then we did Bathurst and Misano.
My concern with.
Am I in like a three-way battle here?
More
Yeah. No, there's only two. The Ferrari and the Lambo. One's battling for position, and the other one's a lap up.
And what other places have done is actually it's quite a nice community to be in.
Yes.
And it's quite a supportive community. and everyone wants to see everyone succeed. You know, there's a few people that
do you think
don't want to do that.
Sismi's looking at a bit more
come and
slot
ruin
racing?
races.
'Cause
We've
it's
seen
the
that.
first
We
time
know
he's been
that.
to that.
But for the most part, and Adam, you know this. I've
Slotfest.
always said that only a community. We talk to
Hey,
each
they
other.
do enough. It's the
We
test.
have the conversations in the week when
Does
there's
he
stuff
do
going
HO
on,
as well?
Yeah,
we try and
yeah.
help
He
each
runs
other,
all of
and
it.
we try and help new drivers get in. And if sim racing market goes more towards esports, you lose that feel.
Well, yeah, and I don't think it
Alan's left on your
needs
time,
to,
right?
but that can be the
just under 8
the bit that
minutes.
shows off to the world what sim racing is about, and that's why we've got to get on top of like the cheating scandals and things like that. The interesting thing, and you make a great point about the community, Johnny, is that a lot of these brands that I've been talking to, community is like the buzzword for them. They want to be in at the grassroots and talking to.
How's it
because
going,
if
chaps?
they just go after
Alright.
esports guys, then
Got the wheel working yet?
Are esports
Yeah.
guys going to go out and spend money on their rigs and
Randomly.
stuff like that? No, because
I've
they're probably
switched
going to get all
USB
their stuff
ports.
given to them by sponsors.
Oh.
And I will be devil's advocate though.
Bizarre. I've never known anything like it.
And it's probably controversial. And
I think he pulled a pit stop out on the Racing Stronger Merc, you know, Alex.
you're talking
Nice.
to companies that are using
I think when we
community
pit, we're going to come out in front of it.
talking to
Nice.
platforms.
It's
good.
Or
I definitely
more
have knocked.
accurately,
I've knocked a lot of air out of these tires.
Yeah.
And in my experience,
Right,
you
I've
can
got
try and
4
talk to
laps
these
of
people
fuel
as a community
with 6
owner,
minutes 30 to go.
and they don't.
Am I looking
they
at 3
don't give you the
laps?
time of day.
Yeah, D3.
Yep.
Fine.
You're right.
I'm not being, not here to. I just say it as it is. I could try and talk to these people and explain who I am and what I do, and I won't get time of day. But whereas SimGrid SGP
Ooh.
go and talk to these people, they get through and we're all about community. Go and talk to the community owners. There's lots of us out there that do a fantastic job. I'm not just saying, ONID. There's lots of communities that do brilliant stuff, produce a brilliant product, great racing, that don't get the time of day.
I couldn't agree with you more. And as you know, where there's been opportunities to do so, where I've spoken to people that are like, okay, we don't want to do something that big, I've then tried to steer them into the direction talking to communities, and even that doesn't work sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
But there you go. Did I just notice that that car we were looking at a minute ago, Ben, was driving around with no lights on? There we go, the 4 car.
I might pit this lap if you're ready.
Yeah.
Just because you're stuck behind this guy who doesn't want to do anything.
I think it's the damage glitch where damage always fix itself. So they have got their lights
Number on the right, 96.
See their lights from
Yeah.
Right. Okay, that's
just
fine.
to freak
then.
us
That's
out.
fine.
Otherwise,
Well, no,
they'd be
because I was just
disqualified, I think.
thinking they're going to be getting the meatball flag, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can update on that. So in chat, they're having issues with the lights. For the driver currently in the car, it's flashing under heavy braking and he's hurting his eyes.
I feel like I've forgotten
but they have
something,
no
but I don't
damage.
think I have.
So,
and he's still done his fastest lap.
Ah, dear.
They're trying to turn him
That
on.
was good stem.
Just to try and.
Cheers.
Well done, mate. Are you still doing a double?
So before the disqualification.
Nah,
they'll turn the
Nick's
lights
getting
back
in the
on
car.
and then turn them
Okay.
off again.
Right. Okay.
Well, are you supposed to do it?
Interesting. I'm not saying
I
that.
like the idea.
Fair play. Yeah. So. I mean, from your point of
Right,
view, Aidan,
ignition's
obviously
back
having
on.
moved
20
to
seconds.
PC fairly recently, what would you want to see from new titles? Because we know we've got Rennsport coming at some point. I know the
10 seconds.
Rennsport
The
Summit
car
is
is on.
in, I think 2 weeks today.
5,
In Munich.
4,
and,
3,
I think we're
2,
expecting some prototypes
1,
to be announced
go.
in
Don't forget your
next few weeks.
camera. You might want to move your brake bias forward to
Yeah, so
51.
we've got Rennsport coming. We know that AC2 is in
And
development.
whatever you want to do with your
although
TC.
It's not going to be called AC2.
I think that's
it'll be
why I had it
called
at
something
5 and 3.
We don't know what yet, but this is
Oh dear.
let's not get into
That's good. Don't
There
worry.
are other games in
It's what
development
it
as
is.
well. We know that
Yeah.
those that were originally behind Project Cars have
I just
moved
feel a
off
bit
to do their own thing and are developing
bit beaten up about the
a
pace.
game that's like a GTR
Oh, well,
reboot.
it is what it is.
There is something else in
So the
development
50
as
watt
well
means that it would
could
change
come
soon.
along sooner than a lot of people realise.
No.
Can I just jump in, Adam?
Yeah.
Did you see the news about
Technically, it's the
No, I
165.
didn't.
There was a statement saying he's going to link up with Rita to make a future title.
Now that's interesting.
So Ian Bell, who was obviously the mastermind behind Project Cars 2.
No, we didn't quite have enough for a pit stop, but yeah, well, we are technically fire.
Project Cars 2, potentially working together.
Going for it,
Might
but
be on
we'll
the
be
GTR
alright.
levels
The curbs, Nick.
he's been working on, but yeah, sorry.
That
just
is
to be clear.
interesting. That is interesting. So, Aidan, what do you want to see from new titles?
I think
Right.
for me, from new titles, I think the thing we're lacking in the sim racing world is.
I'm gonna guess
the more
I should go for my sleep.
honed in experiences.
Well,
of a specific
I'm not going to
series.
push you at all.
We're obviously
If you
focusing
don't
on
want to go,
ACC today,
yeah,
and
it's fine.
ACC
It's only
is
10
obviously
past 10.
solely GT3 cars and open to.
If you want to leave it a while,
but
just
beyond
to,
ACC, we don't really kind of have those sim racing
So
titles.
come
do we?
down.
A lot of the sim racing
That's
titles
fine.
across the board are a random
I'll
assortment. of tracks or
probably
random
go
assortment
fairly
of licenses
soonish.
that they could get a hold of.
Yeah.
We don't really have those specific sim racing titles, which I think is something that we've lacked for a while. I would say beyond the world of F1 and the WRC, there's not really anything for specific series beyond ACC. Obviously, that's partly in effect because of some of the titles that we've been wanting to see for a while kind of being locked in at motorsport games, and we won't dive too deep into that one. I had a bit of a moan about motorsport games in front of a certain Dan Hyde the other day, and he wasn't too pleased. I'm a brave one. I'm a brave one. Yeah, I've been very. If anybody follows me on Twitter, they know that I'm very vocal about my distaste towards them as a company. But we will move on. I think we're kind of missing that. We don't have like a specific IndyCar game. We don't have a specific NASCAR title. We don't have a specific V8 Supercars title or touring car title or something along those lines. Everything seems to be just kind of a mishmash of everything together.
Incredible!
I think the reason ACC has done so well is because it is a sim racer that is solely focused on one thing and doing that one thing to the best of its ability. So that's kind of the thing I think we're missing is having a game focused on one title, on one license that is just working to be the best it can absolutely be for that one thing, and all of its time being put on that. And for me personally, the one I would like to see the most at the moment is an IndyCar title.
Oh bollocks! That was the fucking got caught out by bloody brake markers.
And obviously with the new licensing agreement that iRacing and Motorsport Games and IndyCar have entered into, the IndyCar scene's kind of died, even on iRacing as well. So that's one I think that desperately needs something in a similar vein to what we've got with ACC.
It's an interesting thought because, you know, for me, I absolutely adore Assetto Corsa because I can jump in and drive absolutely anything, all within one title. But I get your point that it's not then perfecting that anything within one title like ACC does.
But then, if you did, for instance,
I should be right back, set
British
lads.
Touring
Yeah,
Cars,
mate.
we know there's potentially a game coming, not a game coming. But for us, Adam, and I know me and you and Ben have had so much fun in the last few weeks doing the kind of the club championship on AC. If Soccer and British Touring Cars got that right and actually created a British Touring Car game with the support series in it as well that were done, so there's a limited amount of cars, but not the en masse like there is on a Assetto Corsa. I think that would be awesome, wouldn't it? If you had like the Ford Legends this season, you know, the mini challenge and stuff. If they just concentrated on like 4 or 5 cars and actually put their effort into, like very much what ACC has done, it'd just be awesome, wouldn't it?
It would, and you know, it's. I also think that there's scope for a BTCC game to have, you know, like classic BTCC in it as well. So you know, like the Super Tourers that we've been driving in the ONID tournament. You know, and there are other eras of BTCC that could be brought into that as well. But absolutely, the support races as well. So like the Porsches, the Ginettas,
Not Ginetta anymore. No, they've moved over.
Oh, sorry, yeah, they moved, didn't they? Yeah. Of course, yeah. So what else does race? So like you said, the Ford Legends,
Mini Challenge.
Mini Challenge. Porsche Caymans, I believe, race with them now as well.
Yeah, the Porsche Challenge. Is it the Porsche Cayman Challenge and the Porsche Cup as well?
Yeah, they race as well.
Radicals is a good shout.
Yes.
Yeah.
Speaking of touring cars, I'm actually going to Snetterton tomorrow, so I will be enjoying some touring car action for Sunday. Nice and early start for me, so that'll be good fun.
So whereabouts are you based then?
I'm in a lovely little town called Buckingham, so I'm not far from Milton Keynes. I'm actually not far from Northampton either. I'm only about half an hour down the road, so I'm.
Snetterton's a trek for you then.
Yeah, just over 2.5 hours I think it will take for us to get there. But I made a pact with myself that ever since because we've got the 14 car off the road there in that infield section, they seem to have rejoined without any issue. But yeah, I was always every year I went to the Wales Rally GB, and that's obviously now no longer a thing as it stands at the moment. So since then, I've made a pact to try and get to every single UK racing track that I can, and enjoy something there. So last year it was Thruxton for the first time, and this year it'll be Snetterton for the first time. So
great. That's I'd like to do something like that. And I'm hoping that once my boy's old enough, then maybe that's the sort of thing that Daddy and Billy can go and do together. Because that's how I got
into second part of the chicane, because he cuts the grass every time.
Yeah, it's like a
fucking wall of
Dad
shit.
followed Formula One.
It is. The dust in that at night is just like you can't see anything.
That was like his boyhood hero, and then he kind of drifted away from it. But then in the 90s started watching again, and sort of just sat me on his knee one day, 92, so I would have been about 7, and we sat and watched the race, and apparently I was just captivated by the whole thing. And the next day was a bank holiday, and he woke me up early and said, right, come on, we're going to Brands Hatch to watch European truck racing. And that was it. I was hooked. I was absolutely hooked from that day onwards. And have been ever since. So I'm desperate to give the same sort of opportunities to my lad when he gets a bit older. But I'd love to go and see some more real world racing. I've been to see the Formula One a lot, which is great. I love it. That is still just a fantastic weekend. Been to see a lot of touring cars in the past as well, but I want to see more. I'd love to go and see some rallycross. I think that kind of racing is amazing. I know this is going to be controversial, but I'm a big Formula E fan, so I want to get down to London at some point and see that race. Shut up. The thing is, if you look at Formula E as the same as other motorsports, and you compare it to other motorsport, then of course you're not going to like it. If you
I compare it to Formula One. I don't like that either.
Well, you're just weird though. That's fine. You like stuff that goes left and then left and then left.
It has a roof.
And then left. Yeah, but it's the thing. The thing I like about Formula E is it's different and it's exciting and the action is phenomenal. I just don't compare it to other motorsports because then it fails. But anyway, get me off my soapbox on that one. But the point is, we've got such an array of different motorsport. It would be great to see more of it. And like you, Aidan, I used to go to Wales Rally GB as well. We used to hire a transit van, and we'd go down, and on the Friday night we would park up in the service park, or the car park for the first stage of the next day, and we'd sleep in the back of the transit van on a blow-up bed. And it was so cold one night that the pot that I pissed in, the piss was frozen in the morning.
That's 14th fucked off.
Typical
Good and
stuff,
proper.
That's kind of the similar experience for me as well. And kind of in the early days of it, I remember always going on a Friday and my parents.
The timing's not working again.
Going to being ill.
It is. It was working fine. You asking who you chose it?
It was always
it's P14. How far away is it?
10 seconds.
Oh, it's 10. What's my pace like compared to him now?
So I went every year from.
You're chipping away probably half a second a lap. It's the 51 blue racing stronger
Yeah.
And we repeated the My Heron
I got a
stage.
bit couldn't get into a rhythm in that because I got all load of bloody.
You had all the blue flags from
yeah.
people.
Kind of year span. So
But you got into a rhythm now, you're fine.
It was always a ritual for us to do stuff like that, and that's how I first got into motorsport. Was I remember, well, my dad when he was my dad was younger, he was a semi-professional motocross rider, and he used to enjoy the bike side of things. And just one day was like, do you know what? I'm going to take my son to go see the Cardiff Super Special stage, the WRC in 2003. Went to go see that, and I've been hooked ever since. Even though my first experience with any sort of motorsport car was me sitting in Colin McRae's 2001 Ford Focus that was parked up, and I sat in it and I immediately started crying because I was scared. So why my dad decided to take me back every year after that,
and he was only 22 then as well.
Exactly, yeah. Yes, yeah. Yes, it's a similar experience, and yeah, it's a shame the Wales Rally GP is gone. It was such a staple sporting event every year, and there's rumours that it should be returning soon, hopefully, which will be good. But if not, and that's the good thing about motorsport as well across the board, is that there's so many local events that you can go to. You don't have to go to all these the big sporting events, the big titles. There's so many local things going on. I think obviously one of the best days I've ever had watching motorsport. I remember just going to Silverstone on an off chance just to go watch truck racing, and ticket was tenner, and all of our family went, and it was the best day of racing I've ever watched. So it's there's so many things you can do, whether it's the higher level or the local level. But dream bucket list idea for me now is to go to see the Daytona 500.
I'll come with you.
We'll go do it. Yeah, we're just gonna have a 20-minute melting session over NASCAR and how much we love it now, just to annoy Alan.
Yeah, I think we should.
Incredible! I'm out of here in 10 minutes. OMOK guy, thank you for the follow, by the way. Mossive74, thank you for the follow, and Joe Pinder, thank you for the subscription with Prime as well.
I think Adam will probably be old enough to remember the GB Rally as Network Q Rally.
Yes, the Network QRAC rally that was.
It used to be in Northamptonshire, one of the stages.
Yes.
Well, there was also the Super Special at Silverstone.
Yep.
Yeah, that's now become the Porsche test track.
Yes.
Yeah, that's where that is now. Yeah, that's. But there are rumours as well with that in a sense, if they can't get full funding to do a full 3-day event in Wales again, that they will potentially bring the RAC back in a similar sense to what the WRC have done this year with the Central European Rally, where they're doing a rally in a different country each day. So there's potential for the RAC to return.
And you know,
yeah, you can see that Merc on your relative now.
The Network
9 seconds up the road.
RAC rally as well, because I mean, number one, so I remember when it used to have its ceremonial start and finish in Chester at the racecourse, and then it would head off into the Lake District, and some of the stages around there were just absolutely incredible, and you know, I think there's so the capability to hold a world-class rally event in this country is you know, just it's all there. We've got the amazing roads, the amazing stages to hold it. It's just all about funding, and I think, you know, that comes down to some of WRC's problems, you know, in terms of getting big event funding by having something that is drawing the crowds and drawing the spectators, and right now Rally's in a difficult position in that way, and it needs to make some big changes to itself as a sport before people see it as a commercial opportunity.
I thought that was me then.
Thierry Neuville put it plainly in an interview, I think about a week ago, where he just decided to say that where WRC were talking about trying to attract new OEMs and new manufacturers to the sport, and Thierry Neuville said actually they need to be focusing on whether they can keep the 2.5 manufacturers they've got there in the first place. So
yeah.
Look at that Lambo.
WRC's in a difficult time. I'm a stickler, as are many WRC fans, of they should
the 1, 2, 3
hybrid cars and just make the Rally 2 cars the top line category, because they are
they are an hour and 6 best
and they are so much more accessible. I mean, they're talking about doing cost caps now in the WRC. The best way to do a cost cap is to not have the Rally 1 cars and just have the Rally 2 cars, because they're so much cheaper to run, and it opens up the opportunity to privateers, which crazy to think that beyond the random appearance from Giuliano Cederides or Lorenzo Bertelli, who are drivers that have incredible wealth that can just buy a Rally 1 car when they can, we haven't had a full season privateer entry in a WRC season since 2017 is the state of the sport at the moment. So we're missing that. We're missing kind of what we had back in the early 2000s, the late 90s of the early WRC and the late Group A era, where anybody could just get in a Group A or a WRC car and just go in it and race for the win.
It's in a very, very tricky spot indeed. And you know what? Actually, when you look at World Endurance Championship now, and the flurry of new manufacturers as they've stepped into the hypercar era and things like that, just goes to show that manufacturers aren't averse to investing in motorsport categories outside of things like Formula One. It's just that you've got to get the formula right, and you've got to get the return on investment right for a brand as well.
But also, I think, yeah, we touching on that actually. You know, Audi are going into Formula One, as we know.
Yeah.
And they've pulled out of SRO and WEC and IMSA and whatever they're running now, so to concentrate on that Formula One program. If they're not successful in Formula One, is that a mistake? So we're highly successful in endurance.
Yes, it is.
I know it's more you know, the money they get from it will be fantastic.
Do you know what? It's not about money though, is it?
No.
It's about eyes on their brand, and that's the problem that things like WRC and World Endurance Championship have got. And it's a bit like, you know, one of the things that Formula One has.
Oh, and he's got to stop go 30.
And the British Touring Car Championship has, to a certain extent, is
the 165's
much
got an
more
SG30 there.
And digestible.
Said.
Sorry, I was off. Yeah,
I mean, even
yeah,
Formula One
I said,
might
oh,
be
he's
a little
pitted
bit
because I was
long
like, oh,
for
I'm
some
catching him
people,
pretty quick.
How many people are going to sit down and watch the 6 hours of Silverstone, the 12 hours of this or whatever? The same with a rally that takes place over 3-4 days.
And also, Audi were hurt by Rossi and WRT leaving Audi, weren't they? So that I could understand that they had very much all eyes were on Audi last year as well, with Rossi joining the sport and the mass crowds that you saw at Brands Hatch and everywhere they went around the world. And obviously he's moved on and WRT have moved on.
I'm wondering if that's a case of them kind of realising the predicament that Audi were about to put them in anyway, and maybe jumping ship before they eventually ended up falling. Because I think it was kind of obvious from the moment that Audi announced their
where's 30?
They immediately almost kind of put pay to their
0.3 up the road.
Plans.
You can see it on your relative.
I think it's more of a case of WRT recognised what was happening and jumped ship.
I would still love to see Rossi in a hypercar.
Yeah. There's a lot of hypercar rumours though coming about new manufacturers though, isn't there? Hyundai are talking about a hypercar entry potentially. So
just going in the pits.
Delve into other areas of motorsport properly. Really, Hyundai you only really associate with the WRC and
they're pitted.
Touring cars. To see them enter
that's
a high line of motorsport now in the World Endurance Championship.
So what's 12
massive. It's opening up huge opportunities for smaller brands or brands that have never been.
About half. 2/3 of a lap.
Especially when they've.
Are they quicker than
focused quite a lot of their money
last lap you were half a
TCR
quicker,
championship,
but they are coming towards the end of their stint. They're 38 laps in.
And it was actually quite enjoyable to watch.
So we won't get them on the cycle then.
Pump a lot of money into that, and
no, when they pit it, they
as well. So it'd be interesting to see.
Before Alex pitted, they were like 6-7 seconds behind us.
Let's go full fog.
So depending on how the gap's been between since Alex has pitted, we should still be ahead.
Okay.
Championship is huge, but even brands like having Peugeot return to Top Line Motorsport, even if they're not doing particularly well at the moment, having them return in the first place is an incredible thing to see. And
the one right behind you.
Yeah.
Those brands that
I thought they got to serve their stop go.
That was them serving it.
So how have not?
Kind of so accustomed
they were right.
to just having kind of
I thought they were right behind me as they came out of the pits.
Kind of categories for a long time.
They were right behind you after they finished serving their SG30.
And they're making a name for themselves is really, really exciting stuff. I mean, even
you potentially saw them the lap before as well, because a full lap, a 30-second pit stop's not far off a full lap.
One of the things that is
some ways
quite tricky though is that
you lose like 3/4 of a lap sort of thing.
You are starting to see a move for brands focusing on a much smaller number of series, and you mentioned lower level touring car series earlier, and you're right by mentioning that, because actually top level touring cars is almost dead. You know, TCR TCR has kind of farted its way into this TCR World Tour, and we'll see what happens, but it's a complicated system that involves some of the regional championships as well, and it's yeah, I don't know how that one's going to work out. And then you've got obviously DTM died and disappeared because it was getting too expensive and ridiculous.
Live though, haven't Adak got hold of DTM?
Yeah, but it's GT cars.
It's just an extension of the GT3 Championship now, basically just German GT3 is what it is. It's lost its identity, basically.
Yeah, I mean, a bit like it did in the 90s.
94 been disqualified.
And then had to have a reset and come back when
Why?
the ITC Championship.
Speeding in the pit lane.
International touring cars.
Oh, they will get
anyway,
that redone.
The point is, like big line touring cars is dead.
They'll get that removed and it'll just be replaced with an
Brands are
SG30.
moving back towards things like the BTC.
Yeah, if you speed too much, or if you speed after you've already got like an SG30 that you're not finished serving yet, then it will automatically go to a disqualify.
Bloody hell.
Well, and
yeah,
did you get removed from the
that's
server?
kind of where my thought is coming from for WRC.
I have to
It
rejoin the
feels
server.
like they need that
No,
like,
no, basically you just pull into the pit lane and
after Super Tours, it
ping an admin and stuff, and they'll come and they can remove that.
Okay.
And replace it with an SG30 for you.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, the game got really, a while back, got really sort of crazy on speeding in pit lane, so.
Because it's great racing. It's not ridiculously expensive.
I like the way that after all that fucking about you, then after service stop go 30.
It's a great
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Cleared by Racing Control.
It's got great.
Fair enough. You still need to get a penalty for it.
And it's like it's just
but you've been
it's
sat in pit
absolutely
lane
alive
waiting
and
for it.
kicking. Whereas big name touring car series.
Yeah.
There you go. Stop go 30.
I think the problem as well.
Oh, that's
with
good
a
to
lot
know
of the
though.
series across the board, I
They're
think
pretty
touring
shit on
car
it. It's only
back
quarter of a
in
lap.
Super
They
Solid days
sorted
kind
it.
of fell foul of this.
Yeah, they'll be monitoring
They've
that.
focused so much on safety for years that they kind of reached a safety peak and then transfer kind of
Yeah.
to focusing all about the speed of the individual cars. I mean, we had that, of course, with the Formula 1 side of things, and WRC as well, with the new Rally 1 cars have incredible power, and they've just ended up with these cars that are incredibly powerful and great when they're on their own, but they've actually taken away from the sport rather than giving anything, and that's why we're seeing kind of these shifts in interest in these sports now. Is that whilst yes, the Rally 1 cars are a good technical kind of demonstration of the cars. In fact,
Brake really hard and let you go right in the apex of the corner. That's the safest possible way of doing it.
I should have gone a couple of minutes ago, and the mission's going to kill me. But
To be fair, in iRacing, when you're lapping someone, they do tend to lift in the braking zone for you, just to help you and help themselves.
Some people, I think it's like you say, it's a skill set on it. Some people are very good, some people are just haven't got a clue.
You just lift off a little bit, and you lose like maybe 2 tenths.
The car industry doesn't know what direction it's going in, because it's like everyone's being forced down the electric route. But I don't know about you, but I still don't think electrics. I still think we should end up going down the hydrogen route and things like that. But we're not quite ready with that, and so it feels like we know that something has got to change, but we're not ready to fully engage with electric motorsport, apart from Formula E, which is, you know, don't compare it to other motorsports or else it fails. You know, but at the same time, until the car industry really knows for certain the final direction it's taking, then motorsport's in a little bit of a limbo as a result.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think the car industry is kind of going left, right, up and down, and all over the place at the moment with what it wants to do, whether it wants to invest in hydrogen technology, or we're seeing obviously brands now like Toyota investing in solid state batteries rather than lithium-ion things, and obviously that will completely change the electric racing world if that converses, of course, into the motorsport side of things. But then you've got motorsports not focusing on electric and going for sustainable fuel options instead. So it feels like beyond the fact that the car industry doesn't really know what direction it's going in, that the motorsport industry doesn't seem to be able to keep up exactly with what the automotive side of things is doing.
I think I'm being told to go now.
I don't want you to get in trouble.
Yeah, I think people still want me to be available for my morning stint, which is very kind of them. Look, Aidan, it's been really nice to properly meet you and chat. Hopefully we'll get to do it again. Johnny, you've been Johnny.
Thanks.
Love you. But we're going to hand over in a minute. Do I get to at least say hello before I go? Hydra and Ryan, hello.
Hello, Adam. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. What a combination you guys are in for. A right treat coming up. Hydra and Ryan. That is a combo and a half. Gentlemen, you get to take over in just a moment. Thank you very much for that. Stream, you have been excellent. The hype train was amazing. Aidan, you've been superb. I will be back at some point, but for now, we're going to go to an ad break, and on the other side, you've got the Irishman and the Northern.
Whoa!
I was expecting it. I was waiting for him to pull across in front of me then.
Yeah. You sort of a bit damned if you do, damned if you don't there. If you went behind him, he would have been reversing.
Welcome back, one and all, to the ONID 24 Hours of Indy. We're entering race hour number 11, and boy oh boy, I hope you're seated and secured, because we are taking a 180 tonal shift away from that amazing discussion, courtesy of Adam and Aidan. And it's myself, Paul Grady, joined by Ryan Davies. How are you keeping?
Hello. Yeah, very well, thank you, mate. Yourself?
I'm doing good, I'm doing good. Truth be told, I've maybe opted for one of the driver's strategies, and I've taken a sort of, it was like a half nap prior to this stint. Like I was trying to assume the position of someone who would be sleeping.
So the 165
really arrived. So
had
I
a
guess I was
SG30 when they last
just in a
pitted.
stasis for the last 3 years.
And it's currently parked about a second behind
Nick.
Nick.
That conversation, I was like, boy, oh boy.
I think I did last year.
And Nick closed into about 5 seconds behind the 51 before they pitted.
It's a bit different this year.
Nice.
Doing comms and stuff, not racing, but it's nice to see it from the other side for once.
Yeah. I think the insight will be from my end in that I'll be the opposite, where I've neither done comms at this hour or race at this hour. So yeah.
The 88's in the pits.
So yeah, we're entering. We're
Yeah,
almost
I was expecting
halfway.
them.
By the end of the double stint that we've got going, we're going to be hitting that halfway point.
Yeah, Alex, you and
certainly
Tony Law, that was in
first
that
10
Racing
hours
Stronger
have not
car, you both did 43
I think we've
laps
seen
on
everything
your
from,
stint.
rain really playing a
Right,
factor
and
to rain
you did it
puncturing
in
the tires of the Mercs. Or no,
69 minutes, 56 seconds, you did it in 71 minutes 10.
Or was it just a general
So you
problem?
were like 1 minute 15 quicker, so nearly that full pit stop.
Yeah, the bit of a mixed bag going on, wasn't there? I think John Earl.
Not too bad.
Puncturing his Porsche within half a lap.
Right. I might go and get
so
some
who knows
sleep.
what the latter stages of the first half will bring.
What
Man, I'm looking forward to.
Shall I be back?
I'm looking forward to just how messy both the driving and the comms are going to get between now and
well, I'll set
4
an
in the
alarm.
morning.
No, in case we need to phone you.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
So I think it's still amazing at this point, you know, how far into the race we are already. And as we can see on stream, we've still got cars battling at this point.
Yeah, I did see.
About
I think
2:15.
just before
Could
we
be like
got
3.5
into
hours.
the ad break there on the hour, we did see.
Yeah.
I think it was a 222 car, or there was a car that had
Cool.
basically ran out wide and I think had beached itself on the gravel. Not like it's possible to beach on ACC, but ended up returning to pits. I don't know if they ended up going back out of the pits or if it was a retirement. Maybe if Ben could confirm.
Cool. I'll set an alarm for 2:15 then.
Yeah. We'll.
Straight
I
back
don't
in
know.
the
There
car.
was. I thought it was a 222, but maybe there isn't a 222 in the car.
Do another naked
Evolution
stint.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Good stuff. Good
Sim
stuff.
racing after dark.
We always like a naked Alex.
Hopefully not.
With some lukewarm KFC in his lap.
Yes, on his crotch belt.
Anyway, there was a lot of wheel spin going on.
Yum.
Moving again.
Yeah.
Right, I should catch you guys in a few hours.
See you in a bit, mate.
It's been really curious to see how the rain has stayed away for the last few hours. I'm sure these drivers are actually loving the conditions as they are, because I think just contending with the visibility
I cannot
in the
spot my
darkness
braking
is one
mark
thing.
of that last chicane at all anymore.
Looks like Liam Smith's having, yeah. There is a gaggle of cars around them, so maybe just trying to let the kind of leading cars through.
Keep on the way of everyone. New fastest lap for Watson at the minute as well.
Yeah, he seems to be on a tear at the moment. Not the first time we've had that pop up in the last 10 minutes, it seems. So, yeah, the pace. Yeah, I guess these cooler temperatures is going to make the tires, I suppose, perform a little bit better. Like, you're not in the absolute heat that we would have had earlier on.
Yeah, looking at the timing screens at the minute as well. We're in that part of the race where, you know, there's some big names at the minute. Sasha King, Leighton Austin, for example, out on track at the minute. Sasha King actually went really well at the start of this race. I think she was throwing punches for like third at one point, which is really good to see.
I just wanted to flash him because I think I like so cool.
We've got a 10-second penalty for car number 75.
I flashed a couple of people.
Down in P24 for causing a collision a number of laps ago. Yeah, so it looked like another another row on the stewarding list. Yeah, man, like it's yeah, we've definitely seen more. I suppose like the more of the 30-second stop goes for the track limits being dished out as well. And I can't see that stopping anytime soon.
No, definitely not as well. Just having a look around the track as well, it seems like every bit of polystyrene has been wiped out now as well.
That's a community effort right there. Unless there's one brave
this
soul
guy
who've
behind, is there?
taken it upon themselves.
No,
to do
you
it.
seem very similar pace between you.
Liam Smith now coming into the pits. Yeah, the visibility has probably dropped to the lowest it's going to be. I can't imagine it's going to get any darker. The last time I was leaving comms, the light levels were dropping at a fairly rapid rate. So I think, yeah, and so
Although
like,
I think he's going to
I
start.
suppose a question for you.
Well, he has got a tyre advantage
Yeah,
over you.
these tyres are going to start.
Do you think a lot of these teams would be like some of these drivers are just kind
You
of
have 10 laps
doing
older
the
tyres
kind
than
of
him.
graveyard shift,
Who?
say, or do you think
11th
they're kind
position's
of
in
mixing
front of
them
us.
out?
Driver into the wall.
Yes, but that's a lap
Yeah,
ahead.
so I know for a fact the Racing Stronger car. So Ollie Knowles in 16th for the minute. He's only just jumping into the car for his first stint now. So they've double stinted.
Yeah, we got ahead of that 88 Merc after they pitted. They're behind us by about 20 seconds, I think.
You know, Ollie said, "Stick me in for whatever. I'll do the night shift. It makes no difference to me." So.
Yeah, and we were just watching the 54 car there of Aiden Chaperone, and it seemed like running into a little bit of trouble with the. Yeah, he seemed to come out of where was it? Out of the chicane at turn 10, and seemed to hit the barriers in there, which I think is a fairly strange place. I don't think we've seen too many kind of incidents around there. And then just as he was kind of getting lapped, I think.
Yeah,
probably
he's
one of
only
the blue
chipping away
flags,
at the 404.
Just kind of went off track for a little bit.
Because I think Chatburn was right on the back of car number 14 at that point as well. There was like half a second between them, and that's dropped to extended to 9 seconds now. So it's cost him a fair chunk of time now.
Maybe just kind of pushing too hard. I'd imagine if you're hitting the barrier after turn 10, you've probably taken too much of the curb on the outside and maybe kind of just lost enough grip. Yeah, it is interesting to see. We've got this battle here for P12. We've got Wade and we've got Philip Staples that we're on board with here. The two Porsches duking it out as they go onto the back straight here, just coming down to turn 7. Yeah, I always find it so funny just to see where there's like, you know, any stage during the 24 hours there's going to be some battle happening somewhere, which could be, you know, a position gained or like, you know, a real advantage for one team. Yeah, the 165 car just trying to mount an attack, I suppose.
I think a lot of the drivers will still be on the game at the minute and stuff, but I reckon come 2-3 o'clock in the morning, that's when we're going to see most of the mistakes coming in. I think, you know, depending on what's set up on the rigs the drivers have got. Like me, for example, dark room, it's literally just illuminated by the PC tower and the screen. Easy to zone out at 2-3 o'clock in the morning when you're sat in a dark room staring at a screen.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think I would be terrified for myself for doing like some of these like late night stints driving, because I feel like it happens to me when I'm like lapping on ACC, like doing like, you know, single player air races. Oh, we've got a car stopped on track. It's the 94, Alex.
For the off-pace racing. Rejoin. He's got right gaggle coming through at the minute.
Oh yeah, he's
right, well
that's
done.
yeah. Great idea.
Well played there.
Ooh, where is that? Is that just like turn 5?
Going onto the banking, the second banking, is it?
I think that's up the back straight. Ooh. So we go back and forth with this battle.
That one was.
Yeah, I think it was sector 1. But in any case, yeah. Yeah, I'd say he saw like all the icons on the track map. He's like, yeah, I think I'm better off just reversing and going that way.
He definitely did the right thing there.
Yeah.
So we've got Chatburn already, who has caught back up to the back of the number 14 Ferrari in 17th. So he's caught up to him by 9 seconds over the last couple of laps after hitting the wall.
Oh wow.
Made your eye all licks that fucking lap.
Just as we go on board, he's made the move.
Yeah, it's alright.
So someone has, either the number 14 Ferrari's had an incident, or someone has shoved a rocket up Chatburn's arse this last couple of laps.
Yeah, he's trying to make up for lost time after that off track. So we return back to the battle for P12. Having a quick glance. Has Chatburn fallen back behind the other Ferrari? Oh no, sorry, they just passed.
Updated.
Yeah, I just saw it. Yeah, so we have a drive-through penalty for car number 3 for causing a blue flag collision.
That's the 4th place Lamborghini of Pritchard.
Ooh. So that's going to have
3rd place Porsche hasn't got away. I just sat there for
No, yes, it's obviously one of those slower drivers and that. But yeah, no, you've been hanging on to that nicely.
And P5, so that's a kind of a freebie for them. They can kind of, I suppose, they don't need to push quite so hard to get a move done.
Starting to lose a little bit of pressure in the
and they've got 8 laps younger tyres than you as well. That 99.
Sooner.
Yeah, I'm starting to lose a little bit of pressure in the right.
It's a sigh of relief, I'm sure, for that Aston, because like I think in these longer races, like the less kind of like side by side battling you can do, probably the better for keeping the car clean and for not just like because you can really lose a whole chunk of positions if a battle goes badly for one or both cars.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Aston that's sat in 5th now, you know, you should be looking at the timing screens seeing that third's already.
Lap times are mega consistent, mate.
If needs be, just sit tight behind the Lamborghini for this next couple of laps until he's got the service drive through, rather than try and fight it and lose
Just
time
want
to
to be
the
a
car in
little
front.
a tenth or two quicker.
Yeah,
We'll drive quicker then.
Fuck off. To do that would be winning.
So yeah, I think this.
Oh,
is
did no one tell you to do that? That's how you win races.
Yeah,
Drive
still
quicker.
got, Wade and Staples fighting out.
Is that the ONID rookies car off on the left then?
I think they might have just been very graciously leaving them through.
Very disconcerting.
Wow, I didn't even see him.
To the home stretch. So
Very disconcerting when you see a fucking set of headlights pointing
got
at you. As you
Yeah,
yeah.
I was looking on board of you at the apex. It sort of caught my eye.
The track again. Yeah, just at the end of sector 1, coming out onto the back straight. Seems to be catching a few drivers. I wonder if it's like yeah, would the track maybe just be getting cold enough that kind of tires are kind of losing a bit of grip?
Just catching people off guard just as they're trying to light it up onto the straight.
Almost.
Good racing, mate.
So this is on board with Scott Pritchard.
Big snap from the Aston behind them.
In that same piece of track, yeah. Something funny is happening on that stretch, it seems. Really catching out like a number of drivers at this stage.
What's the track temperature now, please, Mike?
This is on a dry track with
I don't have
rain,
mine, so I can't tell you.
Oh,
Only Nick will be able to tell us in a minute.
22.
So Staples
okay, cool.
Still just maintaining that like
quite low now.
2/10 distance.
Yeah, it's not going to get much lower. It's only going to get down to about maybe 19 or 20, depending on how much cloud there is.
Positions they've been in.
I was just saying on the stream, they've seen a couple of spins going out onto the back straight. You know, one where you short shift into second. So
just to sit and follow.
He's gone as well.
Yeah. I know for myself, whenever I'm battling with someone, I would much prefer to be ahead. Is that Scott Pritchard off track? It is indeed.
That's Pritchard coming in for his drive-through.
In for the pits, of course.
Isn't there a thing now where you get dew on the track?
Float around.
In cool temperatures at night, can see the track go from down to fast because there's moisture sort of accumulates on the track and stuff.
Yeah,
but it shouldn't. I think it is going to be too warm for that. It's more when you're talking about 11, 12s.
Yeah, maybe just happy enough to let Wade kind of go through the traffic and not make any mistakes. I find it easier to just concentrate by following a car that's ahead of me rather than trying to kind of carve the lead ahead.
Especially at this time as well. It's good to have someone in front of you just to keep your focus intact as well.
Okay, so we've got lovely side-by-side pictures here for you. Oh, what corner is that on the right?
It's the corner that nobody is going through at the minute.
Yeah. Ben's managed to find the emptiest piece of track. There you go. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I guess it does kind of illustrate how little floodlighting is on the Indianapolis circuit on ACC. It's kind of funny.
The car's headlights as well really highlighting the amount of marbles on the side of the track at this time as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it'll be funny to see if there is going to be any weather shenanigans.
I feel like he's only quicker into turn 1 and that long corner before the back straight.
I think, I think.
Yeah, and obviously he's getting a slipstream from you down the straights.
Probably the time where they should be, as you're saying,
the
focus should still be quite high, and things you can just sell into that rhythm. But yeah, I think I think it would be almost worse for the drivers if it was to stay dry for the whole way through the night, because I feel like once it starts raining,
every time I look down, it's really, 0.6.
Remind them that they gotta kind of up their focus game and not make any mistakes. Whereas I think if it's just if the conditions are too nice, I think we're more likely to fall into that kind of false sense of security and then just really mess up.
Yeah, sort of zone out, and then before you know,
this my left rear at the minute at 94.
I mean, I'm convinced at one point
Positively
last year,
freezing.
Dave Zalecki handed the car over to me, and when it came to the end of my stint, somehow from somewhere there was like 28 seconds of damage, and I swear I haven't had an incident. And this was at 3 o'clock in the morning, bear in mind. So when I came in, I was like, right, there's no hang on, there's 28 seconds of damage here, Dave.
Yeah.
Did not recall any kind of incident.
Yeah, or the thing that catches me out even, is that, like, I'll just be driving along, maybe like 40 minutes into an hour-long stint, and next thing, just one corner just starts looking an awful lot like a different corner, and I'm like, this is the breaking point.
Everyone
that
just
I
seems
should
to be
not
around here,
using.
seems to be driving in a bit of a train.
Kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
So is Staples going to look at Wade here?
Definitely seems to be filling the rearview mirrors a bit more than he had been in the last few laps that we've been following on board. Yeah, but it doesn't strike me that Philip is necessarily quicker. I mean, I suppose he might actually be, but I think Wade is just fast enough in enough sections that the two of them seem to just kind of cancel each other out. So I'd be curious if Philip does get past, if there's going to be a lead that he'll extend, or if it's just going to be just a role reversal for the next 5-10 laps where the two of them are within a second and now it's just Philip in front.
Yeah, it just ends up one pushing the other along instead.
Just fucking can't crack into the 37.
Yeah, I wonder if it's like, I don't follow cycling enough to know, but it's like, yeah, I've carved a hole in the air for enough time.
Oh, 38-1.
Distance.
28 laps. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's properly concertinaing up into the braking zones, but Wade's just getting slightly better exits out of corners, which is just keeping him ahead at the minute.
Yeah, and that's the other thing that like I always find fascinating with these endurance races, that like, you know,
he's having a look.
Ooh. Very respectful. Very tricky place to get to move fully stock. He finds himself in the very familiar position of like.
So this is going to be interesting now as well. Sorry to cut over you, just catching up to these cars here now. How is this going to play out?
Oh, you're dead right. I think that could be the moment that Philip might actually strike. He sees a few of them getting out of the way there. Has to cut inside. Philip's got a bit of a cleaner exit as a result.
Bollocks.
So they both cleared one traffic. He's looking on the inside now.
He made it even bigger.
They both outrigged themselves.
Ah. I suppose that's the best thing that could have happened, because I think if Nick Wade had actually been on the brakes when he should have been.
The thing is, if he gets in front of me, I don't think he's necessarily. I think he's just going to hold me up.
I don't think he's going to hold you up. I think you just both drive around at the same. It would just be a role reverse for this.
Distracted by the cars that are around you, trying to work out where they are exactly.
Yeah, the weather update. Just agreeing with you. It is in fact nighttime. No need to adjust your brightness settings on your monitors, folks. This is as dark as it's going to be.
Who's next after me?
Martin.
It looks like Staples is.
Unless you want me to go for whatever reason.
I think that was a very quick Joe.
Yeah.
Just wasn't sure if you was aware of the schedule. I'm here if you want me to. I don't mind.
Again.
Catches too much
I'm fine.
inside. That's going to unsettle the car. Maybe Nick. Actually, I wonder how much of that is Nick maybe leaving him have the inside there, knowing that by the time they get around to this last corner of the complex, that he's going to have the inside line and have a cleaner exit. Although the two of them almost come together, very close.
Sort of a rinse and repeat of the lap before. So Staples just sat behind, you know, like working out where he's stronger on the track, which does seem to be that complex before the back straight at the minute.
Yeah, and you really do see the areas where they're kind of quicker than each other, but yeah, so far hasn't been able to make a lasting move and maybe pull ahead I will be curious to see if he, like, you know, should he get ahead.
Starting to lose
if
the
that
right
lead will
front
actually
now.
extend at all.
25-9.
I'm just seeing Tony Law in the chat saying my arse is numb. I think the endurance is getting to some of the drivers already.
Takes Tony before. So Tony's been my teammate in the Triple Eight car that we run with Racing Stronger. And Tony's first stint in this race tonight was actually his first session in any Enduro where it's been dry.
Oh wow.
Normally Tony gets handed the car 5 minutes after it started smashing down.
Yeah, we're still on this rear view cam from Nick Wade's Porsche 55 car under, let's say, an onslaught for the last, what feels like the last 5, 10, 15 minutes from Philip Staples. It's a cracking battle though, in fairness. Oh, Tony's also first ever stint in the dark as well. Baptism by fire.
Yeah, it's been raging on for like a good 10-11 laps now, hasn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Ooh, I thought he was going to have a cheeky look there then.
Yeah, just before the last corner. Haven't seen too many moves into that hairpin. It felt like.
Yeah, it does seem to be mid-corner at the minute where Staples is stronger than Wade.
Yeah, actually, and that was gonna, I suppose that circles back to what I was saying. Like, you know, you have two of the same car, but obviously the two teams. Now, I don't know how much of this would be down to setup versus how much of it's down to each driver of the team. But you've clearly got two different driving styles for these two Porsches, so it's always fascinating to see how that plays out. Because you're obviously going to have differences between the manufacturers. Oh, as we have Ethan Davies. Is that lapping traffic? No, it's going for position.
Position on Cormac.
Featured for P23. So a great move down the inside there. And the first sector gets the move squared away. I suppose P25 then. Oh yeah, no, that's further back. You've got the time penalty. Confirmation on the leaderboard of that position change. The cunts. Yeah. 13 hours remaining, and yeah, definitely curious to see how long these two Porsches will be glued together.
Is that a penalty? It is. So a 10-second penalty for the second place car, the 690 Lamborghini.
I suppose we'll get confirmation of what that's for in the next few moments. It gets flagged up on the screen. So yeah, a little bit. I feel like the top 5 cars causing a blue flag collision. Ouch.
22 minutes left.
Yeah. P2. Yeah, I think that's probably the test for these top teams, because clearly they're quick enough, but it's being responsibly quick in and amongst all the traffic. I think, you know, patience definitely the kind of better thing to have when just trying to get past some of the cars that you're going to be quicker than. So obviously if they've kind of infringed and ended up messing up someone else's race, then they're going to suffer from it. But P2, I wonder, I'm trying to see what the distance is, what the gap is to another, so they're at least a lap back. What's the distance, what's the gap to P3? Ah, okay. Yeah.
ACC's doing ACC things. It's between 1 and 2 laps and the gap back.
Cool. Okay, so they're probably not at risk of. I suppose it's on a stop go, so they'll just eat that 10 seconds in their next pit stop.
Yeah.
So.
Drive-through for Chatburn in 17th as well.
Oh no! After all the after their great effort to catch back up and pass the 14 car. They're into the pit straight away to serve that. Was that from track limits or was that?
Yeah, I'd assume that's in-game track limits, that one.
That's a tough one to take after that mighty comeback. I wonder maybe there was a confirmation. Yeah, the server sent penalty. At least we haven't seen too many situations where cars have come into server drive-through and then ended up coming out the other end of the pit lane and then getting slapped with a stop-go for speeding in the pit lane. So,
I mean, there's 13 and a half hours for that yet.
Yeah. We'll see how many of the drivers can spot the pit limit board on the way in the dark at 4 in the morning.
I've got pressure loss right.
Yeah, I wonder how many of the teams will be tapping into
at 25
some of the
so it's not lost
cross-Atlantic talent to like pick up in the late hours. Have someone from the US take over versus how many of them are like purely European based and they're like midnight owls just staying up into the early days.
I know the 51 Racing Stronger car. Everyone's on British time zone apart from Petty Jelinek. So no chance of that in that one.
Yeah, he's an hour or two ahead of us with it.
I think so, yeah.
Oh, are you in the server?
So got
I'm not even.
To Wade, still
no, I just requested Martin, but
between this like
it's
3 temps
activated
and 5
Alex. I
temps
just
at
thought
the
you're
minute.
not in, are you?
No, not in.
Yeah, it's an absolutely. I think it's. I wonder.
Do we want to start doing some
if,
tire pressures?
If Philip is like just frustrated at this point and
Yeah.
he just wants to get past.
Start getting those.
Versus like because I feel like
in a minute.
that's such a closely fought battle for so long that like I wonder if like it's just a case that their pace is just over the course of a lap just ends up being almost identical.
So track temp is 22.
You know, with it being enduro as well, you have got to sit, wait, be patient. Sorry, I thought we had a moment then.
Can you let me know what tyre set I want to put on?
So you got to sit and
You
wait,
should be number
patient.
10.
Right, okay.
There's plenty of time to try and get past them. So it's do you want to risk it and throw it down the inside, basically?
Yeah, it's on 10.
Sasha can on display then, going right down the inside,
Right.
getting past Austin, or that's Sessive in the Ferrari. Yeah, that was a great move. You could see Sasha had just kind of lined that up from the previous corner, got a great exit onto the back straight, and was positioned early on just to take that inside line.
25.2.
Well, I haven't said that today.
26.7.
In between Wade and Staples at the minute.
25.2, 26.7.
Yes.
It's TSRC.
Right, okay.
Oh yeah, I think the TSRC is lapping the two of them. That is the 99 Porsche, I think.
So can Staples split with him now and then try and follow him through as he makes his way past, kind of thing?
Yeah, although there is a surprising gap between the two of them, so well, that's kind of closing quickly enough.
Yep.
24.5.
Yeah, the TSRC.
Yeah.
25.7.
Folks, definitely.
25, okay.
I suppose what I kind of know about their racing style for the most part seems to be that
we'll do that on
they
pit
seem to be
entry.
just good at not taking penalties. They seem to be have a knack for just.
Can you just give me
keeping
the last
their nose
pressure again,
clean,
please?
Which I think ends up
25.7.
standing to them over the course of a longer race. They might not necessarily, although they did have the fastest lap I think for a good while there, but now that's gone to P2. But yeah, definitely.
Sorry.
It's a Wade there just trying to get. Oh, there's a lot of. There was a nudge there onto that car.
He's a punt.
There was contact with them two behind you.
Was there?
Yeah.
Adam rushed Adam rushed out to the
No,
shed.
I
just
didn't
to
feel
give us
like
that
it was.
line.
Let me check the damage.
No, not you.
Oh, okay.
The one who's chasing you knocked into
Oh,
the.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, what was that? Yeah, so it looks like.
Do we know what number that fry was? I'd send him an apology afterwards. That was a little bit
14.
last minute.
That traffic kind of causing issues. Yeah, so a whole lap there, and the positions remain the same. Looked like Hess had taken a little bit of a bump from Philip behind as the kind of concertina after the little bumps ahead kind of forced a mistake. But there's now I suppose this is the largest gap we've had between Philip and Wade that we've had for I'd say like going on 20 laps. So maybe Wade just thinks that they can just get a little bit of a distance, because once they let Marcel through, they might find themselves just with a handy lead. We're on board.
It's like he's just using him as a bit of a nice buffer at the minute, just to try and manage to get back to Staples.
Yeah, it looks like that's the 7 car ahead of Sam Knight, who's currently down in P31. So just scenes here at the moment. That's the P3 car in on the inside going ahead, and then that's Philip in the background there, just trying to capitalize. It looks like after all that, they've come out in exactly the same position they've been in, with Nick just in front of a charging Staples, and the gap remains less than a second for another lap again. That was
straight back onto the back of him, isn't he?
Yeah.
You know, like you were saying before, if Staples can get past him, you know, is he going to be able to get down the road a little bit?
Exactly.
What a fucking battle this is.
So just looking ahead on track, there are a few more.
One more fucking car sprays
bodies
dirt
that
in
they
my
may be
face. I think
catching
I'm
up
going to
to.
freak out.
See Hess having a bit of a tricky time with traffic, it seems. Just not able to quite make a move. As I say that, the car ahead leaves them through, running wide on the outside line. That's kind of backed wide up into Philip through the chicane.
I don't think I've got much more left in me with this battle. This car.
No, you did really good.
Right, you're smashing it. You're driving really well.
On the outside of that corner. Don't know if Philip's going to
held them back with a 10-lap tyre advantage.
Yeah, that's covered. Yeah, the lap traffic getting out of the way, taking a very wide line.
Did you just squeak, Nick?
Job of not getting
Yeah.
in the way, wasn't doing too much.
That was my penis that squeaked.
Now we have Greg Prescott.
I got suckered in by a little bit by that Lexus going.
He's. I haven't driven past him once today without him doing something stupid off the track, backwards, upside down.
Into that little chicane section before out on Lamborghini versus Mercedes. I wonder how those Mercedes engines are looking at the moment. I think there was a lot of yellow lights 3 hours ago when I was coming off comms last, and then as far as I know, the downshift protection or lack thereof has meant some of those had turned red. Really curious to see what long-lasting effects that'll have on the Mercs.
Ah, so there's Lamborghinis with red engines now. No downshift protection. That's really bad.
The engine light on. So
is that repairable?
Apparently,
I believe it.
They said it is to a point, but you'll never repair it fully.
The engine
I don't know if I believe that, to be
AMG
honest.
is fine, 0 damage. Let's see, although they did just get passed by Prescott there, I think, through that last sector. Yeah, so there's
So I got 11 minutes
one
left.
constant in this race
Yeah.
so far. In this stint seems to be this battle between Philip and Nick. I thought I saw a car in the background slapped in the wall, but I just checking. Oh, actually, I did. It was the it was that Mercedes. It was the BMWs. No, there's not BMWs. It's like 2 cars back. just out of the corner of my eye, just kind of ran really wide at the oval, slapped up at the top.
Are you going to do this in a dickhead place?
Yeah, did they get like nerfed since 1.9?
Oh,
Yeah, they must have. I don't
you
think
are.
there's any Audis either, is there? Oh, a little bit of contact there to T1 between Staples and Wade.
What on earth are you doing?
Close.
Flashing.
Just the lap traffic of ahead just kind of backing the pace right up. Oh, and Nick's done well to get around the outside.
Well manoeuvred.
Who's that coming through?
At least he's racing the car behind as well.
For position? No.
I think that's the Lexus. Oh dear.
Is that Staples has gone round? Staples has gone round.
There's a car there.
You can breathe.
Brilliant.
Finds himself in a really awkward place. Gets a nice spin.
That'll be a penalty though for that back marker.
Yeah, he was terrible.
Yeah, so an unfortunate
Because he let
end to that battle.
the car in front go, but then he didn't seem to want to let me go, or that guy behind.
Largest for the next while.
Yeah, Staples went round. You got
Okay,
clear.
so Ollie Knowles on a bit of a good run here. I'm not sure. I think he was like 2.4 seconds back.
Ooh,
Car definitely feels better towards the end of the stint than last time.
Oh, mine did.
The other Porsche.
the other one.
Left rear,
yeah, now
93.
The mark of P14 had been 14 seconds back.
So that's 9 minutes as across the line exactly.
On track, so
I'm going to be making my way to this. Where did they go?
You think that,
they had the back marker took him out.
Porsches after lighting up.
Oh, were you not here?
No, I disappeared for a minute.
I tried to lap the Porsche and he didn't want to let me go. I managed to squeeze by and then he took the guy out who's been up with Trumpet for the whole stint when he tried to pass him.
It'll be a penalty. It'll be a blue flag penalty.
Same class, or sorry, same manufacturer battle. Mercedes versus Mercedes.
Oh, they're way behind us.
I think.
How far?
Oh, they should be nice and fresh as well.
10 seconds or so.
Oh, more like 15, I think.
I'm not sure.
Well, no, you were 20 seconds quicker than them last lap.
Oh, okay. So
have they pitted?
Like,
no,
those are just the voices coming
they're
through
still
our
driving.
heads.
But yeah, they just lost 20 seconds. That's terrible for them. That is, because you was driving. You both are driving really well, having a good battle
the
and stuff.
impression that the team basement might be Team Snooze Fest any moment now.
Give us a minute, guys, yeah.
And the loss of damage from it as well, I bet.
For the next 2 hours, everyone.
I'm gonna say the Staples Way battle before we.
And they still got another 10 laps than you to do a full stint.
For an hour or two.
Yeah.
So we've got yellow flags on track for a second then. What was that for?
They have flashed up again. Oh no, it's Ariston on the Lexus.
I might do my Le Mans strat and do all my
Yeah,
driving
spin
at
back,
night,
that's
and then when the car's
chicane.
shit in the morning, not drive it again.
Just going out into
Does
sector
that work well for
3.
me this year?
Yeah.
So I wonder if there's any contact there. Got a drive through for car 75. Is it just after coming through, I think?
Yeah, I think that popped up not long ago because there was a 10-second penalty there, wasn't there?
Yep, and as we have Prescott here.
About halfway through, Martin, I
That's
clicked my TC up to
making a move down on
6,
the inside here.
Yeah.
and it definitely just helped look after the rears.
Yeah.
Get to move down into turn 1. I'm hearing some very troubling
I've got
facts
6.5
from
left.
Team
Yeah,
Basement.
I'm with you.
Something,
Okay,
something,
when I get
swelling,
to a
something,
point,
something,
I'll let
Johnny
this
knows
Lambo
my
go and
pain,
then I'll,
something, something.
His pace still looks fine, actually, that Staples.
Bailey, half a second back off Chat.
He matched you
as well.
last lap, so.
Off the is that the Paul Sam's car? As the 75 Lamborghini comes into the pits.
My fucking nipples are sweating. I'm so hot.
Yeah, I feel like it's all after
You got a
kicking
window
off in the
open.
last
Yeah,
10, 15
what?
minutes. Just a lot of things happening all at once. I think maybe I wonder how much of this is like maybe we're just getting into the late hours. I wonder how many.
Oh,
like,
that Lambo's
of
really
these
slow, isn't
instances
it?
would be like, someone on minute 45 of their hour-long stint, just kind of lapsing in concentration. I see some of the connections jumping
Jesus
around.
Christ, that's
So
a
hopefully
uplift
there's
up
not
to
too
let him
many
by.
issues in and amongst the traffic for those drivers. I think generally speaking, the connection's been holding up quite well.
Thank you.
All
That's
around
how
the
you be
grid.
lapped.
So this battle here, Ferrari on Mercedes, an interclass.
That
battle
fucking
for
Watson's
change.
so fast, man. What's going on?
Although there is
He must
Scary
be...
thing is,
like I did
Seville's
spot
quicker.
earlier in the race that John like all the
they
Lambos
must be
out
cheating.
front, and then like a group
Because
of
we're
Porsches.
cheating.
There's an absolute
And they're quicker than
chunk
us.
of Mercedes.
How
in
are
that
they
mid-pack
genuinely that fast out of the
region,
corner?
and then
Bosh,
interspersed
he's
with a few
gone.
Ferraris
Well, he's
and the
running
Porsche.
newer tyres.
Always fascinating to see
That's the
which
thing,
kind
the
of cars
undercut
the
is
teams are
really
gravitating
powerful, isn't it?
towards.
Yeah, it's one of the
New
most
tyres is
powerful
key.
tracks for it.
When it comes to the kind of the team racing aspect, I think some of the drivers just able to adapt to whatever car suits the majority.
He's just so fast. He's like a different class.
Yeah, that's literally.
Yeah, but I
as
was
we've gone live
just...
to him now.
Yeah, as I say,
Paul
he's
Jones
towards the
saying,
beginning of the
the
stint.
team
He is
saying
a
what
quick
car to use,
driver,
and he basically said to him, choose a car.
and they've got that Lambo working really well.
And driving it here.
Right. As I
Yeah,
cross the
there's a
line,
confidence to that statement.
4
Be like,
minutes
yeah,
left.
I'll be able to adapt
That'll
to
be
whatever
2 laps
whatever
then,
weird setup you
but not this
throw
one,
on.
the one after.
Just remind me, please.
We all like a load
As long
of
as you
us
got
know
2
Dan
laps of
Silverstone
fuel
a
as
couple
well.
of weeks ago went to Simply Race.
I have.
And
Excellent.
I think it was a GT1's a Mugello that we did on R Factor 2, and Ollie got onto that and just absolutely dominated it. Like disappeared 45 seconds down the road from everyone.
Oh, we're being. I hear a distant voice in the air.
I can see the
We
splint
have
time
some
out the corner of my eye is
contrary,
orange.
guests
And it looks like I've got a black and orange
in
flag.
amongst the,
Heap
just
shit
to see us
glancing
through
and
to
shit
midnight,
himself.
or just to kind of hop in for a chat. We've got Dan and Cammy. Hello, hello.
I think you were right when you said very distant voices.
Is that better?
No,
Always panics me when it comes up on the dash and says fuel alarm.
Oh, I know. I had that earlier. Yes. Yeah, and hide there all your dash on that side. It's like great. I don't want to see that.
Yeah, things are certainly heating up as we like near towards the halfway point. We've had battles which have raged for what feels like 20+ minutes. We've had spins, thrills, all sorts of. We've just maintained dry weather though, which is.
I say just watch this Porsche behind it. Could be a bit aggressive.
Yeah, I don't want to smash my back doors.
Yeah, you don't normally see a race that's
So I'm boxing at the end of this lap, yeah?
Correct. Box.
Good chunk of rain earlier on in the first half of the 12 hours. Oh, we just have a little bit of a moment there for the car ahead of Ollie Knowles here. So it looks like that gap's just kind of closing up a bit as we get towards the chicane.
I take it this is the battle on track at the moment.
For the time being, yes.
I think we're about time this didn't perfectly.
The new closest battle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
We had Wade and Staples, and they must have been together for a good 10,
Did Alex
15
make it
laps.
to the end of his stint or not?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what that
Yes,
gap
he's
is
done a
between
full
those
stint,
two
I think.
now.
Oh, I didn't know if he pitted a lap early.
Staples did have a spin.
I think he might have done because he got in a load of traffic.
To get him going again. 20 seconds, yeah.
20 seconds at the minute. So he's taken 2 seconds out of him since.
Oh, thanks for that so much.
Since he had his moment.
Okay, so maybe the
box,
underlying
box,
pace
box,
is there
box.
on his side then, but just wasn't able to capitalize. Let him move stick,
You're
which
just
I
gonna
suppose
wander
is
straight back onto the track, aren't you?
a testament to the defending that Wade was doing, because he was able to
What terrible fucking
defend
drive.
where he needed to, and
excellent stint. Watch the pit
definitely
line.
quicker through the corners, which
Good job, mate.
he was just able to hold on. P12.
Not an easy one with all that pressure.
kind of race craft, I suppose.
Fuel to 96 on the right.
Having said that, they have dived into the pits probably at the end of their stint, so that's gonna shake things up a little bit, at least for the on-track kind of action.
Pit lane's fucking empty.
787 then
I know.
having to defend from Ollie Knowles.
Oh, I think we're a
The
bit
51
short.
car
Oh,
just behind.
Right, ignition on. No damage.
Ollie's another one of these guys as well, where he will just.
That Staples guy only just went past us when we stopped in the box.
Seconds, bloody hell. 20 seconds.
Yeah,
Yeah.
see, they're both in the same car, so it's not no car advantage. No car advantage.
Starting the
Fuel
engine.
advantage.
Yep. 5,
Interestingly,
4,
I was speaking
3,
to one of the drivers of car 777 earlier, which is the driver that's in at the moment, Robert Cormack, who I provided
Good
his
job, Nick.
PC for him.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, excellent with all that pressure you had.
Very nice, very nice.
I think you've got a 4i7.
You didn't have a moment's peace in that.
No, I didn't.
It should be
Literally
having
from
an
pit
engine with
exit.
a 24-hour.
Let's chase
Ooh
down.
la la,
50
very
watt.
nice, very nice.
Stuck a little
Ooh,
plug.
I better
like
back up
it.
server.
I'm not in the server.
Did
No,
you
but
say
Alex
Cammy's
in-
with you?
No, because
Yes.
Alex
Ah,
was
yeah,
already
Oh,
yeah.
brilliant.
Right, you okay there
Cool.
from Nitro?
Yeah, yeah,
Sorry.
we're good, mate. We're good.
And stand set up in his house, in his basement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Should be clear after this car,
9
mate.
screens plus a big 32-inch TV that's acting as a multi-screen monitor. So that's his home studio setup that he does casting from, and I'm very much a guest in his house.
Yeah, just like putting all those triple monitor setups to shame. You can see nine different ways through that car, and it looks like okay. Is that a move? No, that looked to be just Cormac letting through.
That one.
Motorsport Games would be jealous of his setup.
I was going to say it does sound like it's one team basement calling in to chat to another team basement. The bunkers have arrived.
We have less screens. You don't need 9 screens down.
You do where I'm from.
Compensating.
You might see some of the pins going up and down. Surprisingly, Mr. Cormack has quite a low ping, even though he's in the Scottish Highlands, which is basically in the middle of nowhere.
That must be all that wind-powered internet flowing through. Yeah, I'd love to know, who's on the most remote kind of connection, who's 20 miles from the nearest town. There's some poor piece of copper cable that's just providing any bit of internet to someone.
As he goes wide onto the grass.
And Dan, quick to point out that is not a hardware issue, that is purely driver.
There, he's got the lamp.
Yeah, it's got Guthrie having a move into.
That's the bar. Take a little stroll read that Monaco.
Did that move stick? Do we see that? What's that battle after going? Actually, I was trying to see where Philip Staples is.
It was for 23rd, so it looks like Cormac has stayed because it's Ferrari.
Okay, we'll see when the timeline comes through for sector 1.
So I'm guessing that the Wade Porsche has now pitted and is in 16th, car number 55.
Yes.
Staples is ahead on the road, so some strat coming into play there at the minute.
Yep, and we just had Vindegarden. I probably butchered that name. I do apologise. Just going to the pits, so that's gonna open up the door for Ollie Knowles to put some quick laps in and try and maybe get an undercut or overcut, better said. And it did look like P23 has now shifted to the Lamborghini of car 75 in amongst all of that.
So this is where we start getting to the weird part of the hour now, where we run through these pit stop cycles.
Yeah, as we go on board with the current leader of the race, Watson, for Paul Simsport. P2 have a 10-second penalty, of course, and they're 30 seconds back as it stands on track at the moment. Look at all those cars flying through the start-finish line.
30 seconds though, after 11 hours. So it's pretty close still between them.
Yeah, all it takes is one incident, and we've car 84. Who's that? Just either being very gracious with their blue flag etiquette or missing the breaking point. The lines blur between the two as the hours drift on.
22nd place 94 Ferrari, just running deep.
Ah, I see. We've got Dart Chewy 666 subscribing with their Prime membership. Why, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
For that's part of the year now, and completely forgot that you get a Twitch subscription sort of included in your Prime membership.
Yeah, so it's always good to anyone watching, if you pay for Amazon Prime, make sure you link it to your Twitch, and then you can donate a sub every week. It doesn't auto resubscribe, so you have to remember, but it doesn't cost you any money, and whoever your favourite streamer is gets a free sub.
Very nice, very nice. And yeah, the Porsche, the Porsche and P10 Kaiser is catching
walking
P9
outside, going outside and walking around your garden.
Just gaining a few tenths every now and then, so
what,
that gap
in the
is about
pitch
2
black?
seconds at the moment.
Yeah, well, no, but the security light
but
on,
certainly a battle to keep an eye on.
pretty much the pitch black.
So was that a move for third place that we've just seen?
Saying that we bought this security light because Claire wanted one for the garden.
Yeah, it makes sense. Especially you in the house.
Well, yeah, definitely. It's that fucking bright. It lights the garden.
Porsche battling for the third spot on the podium. Currently, the two of those
I don't know what they can't moan. It's fucking
the meat
free
of
security.
a Lamborghini sandwich in the top 6.
It's great to see the Aston going well against the newer cars of the game as well.
I think Hess has burned his tyres potentially because it's been out for a long time. It's like nearly 70 minutes.
You're in a new build now.
I am, yeah.
You have much snagging?
No, little few bits and pieces, couple of tiles and stuff, nothing structural yet. One of the people and like one of the other people in the other apartments, like their wall when the building started settling, their whole fucking wall like fucking split in half.
Yeah, I feel
like
like
the
Hess
plaster.
has been.
It's
as well. That would explain. I wonder if we're going to see them coming into the pits anytime soon.
But no, ours is lovely, mate. Yeah.
Before the 1.9 updates, the Aston was a good go-to enduro car just because of how gentle it is on its tyres. So maybe it's carried that through into 1.9 and just make them last a bit better at the minute.
Yeah, that's a fair point. We don't have too many Astons on the grid today. I'm counting, let's say, 2 in the top 20 here.
Yeah, I think that's a lot.
Oh.
There's only one Bentley on the grid as well, currently running in 7th.
That's the minimum ONID allotment. There's has to be one at least, as per Johnny's rules, I believe. We've got a side by side here from the brickyard itself, down on the start finish line. Watching those lovely cars zooming past as we're here almost at the end of